Emberbond by Camilla 14. It was a day like any other, boring, hot, and full of sweaty regret. Not unlike the start of a cliché manga, my room was a mess, with dirty clothes strewn across the floor like defeated flags of my motivation. From the doorway, anyone could guess I'd stopped caring weeks ago. And me? I was either reading a book or mashing buttons on a controller. After years of trying and failing to hold down a job, then spending 2 more years pretending job hunting was a full-time career, I'd finally given up. I let myself go. No dramatic collapse, no tragic accident, just inertia. So, no, I didn't die. I was just taken. 1 second I was in my chair, the next I was tumbling through a weird, colourful something. A tunnel? A dimension? A kaleidoscope of regret? I'm not a physicist. I don't know what it was. All I remember is the ridiculous whiplash before I blacked out, knocked unconscious by my own gaming chair during the fall. Fitting. Honestly, sometimes I wonder if there's still a hole in my floor, or if it sealed itself back up like nothing ever happened. Anyway, I'm rambling. The point is, I had no idea what was going on. A small electric hamster Deden raised a paw. What's a gaming chair? It's a chair. For gaming, I replied flatly. So, a normal chair? Buneri tilted her head, ears twitching. It's not important to the story, I said, waving a paw. The fire crackled quietly between us, little embers dancing up like stars trying to escape the flames. I took a breath and continued. So, I woke up in a bush, half hanging out of it like an apom mid-nap. Ouch! I woke with a throbbing headache, my whole skull pulsing like it was caught in a confusion attack. Worse yet, my hands were tied. Same with my legs. And my tail. Tail? What the hell? I shouted so hard my throat burned. A flock of pidgey fluttered out of a nearby bush, casting me some very offended stink eye on their way out. Say what now? I muttered, staring after them. Those birds looked like... But my words caught in my throat. In the distance, a massive herd of donphan rolled across the grasslands with thunderous force, flattening everything in their path. The earth practically shook beneath them. This has to be a bad dream. I squirmed, trying to sit up or even roll, but whatever I was wrapped in held fast. From my awkward upside-down angle, I could just barely make out my surroundings. Lush, semi-forested terrain, stretching into open meadow. After squinting a bit, I spotted more Pokémon. A Diglett popped up, then vanished into a fresh molehill. A Spearow jabbed and squawked at a retreating Bulbasaur, who scurried into the underbrush. A Kakuna dangled from the branch of a massive oak, so well camouflaged I almost missed it. My weird perspective gave me an unexpected edge. Then I noticed something else. A black nose. My nose. Right in the center of my vision. No doubt about it. I started moving, slowly testing joints and limbs. My fingers had limited mobility, ending in tiny claws I could just barely retract. My tail was long, not a stub, but I couldn't quite judge the length. My ears felt heavy. And longer. The kind of long that had presence. My thoughts were running wild on a Pichu chase. Yes, that's what we say now. You say wild goose chase. I say wild Pichu chase. Deal with it. If I could just see myself, I grunted, craning my neck. A voice interrupted me. That must be uncomfortable, it said. Calm, casual. Definitely a Pokemon's voice, but somehow I understood it perfectly. Like my brain was auto-translating in real time. Need some help? Yes, please. I would very much appreciate. I cut myself off mid-sentence, because hanging just inches from my face was a spinnerack. To say I nearly pissed myself would be an understatement. My entire body shuddered. My fur stood on end like I'd licked a power line. I can help you, she said, her tone light but firm. But in return, I want you to help me too. Sure, I replied, nodding as much as my restraint allowed. Then she jumped. On my face. My face. I'm proud to report I did not scream. I only made several strangled noises and spasmed like a spoiled Magikarp. Within moments, the binding snapped. I collapsed unceremoniously onto the grass with a wheezing "umph" as the wind got knocked clean out of me. Sorry, she chirped, waving one of her little legs like this was all perfectly normal. It took me a while to stand up properly. Well, properly is a strong word. I was on all fours. Once I finally managed to get a look at myself, the truth hit hard. I was a Fennekin. Or something very close to one. Just like the other Pokémon I'd seen, my body wasn't cartoony or soft-edged like in the games or anime. It was real, streamlined, biologically correct. Even the Spinarak, who still creeped me out, Looked way too much like an actual spider, 8 sharp legs, bristly hairs, and all. Compared to that, my new form had the proportions of a fennec fox. Long legs, lean frame, sharp snout. The only real giveaways were the reddish-golden fur, the oversized ears with thick fluff weighed down by gravity, and the part where I could apparently breathe fire. Yeah. That was going to be a disaster someday. For now, though, I was just grateful my legs could carry me. Wobbly, uncertain, and awkward, but moving. Against my better judgment, which was screaming at me to run far away from the venomous spider, I followed the spinnerack as she skittered through the tall grass. "This way," she called back. Thankfully, my legs were longer than hers, so I didn't need to hurry. Good thing too, if I had to run, I'd probably have tripped and face-planted. Walking was weird, but oddly logical. My new skeletal structure wanted to move a certain way. I just needed to find the rhythm. I'd seen enough dogs and foxes walk in real life, it was just a matter of syncing up and not overthinking it. We soon arrived at the remains of what was clearly her nest, torn, ragged, and nearly stripped bare. 2 ratata were gnawing on berries they'd pulled from a nearly empty silk pouch. "Those are mine!" Spinnerack shouted. "Then take it," one of the ratata replied with a lazy grin. His oversized front teeth started to glow a clear sign he could attack, but he just bit into a pecha berry and chewed slowly. "Well, I'm not alone now, bullies." Spinnerack raised her front legs in a threat display. "Hey, guys," I said, stepping forward. "Mind finding your own food?" Heh, she brought another girl to fight her battles. The second ratata laughed. "Cute. Maybe start a little girl club and cry together?" That was it. They called me a girl. And I don't even know why it got under my skin so badly, but I felt utterly humiliated. Then I did something that surprised even me. I took a deep breath. A long, deliberate inhale, hoping, praying that something would happen. My chest filled with a strange warmth, a glow that grew into searing heat. And then, whoosh! Flames erupted from my mouth, scorching both ratata in a single blast. Their whiskers burned clean off, the fur on their faces singed and curled. One berry actually cooked in the paw of the second one. Then they both keeled over. I stared in stunned silence, then gave a satisfied huff. "You talk too much, trash." "Oh no, my silk!" Spinnerack squeaked, scrambling to snip away the burning edge of her home before the fire spread. I jumped forward, instinct taking over, and landed right on the smoking thread. To my shock, it didn't burn me. Not my paws, not my fur, not even my tongue. My body didn't seem to register the fire as something harmful. The heat felt like comfort, like it belonged to me. "Thanks. I bet they'll think twice before ransacking my food storage again," Spinnerack said, wiping her forehead with a leg. "No worries," I snorted, a puff of smoke curling from my nostrils. "They called me a girl. That was their mistake." "But you..." Spinnerack hesitated, trying to piece her words together. "Oh, I see now. I'll just call you Lady then. Didn't realize you were that old. Must have hit a nerve. Good for you, though. You look really young for your age." She was trying. Really. But she'd missed the mark by a mile. I, on the other hand, was teetering on the edge of a full-blown existential crisis. I swallowed hard. "Well, I'm glad everything worked out. Stay safe now. You two and, try not to climb too many trees," she said, waving a leg. I gave a shaky nod and turned away. Once I found a quiet bush, far from any watchful eyes, I settled in and took a long breath. Then I looked down. "Prince Charming didn't make it," I muttered. Gone. Just gone. A flat patch of fur where once was proof of manhood. "It's okay. You're better than this," I whispered to myself. Men don't cry. Then again, I wasn't a man anymore. "Shit," I muttered, slamming my forehead softly into the thickest branch I could find. Couldn't even let me keep my gender. I choked, my voice cracking. A single tear escaped, just one. But it burned more than fire. It took several minutes before I could pull myself together. When I finally emerged from the bush, I moved with the defeated slump of someone carrying a weight they didn't choose. Ears drooped, tail dragging, long, quiet sighs trailing behind me like footprints. Finding food turned out to be shockingly easy. The forest was rich with all kinds of berry trees, not just Pokémon berries like Oran or Pecha, but wild apples, raspberries, even strawberries. The real problem started when I actually tried to gather some. Apparently, most trees were already claimed. I learned that the hard way after getting pecked to hell by a flock of Spearow for eating a few oran berries. My fur was ruined, and my body ached in places I didn't know I had. The apple tree? Yeah, that was guarded by a massive Arbok. I gave that one a very wide berth. Thankfully, smaller bushes weren't as fiercely protected. I managed to fill my belly with raspberries and strawberries without earning more bruises. Then came the worst part. I couldn't use my fire anymore. No matter how hard I tried, all that came out was a pitiful puff of smoke, or at best, a weak flicker of embers. That earlier flamethrower? A total fluke. Well, today was a mixed bag of weird and stupid, I sighed, settling into a makeshift den beneath the roots of a massive old maple tree. The roots jutted out of the ground like ancient ribs, leaving just enough space to dig a shallow little shelter. I even gathered a pile of broad leaves to lie on. No way was I sleeping directly on cold dirt. I left a small opening in the roots above me, just wide enough to see the stars. I mean, it's not as bad as I expected, I murmured, resting my head. I've been stuck in that stinky room for so long. I almost forgot how beautiful the outside world can be. I paused. But still, this world? Why Pokémon? Why me? I snorted softly, watching a lazy ring of smoke curl out from my nostrils. I'm not planning on becoming someone else's pet, I muttered. Screw the trainers. I won't fight their battles. The smoke floated upward and vanished into the night air. There was a quiet warmth in my chest, subtle, rhythmic. It pulsed with my heartbeat. I hadn't noticed it at first, but now that I was still, I could feel it clearly. The fire was inside me. Not burning painfully, but always present, resting, waiting. I wasn't born a Pokémon. I didn't have their instincts. I couldn't just call the flames at will, but they were there, responding to my emotions. That earlier blast must have been fueled by anger and frustration. A real Fennekin probably wouldn't even know flamethrower yet. The stars really are beautiful, I whispered, eyes heavy. And just like that, sleep took me. I was home. The stale hum of my old PC filled the air, and the soft, flickering light from the monitor bathed the cluttered room in a familiar blue glow. My books were still stacked where I left them, my blanket half folded on the couch. The air smelled like cheap instant noodles and long-forgotten dust. I was home, but something was off. I tried to move and stumbled. My limbs didn't work right. My balance was off. I looked down. Small red paws, fluffy chest fur, tail brushing the old laminate floor. I was still me, but not the me I remembered. A small Fennekin wandered through her own past. I turned toward the hallway, ears perked. Leo? I called out softly. My brother's room was down the hall, always shut, always locked to keep me out. But I knew he was home. I felt it. I padded toward the door, heart pounding with something halfway between hope and panic. I reached the doorknob, too high. I jumped. Once, twice. Claws scratched the wood, but I couldn't reach it. Couldn't even touch it. The more I tried, the more desperate I felt. Leo! I barked, slamming my shoulder into the door. Let me in! No answer. I kept pushing, kept trying. The door stayed closed. The hallway grew darker, colder. My eyes snapped open. A shiver ran through my body as the cold, wet breath of morning crept in through the roots. Dew clung to the leaves I'd used as a bed, and the forest felt damp. Still, the dream clung to me like mist. I curled tighter beneath the arch of the roots, breath fogging faintly in the chilly air. My body ached from sleeping on uneven ground. The fire inside me barely flickered. Well, fuck. I watched from my little den as the forest slowly came to life. Birds chirped, leaves rustled in the wind, and a Bidoof nearby shook off the morning dew clinging to its fur. Harmless, soft, kind of goofy looking. Then, out of nowhere, faster than lightning, the Arbok I'd seen yesterday lunged from the underbrush. Its fangs sank into the Bidoof's neck. The poor beaver-like Pokémon twitched once, twice, then collapsed to the forest floor like a puppet with its strings cut. In the next moment, the Arbok's jaw unhinged, and it swallowed the entire body whole. I froze. My legs trembled uncontrollably. My ears pinned back. I didn't dare move, didn't breathe. I just prayed that I was hidden well enough beneath the roots. Eventually, the Arbok slithered away, leaving behind nothing but a patch of flattened grass. Okay, this is not a PG-13 Pokémon world, I whispered, barely audible, as I slowly uncurled and listened for any further signs of danger. When the silence returned, I bolted. I sprinted for the open meadow I'd seen yesterday, heart pounding. At least in an open field, I wouldn't be ambushed so easily. Then I saw something I absolutely didn't expect. In the distance, rising above the golden fields of wheat, stood a massive stone castle. An actual castle. And not just that, there were knights riding two enormous Rapidash, trotting along the dirt road. In a nearby pasture, a herd of Tauros grazed lazily, watched over by 2 humans and 4 alert canines, 2 Growlithe and 2 Houndour, tails wagging as they sat beside their handlers like trained soldiers. Peasants, yes, real, honest-to-Arceus peasants toiled in the fields, planting and digging in the dirt, like something out of a textbook. What the medieval shit is this? I muttered, my jaw slack. I could only stare, half in awe, half in confusion. The medieval period had always fascinated me, but seeing it collide with the world of Pokémon was something else entirely. Well, I said with a half smile, this is not what I expected. Then I shook my head. Let's avoid humans for now, at least until I'm strong enough to fight back. Good plan, came a voice right below me. I yelped and leapt up just as a Diglett popped out of the ground under my paws. They tend to eat us, or worse, enslave us, he said with a disapproving shake of his head. Were you under me this whole time? I gasped. You woke me, he replied with a sleepy blink. Still, I agree with the sentiment. Also, I've never seen a Pokémon like you around here. What are you? I'm a Fennekin. Fire type, I said casually, too tired to be surprised by a mole at this point. Fire, huh? Neat, he yawned. Anyway, I'm going back to bed. Try not to stomp on me next time. And just like that, he vanished back into the earth. The stone chamber was dimly lit by a trio of ever-burning candles suspended above a copper-rimmed workbench. Ashen grey smoke curled up from a metal bowl in the corner, where incense attempted and failed to mask the sharp scent of scorched rune ink and sulphurous oil. The walls were lined with uneven shelves of half-finished collar rings, each inscribed with glowing runes and adorned with brass hinges. On a nearby hook hung a dusty robe, untouched since the first week she was assigned here. Ventis sat hunched over the bench, her fingers blackened with soot, her shoulders stiff from hours of engraving. Tiny metal tools etched with calibration numbers in silver script were arranged with surgical precision before her. A faintly glowing collar sat beneath her hands, unfinished. Its polished leather was fresh and supple, but the iron band in its core was already warm, with containment magic. Brilliant, she muttered, rubbing her eyes with the back of her wrist. Absolutely brilliant. Years of study to become a collar witch. She flexed her fingers, then looked down at them long, graceful ones, now rough and darkened. Ink stains lived under her nails like guilt she couldn't scrub out. Ventis had once imagined herself riding on a salamence above the battlefield, weaving great illusions with a flick of her staff, commanding psychic monsters like Gardevoir and Alakazam to bend reality. Instead, she was stuck enchanting collars for livestock Pokémon and household pets, servants. Some nobles, those lucky enough to be born near power, had access to real magic, crystalline spheres that could store and release Pokémon with a whisper. Ventis had only seen one in her life. It had belonged to the royal court wizard, a wrinkled man with a walking stick, and more gold rings than fingers, the kind of man whose every word carried weight, unlike her. No glamour, no battles, just runes, metal, and restraint spells. The mage exhaled slowly and leaned back into her creaking chair, a gift from a sympathetic steward 2 years ago. Its cushion had been patched with hay and old curtain fabric, but it was still better than sitting on stone. Her office was warm, at least. Clean. She had a meal every night, and no lord screamed at her unless a collar failed catastrophically. Still, this wasn't the greatness she had worked for. She slapped her cheeks lightly, a ritual she picked up from her academy days. A reminder to focus. Come on, Ventis, she murmured. Just be grateful for the Lord's mercy. You're indoors, you're fed, and you're not mucking out Tauro's stalls. Her eyes drifted to the far corner of the room. 17 more collars of various sizes waited in a woven basket, some marked for canine types, others for bipedal or quadrupedal mounts. One of them was even sized for a Luxray. She groaned. Better get back to it. She reached for the next blank collar and pulled it toward the engraving platform. The magic quill hummed softly in its dock, waiting. As she began to inscribe the first control rune, one that muted a Pokémon's aggression response, a small flicker of static jumped from the collar to her fingertip. She winced, then sighed. Just another day in paradise. Ventis trudged through the brush, boots damp with dew, and knees stiff from uneven ground. Her robes, once a proud mark of her junior mage status, were now dirt-smudged and snagged with bramble thorns. Trailing above her was Hoothoot, perched loyally on her shoulder, eyes half-lidded in mutual suffering. And circling just overhead like a bad omen come to life, her master's Murkrow, that damned bird. From the very start, it made sure she knew the pecking order literally. She was beneath her master. She was beneath the noble-born knights. And she was beneath him, the bloody crow. Hoothoot gave a quiet sigh and nestled closer to her neck. Yeah, I know, she muttered. You hate him too. Why was she even here? Sulfur duty. Why wasn't a servant sent instead? Because her master claimed she needed real field experience. Right, she whispered to Hoothoot, voice dry as dust. More like he wanted to sell the collars while I'm gone and make sure I don't ask how much he made. No witness, no numbers, no reason to pay me what I'm owed. Hoot Hoot gave a solemn nod, as he always did. The little owl was her only true company these last 6 years. She'd received him upon graduating as a junior mage, a sign of achievement, but also a responsibility. Pokémon ownership was rare. Even most farmers didn't own their service Pokémon, they were lent to them by the lords for seasonal work. In this barony, 95% of all Pokémon belonged to the nobility. And powerful ones? Rare as diamonds. The strongest Pokémon in the whole territory was a spoiled Venusaur that the Baron treated like royalty. It too wore a collar, of course. No one in their right mind trusted an unbound Pokémon. Too many corpses had proven the risk. Ventis groaned and sat down heavily on a mossy stump, pulling out her canteen. This hike is killing my feet. She took a long drink and offered a small capful to Hoot Hoot, who gratefully sipped before accepting a dried pecha berry from her pouch. It wasn't glamorous, but it was food, and he worked hard enough to earn it. Then came the screech. Crow, crow, mercrow. The black feathered menace dive-bombed her from above and pecked her scalp. Oh, I need a bit of rest, okay? I'm not a Pokémon with infinite stamina, she snapped, waving her arms over her head like a panicked scarecrow. Mercrow croaked another disapproving squawk before flapping up into the trees. Ventis muttered something unkind under her breath and rubbed her scalp. 5 minutes. That's all she'd asked for. Once her feet stopped throbbing, she tightened her boots and stood, casting a glance up the rocky hillside ahead. All right, let's go find some sulfur and maybe not die in the process. With a groan and one last pat for Hoot Hoot, she started climbing again. Over time, I managed to find something resembling a rhythm in the forest. I mapped the area in my head, mentally color-coded by danger level like some twisted survival guide. Around the wild apple tree? Total death trap. I called that the red zone. Anything within a mile of it was a one-way ticket to becoming snake food. Beyond that, stretching another mile out, was the purple zone, risky but rewarding. Plenty of berries, edible roots, and the occasional dropped fruit. If I needed to eat, I had to brave it. Then came the blue zone, my current turf. Mostly safe, but with barely any food. It was like living in a grocery store parking lot. Open space, not much to eat, but you probably won't die there. Then, there was the creek. Harmless during the day. At night, predator central. Most carnivores came to drink after sundown, so I marked it in my head as do not go near after dark river. And finally, the hill. It was not normal. The occasional sulfuric breeze that drifted down from the top was a pretty obvious sign of volcanic activity. So, naturally, I climbed it, because I'm very smart. Surprisingly, the sulfur didn't smell awful. In fact, in my new body, it smelled weirdly nice, like burnt sugar mixed with ash. I even nibbled on a small sulfur crystal, out of curiosity. Shockingly, it tasted amazing. Like candy, smoky, metallic candy. No wonder fire types love this place, I muttered, swallowing it with a greedy gulp. Unfortunately, the next batch of delicious yellow rocks was dangerously close to a family of Charmanders and their giant flame-winged murder mom. One look at that Charizard, and I knew getting any closer would result in me becoming either charcoal or a cautionary tale. Better alive than having a tasty last bite, I told myself, backing off the ridge, and then I saw her. A human. She wore a long cloak, boots, and walked with purpose. On her shoulder sat a sleepy-looking Hoot Hoot. Overhead, a Mercrow circled, guiding her toward a cave entrance. Both birds wore leather collars, and both had faintly glowing runes carved along their sides. Yup, nope, not worth it. I dropped flat and slid down a nearby patch of blue moss, ducking into the underbrush like a trained coward. Curiosity can literally kill, I muttered as I crawled into the leaves. And I am not a cat. Badum Tess. I smirked at my own dumb joke, brushing off moss and peeking out toward the forest again. As I quietly navigated back towards safety, I made sure to give Sir Kilsalot's tree a wide berth. That's what I'd named the Arbok, because he was a menace. Ventis followed the Mercrow into the excavated cave, boots crunching over scattered gravel and chalky dust. The air inside was thick, warm, pungent with sulfur, and tinged with something vaguely metallic. It was a deep, burrowed-out cavern, already well worn by servants who'd mined this place dozens of times before. A sizable pile of sulfur chunks was stacked near the cave wall, glowing faintly yellow in the dim torchlight. The problem? It was heavy. She crouched, scooped a few pieces into her satchel, then hoisted the full pack onto her back. Immediately, her knees buckled. She stumbled, nearly fell flat on her ass. Above her, the Mercrow cackled. Not just a little amused, delighted. Ventis gave him a death glare. "Oh, shut up, you broom-tailed soot bird," she snapped, no longer bothering to whisper. The Mercrow stopped laughing. His expression shifted from mockery to surprise, almost offended. For a moment, the cave fell into awkward silence. Then the bird turned away with a flick of his tail feathers and perched near the exit, clearly deciding she wasn't worth the argument. Ventis adjusted the strap on her shoulder and sighed. She wasn't built for this. As the daughter of a tailor, she'd never worked a field or hauled more than a bolt of fabric. But orders were orders, and she wasn't about to be scolded and fail a basic resource run. So she gritted her teeth, forced her legs to cooperate, and started back toward the castle. The hike down was worse than the way up. Every step sent heat lancing through her calves. The weight dragged at her shoulders like a curse, and the sulfur shifted in her pack with every jolt. Something about the path felt wrong, slightly unfamiliar. A curve here that hadn't been there before, a slope that tilted just a little too steep, but Ventis couldn't place why. Hoot, ever loyal, chose not to perch this time. Instead, he floated gently beside her, wings flapping in calm rhythm, hooting every so often, as if to say, "You've got this." She didn't answer, but her lips twitched upward. I was in the middle of munching a well-earned rawstberry, savouring the faint bitterness, when I heard the distinct flap of wings nearby. Immediately, I scarfed down the rest, didn't want to risk some dumb bird swooping in and stealing my spoils. Even if it had only been an oddish, the fight left me a little scuffed. Vine whip hurt. Not enough to cripple me, but enough to annoy me every time I shifted my weight. Still, a win was a win. I'd even had time to mentally catalogue my abilities now that I had a handle on my weird little monster body. Smokescreen great for when everything goes to hell. Ember my go-to, especially against grass types like the veggie I just toasted. Then Bite and Fury swipes more physical moves. But when I used them, my teeth and claws glowed faintly, like they were drawing heat straight from my core. I wasn't sure how I knew all this. Instinct? Muscle memory in a body that wasn't mine? All I knew was the oddish had bolted the moment I'd started heating up. Smart plant. Then I heard it, the specific wing-beat pattern of a bird I'd seen earlier that morning. Murkrow, collared, arrogant, still a pain in the ass. "I'll show her," the bird muttered to himself, flying low through the trees. "Calling me names, huh? A servant should know her place." My ears perked. Footsteps followed. The girl. The human. She was coming after him, struggling slightly, carrying something heavy, something that reeked of sulfur. So she had gone up the hill. "Follow! Follow!" Murkrow croaked, fluttering downhill with theatrical flair. The cloaked girl, late teens, maybe obediently trudged after him. I crouched low in the shadows, keeping silent. It wasn't my business. She'd pissed off a Pokémon, and now the smug bird was leading her somewhere bad. Simple cause and effect. But then something clicked. That direction's wrong, I mumbled, my mental map spinning up. That's not the path they took up. That's... My ears twitched. My stomach sank. That's toward the wild apple tree. The red zone. Sir Kilsalot's territory. I backed into the brush, heart pounding. "I can't. It's not my problem." She made her bed. I bit my lip, watched her still struggling, sweating, unaware of what she was walking into. Then, in my mind's eye, a motionless body. That Arbok's fangs. A limp limb dragging into the underbrush. No more footsteps. No more girl. "Don't be a hero," I whispered to myself. Don't be a hero. Silence. Then I cursed under my breath and bolted after them. Gods damn it! Ventis followed the black bird through the trees, always just barely keeping it in sight. Murkrow glided just ahead, darting between branches, a flutter of feathers and malice. As they walked, berry trees began appearing in greater numbers. Ventis smiled, picking a handful of ripe ones as they passed, some for herself, some for Hoot, the rest tucked away in her pouch. It was the first moment of peace she'd had all day. Then, without warning, Murkrow vanished. No flapping wings, no indignant caws, nothing. "Murkrow," she called, glancing around. "Where are you?" "Hoot," Hoot echoed her, swiveling in alarm. Silence. Then a shiver ran down her spine. Something was wrong. She dropped flat, pure instinct. A blur of motion. A hiss. Fangs missed her throat by inches. A massive Arbok, easily twice her height and thick as a tree trunk, lunged again. She rolled across the dirt, pain shooting up her back as the sulfur stones in her pack slammed into her spine. Hoot, hypnosis!" she shouted. The owl took flight, eyes glowing, then, in a flash, the snake's tail lit up white. One brutal strike and Hoot was launched into a nearby tree with a sickening thud. He dropped, unmoving. Ventis froze. There was no way out. She wasn't faster than an alpha. She wasn't stronger. She wasn't even armed, just a mage's apprentice, with sore feet and too much dead weight on her back. The Arbok coiled, ready to strike again, when smoke flooded the meadow. A thick, choking cloud rolled in from nowhere. Ventis coughed violently, eyes watering as the world around her blurred to shifting shadows. A wild, unfamiliar cry rang out through the haze. The Arbok thrashed, slamming its coils into the ground. Bursts of flame flickered here and there, briefly illuminating the chaos. Ventis blinked through the smog. She needed to move now, but she couldn't leave Hoot Hoot. She dropped to her knees and crawled toward where she hoped he'd landed, the stones in her pack grinding with every movement. Then thud, a figure landed next to her. Small, fox-like, not a Vulpix. This one had a single bushy tail and yellow-red fur, large ears tipped with red fluff. Its eyes met hers for a split-second sharp. Determined, it jerked its paw toward a direction in the smoke go, then bolted back into the fight. A sudden torrent of flame lit up the clearing. For a heartbeat, everything was visible. The Arbok, recoiling in pain. The fox, darting around it with astonishing speed. And just beyond them, her Hoot Hoot, slumped but alive. Ventis ran. She scooped up the unconscious owl and cradled him against her chest. When she turned back, the fire had vanished, and the smoke was thinning. The Arbok was down, slumped against a boulder, blood and soot marking the ground. The fox stood beside it, legs trembling, a nasty bite on its hind leg, leaking purple fluid. It swayed, then collapsed into the grass. Poison! Ventis breathed. She rushed forward, pulling out a pechaberry she'd picked just an hour ago. She broke it in half, squeezing the juices past the fox's lips, gently tilting its head to help it swallow. When the berry was gone, she sat back, heart racing, brain spinning. Then she looked at the Arbok, still breathing, still dangerous. Her hand went to the small blade at her belt. Sorry, she whispered and finished the job. The serpent fell still. An alpha this size could be sold for months of salary. Its hide, its poison fangs most of all, its core, a mage's prize, a noble's trophy. It wasn't the ending she expected today, but the opportunity was impossible to ignore. Now how the hell do I carry all of this? She turned back to the fox. Still breathing, thank the stars, she tore strips from an old cloth and bandaged its wound as best she could. Hoot Hoot, after a groggy flutter, woke with a hoot and gently nuzzled her in thanks. She stroked his feathers with a soft smile. I owe you both. Ventis set down her backpack and started gathering sticks, vines, and spare leather from her kit. After nearly an hour, she'd constructed a makeshift sled. Not beautiful, but sturdy. Downhill all the way, if she remembered right. And maybe, just maybe, someone would be on the road to help. She gently laid the fox beside Hoot Hoot on the sled, strapped the Arbok's body down, and braced herself for the long haul. By nightfall, she arrived at the road exhausted, filthy, victorious. And not alone. Ventis beamed as she stepped into her modest chamber, kicking the door shut with a satisfied thud behind her. Her legs were sore, her back ached, and her cloak was caked in dirt and sweat, but none of it mattered. She had done it. Not only had she gathered the sulfur and delivered it as ordered, she'd made a fortune on the side. 17 gold shillings, all from one Alpha Arbok. She hadn't even needed to haggle. A merchant caravan had found her dragging the makeshift sled along the road at dusk, and the moment their lead trader caught sight of the snake's bulk, its massive fangs, iridescent scales, and the unmistakable shimmer of a monster core, he practically fell over himself to buy it, no questions asked. Ventis didn't mention her master, didn't hint at where it came from, just smiled, pocketed the coin, and promised herself she'd keep that secret sealed tighter than a mag cargo's shell. Still, as she tossed her pack to the floor and collapsed into her chair, she couldn't help but wince. Not from pain, from guilt. The battle with the Arbok hadn't been her victory. Not really. She'd issued one command, and Hoot Hoot had tried his best, but the fight was won by someone else. Someone currently curled up in her satchel, hidden beneath cloth and sulfur-stained rags. The fox, that mysterious, fire-hearted creature that had charged into the smoke and flames without hesitation, that had saved her life, and now was also her responsibility. Hoot? Hoot Hoot fluttered up onto his perch by the window, head tilted in concern. I know, Ventis muttered, resting her head against the chair's worn cushion. I shouldn't have brought her here, but I couldn't just leave her out there. She saved us, Hoot Hoot. Hoot, the owl replied, voice softer now. Then he hopped over and gently nuzzled her cheek, a small, smug chirp of understanding in his throat. Ventis gave a weak laugh. You're lucky, you're cute. Her eyes drifted to the satchel. Slowly, she unlatched it and reached inside, carefully lifting the limp, warm body of the fox Pokémon. She laid her down on a folded towel on the desk, brushing fur away from the wounded leg. Red and yellow fur, a single bushy tail, flared ears with thick crimson fluff. She was unlike anything Ventis had ever seen, definitely not a Vulpix. Ventis reached for her Pokepedia, a thick, leather-bound tome with gold-trimmed pages, and began thumbing through it, eyes scanning illustrations and taxonomies. Nothing. No match. Clearly fire-type, but maybe a Vulpix mutation? An undocumented strain? She mumbled, flipping back and forth. Or a rare hybrid? No. No second tail growth. No splitting. She sat back, staring at the sleeping fox, then looked to the corner of the room. A wooden crate filled with enchanted collars sat where she'd left them unfinished, unclaimed. Ventis frowned. I really don't want to collar her. Her fingers tapped the desk nervously. But if she wakes up and decides I'm the enemy, I'm toast. Literally. Reluctantly, she reached into the crate, selecting one of the smaller bands, smooth leather lined with a glimmer of magic ink. She adjusted it carefully, whispering the activation rune under her breath as the collar sparked faintly. Then, with a quiet breath of regret, she fastened it around the fox's neck. Sorry, little one, she whispered, voice trembling slightly. Just until I know you're safe. The collar hummed. The rune glowed, and the room fell quiet. When I woke, I was greeted by a killer headache, a dull burn in my left hind leg, and a world that was unsettlingly wobbly. Everything spun just a little too much for comfort, so I made a quick executive decision, keep my eyes closed, and pray I didn't hurl up my last meal. That's when I felt it. My paw brushed the side of my neck, and there it was. Smooth leather, cool metal, a faint magical hum. A collar. No good deed goes unpunished, I murmured. The memories returned in a rush. The fight, the fire, the Arbok. It had been lacking a better word, fucking insane. I had never felt more alive, or more terrified. That snake could have crushed me like a cheap Pez dispenser. I remembered peppering it with embers, trying to keep my distance. But it lunged, got me by the leg. The pain was sharp, but the panic, pure survival instinct that gave me just enough rage to fuel one last desperate move. I turned my head, forced a point-blank flamethrower right into its eyes. It screamed, spat me out, lunged again, and slammed headfirst into the boulder behind me. Knocked itself out. A miracle, honestly. The girl must have saved me after that. Fed me a petcher, patched me up, and slapped a collar on me. Of course, I muttered, rolling my eyes. Still, better this than ending up dead and bloated in a ditch. Or worse, something's breakfast. I sighed and ran my paw over the collar again. Strange. Shouldn't I feel, I don't know, subservient? Obedient? Mind-numbed? A sudden urge to sit when told? Nothing. I tilted my head and reached up to the clasp, gently working it loose. With a quiet click, the collar slid off and landed on the desk with a soft thud, its runes still faintly glowing. Is it faulty? I wondered aloud. I poked it with one claw, like a curious kid poking a dead mouse with a stick. The thing didn't zap me, explode, or lock itself shut. All the better, I said, grinning. I awkwardly struggled to get the thing back around my neck, fumbling with paws that still weren't built for finesse. Eventually, I managed to click it into place again. If they think I'm obedient, I can slip away when I need to, play dumb, stay alert, and bolt when the timing's right. The grin stayed on my face until the pain in my leg flared up again. Still, ow. I winced and chuckled weakly, the laughter swallowed by the ache in my muscles. Ventis stood in her master's study, hands clasped neatly in front of her, posture perfect. On the windowsill, Murkrow sat with his beak slightly ajar, visibly stunned. The sight brought her no small satisfaction. You called, Master Ignarius? She asked sweetly, offering a respectful bow and a practiced smile. Yes, the old mage muttered, stroking his long tobacco-stained beard. I heard you managed quite well carrying the sulphur down. He didn't even look at her. His gaze stayed on the parchment before him, eyes squinting as if performing some far more important task. Of course, it's all thanks to Murkrow here, he added, gesturing vaguely toward the window. But a job well done is still a job well done. He puffed himself up, oozing condescension like it was perfume. Here is your cut from the collars. Don't spend it all in one place. And for the god's sake, apprentice, take a bath. You look like you crawled out of a swinopsty. Ventis bowed again, expression unchanged. Yes, master. Thank you. She accepted the coin pouch with both hands and turned, walking briskly out before she lost control and plucked every feather from that smug, stunned Murkrow. Still, it was delicious seeing him like that. Small wins, Ventis. Small wins, she murmured to herself, repeating her little mantra. Inside the pouch were 2 gold shillings and 6 silver peckers. A pittance, barely a blip next to what she'd earned from selling the Arbok. That money, though it was hers, untaxed, unclaimed, untraceable. She'd already decided what to do with part of it. A gift? For the fox, Ventis knew full well the creature wouldn't stay hidden forever. If her master, or worse, the Baron caught wind of it, that fox would be gone, sold to the highest bidder from the capital. Or turned into someone's exotic trophy pet. Neither fate seemed fit for a Pokémon that had risked its life to save hers. So Ventis made a decision. A bold one. There was a ritual. Ancient. Forbidden in some circles. A binding pact between human and Pokémon. Not a collar. Not a master-servant bond. Something deeper. Rawer. More dangerous. A soul binding. It linked both parties completely. They would share pain, share strength, share thoughts. If the bond was mutual, it could grant great power, both psychic and magical. But if it was unwanted, it could destroy the mind of the human host, fracture them, leave them babbling wrecks, poisoned by the thoughts of a resentful Pokémon. Still, Ventis believed this fox wouldn't be like that. What kind of wild Pokémon saves a human? None. Or so she'd believed. But the fox had changed that. If it worked, she wouldn't just gain protection, she might gain a powerful ally and maybe, just maybe, a step up in rank. All she needed were the ritual components. A sliver of pinsir shell, a polished Stantler antler gem, and Poliwag foam, harvested at dawn. The antler gem was by far the most expensive, but she managed to secure all three for less than 2 gold, courtesy of her Arbok earnings. On her way back, she stopped by the workshop to change into a fresh robe. Her old clothes she handed off to the servants, already stained with sulfur, sweat, and worse. The cold bath outside was brutal, but welcome. Warm baths were for nobles. Apprentices like her got icy water, cracked tiles, and stiff towels. By the time she returned to her chamber, hair damp, limbs clean, she felt human again. Her room, as always, felt smaller than she remembered. Tucked away in the uppermost corner of the leftmost tower, it was one of the smallest chambers in the entire keep. A crooked ceiling beam ran through it, and the window barely opened, but it was hers. Most importantly, it was isolated. No one bothered her unless they climbed the spiral stair and rang the small bell tied to the rope below. She liked it that way. As she placed the ritual ingredients on her desk and glanced toward the sleeping fox, a quiet determination settled over her. She would do this, not just for safety, not just for power, but for respect. Ventis closed the door quietly behind her. When she turned, 2 deep red eyes met hers, sharp, watchful, and entirely too intelligent. The fox was awake. Hoot Hoot flared his wings and locked eyes with the fox, feathers puffed up. But instead of growling or tensing, the fox gently wagged her tail. Odd. Most Pokémon fought against the collar's binding magic. Some resisted for days, others for weeks. But this one? She was collared just this morning and already seemed at ease. Ventis crouched slowly. Hey there, is your leg okay? The fox turned, revealing the twin puncture wounds from the Arbok's fangs. They were still oozing thin, purplish fluid, seeping from the swollen skin. Ventis leaned in, sniffed the wound, and frowned. The poison hadn't fully cleared. 1 Pecha berry hadn't been enough. Hang on. She rummaged in her pouch and broke another Pecha berry into small pieces, offering them gently. This should help. She followed up with slices of an orange berry, cheap and easy to replace, especially when the goal was to restore someone she was about to bind her soul to. The fox didn't hesitate. She ate every piece and slumped down, exhausted. Ventis reached out tentatively and stroked her fur. It was soft, luxuriously soft, like running her hand through silk warmed by the sun. For a moment, she forgot the world, just brushing her fingers over the fire-kissed pelt. Then she snapped back to reality. Oh right, she straightened up, clearing her throat. Little one, I want to do something important. Please listen. The fox perked up immediately, ears twitching. Her gaze met Ventis's again, curious, focused. Okay, Ventis said, taking a deep breath. If anyone finds you here, I'll be punished. Badly. And you'll be taken, sold off, or worse. That's how it works here. The fox didn't blink. So, there's a ritual, a soul bond. It would bind us. No one could separate us, not legally, not magically. We'd share power, pain, even thoughts. But only if we both agree. She paused, feeling ridiculous. Talking to a Pokémon like this as if it could possibly understand. Most couldn't, unless raised by humans. Still, she had to try. I'm going to cast the spell now. Please don't fight it. If either of us rejects it, it could break us. Ventis reached for the ritual items she had carefully laid out earlier. She whispered the incantation, channeling every drop of mana she could muster into the ritual circle etched on the floor. For a moment, nothing. Then a flicker of gold and crimson light burst from both her and the fox, swirling together like smoke caught in moonlight. It was surreal, like watching her own soul step out to greet another. The lights mingled, then vanished. Is that it? Ventis blinked, unsure. She didn't feel any different. No surge of power, no echoing thoughts. Then came a voice, inside her head. If you're going to bind someone's soul, the least you could do is buy them dinner first. Ventis's heart jumped. Well, I suppose you gave me healing berries, so that's something. The voice was light, feminine, and sarcastic, like a very opinionated 6-year-old with a dictionary and a grudge. Ventis looked down at the fox, stunned. You can speak this clearly? Think this clearly, the voice corrected. Big difference. Aloud, Ventis whispered, You're not just echoing thoughts, you're actually talking. And don't expect all Pokémon to be like me. I'm special. Also, thanks, I guess. I really thought I was done for, playing the dumb hero and diving in to save your ass. Ventis smiled. You've got a sharp tongue. Try surviving in the wild for a few weeks and see what that does to your vocabulary. The fox smirked, or at least looked like she did. Anyway, name's Fennekin, but call me Fenn for short. I'm Ventis, she replied, junior mage of Hagsrot Castle. Fenn glanced around. Is greater than charming name for this moss-covered rock pile. Ventis laughed. So, what now? Fenn asked, tail flicking lazily. Ventis sighed. Honestly, I haven't thought that far ahead. Great. Love that for us. I can already tell this is going to be a disaster. She flopped back onto the blanket with a groan. Ventis leaned against the desk, smiling despite herself. Yeah, probably. Suddenly, both of them felt the bond locking into place like a key turning in an ancient door. The connection solidified, and with it came a surge of power that rushed into both of them like a roaring tide. Ventis gasped, clutching her chest. Her mana didn't just return, it exploded in volume. No longer thin wisps of purple energy threading through her veins, but a deep, steady pool of liquid fire. It pulsed warmly inside her, radiating power. She nearly flinched, expecting it to burn. But it didn't. It welcomed her. Then came the pain. 2 sharp, stinging points in her left leg, followed by a pounding headache. Not hers, Fenn's. She could tell. The bond made it obvious. Across from her, Fennekin sat very still, eyes half-lidded, lost in quiet contemplation. I'd say you're insane, Fenn's voice echoed in her mind. But then, what does that make me? I accepted you just as unconditionally. A moment of silence passed. Then, I guess I can't be too mad. My core just grew about 5 times in size. You too? Ventis grinned. My magic gained the fire element. She turned excitedly to Hoot Hoot. Isn't that amazing? Hoot, the owl replied, tilting his head. He said, wasn't that obvious? Fenn translated with a mental smirk. Wait, you can translate for me? Ventis nearly burst with joy. This is the best thing ever. Also, do I really need to keep wearing this thing? Fenn nodded down toward the collar around her neck. No, not really, Ventis admitted. But I was thinking of getting you a new one, soft, elegant. Something that says you're not some wild Pokémon. Hoot, Hoot, Hoot. Hoot Hoot fluttered down beside Fenn. He says he'd like a fancy one too, as long as it doesn't actually restrain him. Fenn translated smoothly. Seems like he trusts you enough not to need it. Ventis chuckled. We've always gotten along. Maybe I can make one that looks like a restraint, but isn't enchanted. She paused, a flicker of concern crossing her face. Might get punished for that, but... Well, too late now. Hoot! Hoot Hoot leapt up to her shoulder, smothering her face with enthusiastic feathers. Don't expect me to be that affectionate, Fenn added dryly. She licked her paw, then paused, mid-motion, blinking at herself. Great, I'm grooming. That's a thing now. She sighed and continued licking her wounds anyway. I'm not human anymore, she thought to herself. Might as well get used to acting like it. Thankfully, Ventis couldn't see memories through the bond. Her real secret was still safe. After some trial and error, we figured out how not to speak into each other's heads. Thank the gods for that. It was far too personal, especially for someone like me. The girl was kind, sure, but I was a 35-year-old man stuck inside the body of a female Fennekin. Some things are better left unshared. Way better. And yet, even with the mental firewall up, I probably learned more about Ventis in 2 hours than her own parents ever did. She was honest to a fault, painfully cheerful for someone in her situation, and oddly quick to trust. Apparently, she'd enrolled in a magical academy fully aware that, upon graduation, she'd be drowning in debt. That debt would be bought up by a full-fledged mage, who would then claim her as an apprentice in all but name. It was a state-sanctioned indenture, technically fair, practically a glorified leash. The law did require these masters to pay their apprentices, so in theory, you could eventually buy your freedom if you were talented, lucky, or knew how to keep your mouth shut and grind. It was a cycle, a self-perpetuating pipeline that ensured the kingdom had a steady supply of trained magic users. Wizards weren't just researchers locked away in towers anymore, they were military assets, capable of commanding multiple Pokémon in battle and devastating enemy lines with spells. Master Ignarius, her current owner, sounded like a prize. If you liked crusty, stingy, and spectacularly unimpressive, according to her, he had only 3 Pokémon to his name: an aging Growlithe, a one-eyed Pidgeotto, and a sadistic Murkrow I'd already had the displeasure of seeing firsthand. Even the local Baron, who barely outranked Ignarius, had only a handful of Pokémon, his pride and joy, a bloated Venusaur with a nasty temper. Rumour was, the Baron used that thing to dish out punishments. One lash of Vine Whip from something that size could probably draw blood. So yeah, power in this place wasn't just about magic. It was about who had what Pokémon, how rare they were, and how willing you were to use them like weapons. I sighed and scratched behind my ear with a hind leg. Why couldn't I have been rescued by a princess or something? I flopped back onto the straw bed. Whatever. She's nice. I shrugged to myself and kept waiting for her to return. Ventis all but danced across the outer courtyard, her steps light as if the wind itself had taken a liking to her. The evening light bathed the castle grounds in a soft amber hue, casting long shadows behind her as she jogged toward the tower. Her braid bounced with every step, and her eyes, usually tired, focused, or wary, now sparkled with purpose. Behind her, Hoot Hoot glided effortlessly, wings spread in slow, rhythmic beats, his round body turning like a living compass needle, ever drawn to her side. She felt powerful, not in the arrogant sense, but in the raw, almost childlike wonder of someone who had just discovered something extraordinary inside themselves. She was stronger now. She felt stronger. Her mana didn't flicker anymore like weak candlelight it roared. Not only that, but it now carried a fire element. Real, honest to the gods, fire magic. And Fenn gods. Fenn was like a treasure from an ancient tale. A talking fox with wit, bite, and a heart that, despite her grumbling, had chosen to save her. They were bound now, truly, linked by something deeper than collar or command. A soul pact, a bond that would make even senior mages blink twice. Up in the castle's central spire, Master Ignarius stood at his window, one hand twisting the end of his beard into a pale coil of worry. He saw her, jogging, smiling. He didn't like it. "Murkrow," he muttered, tone clipped and sharp. The blackbird shifted on its perch, blinking a beady eye. "Follow that girl. Figure out what's put that damn bounce in her step. Something doesn't add up. And if the kingdom learns I'm underpaying her." He didn't finish the sentence. The kingdom's enforcers weren't known for mercy. They were known for audits and iron. Murkrow let out a cackling chuckle, and with a single flap of its soot-coloured wings vanished out the window, slicing into the wind like a silent shadow. Always grinning, that bird. Always enjoying the misfortune of others. Ignarius turned from the window and began pacing, his ringed fingers tapping together with growing irritation. He had worked carefully to keep Ventis in check, meek, isolated, smothered, under a constant stream of tasks and rules. No friends, no freedom, just enough kindness to keep her quiet, and just enough pressure to keep her from breathing. Now she looked like a girl who had glimpsed freedom and liked it. He had suffered under a monster in his youth and vowed to rise above it, and he had. He had his comforts now. Roast meat, imported wine, velvet robes stitched with charmed thread. He wasn't about to let it all unravel because some overexcited girl decided to have a spark of confidence and a rare Pokémon. If she was hiding something, and she was, he would know soon enough. And when he did, he'd decide exactly how much of her fire to extinguish. Ventis rushed up the narrow stairs, taking them 2 at a time, and slammed her door shut behind her with a sharp thud. She didn't even hear the squawk of protest as the door clipped Murkrow square on the beak. The bird fluttered back with an offended hiss, glaring at the wood as if it had committed a personal betrayal. Inside, all was calm. Fenn was already curled up on the rug, her chest rising and falling in a steady rhythm. The venom had taken its toll despite the berries and rest. Her small body still worked hard to purge the last of the poison. Ventis offered a soft smile before nodding to Hoot Hoot, who flapped up to his perch and settled in with a low hoot. She, however, had no time to waste. Still buzzing with mana, her reserves now burning like liquid fire, she rolled up her sleeves and threw herself into her work. Enchanting the remaining collars should have taken all night, but with her newfound power, the glyphs practically carved themselves. Whispers of fire magic danced at her fingertips, each pulse of energy flowing smoother than it ever had. Before long, the final collar snapped shut with a satisfying click, the runes glowing softly. Exhaustion hit her like a thrown sack of flour. She barely made it to the edge of her bed before collapsing, sleep taking her the instant her head met the blanket. Outside, a familiar shadow flitted to the windowsill. Murkrow's eyes narrowed as he peered through the glass. His gaze locked onto the sleeping fox, a small, curled bundle of red and gold fur, and his cruel little grin returned. With a flap of his wings and a glint of glee in his eye, the bird vanished into the night. Ventis descended from her tower room as usual, expecting the familiar sight of a pile of enchantment work awaiting her. Instead, she found a single folded note resting neatly on her work table. Her heart skipped. The handwriting was unmistakable. "See me in my study, Master Ignarius." She took a deep breath, smoothed her robes, and made her way through the stone halls until she stood before the heavy oak door. 3 measured knocks. "Enter," came the familiar, grating voice. "Good morning, Master Ignarius," Ventis greeted with a respectful bow as she stepped inside. "And to you, my dear apprentice," the old mage said, stroking his beard with a too-practiced air of patience. "I've heard curious things. It seems you've acquired a new Pokémon. I didn't want to chide you without cause, of course. I am, after all, a generous master. But you should have told me. Wild Pokémon are dangerous, and it's my duty to keep you safe." He folded his hands in mock sincerity. "So then, bring it to me. I shall determine whether you're fit to keep it." "Of course, Master Ignarius," Ventis replied, bowing once more, her expression composed, even as a chill crept down her spine. She climbed the stairs quickly, heart racing. Inside her small room, Fenn was already munching contentedly on the food Ventis had laid out earlier. "Morning, Fenn," she said, closing the door behind her. "So the old crows finally caught wind of me?" Fenn didn't even pause between bites. "Didn't take long." "How do you know that already?" "We're bonded, remember?" Fenn flicked an ear. "I felt the anxiety spike in your gut from halfway across the keep. So, what's the plan?" Ventis let out a sigh. "I tell the truth. You saved my life. I used the bonding ritual in return. Simple. Then make sure your savings are short 2 gold coins," Fenn advised, now licking her paw. "Put them where you're hiding the Arbok money. If he digs around, and he will, he might wonder how you funded the ritual if your accounts are too perfect." Ventis nodded. "Smart thinking." She pulled the curtains closed, then knelt beside the loose tile under her bed, slipping 2 coins into the hiding place. When the precaution was done, she gently picked up Fenn, who let herself be carried without complaint, and hurried back down. She knocked once more on her master's door. "Come in," came the gruff reply. The moment Ventis entered, Ignarius stood. His eyes locked onto Fenn, and for a fleeting moment, he looked like he'd swallowed a burning coal. "Where did you get a fennekin?" he demanded. "In the forest," Ventis replied. "She saved me from a massive Arbok, burned out its eyes and drove it off." Ignarius narrowed his gaze. "A wild Pokémon saving a human. That's rich." Fenn's mental voice whispered perfectly rehearsed lines into her thoughts. Ventis kept her face carefully blank. The old mage stroked his beard again, calculating. "Remarkable. Yes, I think the Baron will be very pleased with this. You've done well. I'll ensure you receive a generous bonus." "I'm afraid that's no longer possible," Ventis interrupted politely. "I performed a bonding ritual with her." Silence. Then the room exploded. "You did what?" Ignarius slammed both hands onto his desk, the force rattling the inkpot and scattering loose parchment. "You dare conduct that spell without my sanction?" "I reviewed the terms of our apprenticeship contract," Ventis said, voice steady. "There's no clause barring bonding rituals. I'm within my rights." Even Fenn was stunned. "You little demon," she whispered in awe through the link. Ignarius stood frozen, mouth working silently. He looked like she had spat in his face, and in a way, she had. That little rat of a girl had just personally cost him thousands in potential coin. A fennekin? A real fennekin? Bonded? Gone. The rarest of foreign breeds, sealed beyond resale, unreachable to his ambitions. He wanted to roar, to strike her. But no, not yet. "Then hear this," he hissed, voice low and venomous. "By the terms of our agreement, I can restrict your movement. You are forbidden from leaving the castle grounds for the remainder of your apprenticeship." He gave her a cruel smile. "Now go, out of my sight." Ventis bowed, turned on her heel, and stepped out. The moment the door clicked shut behind her, she heard a loud crash, something wooden shattered against the stone wall. And despite everything, despite the threat, the fury, the danger ahead, her grin was wider than the castle gate. With the truth out in the open, Ventis no longer saw the point in hiding Fenn. Just like Hoothoot, the fox now followed her openly tail high, ears perked, and with the sort of smug confidence only a pampered Pokémon could radiate. The first order of business? A proper bath. Fenn refused to take no for an answer, and honestly, Ventis didn't blame her. Even if she had to haul every bucket of hot water herself and fill the old wooden tub one splash at a time, it was worth it. When she finally sank into the steaming bath, her whole body practically melted. Compared to the frigid wash basins she had endured before, it was like being reborn. The castle servants and staff took an immediate liking to Fenn. With her silken fur, warm eyes, and regal posture, she was easily the most adorable Pokémon they had ever seen, something soft and lovely in a cold, grey fortress. Even the gruffest of maids stopped to sneak in a quick pet, and more than a few toughened guards suddenly found pressing reasons to patrol near the tower stairs. "She's like a warm, fluffy cloud," Guard Captain Reginald muttered as he gently stroked Fenn's back when he thought no one was watching. "A dangerously cute cloud." It took less than 2 days for word of the rare fox to reach the Baron himself. When he learned Ventis had bonded with such a Pokémon, his first instinct was the same as always: kill the girl, take the prize. Fortunately, his advisor reminded him, in rather explicit terms, that the soul bond would collapse if the human host died. The fox would lose her will, her spark, perhaps even her power, certainly her usefulness. Disappointed but too dull to grasp the full value of what he nearly seized, the Baron shrugged and went back to petting his oversized Venusaur like nothing had happened. To him, contemplating murder was just another part of Tuesday. Ignarius, however, knew exactly what Ventis had stolen from him. Every time he saw the fox, his blood boiled. That Fennekin could have made him rich beyond imagination, one sale to a royal or archmage from the eastern colonies, and he could have retired in a palace. Now, he had a smug apprentice walking the halls like she owned the place. He poured every ounce of petty authority he had into her life: triple workloads, forbidden library access, revoked meals, midnight scroll copying punishments. He was so consumed by scheming and self-pity that he didn't even notice when his office window creaked open one evening and something soft and silent padded across the floor. Fenn slipped inside with practiced ease, nosing through the piles of scrolls and ledgers with quiet curiosity. When she reached the master-apprentice contract ledger, she squinted at the script for a moment, then smirked. "Well now, look at this. English. Not my native tongue, but I studied it in school." With the elegance of a noble thief, she flipped through the pages, tail flicking with delight. "So this is the Apprentice Handbook," she whispered, eyes scanning the text. "Let's see just how far we can push these so-called rules before the old bastard explodes." Her grin widened. "Oh, Ventis," she purred, "you've been playing defensively, but now we start having fun. I almost had to stop reading. My fur bristled with pure fury, and the emotion surged so hot that even Ventis felt it through the bond. I can feel the anger radiating off you like a furnace. What happened?" she asked, sounding genuinely worried. "Oh, nothing major. I just snuck into the old bastard's study." I murmured through our mental link, trying to sound casual. "You what?" she gasped. "Relax. He's out riding with the Baron, and he took all his Pokémon with him," I replied, flipping another page with my paw. "Now tell me, how much did he pay you last month?" "Just over 2.5 gold. I mean, that's what most people get here," Ventis replied, confused. I stopped, dead. "That scum-soaked, barrel-bellied leech," I growled. "He's bleeding you dry. According to this ledger, based on the collars you enchanted and the potions you brewed, he owes you 10 gold. 10! And that's not even touching the workload violations. He's gone above and beyond what's legally permitted for an apprentice. This isn't just shady, it's a full-blown breach of Crown regulation." My tail flicked as I sifted through the records. Well, what do we have here?" I muttered, stacking the most damning documents into a neat pile. Oh yes, these are coming with me." I paused. Getting them out unseen was the tricky part. Then it hit me. Send Hoot Hoot to his window. Now. Wait, what? If he finds out, he might skin me alive? Ventis said, alarm spiking. "Not if we bring the law's fire under his crusty old ass," I snapped. "We've got him, Ventis, dead to rights. Now tell me, how good is your handwriting?" "Pretty good. He makes me copy letters sometimes," she replied, hesitantly. I channeled my inner Emperor Palpatine and chuckled darkly in our link. Good. "Here's the plan," I said, giddy now. "We bring some high-quality parchment from this office. Then, you're going to write a perfectly polite, professionally worded letter to the Royal Mages Guild. We'll package it with these little gems of evidence, and when the courier comes by next week, poof, it's on its way." Ventis was silent for a moment, then let out a soft laugh. "You're enjoying this way too much." I just love justice served with ink and twine, I said with a wicked grin as I nosed open the desk drawer for sealing wax. Now, let's roast this bastard properly. The hardest part wasn't sneaking into Ignarius's study, nor gathering the evidence. It was making sure the old snake never caught a whiff of our little rebellion. The letter we sent was a work of art. Written in flowing, elegant script on scented parchment, it exuded the carefully curated cadence of nobility. Every word was measured, deliberate. No ink blot, no uneven curve in the letters. Just a heartfelt plea from a concerned noble-born mage who could not sit idle while the royal court lost a promising young talent to the clutches of a talentless fraud. The kind of letter that implied status without ever stating it directly. I laced it with just the right measure of high-born diction, words no self-respecting peasant would even attempt to use. Terms like malfeasance, egregious overreach, perversion of the apprenticeship clause. Let the guild chew on that. Then came the delivery. We dropped 2 gleaming gold coins into the courier's palm and asked very politely that the letter be marked critical urgency. The rider gave us a nod, pocketed the bribe without a word, and was off in a cloud of dust before the Baron and his crusty companion had even appeared on the horizon. Now I lounged near a modest fire pit outside the tower, chewing on a dry twig like it was a victory cigar. It tasted of justice and pine sap. "You're sure this'll work?" Ventis asked from her stool, her voice quiet but tinged with hope. "If this doesn't work, I'll cut off my tail and eat it," I replied, crunching down theatrically on the twig. He dug the grave himself. I just gave the headstone a nudge. She didn't smile. Not quite. Just exhaled and returned to her stack of unenchanted collars, slipping into the same calm rhythm as before. Her hands worked with the grace of practiced repetition, but I could feel it underneath the calm. Her heart burned like a hearth. "Besides," I added with a smirk, "if the guild comes down on him, you'll be assigned to someone new. Probably someone with a bit more spine, and a lot less thieving." "Let's just hope," she muttered. But there was something different in her voice this time. Hope. Hope laced with a sliver of rebellion. And that, my friend, is how you spark a revolution with ink, lies, and just the right kind of paper. It didn't even take 2 days. The Royal Mages Guild did not send a letter. No, what arrived was far more glorious. A gilded cage, flanked by royal paladins, rolled through the castle gates, each rider astride the most regal rapidashes I had ever seen. Their flames glowed like sacred fire. At their side marched a monstrous houndoom and several lean, battle-scarred mighty hyena, all bristling with anticipation, jaws twitching as if hungry for justice. The guards at the gate stammered and pleaded, but the paladins didn't even spare them a glance. They stormed in like a holy tide. I nearly tumbled down the tower stairs in my haste to witness it all, with Ventis right behind me. The lead paladin stepped forward, unfurled a scroll, and read with divine finality, "By royal decree, Master Ignarius is hereby stripped of title, position, possessions, including his bonded Pokémon, and sentenced to hang by the neck for crimes against the crown. Upon investigation, we have confirmed violations of the Master Apprenticeship Code in nearly every major clause, as well as bribery, tax evasion, and the assassination of a fellow mage." Ignarius stood frozen, paler than the limestone walls behind him. "By Arceus," I muttered through the mind link, almost giddy. We opened a way bigger can of worms than I thought. This wasn't some petty crook. He was a full-blown villain. "No way," Ventis whispered, trembling. "He actually killed someone?" Her thoughts stuttered to a halt as one of the paladins approached her, towering, armored, terrifying. "Are you Junior Mage Ventis, apprentice of the condemned?" Her voice cracked. "Yes." Without a word, the paladin knelt and removed his helmet, revealing a weathered, kind face. "Do not be afraid. You're safe now. Please, show me your hands." Confused, Ventis raised her palms, calloused, burnt, ink-stained, hands that told a lifetime of quiet suffering. The paladin's face twisted with fury. "Death is too soft for him," he muttered. Then, to our shared shock, pulled Ventis into a firm embrace. "You're not just an apprentice. You're a mage of the kingdom, and you matter." The swirl of her emotions in our shared link nearly made me choke with laughter and joy. It took several days for the dust to settle. Even the Baron wasn't spared a formal reprimand for negligence, delivered with as much ceremony as disdain. Ventis, meanwhile, received all of her stolen wages, and then some. She was offered Ignarius's possessions, books, instruments, his personal study. She refused. And that refusal shattered hearts. The paladins whispered among themselves about her humility, her trauma. To them, she was a shining emblem of resilience, a prodigy too scarred to touch her abuser's legacy. The truth? That was my idea. "It's better to take only what you're owed," I told her. "Don't ask for more. Makes you look stronger than anyone here. How do you know all this?" she asked, poking through our link. That is my little secret, I said with a grin. All I do is for our benefit. A harmless mystery, don't you think? I promise, one day I'll tell you, when it truly matters. You better, she whispered, scratching behind my ear in that spot that made my back leg twitch. And so, the castle settled back into silence. But a storm had passed, and from the wreckage, a girl no one noticed before stood in the light, unbroken, bonded, and reborn. Ventis received the letter just after breakfast, still wiping crumbs from her sleeve when she opened it. She was to pack her things immediately. A carriage would be arriving by midday. Not just any carriage, not just any master. She was being transferred to a renowned county, directly under the jurisdiction of a count, not some dreary backwater barony. According to the letter, her new master had recently lost a prized apprentice to a wild Raiden attack and had yet to accept a replacement. Ventis sat on her bed, stunned. I don't really have anything, she murmured. Just Hoot Hoot. You, and the gold we earned. These are just servant clothes. She tugged at her worn sleeve. You sure know just the right words to brighten a mood, I muttered with enough sarcasm to curdle milk. How about we slap the rump of that newfound wealth, Besides, I still technically own 14 of those gold coins. I did wrestle an Alpha Arbok for them, you know. Point taken, she grinned, choosing not to argue. Let's go shopping! The words were so vibrant, so alive, they nearly brought a tear to my eye, like a caged bird discovering it had wings, all along. Let's, Hoot Hoot and I chimed in unison. As for me, I had my own fashion moment. We visited the local Pokémon outfitter, where I picked out cyan silk ribbons and a finely crafted collar, a gleaming aquamarine stone nestled in the center, flanked by a silver nameplate engraved with Fenn. Hoot Hoot got a navy blue collar, sharp and understated. I may have spent 8 gold on my accessories alone, but a girl's got to look respectable, even if she's technically a quadruped with fire breath. When the carriage finally rolled up, it turned every head in the courtyard. Drawn by 2 hulking Mudsdale, it was no merchant's cart. Plush velvet seats, polished wood finish, and brass handles that gleamed in the morning sun. A gentlemanly driver tipped his cap and helped load the trunk light as it was, carrying only a few clothes and the glinting promise of a future. Then the wheels turned, and we were off. The Mudsdale pair pulling our carriage were about as chatty as bricks. They either glared down at me with the slow judgment of gods carved from stone, or ignored me completely. Neither option screamed, pleasant travel companions. Hoot Hoot, at least, was marginally better company. But only marginally. Turns out, if you're raised by humans to be more lapdog than partner, your conversational range doesn't reach far beyond food, naps, and the occasional hoot of approval. Ventis, however, was wide-eyed and full of wonder. Every new village, every bend in the road, brought excited chatter. She soaked up the scenery with a delight I found oddly contagious. Not that I hadn't seen views like this before back in my human life. I'd travelled across Europe, even made it to Australia once. If I squinted hard enough, these rolling hills and cobbled towns could have passed for parts of southern France or the countryside of Hungary. Still, I couldn't deny it, this life was better. I might be a quadrupedal firefox now, but I had actual flames at my beck and call. Literal firepower. That's not just cool, it's metal. The journey was long enough to demand 4 overnight stops at roadside taverns. Each inn was a little different one, with a singing innkeeper who couldn't carry a tune, another with beds that smelled of old cheese. But it was cozy in its own way. Ventis and I shared blankets, shared food, and most of all, shared that quiet sense of rising anticipation. We were moving on, moving up. On the 5th day, just after noon, we crested a ridge, and there it was. The castle of Count Evelna. Unlike the misaligned, tired grey stones of the old barony, this structure practically radiated nobility. Its sandstone walls shimmered in the sun, the colour soft and warm if a castle made of rock could feel warm at all. Tall towers crowned with verdant blue banners swayed gently in the wind, and well-paved roads spiralled outward from its gates like spokes on a nobleman's wheel. Below and around the castle stretched the city proper, Evelna, sharing its name with the noble house. Clean streets, organised rows of homes, tiled roofs, trimmed hedges. Not a whiff of the mildew and neglect we'd left behind in Hagsrot. Honestly, with a name like Evelna, I'd half expected to see EV evolutions lining the streets like heraldic mascots. No such luck. But I could feel it, the shift, the rise. This was going to be a very different chapter. Ventis smoothed down her violet-toned robe for the 5th time since stepping out of the carriage. Her steps were cautious, deliberate heels barely clicking against the polished stone of the Count's keep as she followed a guard in shining mail down an arched hallway. The torches lining the walls gave off a warm light, illuminating her unsure expression and the flicker of awe in her pale violet eyes. Trailing behind her, Fenn walked with a feline grace, tail swaying just slightly less from pride and more from an effort to look composed. Her new collar gleamed with its aquamarine jewel, and though her ears occasionally flicked at the strange sounds of the new place, she kept her head high. Close at her side fluttered Hoot Hoot, silent for once, perched lightly on the corner of her cloak like a noble's crest brought to life. They reached the audience chamber. Massive double doors swung open with a practiced creak, and the guard stood aside, gesturing her forward. Ventis stepped in and immediately felt herself shrink beneath the vaulted ceiling and towering stained glass windows. At the far end of the hall stood the Count. He was taller than she expected, broad-shouldered, wrapped in a deep green cloak edged with silver thread. His beard, though touched with white at the edges, framed a firm jaw and a smile that, though small, was genuine. His eyes were the warm brown of honeyed wood, and they rested on her with an expression that was neither judgmental nor patronizing, simply present. To his right stood a woman in deep blue robes, her pale hair drawn into a tight braid. Her skin was almost paper white, and her eyes, though sharp, seemed distant, unfocused. When Ventis knelt and bowed her head, announcing herself as the new apprentice, the woman gave only the slightest of nods. "Welcome," she said. A single word. Flat, functional, as if pulled from her lips by obligation alone. The Count didn't seem fazed by her coldness. He stepped forward with a chuckle, lifting Ventis's chin lightly with a gloved hand. "Stand tall, girl. You've earned your place here." She stood, though her cheeks flushed. "Thank you, my lord." Fenn, standing just behind her, narrowed her eyes slightly at the exchange, but said nothing. Hoot Hoot let out a soft hoot that echoed briefly in the chamber before silencing again. The meeting did not last long. A few pleasantries, a signature on a scroll, and a servant was called to show Ventis to her quarters. They walked up the castle's west wing, a far cry from the damp stairwell that led to her old tower in Hagsrod. When the servant opened the door and stepped aside, Ventis stopped short. The room was massive, not just by her standards, by anyone's. A canopy bed with silk sheets sat against the far wall, a writing desk with fresh paper and ink overlooked the courtyard, and a wash basin of polished copper sat near a set of drawers big enough to hold 10 of her old uniforms. A small fireplace was already lit, its flames dancing softly. She stepped inside like a visitor in a noble's estate. Fenn let out a low whistle and leapt onto the rug. Hoot Hoot landed on the desk and began grooming one feathered wing. Ventis walked over to the bed, touched the blankets, and then slowly sat down on the edge. It was impossibly soft, not like the stiff straw-filled mattress she'd grown used to. This welcomed her like a cloud. For a long moment, she just sat there, hands folded in her lap, unsure whether to smile or cry. "I don't think I deserve all this," she whispered to the air, barely audible. Fenn yawned and leapt beside her. "Better get used to it," she said lazily, curling up. "You earned it." And for once, Ventis didn't argue. "All my high hopes were shattered," I stated with a resigned huff. "I expected loads of Eevees from a place literally named after them. I mean, it's impossible that the name Evelna was not a wink at that Pokémon." "I saw one," Ventis answered. "Huh? Where?" I asked, my ears flipping into their upright position. "In a corridor we passed. A young girl picked it up and rushed away when we arrived." Ventis pointed it out as she thought back. Right, I might have been focusing on the massive double door in front of us more. I allowed a small smile. "Also that mage woman. Sheesh. If she is your new teacher, then we are up for a bumpy ride." "Oh yeah." Ventis sat up. She looked frail and unfocused. "I know her apprentice died, but it's not like they were family or anything. Many people die." "Wow, your old master really messed up your whole worldview," I snorted, letting a puff of smoke rise from my nose. "That man was a soulless bastard. I wonder if hanging can even kill it, or maybe he is too much of a worm to die from such." "Worm?" she asked, not understanding the word. "Never mind. Look, she lost an apprentice that likely was her right hand. Most mages should care and guide their apprentices closely. You can almost say they adopt them as their kids. Or, I think it should be something akin to that, based on what I've read in the Master Apprentice Manual." I hopped onto the bed. "So, yeah, losing her apprentice likely was a traumatic shock." "There you go again, using highbrow words I cannot understand." She frowned. "That just means I am smarter than you. You can praise me now." I offered my back for rubs. Ventis laughed and started to pet me. "You are one strange Pokémon, you know that?" she stated. Hoot Hoot jumped into the conversation. "Thanks, Hoot Hoot, for jumping on the bandwagon when it comes to me." I sighed. "I know I am not an ordinary Pokémon, but if I were, you would have died to an Arbok. I instinctively licked the spot where I was bitten, even though there was barely any sign now as the wounds had healed. The room still felt too large. Ventis sat on the edge of the soft bed, fingers idly running along the stitching of the linen, unsure what to do first. It was too quiet, too clean, too kind. After a moment of hesitation, she stood, opened her case, and began to unpack. Her clothes were folded with care, each piece a far cry from the rags she once wore as an apprentice under Ignarius. She took out her money pouch next, weighing it in her palm, then glanced around. The room had no loose tiles like before, no secret crevices in the floorboards either. Finally, she pried open the back panel of a decorative wooden chest at the foot of her bed and tucked the pouch behind the lining, placing a few folded undergarments above it for good measure. "Old habits die hard," she muttered. Fenn's ears flicked as she lay sprawled across the bed, watching her with mild interest. "You expect some castle maid to lift your stash like a rogue Meowth?" "Better safe than sorry," Ventis answered, pulling out her new mage robe. She changed quickly, the soft fabric wrapping around her like a promise. The colours complemented her hair, the high boots fit snugly, and the robe itself had just enough elegance to pass for noble-blooded, though she knew her roots were far from such. "I'm off to ask for a task," she said with a determined breath, adjusting the hem. "Wish me luck." "You won't need it," Fenn yawned. "They won't toss you in a basement. That's last chapter material." Ventis offered a faint smile and stepped into the hallway, heading toward the study where she was told her new master often resided. She knocked gently. "Enter," came the calm, cool voice. Ventis stepped in, bowed respectfully, and found the pale woman seated by the window, a book resting open on her lap, but unread, her gaze distant. For a long moment, the mage said nothing, only stared past the glass pane at the courtyard beyond. Then she blinked, set the book aside, and with slow grace, stood and retrieved a thick tome from the shelf behind her. Without a word, she placed it into Ventis's hands. "Study this," she said softly. "Return when you have questions." Ventis opened her mouth, half expecting a long list of duties, but the woman had already turned away, resuming her silent vigil at the window. "Yes, master," Ventis said quietly and took her leave. The book pressed tight to her chest. She returned to her room, a look of confusion etched across her face. Fenn, who had since sat up and begun grooming her paws, tilted her head. "No job?" the fox asked, ears perked. "No job," Ventis echoed. "Just this." She sat and placed the heavy book on her lap. A real spellbook, pages of theory, arcane runes, casting stances, formulas. It's all here. I haven't seen something like this since the academy. "Huh?" Fenn stretched, her tails flicking behind her. "Sounds like actual learning. What a concept." Ventis raised an eyebrow. "Are you mocking me or the situation?" "Yes." The girl snorted, then opened the book, fingers lightly tracing the golden glyphs along the edge of the page. "I'm not looking the gift ponyta in the mouth," she said aloud, more to convince herself than anyone else. Fenn, already bouncing with too much energy, stood and stretched again. "I'm going for a stroll. Keep the link up, I want to eavesdrop on the ancient wisdom." Ventis waved a hand, already lost in the diagrams and annotations. "Just don't get caught sniffing any shoes again." "No promises," came the mental reply, fading as Fenn slipped out of the room. The candlelight flickered gently, the velvet curtains swayed slightly in the breeze, and for the first time in weeks, Ventis read uninterrupted, no biting remarks, no cruel voice behind her, no looming threat. "As if I'd ever sniff shoes," I huffed indignantly, padding along the corridor as I scanned our new environment. It was nice, genuinely nice. Unlike the crumbling stone and mouldy air of the old keep, this place actually looked like someone gave a damn. Though built with siege defense in mind, the architecture was grand and well kept, exuding both strength and grace. I trotted into the courtyard, where neatly trimmed hedges and orderly rows of blooming roses flanked the gravel path. I cursed my current height too short to properly bury my nose into the flowers. Still, the wind was kind enough to carry their scent to me. Subtle, refined. I liked it. "You're that weird Vulpix?" A voice chirped from behind me. I barely had time to turn before I was scooped up from the ground by a girl no older than 10. "Personal space," I groaned, though of course it came out in a series of yips and growls she couldn't understand. "You're so soft. I'm going to ask Daddy to buy you for me," she squealed, nuzzling her face into my back. That was it. No one manhandles me like a plush toy. With a swift, elegant jump, I slipped out of her grasp and landed gracefully in the grass. I didn't growl, that would be uncouth, but I did give her a sharp, cutting glare, the kind that says, "Try that again, and you lose a finger." She stood in her frilly, Eevee-themed dress, a cream-coloured ruffle around her neck and petticoats, with an actual Eevee peeking out from behind her legs, giving me the kind of look usually reserved for soiled laundry. "You are not worthy of Master Esther," the little fox snapped, stepping forward. "I don't want to be," I said with a toss of my head. "I already have a master, a junior mage. Why in the name of Arceus would I want to be the plaything of a brat in cosplay?" The Eevee clearly didn't take that well. Without warning, she launched a swift at me. The shimmering stars struck my forehead, and I braced for pain. But nothing. I blinked, then blinked again. That was it? Was that a love tap? I've been hit harder by a sleepy oddish. I wasn't even angry, just baffled. "Eevee, stop. You mustn't fight, it could ruin your perfect fur," the girl gasped and scooped up the fuming little gremlin. The fox glared daggers at me from her arms, her pride clearly more bruised than I ever could be. I just sat down in the grass, stunned. "That was weird," I murmured to myself. "What was weird?" came Ventis's voice through our mental link. "Nothing serious," I replied. "Some noble kid picked me up like I was a stuffed doll. Her Eevee tried to throw down for her honor, but the hit was so soft I barely noticed. No harm done." Ventis mused. "Huh, this Pokémon doesn't fight back?" the young girl said aloud, still hugging her Eevee. "Her collar looks expensive. I wonder if the young mage ordered her to behave." "No matter, I'll go ask father." She turned and skipped off, her dress fluttering like a flag of delusion. "Don't scuff your coat!" I called mockingly after the Eevee, who gave me one last look of absolute indignation from over her master's shoulder. I snickered and turned back toward the bushes. That's when I spotted them sticks. Lovely, sun-dried, perfectly snappable sticks. For a fennekin, sticks were divine. Crunchy like a pretzel, just the right amount of flavour and give. I nosed through the shaded underbrush until I'd collected a small pile, which I then laid out carefully in front of me, sorted from smallest to largest, obviously. "This little swinub." I began to rhyme cheerfully, biting into the smallest one first and letting the satisfaction of the crunch echo through my soul. "Well, aren't you just a cute little one?" said a man in a dirt-stained servant's uniform as he knelt beside me. He smelled of freshly cut grass, and his hands were calloused from honest work. A gardener, I thought, sitting up and swallowing the last bite of my stick. He seems nice. I tilted my head, allowing him to pet me. It still felt strange sometimes having the mind of an adult yet constantly being doted on, but I'd be lying if I said it didn't feel good when someone knew what they were doing. And this man certainly did. "Ah, did you clean up all the sticks for me?" he chuckled. Such a helpful little Pokémon. He looked up just as a Stantler nudged him with its broad muzzle. Gardening tools clinked softly where they hung from the saddle strapped around the deer's frame. "You're helpful too, Stantler," the man said warmly, scratching the creature's neck. "Hey, big guy, I love your antlers," I said with a cheerful tail flick. "Thanks," the Stantler nodded, his voice deep and even. "You're new here, right?" "I am," I replied. "Just don't go burning anything in this garden, and we'll get along fine," he snorted. "I would never," I gasped, offended. "To ruin something this beautiful, that would be a crime, and I meant it." The neat hedges, the fragrant roses, it all felt alive, tended with care. "Good," the Stantler said simply, stamping a hoof in agreement. The gardener, having waited patiently as we spoke, stood and stretched. "Well, time to water the front garden. Make sure you don't dig up the lawn," he said with a wink before walking off. I let out a small bark, not with any real meaning, just a casual, "Okay." Then I looked down at my stick collection. Or rather, stick. Singular. I'd apparently munched through all but one, the biggest and nicest of them all. I picked it up delicately in my mouth and trotted back inside. Ventis was exactly where I left her, slumped at her desk with one hand propping up her head, clearly battling sleep over some painfully dry textbook. I'll let her suffer a bit longer, I thought, smugly, curling up beside the fire with my prize. It builds character. Esther stomped into the main hall with her frilled sleeves puffed and a determined gleam in her eye. Her polished boots clacked with every sharp step until she stood before the large oaken desk where her father, Count Alderic of Evelna, reviewed reports with a tired brow. "Father," she announced, without waiting for his greeting, "I want the fox." The Count raised his head slowly, the quill pausing mid-word. "The fox?" "The Vulpix, the one that follows the junior mage girl. She's soft, she's well-trained, and she doesn't bite even when picked up. I want her. Please buy her for me." Count Alderic studied his daughter for a long moment, his expression unreadable. He set the quill down with quiet grace, folding his hands on the table before answering. "No, Esther, I cannot." Her mouth dropped open as if slapped. What do you mean you cannot? You're the Count. You have gold. You have power. You can buy anything." "No, child," he said calmly. "Not this, and not her." Esther's cheeks flushed with heat. That girl is just a commoner. A peasant from some backwater barony. Why should she get to have such a rare Pokémon while I— Enough, Esther, he interrupted, the edge in his voice like cold steel. You may not always understand the reasons behind my decisions, but you will obey them. You are not entitled to everything you see. I hate you, she screamed, fists clenched at her sides. I wish Mother was still here. She wouldn't treat me like this. The Count's jaw tensed. He stood with slow deliberation and pointed toward the hallway. To your room. Now. Esther turned with a huff, skirts swirling, and stomped away with tears burning in her eyes. The hall was quiet once more. Only the slow crackle of the fireplace and the scratching quill of the advisor beside the Count filled the silence. It was bound to happen, the advisor said, not looking up. She's spoiled, the Count replied with a sigh, rubbing his temple. And grief only made it worse. The advisor cleared his throat, then laid a parchment on the table, one sealed with the heavy red wax of the Royal Mage Court. They were not subtle, he said dryly. The Count picked up the letter and scanned it again. He had already read it thrice. The wording had not changed. Ensure the junior mage, Ventis, and her companion, a Fennekin of rare continental breed, remains safe and well provided for. Any neglect or undue pressure shall be interpreted as obstruction of Crown interests. He folded the parchment again, more forcefully than necessary. Another leash, he muttered. Another reminder that no matter how high I stand, there's always a boot pressing down from above. They're watching, the advisor said simply. Yes. He looked to the high window where the light was beginning to fade. And until they decide to act, I'm to keep their precious girl safe. His eyes narrowed. But I'll be damned if my own daughter makes that harder than it already is. Alderic tossed the letter into the slit on the table with more force than necessary, the parchment vanishing into the inner box, reserved for sensitive correspondence. He exhaled slowly and reached down to pet his Umbreon. The old war Pokémon leaned into the touch, the long scar over its shoulder twitching slightly with each stroke. What am I to do with her? He murmured, eyes lingering on the flames in the hearth before drifting down to the sleek black fur under his fingers. He spoke not to a servant, but to the only creature in the room who had followed him through both blood and ash. Umbreon merely huffed, its red eyes narrowing as it gave the subtlest shake of the head, as if saying, You know what must be done. The flicker of irritation in its gaze made it clear it shared the burden, if not the solution. Just make sure that Fennekin isn't harmed while she's under our roof, Alderic added. More tired now. I'd rather not lose my head if the royal court sends auditors, and Duke Haxon's been sniffing for excuses to drag my past back into the light. The Umbreon growled low in its throat, then nodded. It turned and padded away with the silent grace of a veteran predator, its rings glowing briefly as it vanished into the corridor. Alderic shifted his gaze to the dark corner of the room. Haunter! The shadows near the wall rippled, and two spectral eyes blinked open within the gloom. Keep watch over my daughter, Alderic said without flinching. If she stirs up trouble, especially with the Fennekin, alert me immediately. And do not scare the mage girl, not even as a joke. The Haunter giggled in its wispy, unsettling tone and melted into the shadows like smoke on the wind. Should I prepare the strong tea, my lord? Asked the advisor quietly, standing nearby with a familiar look of concern behind his spectacles. Alderic sighed as he reached for a fresh sheet of parchment. Please do. I feel another letter coming. Meanwhile, in her room, Esther was fuming. It's not fair, she snapped, throwing a velvet cushion across the room. Why does some scraggly little commoner get a Pokémon like that? It's mine by right. Everything should be. She paced in a circle, fists clenched at her sides, her silk slippers muffling the sound of her tantrum. On the windowsill, her Igglybuff flinched and ducked behind a curtain. Her pink Wormadam chirped nervously from her decorative plant basket. Only her proud Eevee jumped up onto the bed, meeting her eye to eye. Esther collapsed beside her, fuming still but out of steam. Mother would have just bought it for me, she muttered bitterly. She stroked the Eevee's fur with shaking fingers, the simple act soothing her anger as the Pokémon gently nuzzled her cheek. After a moment, she pulled a silver comb from her vanity drawer and began running it through Eevee's coat, slow and careful. She's nothing, Esther said softly. That junior mage. I'll show her. I'll have that fox one way or another. Eevee's tail gave a single flick, and she leaned into the brush, as if agreeing. When I woke, Ventis was snoring softly over the open spellbook. I let out a fond sigh and padded over to her. With gentle care, I tugged the book from under her head and shut it, then grabbed a pillow from the bed and slipped it beneath her cheek. Sometimes not having hands is really inconvenient, I muttered to myself. Hoot Hoot blinked awake nearby, bobbing his head in silent agreement. A true night owl if I ever saw one. I padded to the window and peeked outside. Judging by the deepening shadows and the chill in the air, I'd apparently slept through most of the afternoon, and now, of course, I was far too awake for sleep. Also, I had a rather pressing natural need. "Watch over her while I'm gone," I told Hoot Hoot. He gave a wing salute in response, the gesture both adorable and earnest. I still found it touching how deeply the old bird cared for Ventis even more, now that his collar no longer dulled his mind. With a nudge of my paw, I opened the door and slipped out into the corridor, making my way toward the left wing of the estate where the foliage was less ornamental and more wild. After answering nature's call beneath a conveniently unruly bush, I exhaled and took a moment to sniff the air. It was crisp, but not cold, with the faint fragrance of summer blooms carried on the night breeze. Then I froze. "What are you doing out here?" came a gravelly voice from behind. 2 glowing red eyes met mine, followed by the gleam of a yellow ring just above them. The rest of the creature emerged from the shadows, a sleek, battle-worn Umbreon with the bearing of a veteran. His scarred shoulder caught the moonlight, and as he stepped closer, I noticed a subtle limp in his right foreleg. It didn't seem to slow him, but it told a story. "You're the Fennekin bonded to the junior mage, aren't you?" he asked, tone calm but commanding. I felt the pressure of his presence like heat radiating off hot stone. He was no mere pet, this Umbreon was a seasoned fighter. "I am," I answered respectfully. "And you are?" "I serve as Count Alderic's aide, in my own way," he replied, stepping close enough to sniff me. "You weren't raised among humans." "I can still smell the wilderness in your fur." "Interesting." "And strong too. Have you been fighting?" "I had a run-in with an Alpha Arbok," I admitted. "Managed to win barely. It was more fluke than skill." "There's no such thing as a fluke," he said with a slight grin. "You win or you lose. And you won." He circled me slowly, his gaze sharp. "You're favouring your left hind leg. I don't see a wound, which means the damage is deeper." "That Arbok, I assume?" I gave a dry chuckle. "Perceptive. Takes one to know one. You limp too, front right. Old injury?" "Good," he said, nodding with a hint of approval. "You've got fire, both literally and otherwise. That's what I needed to see. I was told to keep an eye on you, to make sure you weren't harmed by any missteps around here. But you're no pampered pup. You're battle-tested." He gave a low, rumbling laugh before turning to leave. "Just don't go looking for trouble, all right?" With that, his body shimmered into black mist and faded into the darkness. "That didn't sound ominous at all," I muttered, tail flicking as I trotted back toward our room. While I wasn't missing the constant threat of being turned into breakfast by a wild Urzering or worse, I was missing actual fights. Maybe it was a side effect of becoming a Pokémon, but after 2 weeks without a proper scrap, I was jittery, anxious, like static was building under my skin. And this new place? It didn't help. We'd only arrived a day ago, and I already felt like I was crawling up the castle walls with pent-up energy. Can you ask for a leave so we can go gather herbs, or some other made-up reason to stretch our legs? I grumbled to Ventis through our mental link, sprawled across the bed like a bored, Fennekin-shaped rug. We just arrived," she replied uncertainly. "I'm not sure if I should start asking things so soon." "Are you bored?" I raised a single brow in silence. "Right." She gave a nervous laugh, clearly feeling my restlessness seep through the link. "You really hate doing nothing, huh? You know what? I'll just ask the Lord's Umbreon to show me around. You keep studying," I offered cheerfully. "He has an Umbreon?" Ventis perked up, her tone betraying a flicker of excitement. "Yeah, apparently his job is to make sure I don't get hurt, so I'd bet he's around somewhere," I noted. These conversations were my favourite thing about our bond. No one could eavesdrop on us. Just a private thread between 2 souls. "Are you sure?" she asked, concern brushing the edge of her words. "Hey, if there's anything, you'll know right away. We're connected, remember?" I winked mentally as I jumped off the bed, gave myself a shake, and nudged the door open just enough to slip through. "Morning," came a deep, gravelly voice from my right. I jumped, slid on the stone floor, and spun into a fighting pose in less than a second. "Good reaction time," said the old Umbreon with a slight grin. "I was just looking for you," I replied, letting my stance relax. "Were you now?" He tilted his head with a knowing smile. "I want to look around town, maybe a bit further. Since you've been ordered to watch over me, I figured you could be my guide." "A good idea," he said, already turning. "I could use the stretch. You'd best keep up, though." With that, he vaulted over my head and broke into a brisk power walk toward the castle gate. For him, it was a casual stride. For me, with my smaller frame and shorter legs, it was practically a jog. Still, I was glad he hadn't refused. When we reached the gate, the guard didn't even blink, just stepped aside and opened the small door for us. Being the Lord's personal Pokémon clearly came with its perks. I want to see you fight too, he said out of nowhere as we reached the road. I glanced at him, ears perked. I know just the enemy to practice on, he added, smiling in a way that made the fur along my spine prickle. I'm starting to think I should have stayed in bed, I muttered, picking up the pace. Umbreon was almost like a taskmaster. Under his so-called watchful gaze, I had battled a small flock of Spearows, a thoroughly pissed-off Nidorino, and even a Sandshoe who delighted in repeatedly kicking sand into my eyes. That last one? I toasted him. Twice, just to make a point. Very rough. Barbaric, even. Umbreon muttered with a slow shake of his head. You have absolutely no grace or technique. Just wild grit. That won't do. Well, it's not like I had anyone to learn from, being all alone and such, I huffed. I was exhausted, filthy, bruised, and looked like someone had used me to scrub soot out of a chimney. My legs shook under me, and my ears drooped from sheer fatigue. I had never fought this many times in a single day, especially not without any real breaks. Not even your parents? He asked, his tone tinged with surprise. Nope. Grew up in the forest alone, I said proudly, lifting my head just a little. That's not something one should be proud of. Actually, that's just sad, he said, his frown deepening. For a moment, he truly looked at me, like he was seeing past the snark and the fire. Fine, I shall give you pointers, he nodded, with an air of solemn wisdom. Next fight. He started walking again. I just collapsed onto the dirt path in a fluffy heap. Can we not? I groaned into the earth. Oh, right. He turned back, then without warning, clamped his jaws gently around the scruff of my neck and hoisted me up like a misbehaving kid. This is humiliating, I grumbled, legs dangling. Want me to drop you? He asked casually, already trotting toward the castle. I didn't answer. I didn't have the strength to argue, let alone walk. My pride would survive. Probably. Oh, yeah. I definitely should have stayed in bed today. The soft crunch of gravel echoed beneath polished boots as Count Alderic strolled through the eastern garden path. Dusk had painted the castle grounds in muted golds and purples. The air scented faintly of roses and clipped grass. It was a rare, peaceful moment. Then came the sound. A low snort, followed by the unmistakable clop, clop, clop of deliberate paws. Alderic turned the corner and stopped. There, with all the dignity of a battle-weary knight returning from war, Umbreon marched forward with a limp, filthy, and absolutely exhausted Fennekin dangling by the scruff from his jaws. The Count blinked, then slowly raised a hand to his temple. For the love of what in the hells, he muttered under his breath. Umbreon didn't break stride. He padded right past the nobleman, with a nod so casual it bordered on smug, the tiny fox swinging slightly with each step like a defeated banner. The Pokemon's tail flicked once as he disappeared into the mage wing. Alderic stood there, jaw slightly slack, eyes following the pair as they vanished into the hall. Then he exhaled sharply and pinched the bridge of his nose. She's been here one day, he groaned, and I'm already losing my mind. He turned to head back to the keep, muttering to himself. Meanwhile, in the hall, Ventis had just rounded the corner when she came face to face with the scene. Umbreon, proudly carrying a dirt-streaked, bruised, and comically limp Fennekin. Fenn? She yelped, rushing forward. Umbreon calmly deposited his cargo onto the hallway rug with all the care of a delivery man completing his route. I opened one eye lazily. Not dead, just slightly overcooked. Ventis crouched over her, aghast. What in the world were you thinking? I was in no real danger, I mumbled. If things got dicey, your lord's watchdog would have punted them to Mount Silver. That's not the point. You look like you lost a fight with a golem's foot. I won, actually, I corrected, eyes already closing. Training sucks. Ventis sighed, scooping her up into her arms. You're impossible. Thank you, I muttered sleepily, and within moments she was softly snoring. Umbreon gave Ventis a knowing look, then padded off without a word. Ventis stared down at the soot-marked fur in her arms. Unbelievable, she muttered, turning toward the baths. One day. Just one day. To say that being washed in cold water after taking a beating was cruel would be the understatement of the century. Cold water was already torture on a good day for a fire type like me. Now, bruised, sore, and too weak to fight back, it felt like being showered in icy nails. If I survive this wash, I groaned, I will make sure you feel my fire, even if it hurts me more than it hurts you. Shut up! It's not even that cold and you were caked in dirt, Ventis snapped, though I could feel her wincing through our link. She was sore too, but still made sure I was cleaned up with care. How come I didn't feel this when you were getting a beating? She asked, as she wrapped me in a towel. I forcefully closed the link so you could concentrate on studying. Besides, it wouldn't be fair for you to suffer through my training pains. Then again, I hope you did feel how the water stung. I shot her my best stink eye. I did, she said, placing her hands on her hips. So, maybe avoid getting that filthy next time? That did it. I burst into laughter. Real, heartfelt, unfiltered joy. A few tired tears streamed from my eyes as my sides shook. What's so funny? She asked, the warmth of my joy bleeding into her mood. You finally acted like an actual Pokémon trainer, I said between laughs. Ash Ketchum would be proud. Who? Doesn't matter. What matters is that you're not just some junior mage anymore. You're a proper partner. Most treat Pokémon like tools, but not you. That fire in your eyes? That's what I need. We're going to be a great team. I limped over to my prized branch, ready for a nice chew, when something happened. My paw began to glow. No, my whole body felt like it had turned to molten lava. My bones stretched, fur shimmered, vision blurred, and then it all came back into focus. I was standing on 2 legs, nearly eye level with Ventis, who was staring at me with her mouth agape. My breathing slowed. I looked down sleek new limbs, broader shoulders, glorious shoulder fluff, a skirt-like yellow pelt, darker legs, and a thicker tail with my favorite stick now poking proudly from the top. Now that's what I'm talking about. I fist-pumped with my newly functional paw hand. You look amazing! Hoot Hoot cheered, hopping in circles on his single-clawed foot. Thanks, Hoot Hoot. That's sweet of you. Hello? Don't leave me out of the conversation. Ventis grinned. I still don't speak Pokémon, you know. What did you evolve into? Switching to our mental link, I beamed. I'm Abrasion now, but I've grown fond of the name Fenn, so let's stick with it. I pointed a stubby claw at her, now fully able to gesture. I had opposable thumbs. Short, sure, but real ones. I placed my paws on my hips with pride. All right, sister, we are officially cool now. It was honestly shocking how good it felt to walk on 2 legs again. I didn't mention it to Ventis that part of my past was still mine alone, a quiet truth I'd only share if the time ever truly called for it. The soft shoulder fluff felt luxurious, while the thick, skirt-like fur around my waist had an unexpected weight to it, not quite cloth, but far denser than ordinary fur. It offered a sense of protection, a tangible shift from the vulnerable form I had before. And the stick. Oh, the stick. It wasn't part of my body, yet it felt like an extension of my soul, a proper witch's wand. With it, I could manipulate a small orb of fire with effortless grace. Sliding it back into the bushy nest of my tail felt so natural it might as well have been a ritual. Everything about it just clicked. All the pain and soreness from earlier gone, washed away by the sheer surge of raw, balanced power that now coursed through me. The magical bond Ventis had forged between us had clearly affected my evolution. I was growing faster, stronger, more attuned to something far beyond normal expectations. It wasn't just confidence, it was clarity. I wasn't being arrogant when I thought it. I genuinely felt at the top of the world. My old collar had shifted too. Now it looked like an elegant choker, complete with a gem nestled in the center, far more fitting for my new form. I took the time to tie red ribbons into my ear tufts and even added one to the tip of my tail for flair. If I was going to evolve, I might as well look the part. You look great, Ventis chuckled, as she watched me twirl in front of the mirror. Yeah, well, I smirked, admiring my reflection. I've got to look my best if I'm going to turn you into a kingdom-class wizard. I gave her a wink and struck a pose. If we were going to rise through the ranks, we might as well do it with style. King Callister Vermont sat in his private garden, savouring a chilled glass of wine. His delibird rested comfortably beside the bottle, ensuring it remained at the perfect temperature. Behind him, the manicured sprawl of the royal manor framed the serenity of the scene, and he relished it. This elevated picnic terrace was one of his favourite spots, offering a gentle view of the hedge labyrinth below and the scent of blooming gardenias on the breeze. The moment was close to divine, but what truly elevated his mood wasn't the wine or the view, it was the latest report. A young mage, barely more than a novice, had successfully bonded with a Fennekin, a fire Pokémon from the Zhaoshara Kingdom, their long-standing rival. Not only was that alone a political slap across the face to Zhaoshara, but the bond was said to be near perfect. Such a feat was unheard of even among his veteran court wizards. At present, only 5 individuals in his entire kingdom had achieved a proper bond with a Pokémon, and only 2 of them, Archwizard Gehatu and now this girl, Ventis, had a bond strong enough to be considered flawless. He chuckled quietly to himself, letting the wine roll across his tongue. 6 years ago, the war with Jaushara had nearly broken both nations, but they were the aggressors Callister had only needed to outlast them. With his resources conserved and their coffers drained, Jaushara collapsed into revolution. Many expected Callister to retaliate, to seize weakened territory, but he had refused. Any fool could conquer a ruined land, holding it, feeding its people, and preventing rebellion. That was a different matter entirely. "Check," he said calmly, pushing a rook forward. "Not again." His son, Prince Augustine Vermont, leaned forward over the chessboard, brows furrowed. "How do you keep beating me? You're barely even looking at the pieces." "A good strategist sees the enemy's move before they even make it," Callister replied, amused. He took a long sip from his glass. Augustine leaned back, rubbing his chin thoughtfully. "Father, why haven't you summoned that junior mage to the capital? She'd learn faster under the royal tutors." Callister arched an eyebrow. "I could give you the answer, but it would serve you better to think it through yourself." "Well, she's a commoner," Augustine began. "Are you worried the nobility will react poorly? Couldn't you just grant her a noble title?" "On what grounds?" Callister asked, setting the glass down gently. "A king cannot hand out titles like candy. Each one weakens the legitimacy of all others, granting status without merit, or cause risks turning the nobility against me." "But you're the king," Augustine protested. "They wouldn't dare speak against you." "No," Callister agreed. "They wouldn't speak. They'd act. Slowly, quietly. A snub here, a delay there, one missing vote at a key meeting. And over time, power erodes." He turned back to the chessboard. "Any fool can rule a kingdom, but ruling well, that's the real art. You must keep the people safe, the treasury steady, and the nobles satisfied, all without letting any one group hold too much sway." He paused, letting the weight of the words settle. "That," he said finally, "is what you must learn, my son." Callister knew all too well which nobles liked peace, which ones were greedy, and those who hungered for conquest. As for him, he simply wanted his people to prosper, with or without conquest. "If you're that worried she might lag behind, why don't you go to the Count's estate as a guest for a while?" "Father, you surely cannot be serious," Augustine said, swallowing hard. He had all his friends in the capital, the perfect teacher, and his favourite foods. "I have everything here. You're still young. A few months won't change anything. Besides, I can very easily send your personal chef and tutor with you, if you're worried." Callister smiled. "How do you—" Augustine looked up after taking a move on the chessboard. "Easily. I know you well, son. Do this, and I'll consider your request for that sword you wanted." Callister smiled and moved his bishop. "And that is checkmate." Ventis woke to see Fenn leaning over the magic book she had received. The Pokémon was apparently reading it. "As far as I can tell, human magic is different from Pokémon powers," she said, as she turned and let her legs dangle off the side of the bed. "Oh, I know," came the now teenage girl-sounding mental voice from me. "I was just curious. It's very—" She paused, trying to find the right word, then gave up and said the first that came to mind. "Shit." "What?" Ventis stood up and started to comb her hair as she walked to the table. "I know you're going to ask how I know stuff," I began, but was quickly interrupted. "No, I don't care about your past. Tell me what's wrong," Ventis asked, genuinely curious, as she too had found the book frustrating. "Well, here it says fire is an element," I said, poking a line in the book, then flipped several pages and pointed again, while here it states that it's a state of being for energy. It's like this book just mashed together different ideas because they sounded vaguely similar. "Well, yeah, but nobody knows what fire really is," Ventis shrugged. "Wait, don't tell me." "Indeed, I am one such per Pokémon who knows," I quickly corrected herself before she said, "person." "Now, sit down, because Teacher Fenn is in the room." Ventis rolled her eyes but smiled as she sat down. Fire is a chemical reaction also called combustion. For it to be fire, 3 things have to be present. Fuel, meaning something that can burn, oxygen, part of the air we breathe, and heat. You take away the fuel, the air, or cool down the place where the fire happens and it goes out. Ever wonder why a candle flame dies if you put a glass over it? No, wait, are we taking away the air in that case? Ventis asked. Smart girl, I nodded. The fire doesn't go out instantly because there's still air trapped inside, but the part that's needed oxygen gets used up really quickly. The air fills with something else, what you call smoke, which contains 2 new forms of oxygen now bound in other molecules. Both are bad if you breathe them. That's why people die in burning buildings even if they're not burned at all. They suffocate due to lack of usable air, which also turns toxic. That's a lot of things to take in at once, Ventis said, though her eyes were already shining with curiosity. I was actually starting to enjoy teaching modern chemistry and physics to Ventis. She was a sponge when it came to knowledge, curious, attentive, and quick to grasp even the strangest of concepts. Once she accepted that I knew things that shouldn't be common knowledge in this era, it became, well, kind of fun. Refreshing, even. Atoms, molecules, gravity, all of it was alien to any wizard or alchemist of this age. And yet, she not only kept up, but began making educated guesses. What started as lectures often turned into lively debates. I wasn't a scientist myself, of course, far from infallible. My memory wasn't photographic, but I'd always gotten top grades in chemistry and physics, thanks to my obsession with space, chemical reactions, and how things worked on a fundamental level. In both Pokémon and mage systems, the fuel for fire came from internal energy rather than ignitable gases or solids. That created some gaps in our shared understanding, but we worked around them. For example, her fireball. Once no larger than a chestnut, now she could conjure one over a meter wide. A scientist would call that an exponential leap. The same thing happened with her lightning magic. Before, it was little more than a spark. But after understanding the concept of positive and negative charges, what lightning really was, she accidentally singed my tail from 10 meters away. After that, we agreed to conduct experiments more carefully. Water magic improved too, though not as dramatically. Her newfound understanding of condensation and that air carried water vapor helped her conjure small amounts more efficiently. But other than mastering a few basics, progress was slow. Wind magic, however, now that was terrifying. I was genuinely unnerved the first time she sliced clean through a wooden training dummy and left a gash in the stone wall behind it. "I think we found your element," I muttered, crouching down and poking a claw into the stone. "This is solid rock. Did you use sand and water vapor in your air slash?" "It made sense to do so," Ventis replied casually, as if describing the weather. "I spun a spiral of thin air into a blade like that chakram thing you mentioned, then added sand and frozen vapor before launching it." She had, quite casually, just described the creation of a murder spell. "Yeah, how about you save that for a last resort?" I said, my fur prickling as I stood up. A force push using air is safer, far less lethal. I didn't want her to hurt someone by accident, not at her age. That spell could have cut a knight in two, or at the very least sliced open armor and everything beneath it. "I agree," Ventis nodded thoughtfully. "Still, I was curious how far I could push it. As long as it wasn't on someone. Oh, I can tell." I folded my arms and gave her a look. "Well, it's not like we can just pretend that didn't happen. If anyone asks, I'll say that was me, using Metal Claw." I sighed, already bracing myself for the questions to come. Pellienne stood at the open corridor, watching the clouds drift across the sky. No matter how hard she tried, the sight that had greeted her in the forest a month ago refused to leave her dreams. She still woke up breathless, heart racing, haunted by the memory of her beloved apprentice torn to shreds. The Count had found the Rhydon responsible and mounted its head on a wall as some twisted token of justice, but it had brought her no peace. Revenge did little to patch the gaping wound left in her soul. The boy had been like a son, a prodigy. With enough time and training, he could have become the next court wizard, but his spark, his bright, blinding potential, had been extinguished before he even turned 18. With a tired breath, she closed her notebook. The page only bore a few lines of ink half-thoughts, shallow observations. She still fulfilled her duties, but the fire within her had dimmed to embers. If I had been there, I could have saved him. The thought had gnawed at her for weeks, never letting go. Just as she turned to retreat to her quarters, a sharp sound made her tilt her head toward the training courtyard. What she saw shattered her indifference in an instant. Ventis, her current apprentice, stood in the courtyard without a wand. Her small frame stiffened with concentration before she released a wave of wind that cut the training dummy clean in two and carved a jagged wound into the stone wall behind it. Pellienne stared, expecting the girl to collapse, her mana spent. Surely this was a final desperate cast. But instead, Ventis simply summoned another spell, then another composed, collected, focused. Then Pellienne's eyes fell upon the girl's Pokémon. The Fennekin had evolved. Abrasion now stood at her side, the stick in its tail glowing faintly, its expression sharp with pride. The two were not speaking aloud, but their expressions shifted subtly, like dancers in a conversation without words. And then it clicked. Pellienne nearly smacked her forehead as she recalled the footnote in the bonding report. Ritual quality, exceptional. Now she understood. The girl wasn't channeling raw talent alone, she was drawing from a shared mana pool, a true bond between mage and Pokémon, 1 in 100,000. She chose not to interrupt. For 10 whole minutes, Peliene stood frozen, watching Ventis cast spell after spell, controlled bursts of flame, tight orbs of lightning, even blades of air. None as overwhelming as the initial attack, but each one executed with discipline and clarity. They weren't flukes. They were the signs of a young prodigy blooming before her eyes. It frightened her. Not because Ventis was powerful, but because it meant the world hadn't stopped moving. Magic was still advancing. Hope was still rising, even as she had nearly let herself fall into despair. "Who are you, girl?" She pulled her notebook open again and, for the first time in weeks, began to write. Something inside Peliene clicked as she watched the incredible display of talent unfold before her. The grief still clung to her heart like ivy on stone, but for the first time in weeks, she felt something stir beneath it, curiosity. A desire to see how far this young girl might go. "I'll get my hopes up, just one more time," she whispered, tightening her grip on the notebook she had once left to collect dust. Esther, the daughter of the Count, was watching the same scene from a completely different angle, both literally and figuratively. She didn't care about magic, not truly. It all looked like sparkles and tricks to her. Peliene could do amazing things too, and no one made a fuss about that. No, her eyes were on the fox. Now evolved, the Pokémon had become even more elegant, with a large, bushy tail and long, silky ear tufts. Esther imagined how soft it must feel against her face. How lovely it would be to have such a creature curl beside her bed. Her longing only grew fiercer when her father refused to indulge her. So, in true spoiled fashion, she decided to take matters into her own hands through pranks. Little things, nothing serious. She slipped tufts of female Rattata fur into Ventis's boots, knowing full well the scent would attract every male Rattata in the vicinity. She expected a horrified scream or a frantic dash through the hallways. Instead, she got a far less satisfying result. A couple of startled Rattata flew out of the yard, hurled not by the Pokémon, but by Ventis herself. Not discouraged, she upped her game. She sprinkled stinging ivy leaves over the freshly laundered clothes delivered to Ventis's room. That one did get a reaction. Ventis had yelped and hissed in pain, but somehow, Esther had been found out. She was grounded for a week. Again, but just as she was beginning to think her life had become boring again, a new rumor spread through the halls. The second prince was coming to visit the estate. Suddenly, she couldn't have cared less about the fox. The prince, a real one. He was 19 and she was barely 11, but that didn't matter to her. Love stories always began with glances across the garden or unexpected conversations in a hallway. She would be a princess someday. Even if it took years, she was certain. She only had to make a good impression. And so, she dedicated herself to that goal with a renewed and shallow passion, prettifying herself with flowers, ribbons, and a rather heavy dose of perfume that left half the maids sneezing. Ventis was growing fast, faster than even she expected. What had once taken her days of chanting and gesture now felt like second nature. Her spells snapped into place like well-rehearsed lines in a play. It wasn't just raw talent, it was understanding. True, grounded understanding. Master Peliene had taken notice. The once distant woman, who barely uttered more than a few words during their first week together, had begun giving her small tests, quiet assignments written in looping ink, and slid under her door each morning. Sometimes it was a spell theory question, other times a riddle disguised as a magical conundrum. Occasionally, she was asked to enchant a simple object by the end of the day. Ventis completed each one with ease, often by lunchtime, and more than that, without breaking a sweat. Where her previous master had been harsh, critical, and impatient, treating her more as an enchanter for hire than a student, Peliene was the opposite. Reserved, observant, patient. She didn't praise much, but when she did, it mattered. Yet Ventis was holding something back, a secret. She never spoke of the lectures held in hushed whispers during quiet nights, the ones where Fenn, her now radiant Bracian, spoke of modern science, of atoms, of molecular bonds, of gravity and energy states, things that sounded like madness to any wizard or alchemist, yet somehow made sense, made everything easier. Ventis had discovered that once she understood why fire burned, she didn't need to brute force it. Once she grasped how charge worked, lightning came not with chaos, but precision. Her spells consumed less mana, sometimes less than a quarter of what she used to expend. And the result? Stronger, faster, sharper spells. It was as though the laws of the world had become her tools, not her obstacles. The best part? Her mana pool had grown too, day by day, like a well fed by a hidden spring. To anyone else, it might have looked like sudden brilliance, but Ventis knew the truth. She wasn't just casting magic, she was understanding it. Fenn had changed too. The once snarky little fox had become something of a scholar herself. No longer just a partner or battle companion, she was now a fellow researcher, a tutor, a sister, and a terrifying force of nature when unleashed. Braixen had recently learned a series of new moves. Flame Charge, which made her vanish in a streak of burning light. Psybeam, a rainbow spiral of condensed psychic force that made even armored knights collapse. Light Screen, a shimmering wall that could deflect spells like a polished mirror. And most terrifying of all, Flamethrower. Fenn claimed she had been using it even before she learned it officially. "I just didn't know it had a name," she had smirked. And then there was Umbreon. The old, battle-scarred shadow stalker had taken it upon himself to drill Fenn mercilessly. 3, sometimes 4 times a week, he would appear like a ghost outside their window, tail flicking, eyes gleaming with the promise of exhaustion. And Fenn, ever the eager pupil, would follow. When she returned, she was often limping, drenched in sweat, and too tired to talk, her ears drooping and tail dragging like a mop. But there was always a flicker of satisfaction in her eyes, a fire well earned. Ventis would patch her up, dry her fur, and sit with her in silence. They didn't always need words. Sometimes a shared smile was enough. One night, after Fenn had collapsed onto the bed without even taking off her ribbon-tied tail ring, Ventis sat beside her with a book in her lap and a candle flickering beside her. "You're pushing yourself too hard," she murmured. "I'm preparing," came the sleepy reply. "We won't always be in a castle." Ventis looked at her quietly, brushing back a stray tuft of ash-coloured fur. "No," she whispered, "we won't." Outside, a warm wind stirred the trees. Magic and change hung in the air like the scent of ozone before a storm. And somewhere in the night, Master Pellienne paused in her own study, a faint smile forming on her lips as she looked over a report that bore one name, circled in red ink: Ventis Thorn. Ventis wasn't sure what she expected when Fenn finally asked for something in return for all her unmatched and superior teachings, as she so often called them. A feast of roasted oran berries? A personal servant? Perhaps a silver mirror to admire herself in? But instead, she asked, "No," demanded a hat. "A witch's hat," Fenn had said proudly, puffing out her chest fluff. Pointy, folded just so, a bit of a lean, like this. She tilted her head in dramatic demonstration, and it must have character. That means a few tasteful wrinkles and an adjustable strap, not for my current majestic form, but for future evolutions. Style must transcend time. Ventis, blinking twice, had to ask her to repeat the whole explanation again slowly. Eventually, the tailor, to his great confusion, took the order, muttering something about eccentric nobles and their pets. But when the final piece arrived 2 weeks later, Fenn fell silent. Her eyes widened. The fire-type fox slowly took the hat with both paws, reverently, like it was a crown. And, in a way, it was. The deep violet fabric drooped with just the right amount of sag, the brim curling with a jaunty flare. A leather belt ran around its base, entirely decorative, of course, and shimmered with a polished brass buckle that glinted in torchlight. It sat atop Fenn's ears like it had always belonged there, slanting just enough to make her look mischievous but wise. That night, under the full moon, Fenn danced through the courtyard, spinning her staff of flame in wide arcs that trailed blazing ribbons in the air. Her hat flapped lightly with every twirl, every leap. The embers reflected in her amber eyes like miniature stars. From the window above, Ventis watched with a tired smile. "She's going to ask for a cloak next, isn't she?" Hoot Hoot hooted softly beside her. "She's going to want it enchanted too." The owl blinked once. Ventis sighed with a grin. "I'll take that as a yes." Below, Fenn struck a dramatic pose, flames swirling at the end of her wand, her hat casting a long shadow behind her. "Behold," she declared, "to no one in particular. Teacher Fenn the Great is ready for her next lesson in fabulousness." The wind carried her laughter through the moonlit halls, and for a moment the old stones of the keep seemed just a little warmer. "You are absolutely impossible," a familiar voice cut through the night, jolting me from my perfect recreation of the Sailor Moon pose paw raised high, tail flicked dramatically, and my brand new hat angled just right under the moonlight. It was none other than my perpetually grumpy teacher, Umbreon. "You're just jealous that I have a hat and you don't," I said with an uppity grin, striking one last pose before letting my arms drop. "As if you could ever get me to wear an ugly hat like that," he scoffed, stepping closer with that deliberate, unimpressed gait of his. "You wouldn't understand fashion if it poked your eye out," I huffed, flicking the brim of my hat proudly. "Besides, why are you here?" I straightened up, instantly more serious. "Umbreon didn't show up for casual banter ever. You must have heard about the prince coming in a day or two," he said, sitting down lazily and licking his paw, as if this was just another Tuesday. "So you came only to tell me not to start a fight," I said, twirling my wand stick with a practiced flick before slipping it smoothly back into the sheath of my tail fluff. Sorry to disappoint, but I'm not the type to evolve and suddenly think I'm stronger than everyone. You've already hurt my pride enough for me to know better. Well, that's reassuring. You've got way too much pride as it is, he added with a glint of teeth that was either amusement or warning. Still, he has 2 strong water types, so better not even accept a duel. Tell that to your master too. Umbreon stood, gave one last stretch, and turned to leave. She's my partner, not Mass. I started, turning to follow him, only to find he had already vanished. Stupid jerk and his disappearing act. I might start calling him Batman, I muttered, tail swishing in annoyance, as I padded off toward Ventis's room to get some sleep. That night, all my dreams were about home. My father, always managing to get on my nerves with his military-level obsession with cleanliness, pointing out even the smallest wrinkle in the curtains as if it were a national emergency. Then there was my brother, who treated Pokémon Go less like a game and more like a full-time job. If he hadn't had actual employment, I was sure he would have spent his days endlessly walking, phone in hand, catching virtual creatures like his life depended on it. I even sighed in my dream, fully aware I'd never see them again. Still, I had been given a new life. A new chance to become someone better. When I woke, the first thing I noticed was Ventis hugging my tail. Only you, I whispered with a tired smile, letting her be. No one else would ever be allowed to sleep hugging my tail, only her. It wasn't a bad feeling, really. Just deeply personal. Back when I was human, I never truly understood tails, but after gaining one, I learned they were practically bundles of nerve endings, sensitive, intimate, a strange comfort I never expected. Shackled by her soft human arms and unable to move much, I decided to make use of the time. Carefully, I reached for the big book near the bed and flipped to a later chapter I hadn't managed to read yet. Legendary Pokémon. I muttered to myself. I wonder which ones made the cut. There was mention of Mew, Kyogre, and Groudon all expected. But what caught me off guard was a passage about a wish-granting Pokémon, described only through vague legend. The moment I read it, I knew exactly who it was. Jirachi. No mention of Arceus, Dialga, Palkia, or Giratina. Then again, Arceus is more like a god than a legend, I whispered, careful not to wake Ventis. And then, the peaceful morning silence shattered maids and butlers suddenly rushing past the hallway toward the main gate. I sighed, ears flicking slightly from the sudden commotion. I can only guess who just arrived, I murmured. This is going to be a whole thing. The royal carriage rolled steadily down the cobbled road, its dark blue velvet drapes pulled aside just enough to reveal the young man inside. Prince Augustine Vermont, second son of King Callister, sat with one leg crossed over the other, gloved hands resting neatly on the carved armrests. He wore a formal high-collared jacket, navy and silver in colour, with the royal crest embroidered across his chest, impeccably tailored, as always. A slim rapier hung at his hip, more ceremonial than functional, but polished to a mirror finish nonetheless. His golden hair was neatly combed back, not a strand out of place. His expression, however, was one of thinly veiled boredom. He glanced at the approaching castle from the window, watching the distant figures already beginning to line up for his arrival. A cluster of castle staff and local nobles had begun to gather in the courtyard. Beyond them, banners bearing the crest of the Count's house flapped in the morning breeze. Augustine exhaled through his nose and allowed his back to press a little deeper into the cushion behind him. With no one else in the carriage to see him, he let the smile fade from his lips. This is going to be a whole thing, he murmured to himself, rubbing one temple with a faint sigh. The moment the carriage came to a stop with a soft jolt, the practiced smile returned to his face, flawless, measured, and dignified. The door swung open, and the footman extended a hand. Augustine took it only lightly, and stepped down with the grace of a man raised since birth, to be watched, judged, and followed. He adjusted the cuff of his jacket as he approached the steps. The Count was already waiting at the top, older, robust, with a broad mustache and a deep bow ready. Beside him stood a girl, no older than 11, but dressed in a garish explosion of pink, silk, feathers, and ribbons that clashed with the muted elegance of the morning. Her hands were folded behind her back, cheeks redder than cherries, and her eyes locked on the prince with the rapture of someone who had already written the wedding vows in her head. "Your Highness," the Count boomed, bowing deeply. "We are honored by your presence. I trust your journey was comfortable?" "Indeed," Augustine replied with a soft smile and a graceful nod of his head. "The countryside is as charming as ever. I thank you for receiving me on such short notice." "We are but your humble servants, your Highness," the Count replied. Augustine's gaze flicked to the girl, who curtsied with such enthusiasm that one of her ribbons nearly came undone. Her eyes shone with admiration and a touch of mischief. "My daughter, Esther," the Count added with a proud chuckle. "She insisted on greeting your Highness personally." Esther giggled behind her hands, trying to balance elegance with glee and failing magnificently. "Welcome, Your Highness. I hope you find our castle tolerable," she said in a breathless whisper, practically glowing under his gaze. "Your kindness does you credit, Lady Esther," Augustin said with a faint bow of his head. "You honor your house with your charm." He continued up the steps, his composure unshaken. Inside, he was already counting the hours until he could return to the capital, where the air didn't smell faintly of horses and hay, and where wide-eyed noble daughters didn't try to trap him with fluttering lashes. Still, as he passed through the great hall and the Count gestured to the prepared rooms, Augustin maintained the mask of royalty. The usually calm northern wing of the castle was a flurry of activity. Royal servants in elegant black and gold livery moved with the precision of a military drill. Two of them laid down a silk-lined carpet, while another rolled out a reinforced platform near the large window where sunlight poured in. A fourth oversaw the final touches of the indoor pool being filled with crystal-clear water, enchanted slightly to remain at an ideal temperature. The water rippled slightly as a sleek blue head broke the surface Cedra. Her violet fins shimmered as she elegantly coiled within the pool, eyes narrowed with regal calm. Just beside the water, the slightly shorter Duot inspected the tile with a flick of his shell blades. He paced the edge like a seasoned sentry, pausing only when something caught his ear before returning to his perimeter. And at the far side of the chamber, Cavalier stood utterly still atop a thick haybed reinforced with softened linen. His polished lances gleamed under the sunlight, crossed like a knight at rest, but anyone who dared to cross a line too close would quickly realize that rest was merely posture. Several castle staff from the Count's household stood nervously at the entrance to the room, clearly unsure whether to bow to the prince's servants or apologize to the armored beetle that had nearly jabbed one of them for placing a flower vase in the wrong corner. Down the hallway, footsteps echoed on stone. Ventis rounded the corner, now fully dressed in her simple but elegant navy blue robes, her lavender hair tied into a practical braid, with a few wisps escaping at the sides. Fenn walked beside her with light, confident steps. Her new hat slightly tilted to one side, with unmistakable flair. The morning sun cast a soft glow on her fur, and her stick rested, as always, neatly tucked in her tail fluff. "What's with all the commotion?" Ventis asked, slowing as she peeked around the doorway. Her brow lifted slightly at the sight of the dedicated Pokémon chamber being prepared. "Royal treatment," Fenn replied with a smirk, crossing her arms. "Literally, that Ciadra has better accommodations than we do." Ventis chuckled but kept watching. The prince's Pokémon didn't fidget or chatter amongst themselves. They stood with silent focus, each clearly bred and trained to serve as both companions and protectors. There was something intimidating about it, not just the power they exuded, but the way they coordinated. Like a team who'd been through battles the girl could only imagine. "They're like soldiers," she whispered. "They are," Fenn said, "and I wouldn't challenge them unless you want to end up as a singed statue." Noted. Ventis tilted her head as Duot glanced their way and locked eyes with her. The water-type's gaze wasn't hostile, but it was analytical measuring, weighing. The moment passed, and he returned to his patrol. "Think he knows I looked at him wrong?" Ventis asked with a nervous smile. "Oh, definitely," Fenn said, turning on her heel. "Let's not provoke the Royal Guard detail. You're strong, but you're not bulletproof." They walked on, but Ventis's mind lingered on what she'd just seen. Not out of fear, but anticipation. For the first time, someone her age and status, or close enough, was in the same castle, and their presence came with strength, grace, and Pokémon that had the aura of seasoned warriors. And something told her that this would not be the last time their paths would cross. The rest of the day descended into chaos, and of course, a feast had to be arranged for the prince. The only issue? We were invited too. Even Umbreon couldn't sneak me out for training. He was buried in security work for the Count. "This sucks," I muttered, my tail swaying lazily from side to side. "I really wanted to avoid meeting anyone from the royals. Guess that plan's trash now." I rolled onto my back, staring at the ceiling. Being a Pokémon was actually better than being human in some ways. I could sense intent easily, and my power was growing day by day, almost exponentially. Still, I'd wanted to be unshakably strong before crossing paths with royalty. That way, I'd have some leverage over what happened to Ventis and me. If that brat of a prince decided, and he likely could, we'd end up as his servants. Not good. Ventis walked into the study dressed in her most elaborate outfit, a deep lavender dress lined with silver thread. "Hey, Fenn, time to get your looks done," she said. Brax. I let out a long, mournful Pokémon sound instead of speaking. "I made sure to pack all my displeasure into that one noise. Yeah, I know, she smiled, clearly enjoying my suffering, as she pulled out a comb and a pair of fancy cyan bows. 10 minutes later, several small piles of red and yellow fur littered the floor, and my coat gleamed as if I'd stepped straight out of a grooming salon. Then came the bows, one on each ear fluff, another tied neatly to my tail. She adjusted my collar for good measure, and, to my horror, produced a small vial of rose perfume. The moment she sprayed it, I sneezed violently. I don't understand why I need perfume, I grumbled through our mental link. I'm clean, and I don't smell. It's just proper manners, she shrugged. Or would you rather have the staff prepare you for the dinner? The mental image of looking like that overly frilly, ridiculous Evie from earlier made my fur prickle. No, thank you. You win, I sighed. It's about time anyway. Arriving a little early will only make us look more diligent. I stepped toward the door. Right, she agreed, and we walked down the corridor together, only to end up waiting at the servants' entrance with the rest of the staff. The Count was already seated Prince Augustine on his right, his wife and daughter on his left. Master Pelliene had been given the honour of sitting on the prince's side, while the mayor was just taking his place when the doors for us opened. Ventis was, of course, to sit beside her master. I, on the other hand, was only a Pokémon, which meant I was relegated to the smaller table set aside for our kind, complete with plush pillows for seats. There sat Umbreon, now sporting a starry cape. I had to physically bite my tongue to keep from laughing. Beside one end of the table, a designer-made miniature pool had been arranged for Cedra. Duot sat stiff as a lance, and Escavalier looked ready to skewer anyone foolish enough to get too close. There was also a Swellow seated beside me, apparently one of Pelliene's oldest companions. The atmosphere was odd. Umbreon carried himself like a nobleman at court. Swellow was casual and relaxed. The prince's trio of Pokémon moved with the discipline of paladins. And I, ever the adaptable one, fanned myself with a cyan folding fan, trying my best to appear the perfect lady. To say it was awkward would have been the understatement of the year. While polite conversation hummed along at the main table, our little corner was much quieter until Umbreon decided to break the ice. So, the prince prefers water types, like the old king, he remarked. The comment shocked me so much I nearly dropped my food. Indeed, Ciadra replied in a cool, clipped tone. Water types are the finest in this country. Her regal bearing couldn't mask the sharp edge of distaste in her gaze. Fire types are usually vulgar and primitive. Ah, there it was, directly poking at my dignity. I see Ciadra hasn't met many fire types, I answered, in the sweetest tone I could muster. It's easy to mistake passion for vulgarity. Duot broke into laughter, nearly falling over. She got you good, he said, pointing at Cedra, who looked positively unamused. Sorry about her. She's a bit on edge. Our glorious empire is at war with the Fire Kingdom. I don't see everything in such black and white, though. I closed my fan and dipped my head politely. It is an honour to meet a gentleman in these trying times. Ciadra gave a disdainful little himph and looked away. We are all on the same side here, Swellow spoke up, his deep, seasoned voice at odds with his bright plumage. Even if Miss Fenn is the same type favoured by the enemy king, that means nothing within these walls. Oh, I actually didn't know that, I admitted, turning toward him. That's concerning. As far as I know, my last evolution is quite powerful. Not as powerful as our king's Empoleon, Escavalier pointed out, spearing a piece of fruit with one bladed arm. Oh, that makes sense, type disadvantage. Still, Empoleon is a very well-balanced Pokémon, both defensively and offensively. My Pokémon knowledge slipped out before I could stop it, and the trio turned their full attention on me. How do you know that? Cedra asked, sharply. Yes, Escavalier added, eyes narrowing. There are no other Empoleon anywhere. I shrugged, trying to cover the slip. It's obvious if you study how their earlier evolutions fight. Fire types tend to rely on power, grass types often excel in defense, but water is the most balanced of the three. Of course, the right training can change that entirely. The 5 Pokémon regarded me in a new light. I'd managed to praise water types without outright declaring them the best a careful line to walk. You are quite knowledgeable for a fire type, Ciadra said, still unable to resist the jab. Indeed, Duot agreed with a grin. Your master must be quite learned as well. The rest of the feast passed in relative quiet. The hostility had softened, replaced, at least in part, by curiosity. And thankfully, none of the 3 decided to challenge me to a duel. When we finally made it back to our room, both Ventis and I collapsed onto our beds, each for very different reasons. I am mentally drained, I groaned, staring at the ceiling. I can't eat anymore, Ventis mumbled into her pillow. Just how much did you eat? I asked, turning my head toward her. You're not usually a big eater. It was all too good, I couldn't hold myself back. She rolled onto her back with a guilty smile. Noted, I muttered. I'll have to be careful showing off my cooking skills around you. What? No fair, she began, but then quickly clapped a hand over her mouth. For the love of I started catching myself before I said God. Since we got here, you've been putting on a healthy bit of weight, but if you keep this up, you might go from slim mage to fluffy noblewoman in record time. It's so unfair that Pokémon don't gain weight, Ventis sighed. Oh, we can, I said, but we usually move or fight enough to burn off the calories. Calo what? She asked, squinting. Doesn't matter right now, I smirked. Since you've eaten yourself into bed rest, how about you recite the periodic table backwards? You are a cruel teacher, Fenn, she groaned, but started from Radon without further complaint. I didn't bother asking her to go beyond that. Anything above was pointless and would never matter in this world. Still, she picked up the sequence quickly. One might even call her a genius. If she'd started with a good teacher from the beginning, she'd already have surpassed her peers by miles. Her monotone recitation became a steady background hum, dulling the lingering irritation from that tedious feast. The next afternoon found the castle's central training yard unusually busy. Servants bustled about, adjusting the seating area for the prince and the count, while a group of armoured guards kept the crowd at bay. Prince Augustine stood with an easy grace at one end of the field, his polished boots almost too clean for the dusty yard. He wore the same professional smile from yesterday, but the faintest glimmer in his eyes suggested he was mildly entertained by the coming display. At his side, Cidre, Duot, and Escavalier stood in a neat line, every movement disciplined, almost military. The Count, perhaps not to be outdone, had chosen two of his own long-serving Pokémon, a grizzled Machamp with scars like medals, and a towering Aggron that looked as if it had been carved from the castle walls themselves. The battle was a spectacle in miniature, neither side fighting with full force, but enough to show sharp technique. Cidre darted across the field like a shard of glass on water, her hydro pump striking with pinpoint accuracy. Duot weaved between the Count's Pokémon, blades flashing, while Escavalier blocked heavy blows without yielding an inch. The match ended in polite applause from the gathered nobles. Cidre returned to the prince's side with her chin lifted high, her tail swaying in slow, smug arcs. Too easy, she muttered just loud enough for me to hear, her voice dripping with satisfaction. Your Count's Pokémon have spirit, but lack refinement. I bit back a retort, focusing instead on Ventis, who had been watching intently from beside Master Pelliene. The prince, still wearing that refined mask of courtesy, glanced toward them. I have heard much of your talents, Lady Ventis, he said smoothly. Would you consider a friendly exhibition with your master? I confess, I am curious. Ventis blinked, then gave a polite bow. Of course, Your Highness. Pelliene arched a brow, but stepped forward with calm composure. Then, let us make it fair, single Pokémon each. I will choose Swellow. The sleek bird took its place on the field, wings stretching in the sunlight, eyes sharp as steel. Ventis looked down at me with the faintest of grins. Well, I suppose it's just you and me, Fenn. I twirled my stick and flicked it into my tail fluff. Figures, I muttered under my breath. Let's make this look good. The crowd leaned in, the air humming with anticipation as the Brazian and the Swellow squared off in the centre of the yard. Ventis, I spoke through our mental link. Ask your master if we can go all out. Are you sure? That Swellow is her first Pokémon. That's exactly why, I nodded. Master Pelliene, would it be all right if we went all out? Ventis asked aloud. The Count raised an eyebrow. This is a place for mock battles. No, Count, the prince interrupted with an actual smile. I would love to see this. A fight between a master who needs to give loud combat orders versus a student who can direct her Pokémon silently. This should be a fantastic show. As you wish, Your Highness, bowed Count Yvelna. Escavalier glanced at the prince, who gave a small nod. In a single motion, the Steel Knight Pokémon slammed its lance into the ground, summoning a shimmering barrier likely strong enough to block any stray flames or energy. Ready? Asked a man in heavy steel armor, stepping between us. Go. Swellow, aerial ace. Pelliene's voice rang out almost before the judge finished. What nobody knew was that this wasn't really our fight, it was mine. Ventis didn't send me constant commands. She simply kept her eyes on the opponent, relaying only what I might miss, or warning me of something critical. Instead of taking the aerial ace, I darted aside with quick attack, drawing Swellow into a pursuit game. I dodged, he attacked again and again, his speed pressing hard but his pattern predictable. Pelliene's tone sharpened. Sand attack? Then follow with Brave Bird. The Swellow was blisteringly fast, but I had been waiting for this exact moment. As the dust kicked up, I dropped a light screen directly in front of me, then another, then a third, layered in rapid succession. Bravebird is devastating by nature, sacrificing the user's own health in exchange for power. Hitting 3 force barriers back to back, that turns all that force inward. "It's over," the judge called as the dust settled. Swellow lay still on the ground, knocked clean out. "The winner is Ventis." "I did not expect this," Pelienne murmured, gathering her fainted bird. "What happened?" "We simply used 3 light screens as fast as possible." Ventis repeated my words exactly as I had sent them through our link. That way, Bravebird's recoil damage tripled, and Swellow ended up knocking itself out. "Genius," the Count muttered. There were less than 5 seconds between the attack order and impact. That means Bracian reacted instantly to Pelienne's command, thought of the defense, and executed 3 light screens in that time. Around us, heads nodded in agreement. Even the prince stopped smiling, his lips pressing thin as he did the math in his head. The implication was clear. Ventis had made a decision and relayed it to her Pokémon faster than most could blink. "Well," the prince said at last, his professional smile returning, "I believe my father will be interested in hearing this story when I return." "That was amazing, Fenn," Ventis told me over the link. "I know almost all Pokémon moves, from every type," I replied, brushing imaginary dust from my tail. This was nothing. That night, Umbreon came for our usual training session, but this time, we didn't head into the nearby forest to hunt for wild opponents. No. He led me to a wide, moonlit clearing. "I saw your fight today," Umbreon said, settling into a low, ready stance. "I think it's time I took you seriously." "Oh shit," I muttered, flicking my stick free from my tail. "So this is it? Personal match against you? You catch on quick, ready?" "No. But let's do it," I yelled. Umbreon vanished instantly, and I had a very good idea what that meant, feint attack. I sprang up with quick attack just as the stone I'd been standing on shattered beneath the force of his strike. My flamethrower roared down at the spot close, but he dodged by a hair's breadth. As I landed, he was already in my face, eyes glowing with a deathly glare leer. I felt the effect immediately, my defenses weakening like water leaking from a cracked jug. Most Pokémon would flinch. I didn't. Instead, I used the moment his skill locked him in place and blasted him point blank with Psybeam. The beam struck true, but my hopes for confusion went up in smoke as he twisted and hurled a shadow ball at an impossible angle. I dodged mostly, but it still clipped me, spinning me into the dirt. "You fight dirty," I spat out a clump of grass. "And you seem to know most of my moves for some reason," he grinned back, then vanished again. This time, I didn't try to avoid the incoming feint attack. I planted my paws, braced for the hit, and charged Psyshock. The blow slammed into me, but my counter went off point blank. Unlike Psybeam, Psyshock hits the target's physical defense, not their special defense. I had gambled that Umbreon was built like a fortress against special attacks, but softer against physical ones. The bet paid off. He staggered, actually winded, while I stood there wheezing from 2 solid hits both after my defense had been lowered. My body ached, but his calm, unruffled expression only made me want to swear more. "I give," I panted, raising a paw. "One more hit and I'm done for." "I thought you'd be willing to go to the end," Umbreon said, sitting down to calmly lick his paw. "I'd like to walk back to my room, thank you very much," I replied with a wry smile. "Damn, you hit like a semi." "What is a semi?" he asked without looking up. "Never mind," I sighed, flopping onto my tail and using it as a makeshift pillow. "What's my score?" "You might just survive a war with that set of skills," he said. "Still a lot to learn, though." When I finally made it back to Ventis's room, I collapsed onto my bed. I was very, very grateful that Pokémon healed far faster than humans, otherwise I'd be nursing a bruise the size of a melon for weeks. The next day, I accompanied Ventis to her trainer. Swellow was in his nest, still looking a bit worse for wear from yesterday. "Sorry for yesterday," I said in Pokémon speech. "No worries," he replied with a slow, wise nod. "I actually didn't expect such a defense." "Morning, Master Pelienne." Ventis bowed. "Morning, pupil. Thank you for coming. I have something for you. A better spellbook from the capital. Since you have talent, I figured you should have the chance to learn from it." She handed Ventis a thick, metal-bound tome that nearly made the girl buckle under its weight. While the two spoke, I felt a gentle tug on my tail. "Your fur looks amazing," said a Vulpix, sitting down behind me with wide, puppy-like eyes. It took all my mental discipline not to squeal on the spot. Fox Pokémon were my weakness. "Well, hello there. Are you Master Pelienne's Pokémon too?" I asked. "Yes, for 2 years now," she said shyly. "How come I've never seen you?" "I'm afraid to go out much. The Count's daughter scares me. She pulled my tail once and declared me her own. It took Master 5 days to find me again. Her voice dropped to a whisper. Honestly, I sighed, I can relate. What if I could help you evolve into a Ninetales? Is that even possible? I heard only some chosen Vulpix ever evolve. Chosen, my tail. You just need a Firestone. Those are most often found near volcanoes. Really? I could really become a Ninetales? She said, tail wagging, bouncing on her paws. Sure thing. Since you're Master Peliene's Pokémon, consider it a service from her student's Pokémon. You're the best. She nuzzled my leg. Are you even serious about what you just said? Swellow called from his nest. I'm as old as one gets, and I've never heard of a Firestone. I crossed my arms. I'm a fire professional, thank you very much. The bird only shook his head and sank back into his nest. What were you three talking about? Peliene asked, returning and scooping Vulpix into her arms. I looked at Ventis, who gave a small nod. My Bration told Vulpix she knows a way to turn her into a Ninetales, Ventis said. That's nice, Peliene began, then froze mid-step. She looked between Ventis and me, suspicion dawning. What? Fenn also says this isn't common knowledge. You can't just tell it to anyone, you have to pay for her services. Peliene hesitated, then opened a cabinet and produced a hefty coin bag. That secret is worth 1,000 gold coins in the capital. The Fire Kingdom keeps such knowledge locked away. I only have 400 I can freely use, but it's yours for the information. She leaned closer to Ventis. What she means, Ventis added, is not only telling you how, but actually evolving your Vulpix. That made Peliene sit down hard. She took several slow breaths before finally casting a silence spell around the room. All right, now no one can eavesdrop. How? There's a special stone called a Firestone, usually found near volcanoes. If a Vulpix touches one, they evolve. The stone is easy to recognize yellow, almost see-through, with what looks like a frozen red flame inside. For all my years of research, to have such a mundane answer, and yet so obvious, Peliene muttered. She also says she knows about all EV evolutions, Ventis added, with a little smile, sensing another gold mine. All 5 of them? All 8, actually. Ventis said, then looked at me in shock. What? There are 8, I replied through our mental link. 8? Peliene shot to her feet. Name them. Umbreon for dark, Espeon for psychic, Vaporeon for water, Jolteon for lightning, Flareon for fire, Glaceon for ice, Leafeon for grass, and Sylveon for fairy. Wait, fairy? Ventis blinked at me. Fairy's a type? Peliene asked. I nodded, and Ventis relayed my next words. Fairy is very rare. Even rarer than dragons. Makes sense? Peliene sank back into her seat. And you know all their methods of evolution? Indeed she does, Ventis confirmed. This is worth more than gold. Such knowledge could start wars, Peliene said grimly. For now, we keep it under wraps. 5 days had passed since our last meeting with Master Peliene, and in that time Umbreon had pushed just how good of a punching bag my body could be. I'd started to hate our fights. He no longer held back. Turned out our very first battle was nothing more than a warm-up. Some days, I felt like if a Raiden stomped on me, it would hurt less than one of his attacks. Ventis was knee-deep in her new book, and the prince found any excuse to entertain himself, which usually meant I had to fight his Pokémon. Thankfully, it was only Duot who fought like a true gentleman. Water was still my weakness, but I knew I'd have to address that sooner rather than later. That afternoon, Master Peliene arrived at our room with her Pokémon in tow. Ventis, we are going on a trip, she announced with a rare smile. I managed to secure us 2 weeks' leave from the castle, so chop chop get into your travelling clothes. We're going to Mount Vern, the largest volcanic mountain in the country. Behind her were Vulpix, Swellow, and surprisingly, a Delcatty. Of course, Master. I'll get ready right away. Ventis closed her book and rushed to change. So, there's a third Pokémon belonging to Master Peliene? I stepped forward to take a better look at Delcatty. I have just been given to Master, she said, nodding politely. Her voice was soft, refined, and almost noble. It's a pleasure to meet you. I returned the nod. The pleasure is all mine. The journey to Mount Vern took nearly 4 days, leaving us only 6 days to search the mountain before we'd have to begin the trip back. The small settlement we arrived at barely warranted the name of town, and yet the elder nearly fell to his knees at the sight of our fancy carriage. A thin line of smoke curled lazily into the sky from the mountain's peak, proof enough that it was still active. Yet the slopes were covered in green, a living sign that its last eruption must have been long ago. The village elder hurried out to meet the fancy carriage, wiping his hands on a stained apron as he approached. He was a broad, thick-set man with a crown of jet-black, untamed hair that gave him the look of a mine worker rather than a leader. My word, he exclaimed, stopping short before dropping to one knee. "I did not expect a noble to arrive in our small place. I am Bran, elder of this mining town. How may I serve the house of the Count?" Master Pelion raised a hand. "No need to kneel. I am no noble, nor is my student. I am the Count's mage, nothing more. Is there somewhere we can speak privately?" Bran blinked, caught off guard, then rubbed the back of his neck. "Well, my house, perhaps. I have a guest room we can use." "That will do," Pelion replied. "We're in a hurry." The group followed him through the humble settlement, past homes of weathered timber and stone patched with care. Inside his house, the guest room was small but clean. They sat, and Bran hurried to fetch water before Pelion leaned forward, wasting no time. She described the look of a particular stone she claimed was needed for a magic test. It wasn't entirely a lie, just not the whole truth. Bran listened with a furrowed brow, shaking his head when she finished. "No such stone's ever been pulled up by our miners," he admitted. "But there's a fellow here who often climbs the mountain, always comes back with unusual finds. If anyone's seen it, it'll be him." After a short back and forth, Pelion laid 2 gold coins on the table as an incentive. The elder's face brightened immediately, his earlier hesitation replaced by enthusiasm. He excused himself quickly, hurrying out to fetch the villager. Left in the quiet room, Pelion took a slow sip of water and leaned back. "He's a decent man," she murmured at last. Terence had always been an outlier. Even as a boy, he could never keep his nose out of the dirt. Where other children played with sticks or chased each other around the square, Terence crouched by the roadside, turning stones over in his hands. His father nearly beat him more than once for dragging half the mountain back into their home pebbles, crystals, bits of shale, anything that caught his eye. By the time his small room resembled a quarry, his mother finally put her foot down. But Terence never stopped. He simply learned in secret the way children do. Not from books, nor from teachers, but through curiosity and countless experiments. Which stones splintered under pressure, which ones gleamed in the light, which cracked with a satisfying snap when struck with a hammer. Rocks were his alphabet, his friends, his world. Now, at 17, Terence was considered a man, with his own little shack on the edge of town. Of course, every inch of it was stuffed to the rafters with rocks sorted, stacked, and catalogued in a way only he could understand. But his greatest secret wasn't in the shack. It was a friend. Most villagers kept a wary distance from wild Pokémon. To them, a sudden roar in the forest or a strange cry from the cliffs was a warning to turn back. Terence, however, had once found a Geodude trapped between fallen stones. Instinct told him to run. Instead, he pried it free. Ever since, the rocky creature had lingered nearby. Terence would bring it pecha berries when he could spare them, and in return the Geodude tolerated his endless rambling about minerals. This morning, Terence was heading into the mine, pickaxe slung over his shoulder, when the sound of hurried boots reached him. The elder, Bran, came barreling down the slope, red-faced and out of breath. "Terence!" he wheezed, hunching over to catch his breath. "Special work for you today." The boy straightened, gripping his pickaxe tighter. "Special work?" Bran jabbed a thick finger toward the village. "There's a master mage here," brought her student with her. "They need stone-specific ones. And you little rocknut, finally get to put that hobby of yours to proper use." "Really?" Terence's eyes lit up, his whole frame practically vibrating with excitement. He nearly dropped his pickaxe right then and there. "Where are they?" "In my house," Bran grunted, wiping sweat from his brow. "Come along, and bring your gear." Terence didn't need to be told twice. Bran returned faster than expected, dragging along a lanky, wide-eyed youth who looked like he had sprinted the entire way. The boy's hair was an untamed mess, spiking out in every direction as though he'd just wrestled a Voltorb. His clothes were patched with dirt stains, his boots half mud, half dust, and his belt sagged with little leather pouches clinking faintly. Strapped to his back was a battered pickaxe, and hanging from his neck were a pair of scratched, crooked goggles. "Master Pelion, Lady Ventis." Bran cleared his throat, trying to sound dignified, though his tone betrayed a hint of apology. "This is Terence, our resident rock expert." "Resident rocknut, you mean?" Terence corrected with a grin so wide it practically split his face. "I've been waiting my whole life for this. You need rocks, stones, gems, shiny bits, weird lumps? I know where to find them. What kind are we talking here? Hard ones? Soft ones? The kind that sparkle in moonlight? Oh, do they explode if you hit them too hard? Because I found one of those once, and..." "Terence." Bran pinched the bridge of his nose. "Please, breathe." "Oh, right. Sorry." Terence bent double, wheezing like he'd only just remembered lungs were necessary. He snapped upright again instantly. eyes glittering. So, what are we looking for? Fossils? Granite? Obsidian? My Geodude buddy found something that looked like a potato, but it wasn't. And it? Ventis stiffened, her polite smile faltering. She looked sideways at her master, as if silently asking, "Is he really going with us?" Peliene, who had faced Rhydons and rogue sorcerers, actually blinked in the face of Terrence's unfiltered enthusiasm. "We are searching for a very particular kind of stone," she said carefully. "Particular stone?" Terrence gasped, as though she had just revealed the secrets of the universe. He whipped out a small notebook, its pages already bursting with sketches of jagged rocks, scribbled notes, and hastily taped fragments. "Describe it. Tell me everything. Color, shine. Does it smell funny if you lick it? No? Okay, worth a shot." Ventis could only nod slowly, caught between awe and second-hand embarrassment. Meanwhile, I, the ever-watchful Breakson, watched the boy bounce on his heels like a growlith that had eaten too much sugar. "Oh, this is going to be fun," I thought, my tail twitching with barely contained amusement. "This boy is a walking buffet of gullibility. I'm going to have so much fun messing with him." Bran gave a heavy sigh, clearly noticing the bewilderment on Peliene's and Ventis's faces. "Forgive him. He gets excited." "Excited?" I snorted under my breath. "He looks like he's about to marry the entire mountain." Terrence spun, pointing straight at me as if he understood. "And you, a fire type. You'll be perfect for rock hunting. Fire cracks stone, right? Oh man, we're going to be unstoppable." Ventis buried her face in her hands. Peliene rubbed her temple. "And me?" I just grinned. "Terrence!" Bran's voice thundered, shaking the rafters of the small home. "I told you wild Pokémon are dangerous. You should not meet with that Geodude again. They can snap your bones like twigs. No need to worry." Master Peliene's tone was calm, a faint smile softening her words. "We will be there with him. And actually, having a rock type on our side, even untamed, may prove useful." Terrence saluted so stiffly it almost looked painful. "Yes, ma'am." Then, without missing a beat, he bolted for the door. "Follow me." Ventis let out a long sigh and dragged a hand down her face. "I have a bad déjà vu about this." Her mind flashed back to the climb with Murkrow, and how near disaster had been. Hoot Hoot and Delcatty remained behind with the carriage to keep it safe, while the rest of us, myself included, set out. The early stretch of the climb was merciful. A well-worn path wound upward through the trees, firm underfoot and already cleared of loose stones. Still, despite our best effort, we hadn't reached halfway before the midday sun was overhead. Worse, the smooth trail ended past a weathered woodsman's hut, leaving nothing but bare rock and tangled roots. From then on, Terrence led the way, darting up the incline with a ridiculous ease that made it seem like the mountain itself bent to his feet. Every jutting stone and twisted root seemed familiar to him. He always knew where to step, as if he'd mapped every crack and ridge since birth. By late afternoon, the weight of the climb pressed too heavily on our legs, and Peliene finally called a halt. We made camp near a cluster of jagged stones. Ventis and Terrence busied themselves gathering branches, while I cleared the earth and built the fire pit. Swellow kept close to his master, ever watchful, while Vulpix padded around nervously, sticking near Peliene's robes. "What a well-designed fire pit," Peliene said softly from behind me as she looked over my work. "Bration." I puffed out my chest fur in pride and snapped a neat ember from my wand, sending the branches crackling to life. The fire glowed warm against the encroaching twilight. The meal was modest, hard bread, a strip of dried meat, and berries Swellow had plucked from trees during the climb. It wasn't much, and Peliene warned we'd have to ration. We had food for only 2 days, and the mountain wasn't likely to be kind. Still, with fire crackling, shadows dancing on stone, and bellies just full enough, it felt almost comforting. For the moment, the 2 tents we pitched were just enough for the group. Master Peliene chose to rest with Vulpix curled against her, leaving her old Swellow on watch duty. Terrence, after much awkward shuffling, was allowed to share Ventis's tent. He clearly wasn't used to such arrangements, but exhaustion quickly silenced any complaints. I volunteered myself for extra duty. "I'll stay by the fire. Wake me when the moon's halfway. I'll take the second shift." I gave Swellow a thumbs up. "Thanks, young one." Swellow's voice was as rough as worn leather, but there was a fondness to it. The old bird tilted his head skyward, sharp eyes scanning the stars. Thanks to my oversized, fluffy tail, I had a pillow softer than any bedding. Of course, dirt and ash would cling to it by morning, but that was tomorrow's problem. Curling into the warmth of the fire, I let sleep take me. The night passed quietly. The forest hushed except for the occasional cry of some distant nocturnal hunter. When dawn came, I found myself craving a berry for a little pick-me-up. But even weary, my Pokémon stamina made the morning climb no problem. By mid-morning, we reached a rocky outcrop where the path narrowed between jagged boulders. Suddenly, a Geodude burst from the scree, hovering in our path with arms crossed. "Get away! This is our territory!" Its gravelly voice echoed in Pokémon speech. Then, its eyes widened. "Terrence?" "Hey, Geodude." Terrence waved so cheerfully he nearly dropped his pack. "Think you could lead us up? Like usual?" "I'm not a guide boy," the rock Pokémon grumbled. "What's the matter, Geodude?" Terrence asked gently. "I only like you. Strangers." The Pokémon's rocky brow furrowed. Strangers are a bad omen. "He says he doesn't like us. Thinks we'll bring trouble." I relayed through the mental link, and Ventis repeated aloud for the others. "Missy can understand me." Geodude blinked. "Nope," I said, flicking my ear. "I'm bonded to her. She hears my thoughts. I'm translating for you." "Huh. Bond? Never heard of it," the rock type huffed. "Still, this mountain belongs to Magmar. I can keep Terrence safe, but a whole team? That's another matter." "Please," Peliene said, stepping forward, her tone formal yet kind. "It's important. Could you guide us just this once?" Terrence clasped his hands together, eyes wide and pleading like an eager Growlithe pup. Geodude groaned, audibly grinding pebbles inside his body, then threw up his arms in defeat. "Fine, but don't say I didn't warn you." He waved for us to follow. My stomach tightened. "So here's the thing," I told Ventis privately. "This mountain's owned by a Magmar." "A what?" she squeaked, voice rising a full octave. Peliene immediately turned. "What is it, Ventis?" Fenn says this territory belongs to a Magmar." Ventis's face paled. "Aren't they lethal-level Pokémon?" Peliene's expression hardened. For the briefest second, her hand trembled before she steadied it. She glanced at me, then ahead where Terrence trudged behind Geodude, blissfully unconcerned. "Ventis," she said firmly, her voice heavy with both fear and love. "You are my pupil. This is too dangerous. Stay behind. I already know what I'm searching for." "No?" Ventis surprised all of us, even me with the fire in her eyes. "I want to help. Power is in a group." Then she glanced at me and winked. "Besides, I'm stronger than I look." Peliene pressed her lips tight, torn between duty and worry. Finally, she exhaled slowly. "Very well, but remember this. If I say, run, you run. No hesitation." Her tone left no room for argument. Peliene kept her voice calm as she stood before the group, the mountain air still heavy with the scent of ash. "We are looking for a stone," she said, her tone measured, red in color, roughly the size of a hand. "If you see anything like that, bring it to me." She gave no further detail, keeping the firestone's true purpose close to her chest. No need to risk words slipping out where it didn't belong. Geodude floated ahead, his gravelly voice echoing against the rocky slope. "Plenty of red rocks on this mountain. Let's see if you're lucky today." The climb was grueling. The higher they went, the harsher the terrain became jagged ridges, loose stones sliding under boots and paws, the air hot and dry. For hours, they picked through stone piles, overturned boulders, and sifted through rubble. Fenn's fur was dusted with soot, her ribbons grey with ash. Ventis's hands were raw from moving rocks, her braid loose and falling apart. Even Peliene, who usually kept her composure, had a sheen of sweat across her pale brow. Each time they spotted a red-streaked rock, hope rose only to be dashed as it crumbled under touch or revealed itself to be nothing more than rusted ore. By the time the sun began to dip, staining the horizon orange, the group's spirits were weighed down as heavily as their packs. Geodude rumbled irritably as he shoved aside another pile of useless rubble. "Told you, waste of time. Magmar keeps his territory stripped of anything valuable. If the stone was ever here, it's long gone." Ventis sank onto a ledge, brushing dust from her lap with a heavy sigh. Fenn flopped beside her, tail first, mumbling curses in her own tongue. Even Peliene's shoulders slumped as she glanced over the empty baskets they'd hauled up. The air was thick with disappointment, until Terrence, hands on his hips, grinned, like they hadn't just wasted an entire day. Well, that side of the mountain was a bust. He wiped his forehead with his sleeve, eyes bright with excitement rather than fatigue. "But hey, there's still the eastern face. Tomorrow, we check there. Betcha the stone's hiding on that side, just waiting for us to find it." Ventis looked at him with disbelief. "You're not even tired, are you?" "Of course I'm tired," Terrence said cheerfully. "But you don't just give up on a mountain after one try. Rocks don't come to you, you gotta earn them." He gave his pickaxe a little flourish, like a knight raising a sword. Even Peliene allowed the faintest smile at his boundless optimism, shaking her head as she gestured for everyone to descend. "Very well, Terrence. Tomorrow, we'll try the other side. The group trudged back toward camp. Bitter mood softened just a little by the boys' unbreakable spirit. The eastern side of Mount Vern was harsher, wilder than the worn path they had followed the day before. Rocks jutted at odd angles, broken spires cutting the horizon like teeth. The air shimmered faintly with heat, though the sun was still climbing toward noon. Geodude floated steadily ahead, barking out occasional warnings, loose ground here, sharp drop there, as Ventis and Terence picked through the stone piles with eager hands. Peliene trailed behind, her notebook in hand, cataloguing every odd mineral they turned up. Hours passed, baskets filled with nothing more than worthless shards of basalt and half-crumbled crystals. Ventis's braid was coming undone again, sweat running freely down her brow. Even Terence's unbreakable grin dimmed, though he still tried to whistle as he worked. "Nothing but junk," he muttered at last, tossing aside another cracked stone. "The mountain's teasing us." Before anyone could respond, the ground beneath their boots gave a subtle tremor. Then another, stronger rocks clattering down the slope, dust rising into the hot air. Peliene's head snapped up. "That wasn't a simple landslide," she said sharply. Her voice carried an edge of alarm she usually kept buried. The tremor deepened into a low, guttural rumble that seemed to crawl up through their bones. Then, whoom! A ball of flame, larger than any torch or campfire, came screaming out of the haze. It wasn't aimed at a single target, but the group itself, a blazing sun intent on swallowing them whole. Ventis froze, her eyes wide. Terence stumbled back, raising his arms instinctively, though they would do nothing. "No, you don't." I was already moving, my stick flashing from my tail as I leapt forward. Heat scalded my fur, the air searing before the fireball even reached me. My ribbons caught alight instantly, curling into black ash as the flames swallowed me. I pushed everything I had into a counterburst, claws clenched tight around the stick, as if it were the only thing anchoring me. The world roared in fire and smoke. For a moment I thought the sheer force might rip me apart, but when the blaze finally thinned, I was still standing singed, fur smoking. My bows reduced to nothing. Across the broken rocks, a shadow loomed. A heavy footstep shook loose another shower of pebbles. From the rising steam and shimmering heat, it stepped into view. A hulking figure of crimson and black, its body pulsing with molten heat. Its beady eyes glowed like coals as flames curled lazily from its shoulders. Magmar, the true master of this mountain. I set my stance, chest heaving, the stick in my tail glowing faintly with ember light. Behind me, I could feel Ventis's panic through the bond, but I forced a grin. "Showtime!" "Bastard," I murmured, forcing my legs to steady beneath me. My stick crackled faintly with psychic light. "Some boss of the mountain you are," I roared in Pokémon tongue, my voice echoing off the rocks. "Sneak attacks are the signs of weakness." "You dare?" Magmar's voice was deep, molten, like lava bubbling up from a vent. His eyes narrowed, and he lunged forward, one massive fist cocked back. I shoved psychic energy into my paw and channeled it through the stick. Psybeam! The violet streak hit him dead on. For half a heartbeat, I thought I had him, but then, wham! A thunder punch slammed into my stomach like a hammer. The world jolted white as electricity tore through my nerves. My muscles locked. My chest heaved for air that wouldn't come. My vision blurred. I was honestly glad I hadn't eaten breakfast because it would all be on the ground by now. This wasn't some low-level wild Pokémon. This was a king. "Fenn!" Ventis's voice rang, sharp with panic. She raised her hands and sent slicing wind blades hurtling toward Magmar. The mountain tyrant conjured a light screen with a flick of his claws, smirking until the blades tore through it, raking shallow wounds across his chest. Thin red lines marked his scales. Magmar's eyes widened in disbelief, then narrowed into fury. He, the ruler of this peak, scarred by a mere human? His roar shook loose boulders from the cliffside. A torrent of fire poured forth, but Peliene was already stepping forward, staff raised, summoning a wall of shimmering water to intercept the flames. Steam hissed, blanketing the field. "Ventis, run!" Peliene screamed, her voice cracked with urgency. "Swellow, brave bird!" The old bird launched like a comet, blue light streaking his wings. He slammed into Magmar with a crash that rocked the clearing. The fire beast staggered. "Fuck!" I screamed mentally, forcing my paralyzed body to move. Pain seared through me as I twitched a paw upward, forcing my stick on target. Another Psybeam burst from its tip, jagged and wild. This time luck was with me. Magmar froze, blinking, swaying drunkenly. Confusion. Ventis dashed forward just as a stray stone, flung by the chaos, clipped Peliene across the head. The master crumpled. "Master!" Ventis dove, barely catching her before she hit the ground. Terence was already there, helping her drag Peliene out of the blast zone. Geodude floated grimly beside them, fists clenched. "Use long-range attacks," I barked at Swellow. Magmar was beyond reason now. Flames erupted from his maw in wild sprays, searing the air, scorching stone. He stumbled and clawed at empty air, lashing out at phantoms in his confusion. Swellow rained down swift, glowing stars pelting Magmar from above. I clenched my teeth, forcing every last spark of psychic energy I could muster into one singular point. My muscles screamed, my broken ribs grinding with each breath. Blood filled my mouth, hot and metallic, but I didn't care. Come on, come on. My paw shook as I raised the stick. Focus. Just one more. The world narrowed into a single burning thread. And then, crack. Magmar froze as a crushing psychic weight slammed down on him, bones creaking under invisible force. Rocks around him split from the pressure. His roar choked into a gurgle as the Mountain King collapsed, knocked into unconsciousness. Psyshock, I whispered, my vision tunneling. I learned Psyshock. The thought was bittersweet, because even as triumph surged, blood spilled from my mouth. The thunder punch had broken me deeper than I'd realized. Still, I smiled. Then the fire in my chest sputtered out, and I went limp, falling into blackness. When I came to, I was lying back at camp with the others. Peliene was still unconscious, but her chest rose and fell evenly, her breathing steady. Swellow stood tall beside her, scratched but alert, like a weathered guardian. Vulpix paced circles around her master, tail twitching with worry. Terence was crouched by Geodude, feeding him a berry as thanks for dragging Peliene out of danger. And Ventis, well, she was sitting cross-legged with my head in her lap, brushing strands of fur out of my face. No need to tell me I look like shit, I muttered across the link. Idiot! She tapped her fist against my head in the gentlest mock punch. You could have died! Yeah? Well, I knew we'd pull through, I half-lied. Truth was, it had been a coin flip at best. Vulpix was too shy to carry a fight alone. Swellow was strong but aging. And me? I'd just taken a crit thunder punch topped with paralysis. If that wasn't bad luck, I didn't know what was. That being said, I'd rather not do it again. Worst rollercoaster ride ever, 1 out of 10, would not recommend. You always say gibberish when you're like this, Ventis sighed, though her lips twitched. I fed you a citrus berry while you were out, so that's why I had to swallow first when I woke up. I smirked. What happened to Magmar? We collared him while he was out. Ventis pointed toward the far side of the camp. There, the fire-red bulk of Magmar lay slumped on the ground, his belly rising and falling in heavy sleep. Figured it was better than letting him wake up angry and burn us all. Quick thinking. I nodded. Immediately regretted it, as the world spun sideways. After all that trouble, Terence still hadn't found anything valuable in Magmar's so-called nest. We decided to head back down slowly, carrying Peliene between us. By the time we stopped at the woodsman's hut, the sun was dipping low. Come in, Terence offered, holding the door with his shoulder. I use this abandoned place as my stash and rest stop. We laid Peliene on a cot, while the late afternoon light slanted through the window. That's when I actually looked around, and my jaw nearly hit the floor. A basket sat against the wall with not 1, not 2, but 3 firestones, glowing like frozen embers. A lightning stone gleamed brazenly on the table. Behind a hunk of corundum, a dawn stone peeked out, catching the light with a silvery sheen. What the hell, man? I exploded in Pokémon tongue. Huh? Both Ventis and Terence turned, blinking at me. This guy has 3 firestones, I blurted through the link. What? Ventis darted to my side, eyes wide as saucers when she saw what I was pointing at. Oh, those? Terence shrugged like it was nothing. Yeah, those orange stones are cool. Kinda look like a flame stuck in a gem. I stared at him, utterly torn. Part of me wanted to punt him in the groin for sitting on treasure like this. The other part wanted to kiss him square on the mouth. Instead, I just sat there, stunned, unable to decide which impulse was stronger. My mind was running at 200 miles an hour, weighing options, calculating outcomes. Ventis, in the meantime, was happily explaining to Terence that we'd actually come looking for the stones he had lying around. He grinned from ear to ear and, without hesitation, offered to sell 1 for 5 silvers. I nearly fainted on the spot. 1 firestone could buy his entire village and still leave change for a few towns over. Ventis, I whispered through our link, tail flicking irritably. Hire the boy and buy up every stone he's got. What? She blinked, clearly thrown off. Do what I say, and we'll be rolling in money and prestige. I smoothed thistles out of my tail, forcing calm. He's a genius. an unpolished diamond of geological knowledge. If he studies properly, he'll be worth more than 100 miners. I don't know if I can hire people. Ventis shifted awkwardly. You must stop thinking of yourself as a slave. You're a mage. Mages wield power not just magical, but political. Make a magic contract with him for 5 years, so no one else can snatch him away. We studied that too, remember? I do. She bit her lip. How much should I offer? You earn 15 gold a month. Offer him 3. If he gets lazy, it drops to 1. And now that you collared Magmar, he'll have a powerhouse to guard him. He'll work faster than ever. What? I mean, yes, I placed the collar on Magmar, but no buts. Today, you act aggressively. We need him. He needs a protector. It's survival and strategy both. Ventis drew a deep breath, then finally spoke aloud instead of through our bond. Terence, I have an offer for you. The negotiations took less than 5 minutes. Terence nearly jumped out of his boots when she promised him pay for doing what he already loved. He signed the contract with trembling hands, grinning like a fool. Ventis also handed over 2 gold for the stones, quickly hiding all but 1 firestone away in her pack. While the others tended to Pelliene, I kept watch over Magmar. Good evening, big boy. I gave him a toothy grin as he stirred awake, eyes blazing. That was one hell of a punch. You little, he snarled, trying to rise, only to be stopped by the collar. The moment rebellion sparked in his mind, pain racked his body, and his limbs refused to obey. Tisk, tisk, tisk. I wagged a finger in his face. You've been caught. If you just left us alone, none of this would have happened. I will break out of this and tear you in 2, he growled, forcing the words through clenched teeth as the collar burned against his will. Sorry to disappoint, I smirked, but from now on, you'll be serving that boy over there. I flicked my stick toward Terence, who was still bouncing in joy over the contract. So I'll barely have to see you. Still, I gave a grudging nod. I have to admit, you deserve the title Alpha. I turned and left him to stew in his new reality, the collar's glow faint but unyielding. Pelliene woke with a stifled scream, her chest rising and falling as if the battle still lingered in her dreams. Her panic eased when Vulpix leapt onto the cot, nudging her face with a warm muzzle. Oh, we're safe. She exhaled shakily, stroking the fox's soft fur. Ventis? Morning, master. Ventis smiled from the small table, holding out a slice of toasted bread draped in melted cheese. There's tea, too. Pelliene glanced around, frowning in recognition. Is this the woodsman's hut? Yes, Ventis nodded. I may or may not have acted a bit bravely in your absence. Her master's eyes flicked toward the open doorway. Outside, Magmar was seated on the grass, chomping into a thick slab of toast with a surprisingly calm expression. Nearby, Terence sat cross-legged beside Geodude, both of them eating and laughing like children at a picnic. Swellow perched nearby, vigilant as ever, while Vulpix pressed closer into Pelliene's lap. Morning, everyone, Pelliene said in a soft, motherly tone, petting her companions one by one. So, Ventis began with a mischievous grin, handing her the tea. Good news or better news? Pelliene arched a brow. Both, if you'd be so kind. Well, the good news, no one's permanently injured. Fenn took the brunt of the fight, but she's recovering fast. Swellow looks like he's already battle-ready again. And, Ventis lowered her voice for dramatic effect, I managed to collar the Magmar. Pelliene blinked, stunned, then leaned forward eagerly. And the better news? Ventis's smile widened. She slipped a hand into her pocket and pulled out the firestone, its inner flame catching the morning light. We figured you'd want to evolve Vulpix yourself, so we waited until you woke up. Ventis. Pelliene's eyes shimmered with sudden tears, and she embraced the girl tightly. You're just like my old apprentice. Wiping her eyes, she turned to the fox, trembling with joy in her lap. So, Vulpix, are you ready? Vul vul! The little fox yipped, pressing her nose eagerly against the stone. Pelliene only had to brush the gem against her partner's forehead. Light erupted in the tiny hut, dazzling and warm. When it faded, Vulpix was gone, replaced by a tall, elegant Ninetails with flowing golden fur and 9 radiant tails swishing proudly. Ninetails! She cried, curling her neck around Pelliene in a tight embrace. Pelliene laughed like she hadn't in months, burying her face into the fox's mane. My beautiful girl! The hut buzzed with joy until breakfast was finished. Then Ventis, a little nervous, admitted what she'd done while her master was unconscious, negotiating a contract with Terence and, on top of that, lending him the newly captured Magmar as his protector. Pelliene studied the magic scroll carefully, her expression unreadable. This is very well made, she finally admitted, exhaling. Still, I would have advised you to offer Magmar as a gift to the prince. Too late now. The king may yet demand you sell him once this contract ends." Before Ventis could answer, Terence cleared his throat and shuffled in. "Master Mage, may I ask for something?" "You may." Pelien set the scroll aside. Terence fiddled with his fingers. "Would it be possible for me to have Geodude as my own Pokémon? We've become more than pals. I don't want to leave him behind." Pelien considered, her face gentle but firm. "Ordinarily, that wouldn't be possible. You're neither noble nor mage." "But," she tapped her chin, then smiled faintly. "I could bend the rules. I have spare collars. I'll lend you one. You can use it to keep Geodude safe at your side. It won't make him yours legally, but no one will question it so long as you're under a mage's employ. And Geodude isn't exactly a coveted choice." Terence's face lit up like the morning sun. Geodude practically beamed beside him. "And I thought I was the one bending rules," Ventis muttered, snickering into her tea. In the quiet of his solar, King Callister Vermont sat beneath the golden glow of an oil lamp, a sealed scroll resting in his hand. The wax bore the sigil of his agents, men who prowled the kingdom's borders with eyes sharper than hawks. He broke the seal with deliberate care, unrolled the parchment, and read. The young mage, Ventis, and her bonded Bracian remain safe. They have subdued a Magmar one, known as the so-called King of Mount Vern. The beast is now collared and tamed. No losses reported, though her master was briefly incapacitated. The group continues its movements unopposed. Callister leaned back, the chair creaking as he let the words sink in. His delibird shifted beside him, tilting its head with a questioning coo. "Safe? And now with a Magmar at her side," the king murmured. His fingers tapped slowly against the carved armrest, eyes narrowing with thought. On the chessboard before him, a rook stood apart, its polished surface catching the lamplight. He moved it forward one square with deliberate precision. She and her firefox, no longer pawns, he mused, voice low. A rook, solid, dependable, waiting to grow into something greater, a piece that can alter the flow of the game if left unchecked. He reached for his wineglass but paused, studying the board with a calculating gaze. "So, Ventis, how far will you move before others notice your rise? And how many of my nobles will flinch when they realize I've placed you on my side of the board?" The fire crackled in the hearth, shadows shifting across his face. His lips curved faintly, though there was no warmth in his eyes. Promising, yes. But pieces may also turn if the board itself tilts. A rook can just as easily cut down its own king, if it strays. He set the scroll aside with the others, steepling his fingers. "Grow stronger, girl. The game demands it. But remember, every rook remains under the watch of its king. The walk down the mountain was lighter than the climb had ever been. Everyone had gotten more than they'd bargained for." Pelliene carried the quiet satisfaction of a scholar whose theories had finally borne fruit confirmation of the Firestone's power, and a faithful Vulpix, now reborn as a gleaming Ninetales at her side. Vulpix herself, no. Ninetales radiated the kind of pride only evolution could grant. Ventis had walked away with far more than a stone, a new ally, a loyal servant in Terence, and the beginnings of something larger, her own circle, her own strength. The boy, for his part, could probably catch Pidgeys in a rusty bucket and still beam like he'd caught a legendary. He practically skipped down the trail, babbling happily about rocks, Magmar, and proper science. And me? Well, every sharp bump in the road reminded me that my ribs felt like shattered pottery, and every deep breath stabbed like a dagger. But even that couldn't stop the grin plastered on my muzzle. We came looking for copper and walked away with gold. That's a win in any book. Only Magmar glowered, trudging alongside the carriage with all the enthusiasm of a prisoner in chains. He made a point of glaring at me and Swellow whenever our eyes met, which honestly just made me feel better about the whole thing. The village elder had seen us off with wide smiles and grateful bows, though I had no doubt the 2 gold coins jingling in his pocket were the real cause of his cheer. The carriage, of course, was another matter. It strained under the load. Magmar alone took up enough space for 3 men, forcing Hoot Hoot and Swellow to perch on the roof, while Terence claimed a spot beside the driver, talking his ear off about ore veins and mountain strata. The Mudsdales, sturdy as they were, grunted at every tug of the harness as we rolled out of the little mining town. I had to bite down on my tongue to stop myself from groaning at every bump in the road. Pokémon bodies healed quickly, but broken bones and internal bleeding didn't just vanish overnight. Still, I held my head high, or at least high enough to keep up appearances. If only we had a chancey, I thought bitterly as the wheels rattled over a rut. Then, with another grin I couldn't suppress, I added to myself, "Still, even without one, we came out with more boons than I ever dreamed. Magmar, Geodude, and Terrence were led away almost as soon as the carriage rolled through the gates. The servants did not even need an explanation. The sight of a scorched, scowling Magmar and a dirt-stained boy practically radiating mountain dust spoke for itself. Still, the Count was no fool. He had them shown into one of the private servant quarters near the kitchens, with a promise of fresh food and clothes for Terrence, as well as a trough-sized meal for the Pokémon. Master Pelliene, robes still singed and her composure only barely restored, wasted no time. She asked for an audience with the Count at once, and I watched her walk down the marble corridor with Vulpix, no Ninetales, padding loyally at her side. Later, I would learn that she thanked him for allowing us to leave on such short notice, and that she formally requested Terrence be recognized as my underling. Her reasoning was calm and professional, her tone so measured that no one would suspect she was only just recovered from fainting in a battlefield. She also arranged for me to meet the Count later that day. When we finally stumbled back into our room, I could feel every single bone in my body complain at once. I didn't even have the energy to curl my tail around me properly. Ventis, however, didn't waste a second. She dragged out the medicine box like a mother hen on a mission. "No need to," I croaked, but she cut me off with a sharp, "Hush," and so I hushed. The bandages were cold against my ribs, the salves stung like nettles, and every time her hands pressed too hard, I wanted to bite down on something. I didn't, though. Instead, I let her work. She muttered about me being reckless, stupid, too brave for my own good, all while her fingers moved with surprising gentleness. When she finally tied off the last strip of linen, I caught her eyes angry, wet at the corners. "You're an idiot," she whispered. "But you're my idiot. Don't you dare pull something like that again." I managed a grin, weak and crooked. "Wouldn't dream of it. Total lie." By the time she finished, I had resigned myself to the blanket pile, chest bound tight, head pounding. I was almost asleep when the air in the hallway shifted. My ears perked. A low growl, followed by the creak of the door opening without a knock. Umbreon! He slid in like a shadow made flesh, the yellow rings along his body glowing faintly. His gaze went from Ventis to me, and I felt his eyes like claws. "So," he rumbled, "you fought an Alpha Magmar." I wanted to sit up straighter, but my ribs screamed, so I settled for a flick of my ear. Ventis answered instead, voice quiet. "Yes, she fought him head-on. She won." Umbreon snorted. "Won? Barely? I heard she was coughing blood before the end." "Details," I muttered under my breath. The smug bastard wasn't wrong, but he didn't have to sound so pleased about it. Ventis pressed her lips together, clearly wanting to defend me, but holding her tongue. "Smart girl." Then Umbreon smiled, or maybe it was a baring of teeth. Hard to tell with him. Either way, it was the kind of grin that made my fur bristle. Good. Then, once she recovers, she can prove it wasn't a fluke. I groaned and flopped deeper into the blanket, tail curling protectively around my side. "Fantastic," I muttered. "Break every bone in my body. And what do I get? Homework." Ventis gave me a worried look, but I only closed my eyes. Deep down, I knew what Umbreon meant. This wasn't about a single fight. He was sharpening me, testing if I was truly strong enough to survive what was coming. And Arceus helped me. A part of me couldn't wait to try. The return to the castle was handled with the kind of discretion only Count Alderic's household could manage. The villagers had gawked at Magmar's hulking, flame-veined body, but once the gates of Yvelna closed behind us, the Count's staff moved with quick, quiet efficiency. Magmar, still wearing the collar, was led away alongside Geodude and a beaming Terrence. The boy could barely contain his excitement, clutching his new set of servants' clothes like they were royal regalia. The Chamberlain bowed curtly and guided the trio toward a private servant's wing, far from the eyes of curious nobles where hot meals and fresh beds awaited them. Meanwhile, Master Pelliene, robes dusty from travel yet still carrying herself with practiced grace, asked to be shown to the Count immediately. The man received her in his study, the hearth glowing low behind him. His Umbreon lingered at his side like a shadow made flesh, its scarred frame radiating quiet authority. Alderic lifted his gaze from a half-written letter, his expression as calm as the stone walls around him. "Master Pelliene," he greeted, setting down his quill. "You returned sooner than I expected, and with quite the entourage, if the whispers are true." Pelliene bowed respectfully. "Indeed, my lord. I came to thank you for granting us leave. It was not in vain. My Vulpix has evolved, and my student proved herself in battle. She also secured the loyalty of a new companion in the mountains Magmar." At that, Umbreon's rings flared faintly. The Count said nothing, but the crease of his brow deepened. "And this Terrence?" Alderic asked, steepling his fingers. "The miner's boy." Pelliene inclined her head. "Yes, my lord. He has an instinct for stone unlike any I have seen. Ventis has entered into a contract of service with him for 5 years. I ask that you formally recognize him as her underling, so that his position will not be contested." The Count's dark eyes lingered on her for several moments, as if weighing the request against the weight of unseen politics. Finally, he exhaled, slow and steady. "Very well. If you vouch for him, I will recognize the boy's place under your apprentice. But mark me, Peliane, an untamed magmar, in the hands of a servant, is a dangerous spark. If it sets ablaze within my walls—" He let the warning hang like a guillotine. Peliane lowered her head. "I will see that it does not, my lord." "Good." Alderic leaned back, stroking Umbreon's neck absently. "Then see to your student, and when the girl is rested, let her come before me. If she wishes to carry such responsibility, she must look me in the eye and speak her intentions plainly." "As you command." Peliane bowed once more and withdrew, her mind already running through what she would say to prepare Ventis for the Count's summons. Ventis stood outside the Count's study for a heartbeat longer than necessary, repeating Fenn's drilled lines like a mantra. Her palms were clammy despite the fine robe she wore, but her back was straight as she pushed the heavy door open. "My lord," she bowed deeply. "Sit." Count Alderic's voice was low, almost dismissive. He did not look up at first, his quill scratching across parchment, until he signed the page and set it aside. At last, his dark eyes rose, cool and sharp. "That magmar could have been a perfect gift for His Majesty," he said, irritation edging his tone. Then, with a sigh, he leaned back. "Still, I cannot blame you. You rendered a great service to my mage. Tell me, is there something you wish in return?" "I couldn't ask for anything, my lord," Ventis replied, her voice humble, steady as practiced. "I was already paid by Master Peliane." The Count's lips tugged into the faintest smile. "That was her payment, not mine, and I am not a man who lets debts go unanswered. Please speak." Ventis hesitated for only a breath before stepping into the trap she and Fenn had laid. "I know that Eevees are mainly kept by nobles, and that Milord holds the breeding rights. Could I have one?" Alderic's brows rose slightly. "Eevees are the signature Pokémon for noble ladies. I cannot simply hand one over to an apprentice mage." He sighed, almost theatrically. Ventis's lips curved into the faintest smirk. "Even if I promised to evolve one of your Eevees into a Flareon?" The Count froze, then fixed her with a piercing gaze. For a moment the study was silent, heavy with tension, then he slammed his palm onto the desk and burst into laughter. It was not the polished chuckle of a nobleman, but a raw, unrestrained belly laugh. "You got me there, girl," he wheezed, dabbing at his eye with the heel of his hand. Sharp tongue, sharper wit. "Very well, I have 2 battle-trained Eevees. If you can evolve one, the other is yours. You may even choose which to keep." "Thank you, my lord." Ventis bowed deeply again, relief warming her chest. "Go and rest then." Alderic waved her off, his voice returning to its calm timbre. "I hear your Brakeson took quite a punch. We'll see to this in the morning." Ventis slipped from the chamber, her heart hammering despite her composure. Once the door shut behind her, Count Alderic rose from his chair and walked to the tall window. His face, now hidden from all but the shadows, shed its mirth and returned to the cold mask of a ruler. He lit his pipe with a steady hand, watching the smoke curl into the night air. "Things," he murmured to himself, "are getting very interesting indeed." I'd done a little digging of my own during our stay at the Count's castle. With access to the library as the Pokémon of a mage, I found that breeding rights were very heavily protected by the Crown. Not just anyone with a male and female could start a breeding farm. Both Pokémon had to be strong and good-looking, and both had to pass the King's personal approval. That meant Eevee breeders were envied across the noble houses, and yet Count Alderic had managed to secure a pair. Ventis carried 1 Firestone and 1 Thunderstone in her satchel, her hand brushing against them nervously as we followed the Count into his private garden. 7 Eevees lounged across the grass, well-groomed, their fur gleaming in the morning sun. 2 of them wore special collars, the breeders, marked for their noble duty. "Here." Alderic pointed to 2 leaner Eevees resting closer to him. "These 2 are under Umbreon's training." My tail flattened unconsciously at the thought. I had vivid memories of Umbreon's training, and I shivered just imagining what that might mean for the poor things. "Fenn?" Ventis's voice pulled me back. "It would be best if I could speak with them without the collars," I told her through the link. Ventis bowed her head politely. "Can we take off the collars, just for a bit?" "Very well," Alderic agreed with a nod. Still, his Umbreon rose to his feet, eyes never leaving me. As the collars were removed, I sat before the 2 Eevees. "Hi, I'm Fenn, a Brakeson," I said in Pokémon tongue. I know you've both been trained as warriors, but I want to know which of you actually likes humans more." The pair exchanged a look. Then, after a pause, one stepped forward. "I don't mind them. The maids are kind to me. Why do you ask?" "Because Ventis and I pointed first to my mage and then to myself, we're not just looking for a fighter. We're looking for a friend. An ally who isn't too stiff." The little fox's ears flicked, then he smiled. "Sure, that's our choice then." I flicked my tail toward Ventis. Ventis leaned down, smiling as she fastened her special collar around the male Evie's neck. "Welcome, partner." Then she turned to the female. A servant had already replaced her breeder's collar, but Ventis had come prepared. She pulled out a cloth rag and draped it gently over the Evie's head. Only the faint glow of the firestone showed through the fabric. In a blinding flash, the Evie's form changed taller, more robust, her coat turning fiery red. "Flareon!" she cried, the sound ringing with pride. "Smart," Alderic murmured, eyes narrowing as he stroked his beard. "Keeping your method hidden with a rag. I don't know how you did it, but I assume Pelieni will tell me, sooner or later." "Indeed, Lord Alderic." Ventis's voice was calm, but her eyes sparkled. Then she pulled another rag from her satchel and covered the chosen male. This time, the Thunderstone's light flared, and when it cleared, a Jolteon shook himself, sparks crackling faintly off his spines. "A Jolteon too?" the Count gasped, genuinely taken aback. His hand slammed onto the stone railing beside him as he laughed. "Girl, you are full of surprises." Ventis bent down and stroked Jolteon's prickling fur, unbothered by the static crackle. "Jolteon, you're my third partner. Come and meet Hoot Hoot too." "Jol." The new partner barked happily, leaping straight into her arms. In her chamber, Esther's face was blotched red from holding back tears of rage. She ripped the ribbons from her hair and threw them onto the floor. "That peasant," she hissed, pacing in a storm of frills and lace. "She doesn't just steal attention, she humiliates me in front of father, Flareon and Jolteon, like it was nothing." Evie curled on her lap, but even her beloved companion couldn't soothe her now. No one else is supposed to know those secrets. Not nobles, not even the prince. And yet she flaunts it, as if it were a parlor trick. Esther's small hands clenched the fabric of her dress until her knuckles turned white. "I swear, I'll take everything from her. That fox, her magic, even the prince's gaze, she won't have anything left." In his guest quarters, Prince Augustine sat at the edge of his bed, staring at the faint flicker of candlelight. His usual polished calm faltered for once. "Impossible," he whispered to himself. "No one outside the inner circle of the crown knows how to evolve Eevees. And yet that girl some backwater apprentice managed to?" He pinched the bridge of his nose, his mind racing. He had long desired a Vaporeon, his dream partner, but never found the method, no matter how many scrolls he pored over. Now a commoner displayed mastery of secrets even he, a prince, did not possess. Augustine leaned back, closing his eyes, his jaw tightening. Father was right. She isn't just a mage. She's a piece, on the board, a dangerous piece. If she can do this at 17... His hands curled into fists. Then the game has already changed. The scroll shimmered faintly as it was laid upon the obsidian pedestal of the Royal Magic Tower's scriptorium. Letters like these were rare, magically sealed, bound by oaths older than most kingdoms. Only those who swore binding words could open them without turning to ash. Velenus Agnes Herion, senior researcher of magical fauna, stood alone before it. She pressed her hands together, whispered the sacred pledge, and felt the invisible chain of the vow coil around her heart and tongue. She could not betray the contents, not alter them, not claim them for herself. Knowledge had a price, and hers was honesty. The parchment unfurled. Velenus's sharp eyes danced across the lines once, twice, and then her knees weakened. She grabbed a chair, sinking down with a hand over her mouth. Her breath came shallow, quick. "All the evolutions," she whispered aloud, though the empty chamber offered no answer. Each name was inscribed clearly. Vaporeon, Jolteon, Flareon, Espeon, Umbreon, Leafeon, Glaceon, and her voice caught Sylveon. A word she had never heard before, a form not even whispered of in the most esoteric texts. The description seemed laughably simple. Evolves when a deep bond of trust and friendship is formed. Velenus almost scoffed, but her training caught her Pokémon defied reason often. Their mysteries were their essence. Her hands trembled as she flipped back to the detailed notes of Flareon and Jolteon, their evolutions already confirmed, tested, proven real. That meant the rest. She rose, skirts brushing the floor, and nearly ran from the chamber. Only once did she stop, at the accountancy desk. With an ink quill that nearly snapped under her grip, She scrawled out a payment order, 2,000 gold crowns, the tower's highest compensation for revolutionary discoveries. For Master Pelliene of County Velna's domain, she said aloud. Voice clipped but shaking, so there could be no mistake. Then she was off again, heart hammering, scroll clutched tight. At the high spire, she threw open the doors to the Archmage's study. Archmage Gahatu, she breathed, bowing low even as her voice broke with urgency. You must read this, at once. It changes everything. The old man looked up from his tome, his single eye narrowing at her tone. He extended a wrinkled hand, and Velenus placed the letter in his grasp. She waited, unable to stand still, as the Archmage's brow furrowed deeper and deeper with every line he read. When he finally looked up, his gaze was sharp as lightning. Summon the council, Gahatu said, his voice quiet but carrying weight enough to shake the air. The balance of power between kingdoms has shifted this day, and the name Ventis will be known. The Archmage's chamber smelled faintly of smoke and old vellum when the messenger arrived. No ordinary courier, this was a raven black as pitch, its eyes glowing faintly blue with royal seal magic. Gahatu raised a single brow and unrolled the parchment tied to its leg. The king's hand was unmistakable. Any mention of the junior mage Ventis must be cut from the records. Only write Pelliene's name in the official archives and burn the original letter. Ventis must be covered, for now. Gahatu exhaled through his nose, a long, tired sigh, then folded the parchment neatly before dropping it into the brazier at his side. Flames licked high, devouring ink and parchment until not a trace remained. He stared into the embers a moment, as if watching the king's will scatter into ash. So, that's how it is. His voice was little more than a whisper. He rose slowly, his old joints protesting, and crossed to the wide window where a Pidgeotto preened its wings. Its feathers gleamed bronze in the candlelight, eyes sharp, restless, bred for speed and distance. Gahatu tied a fresh strip of parchment to its leg. Fly to Count Alderic's castle, he murmured, stroking the bird's neck. Watch the girl, Ventis. If the king values her enough to erase her name, then I cannot risk her being snuffed out before her time. The bird let out a low, eager cry and spread its wings. Gahatu opened the casement, and with a rush of air the Pidgeotto soared into the night, vanishing into the stars. The Archmage lingered at the window, his silhouette rigid, his single eye gleaming with something sharper than duty. And if the king wants her so badly, his lips curled into a thin smile, then I want her for myself, even more. A quiet, raspy laugh followed, swallowed by the crackling fire. The prince made sure to enjoy his last few days at the count's estate, though his thoughts were already far ahead. He now fully understood his father's reasoning. Ventis was more than a curiosity, she was a seed that could grow into an archmage, and archmages were not mere servants to kings. They were powers in their own right, difficult to command, their loyalty often a matter of negotiation rather than duty. To cultivate goodwill early was worth its weight in gold. I am saddened that I must leave this place so soon, Augustin said at the farewell feast, his voice even and measured, the smile on his lips a practiced mask of nobility. Next year, I will join the Royal Magic Academy as a ranker, but before I depart, I would offer a token to the promising young mage of this castle. Esther's fingers tightened on the edge of her gown, her face drained of colour, then flushed crimson as the words landed. The gift was not for her, but for the commoner she despised. A focus, Augustin continued smoothly, commissioned from one of the finest craftsmen of the capital. His servant stepped forward, bowing low, and presented a long, polished box. Ventis rose quickly, bowed deeply, and accepted it with both hands. She opened it, as custom demanded. Inside lay a short staff of elderwood, its surface inlaid with flowing silver lines. A gemstone deep violet, the exact shade of her hair was set at its crown, catching the lamplight in glittering facets. Blue silk bound the grip, soft and elegant. Ventis drew a sharp breath. I am honored beyond measure, Your Highness. What a wonderful and thoughtful gift, Count Alderic declared, clapping once in genuine admiration. The words barely faded before Esther pushed back her chair with a scrape. Her face burned scarlet, eyes brimming with barely contained fury. Excuse me. Her voice cracked as she stood, skirts trembling with her haste. She swept from the hall without a backward glance, her maid scurrying behind like a shadow trying to keep pace. A heavy silence lingered for a heartbeat, then conversation slowly resumed. The feast continued without further disruption, though for some, the absence at the Count's left hand was louder than any music. The big room Ventis was given was slowly filling up with life. My own bed, sized properly for a Pokémon sat by the fireplace, Jolteon had a doggy bed on the other side, and with Hoot Hoot perched on a stand in the corner, It almost felt like a proper team's quarters. What shocked me most was when Hoot Hoot himself asked to start training. The timid little owl, who I always thought would be happy just sitting pretty, suddenly wanted to grow stronger. He confessed through the bond that he felt useless, too weak to protect Ventis if danger came. That hit harder than I expected. Jolteon, of course, wasn't slacking either. His fur practically sparked with eagerness every morning. If anything, he was a battle junkie through and through, grinning like a madman every time Umbreon called us out for drills. So it was the three of us against him. I'd love to say that it made things easier, but truth be told, I didn't know what I was expecting. Without coordination, most of our attacks overlapped at the worst moments. Hoot Hoot's gust would knock my Ember off course, Jolteon's pin missile grazed my tail more than once, and Umbreon, he slipped through us like silk through the wind, shadow and speed incarnate. If I had to put it in game terms, he was fully spec'd into speed and special attack, an absolute nightmare to pin down. Hoot Hoot dropped out of the fight in minutes, leaving me and Jolteon to try and weather the storm. "Bro, we need to come up with a plan. This is useless," I huffed, sliding to a stop beside Jolteon. "Figured that too, sis. He's on a whole other level." Jolteon's fur bristled, sparks leaping across his coat. For all his wild grin, his eyes were serious. "Any ideas?" "Working on one," I shouted, throwing myself into a dodge as a shadow ball scorched past. "Less talking, more fighting," Umbreon sneered, voice like iron wrapped in velvet. By the end of the first week, I knew every sore spot in my body. Every muscle hurt. Every breath stung. "I'm done," I groaned, collapsing into the dust. "I'm not," Jolteon barked, only to be slammed next to me by a swift tackle. "Okay, maybe call it a draw," he wheezed. "Cute," Umbreon said, standing tall and pristine, not a single hair out of place. "Fenn, you're getting better at dodging, but your stamina is still your greatest weakness." "Sir? Yes, sir," I mumbled, sprawled on the ground and staring up at the clouds from my personal dirt nap. "Jolteon, you're too focused on offense. You don't dodge obvious counters. Fix that." "As you wish, ringleader," Jolteon grunted, still smirking despite the bruises. Then Umbreon turned to Hoot Hoot, who was just dragging himself upright again. His crimson eyes narrowed. "And you're not fit to be a fighter. Give up and go back to being a pet." Hoot Hoot didn't answer. He only lowered his head, wings trembling faintly. But I could feel it through the bond, the sting of those words cutting deep, sharper than any claw. I made a hot bath for us after all that tumbling through dirt and bushes. We looked like a squad of half-dead soldiers limping home from war. Steam curled up from the wooden tub, filling the small room with a hazy warmth. Thankfully, hot water didn't hurt, though it still felt odd for me as a fire type. My instincts told me it wasn't natural, but I forced myself to settle in. If I was going to face water users head-on, I had to train my body to withstand more than just a splash. Jolteon practically melted into the steaming water with a blissful sigh, sparks dying off his fur as he stretched out like he owned the whole tub. Hoot Hoot, on the other hand, needed help just to stay under his tawny feathers, made him float like a cork, wings flapping uselessly as I kept him steady. He hadn't spoken a word since training ended. "It's all right," he says stuff like that to inspire. "In his own arsehole way," I muttered, scrubbing his feathers with a brush. "He's right," the owl finally whispered, voice low. "I never fought before. I am nothing more than a soft pet. Now, listen here." I turned his round face toward me, forcing his big eyes to meet mine. I remember seeing a brave little owl dive straight at an Alpha Arbok to protect his master. Was I only dreaming? "No," he admitted, feathers ruffling. "But I got knocked out. Not the point. I gave him a playful nuggie between his feathers. There's a brave heart inside all that fluff. I saw it. And don't tell me otherwise you wouldn't have asked to train if you were just some pampered pet." Jolteon, still lounging in the corner like a smug prince, gave a sharp nod of agreement. "Then what should I do?" Hoot Hoot asked, almost desperately. "I'm too slow, too weak, and I have no skill." "Do you think I was born with skill?" I snapped, then softened my tone. "I survived on my own in a forest crawling with predators. That's how I learned. You've got something better. You've got a master who'll feed you, heal you, and a team who won't let you die. So if you have to work yourself into a coma to grow stronger, do it here. You've got the perfect chance." "Right." Hoot Hoot's feathers puffed up with a brave little flare, though his eyes softened again. "Thank you for being here for me. Sometimes younger sisters have to put some common sense into their big brothers." I flicked my wet ear fluff, trying to act noble, water droplets flying everywhere. That was enough to break the tension. The three of us burst into laughter, steam swirling around as if the room itself shared in the warmth of the moment. My first winter in this world was shockingly boring. The Count had gone to the capital with his family, taking half the staff with him. Apparently, he had a manor there as well. The castle was left running on a skeleton crew. No feasts, no endless noble chatter, no Umbreon looming over us with his brutal training regimen. Master Pelliene was gone too. That left us, quite literally, to our own devices for 3 whole months. Hoot was finally flying like a proper owl, his wings cutting the air with speed and force. His attacks actually carried weight now. Jolteon, on the other hand, sulked for weeks, still bitter his personal sparring partner had left. As for me, well, I was already planning how to weaponize boredom. Morning sunshine. I pulled the blanket clean off Ventis with the most sinister grin I could muster. My witch hat, freshly pressed, sat proudly on my head. In my paw wasn't the old half-burned stick anymore, but a wand I'd personally requested from the carpenter, a proper wand. Short, elegant, and unmistakably Harry Potter-esque, crafted from fire-resistant wood. Unlike other Bratian, who would panic if their precious stick was lost, I knew better. Instinct didn't mean optimal. And this wand? It was perfect. "It's time to learn advanced calculus," I announced, blasting my voice straight into her head with psychic projection. Ventis groaned, grabbed her pillow, and swung at me. "No, please, spare me!" I caught the pillow mid-swing and leaned in close, letting my eyes glow with psychic energy for maximum dramatic flair. "I am going to teach the will of living out of you." Jolteon snorted from his bed until my head snapped toward him. "You'll be learning about electricity too. Don't worry." I switched to Pokémon speech. His ears went stiff. He gulped. Ventis lasted until just before lunch, before collapsing. She sat cross-legged at her desk, staring at the paper I'd scrawled formulas on. Her violet eyes swirled like they'd been hexed. "This doesn't make any sense." "It will," I sighed, poking her nose. "Brains run on fuel. Let's get you fed before you burn out entirely." Hoot and Jolteon perked up immediately. "You two as well," I said, wagging my wand at them like a teacher calling roll. And so, my intensive winter lessons became the boogeyman of our little household. Every morning, I'd drag them through equations, theories, and lectures about molecules, aerodynamics, and heat transfer. By afternoon, we turned it into practice. Knowledge applied. Knowledge sharpened. Ventis's magic skyrocketed. Not in raw power, but efficiency spells cost her a fraction of what they once did, and her accuracy was terrifying. Jolteon's lightning tightened, no longer arcing wastefully but slamming with precision. Hoot, timid no longer, learned to slice through the air with terrifying grace. As for me, I realized I lacked raw firepower. I could shape flame, yes, but its heat was lacking. So, once a week, I went to the smithy, blasting streams of fire into the forge while timing myself, holding the heat steady like a metronome. It was hell on my lungs and stamina, but effective. And because I couldn't resist, yes, I stole straight from Guy Sensei's book. I tied heavy stones to my legs, arms, and tail, dragging them everywhere. Within 5 minutes of watching, Jolteon demanded the same treatment, his eyes blazing with competitive fire. I swear, winter boredom might have been the greatest blessing we'd been given. If history and geography didn't matter, then by Christmas, Ventis was already at the level of an A+ college senior finishing her studies. She learned frighteningly fast. Of course, I wasn't a cruel teacher, I knew when to push and when to reward. So, I placed a little order with the local seamstress and had 3 graduation caps made, each perfectly sized for the 3 heads of my students. On a bright, sunny day, I called them out into the garden and handed each their cap. "What is this?" asked Jolteon, ears twitching, his cap dangling from his paw. "It is your graduation cap," I answered proudly. "And what is graduation?" he asked again, genuinely puzzled. "Just be quiet. Or do you want to be inside studying instead?" Hoot muttered, his cap already perched proudly on his head. Ventis adjusted hers and smiled faintly. "So, you told me this is a graduation cap. Does this mean we don't need to study anymore?" There was a hopeful sparkle in her tired eyes. "Indeed, it does." I nodded through our mental link, now that we all have gathered here. I spoke in Pokémon tongue, and directly into Ventis's mind at once. "It is my responsibility and honor to declare that all 3 of you have completed your studies under me. The journey was long, filled with sleepless nights and late lessons, but now I have nothing left to teach you." I stood tall, saluted, and beamed. "Fenn's first college for the gifted is officially complete!" At my signal, the 3 of them tossed their caps into the sky. Cheers and clapping rose from the sidelines, the gardener, a few maids, Terence, with his Pokémon, all watching. A small feast had been prepared to celebrate. It was sheer luck Terence arrived back just in time. He had been gone for weeks, trekking across every mountain in the region, including the very one where I first met Ventis. And his haul? Enough to make my jaw almost unhinge. 17 evolution stones. 17. Not even mentioning the pile of precious gems and fossils he lugged back like they were nothing. 5 firestones. 2 thunderstones. 3 waterstones. 3 moonstones. A sunstone. A duskstone. And 2 leafstones. And on top of that, we still had a dawnstone and a firestone left from the last batch. When I explained to Ventis just how much those stones were worth, she fainted on the spot. I hope I did well. Terence scratched the back of his head awkwardly. Dude, read the room, I shouted, though he probably couldn't understand a word of my Pokémon talk. I'm sorry, I don't know why you're angry, he stammered, backpedaling. I sighed and shook my head. I really need a way to learn to speak human. The kid's an actual rock demon, Magmar grunted, shaking his head. Even I was impressed, and I don't get impressed easy. Thanks for looking out for him. I offered him a fist bump. He bumped back with a grunt. Don't get used to it. I still owe you a proper payback. I smirked. Yeah. Anytime, fire duck. The audience chamber of Zhao Shara's iron-walled fortress smelled faintly of incense and smouldering oil lamps. Ornate banners of scarlet silk hung from the ceiling, each embroidered with the flame crest of the kingdom. On the dais sat Prince Caliph Dravosh, younger brother to King Rhaegus the Burning Fist, and every bit as cunning as his sibling was fierce. Before him stood 2 foreigners, nobles of Vermont, cloaked in river blue finery that looked sorely out of place amidst the harsh stone walls. They bowed deeply, each already weighed down by gold-chased chests stacked beside them, and 2 Pokeballs gleaming on the table as their advance gift. Your Highness, said the older noble, Baron Eldric Malvor, his moustache twitching with greedy delight. With this payment alone, my loyalty to the Vermont crown grows. Flexible. He glanced at his younger companion. Does it not, Viscount Ormond Travail? The Viscount, tall and thin, nodded eagerly. Flexible indeed. Our country grows complacent. Its rivers fatten bellies, but men grow soft. A flame to the heart, such as yours, might stir it into greatness again. Caliph offered a smile, broad, warm, the kind of smile that could convince children that monsters were friendly. He spread his arms, theatrically. Ah, my friends, such vision warms me. The Vermont crown grows heavy with sloth. You would aid me in lifting that burden, yes? Help turn river water into fire? The nobles bowed again, their greed practically dripping. Eldric rubbed his hands together. The Count's lands along the Ashura tributary, ripe for the taking. Promise me that county, and I shall rally not only my men, but 6 others with the promise of gold. They will bend, as all men do, when coin outweighs loyalty. Caliph leaned back into his seat, stroking the hilt of the blade at his side, a ceremonial thing, but his fingers moved across it with the ease of habit. His eyes flicked to the pair of Pokeballs that had been offered. And you would serve Zhao Shara faithfully? Ormond was already nodding furiously. With all our strength, grant us titles greater than those petty scraps Vermont handed us, and you will not regret it. Regret? Caliph repeated, chuckling softly. He folded his hands together, tilting his head, as if weighing a prayer. Regret is a burden of lesser men. I accept your loyalty, and one day the kingdom will reward you both richly. The nobles straightened, their faces alight with ambition. They saw only wealth, only rising titles blind to the way Caliph's eyes narrowed as they turned their heads. Caliph's thoughts flowed darkly, smooth as poison in his mind. Pathetic. They sell their oaths for a pouch of gold and a handful of beasts. Do they truly think Zhao Shara needs such worms as allies? They will stir the river nobles into strife, weaken Vermont's stability, and then when their usefulness ends, I will see their heads mounted as proof of Zhao Shara's resolve. Perhaps their very Pokémon will serve better masters than they ever could. He raised his goblet in mock celebration. To our alliance! May it be fruitful, swift, and eternal! The nobles eagerly clinked their cups against his, smiling like children, at a feast. And Caliph, the prince with the kindest smile in Zhao Shara, was already imagining the flames that would devour them. Terence was properly congratulated, and I somehow managed not to cause a scene over the immense amount of precious stones he had brought back. I can only wonder what your master is doing in the capital, I sighed, leaning over the new magic circle Ventis was inscribing. My eyes narrowed. Wait, is that what I think it is? Indeed, she said, smiling proudly. I thought of using a physics formula in my magic circle. It should increase efficiency to about 97%. My earfluffs trembled. We need to test that outside city limits. If it works, that's basically a war crime of a spell. You think so too? She asked, her eyes sparkling like she'd just invented Armageddon. Well, at least you're happy, I muttered through our mental link. Let's just try not to become the demon lord of this world. What's a demon lord? She asked, innocently. Well, you see. Boss! Big news! Jolteon skidded into the room, lightning crackling at his paws. What's up? I asked in Pokémon language. Is something the matter, Jolteon? Ventis asked, blinking. Before the lightning furball could answer, a large shadow filled the doorway. Hoot! Came the sound, deeper, prouder, and resonant enough to make the window panes rattle. In Pokémon tongue, he said simply, I evolved. The three of us turned in unison. Looming in the doorway was an immensely large Noctowl, his eyes glowing like twin amber moons. Hoot, you evolved? Yay! Ventis squealed, rushing forward to hug her owl. Hoot! The now massive bird wrapped her gently in his wings, nearly engulfing her entirely. How? I asked, turning to Jolteon as the two continued their celebratory hug. Apparently he really wanted to win a fight, Jolteon explained, flicking his tail. So he challenged Terrence's Geodude, and won. Evolved right after. Aren't Noctowls usually smaller? I squinted. Don't tell me. He's an alpha, Jolteon sighed. Well, paint me blue and call me a water type, I said, floofing up my tail and plopping down on it like a beanbag. That was definitely not on my bingo card. We're so going to mop the floor with Umbreon when he comes back. I grinned, flexing slightly and feeling every bit of muscle growth from the weight training. Jolteon's already spiky fur bristled at the thought. Do you really think we can win? I mean, He didn't finish the sentence, but he didn't have to. How about we let the bird and our master have their own fun while we have a little scuffle? I offered, with a wicked grin. What, you and I? Jolteon tilted his head. No offense, Fenn, but I'm not even close to your level. No worries, I said, rolling my shoulders. I'll only use physical abilities, no fire, no psychic powers. He blinked. But those are your main skills. And that's exactly why I'm too predictable, I said seriously. I need backup moves, something no one would ever expect from a dainty Pokémon like me. There's literally nothing dainty about you, Jolteon deadpanned. I'm not holding back now that you've said that, I replied flatly as we entered the training yard. He gulped, but took his stance anyway. I'll be the judge, Magmar rumbled, stepping out from the side hallway. Thanks, I saluted, tail flicking behind me as I crouched into position. At his signal, we both lunged. Quick attack! Our movements blurred. He was faster, slamming into my side with bone-jarring force. Instead of dodging away, I used his impact, twisted midair, and countered with an iron tail that hit his stomach squarely. We both went tumbling in opposite directions. No banter this time, just raw, instinctive fighting. Jolteon got up first, lightning sparking along his body as he charged his next move. Instead of grounding myself or dodging like a smart Pokémon, I braced and took it head-on. This time, I wanted to see if I could overcome it. My goal was simple. No more paralysis. Once was enough humiliation. The thunderbolt hit. My muscles screamed. My teeth clenched as what felt like a busload of electricity ran through me. Every nerve lit up like molten wires, but I didn't fall. With one focused breath, I forced my body to move. I exploded forward in a blur of light, the ground cracking beneath my paws. Then impact. The wall stopped me faster than I stopped myself. Fenn? Jolteon trotted closer, looking down at my crumpled form. You okay? What was that? That, Magmar said, his tone a mix of disbelief and pride, was extreme speed. I wouldn't have believed it if I hadn't seen it myself. Was that on purpose? He asked, crossing his arms. I tilted my head weakly from the floor. What do you think? He chuckled. Thought so. A fluke then. A fluke I'll exploit to hell and back. I said with a wobbly grin. I think I only managed it because of the lightning charge, but now that I've done it, I can try to repeat it and use it properly next time. Might want to try that outside castle limits, Magmar advised dryly. You might move fast, but your senses won't keep up yet. Point taken, I muttered, rubbing my sore muzzle. That was awesome, boss, Jolteon said, tail wagging despite his bruises. Teach me too. I smirked and pointed at the dent I'd left in the wall. Sure, once I figure out how to do it without turning into modern art. With a bit of healing done on myself and Ventis finally emerging from her room, with Noctowl gliding proudly behind her, we decided to get some fresh air. A simple lunch, a walk through the nearby forest. Still, I couldn't help the shiver that ran down my spine when we passed the clearing where Umbreon had first trained me. Even now, the ground still looked scorched from our early sessions. Noctowl, however, was in pure bliss, flying lazy circles above us, his wings catching the sunlight in flashes of bronze and cream. Ventis hugged her magic tome close, the margins filled with her own formulas, a bizarre, brilliant fusion of modern physics and this world's arcane symbols. When we came across a house-sized boulder in an open meadow, we stopped and spread out our picnic. "I'll be testing a new skill I randomly got," I told Ventis through our link as I popped an orange berry into my mouth. Her head perked up immediately. "Oh, great! What did you learn this time?" "Extreme speed," I said, as casually as if I'd learned how to whistle. Ventis froze mid-bite, her sandwich hovering in mid-air. "What?" "It's called extreme speed," I repeated. "I heard that, but that's a very rare skill. How did you even manage it?" "Jolteon zapped me while I was trying a quick attack," I said with a straight face. "Ended up decorating the wall. Abstract modern art, apparently." Ventis blinked, then slowly grinned. "Anyway," I continued, patting my stomach, "shall we test your latest attempt at rewriting reality?" She nodded, stepping a few paces back. I stood ready, already summoning fire to smother any accidental wildfires. But instead of flame spreading, we had the opposite problem. The top of the boulder melted. The trees behind it didn't catch fire, they simply ceased existing, turned to drifting ash. The heat shimmer distorted the air like a mirage, and even I had to admit it. This was overkill. I crossed my arms. "I'd say tuck that one away for when we're raiding a castle." Ventis just grinned through her exhaustion and swapped to her next test water magic. The focused jet carved into the rock like an industrial cutter, clean and perfect. Her third test was wind. With Noctowl on lookout, we had made sure no wandering Pidgey or Caterpie got caught in the blast. When she unleashed it, the already damaged rock was sliced clean through, the fragments scattering into molten rubble and fine gravel. By the time she was done, the house-sized boulder was nothing but a pile of pebbles and slag. "I need a break," Ventis groaned, collapsing onto the grass, chest rising and falling with fatigue. "You do that," I replied with a smirk, brushing some soot off my fur. Then I turned to the others. "Noctowl," I called up, "try what we talked about the rock juggle, but without using your claws this time." He gave a sharp hoot and caught the fist-sized rock I tossed into the air, keeping it aloft with precise wind currents. It was perfect practice sharpening his balance, his fine control, and his ability to make short, sharp turns. "Jolteon," I said, pointing toward the open field. "You just watch me. Try to imitate what I'm about to do." He tilted his head, sparks dancing across his fur. "Should I be worried?" "Probably," I said, grinning, then took my position in the long stretch of grass far from anything that could burn, melt, or explode. The previous tests Ventis had gone through made my body itch to try extreme speed, but I knew it was impossible just yet. My main element was fire, leaving little in terms of normal energy to work with. Instead, I tried something faster than quick attack, but more attuned to my nature. My feet turned blazing hot, and my breath billowed out in thick clouds in the cold air. Then, whoosh, I came to a stop, just inches from a willow tree. Behind me, the dirt was blackened, and a few small fires slowly sputtered out. "Flame charge!" Ventis yelled gleefully from the ground, still unable to stand. "That was not as fast as extreme speed," Jolteon said, though his tail wagged enthusiastically. "Nice one, Fenn," Noctowl called from above, still casually juggling his rock. Ventis still didn't fully understand Pokémon speech, yet she seemed to grasp the reactions of the others. I did my best to translate through our mental link, but she needed less and less help these days. It reminded me of the anime, where trainers often understood their Pokémon instinctively. Maybe she was starting to get there. By late afternoon, all of us were exhausted. Noctowl was thrilled with his progress. Jolteon had managed to adapt my move into a volt tackle and had spent the entire day practicing it. Ventis, however, had been mostly sidelined. After unleashing 3 of her most devastating spells, she had completely drained herself of magic. She possessed a ridiculous amount of mana, which only highlighted how powerful those spells truly were. "I advise against using those spells whenever possible," I told Ventis. "They're undeniably powerful, but if you drain yourself dry in the middle of a battle, we could lose. It's better to conserve your strength and rely on less demanding spells when you can." "I agree," she replied weakly. "I feel like I've been starving for a week." She focused on putting one foot in front of the other, clearly hoping her jelly-like legs wouldn't give out beneath her. Seeing that, I made a decision. I scooped her up into a princess carry. "Hey!" she yelped in surprise. "Brax," I spoke aloud instead of through our link, giving her a wink before breaking into a sprint. Jolteon didn't need an invitation and immediately raced alongside us. Above, Noctowl let out an amused hoot and glided overhead. None of us noticed the trailing shadows, nor the small black dot circling high in the sky. Baron Eldrick, Malvor, and Viscount Ormond Travai cradled their polished gemstones. The so-called Pokeballs were capable of storing Pokémon through powerful magic, The gems were a pale grey, with a faint shimmer swirling deep within their cores. I still can't believe we got actual Pokeballs. Eldrick turned the gem over in his palms, unable to keep the excitement from his voice. It contained an Onix, an extremely useful rock-type Pokémon that was nearly impossible for a noble of his standing to obtain. I've always wanted an Onix. Ormond simply leaned back in his chair. He had no intention of telling the Baron what he had received. The old fool was celebrating a mere rock type, while he had been entrusted with a Shelgon, a dragon type, a Pokémon that could one day evolve into a Salamence if properly trained. Compared to that, an Onix was little more than a novelty. Let's focus on what we promised, Ormond said calmly. I'd rather rule over a rich stretch of land under Jaushara than spend another decade bowing to Vermont's petty high lords. His voice remained elegant and measured, yet venom lingered beneath every word. Indeed, to our future. The Baron grinned and raised his glass of wine. Ormond VF returned the gesture. They parted ways several hours later, each returning to his own lands with plans already set in motion. Agents would be placed, supplies redirected, and loyalties quietly tested. Neither man intended to wait until war was officially declared. When the time came, they would weaken Vermont from within and allow Zhao Shara's armies to pass through their territories unhindered. For now, however, the war remained a distant prospect, a seed planted in secret. One that both men intended to nurture until it grew into something far deadlier. Count Alderic Ivelna stood upon a marble balcony overlooking the heart of the capital. Below him, the city of Azurport shimmered beneath the gentle warmth of early spring. The capital had been built where 3 great rivers met, before flowing into the sea, and water seemed present in every corner. Canals cut through districts lined with white stone buildings. Arched bridges crossed glittering waterways, while blue banners bearing Vermont's silver wave snapped in the breeze. Today, however, even the capital surpassed itself. Flower garlands hung from windows, coloured ribbons stretched between rooftops. Musicians played cheerful melodies from every square, while merchants sold sweet pastries, roasted fish, and candied berries to the crowds filling the streets. The Spring Awakening Festival, one of Vermont's oldest celebrations. Normally Alderic enjoyed it. This year he wanted nothing more than to leave. 3 months. 3 months of galas, banquets, meetings, receptions, noble dinners, political dinners, and dinners disguised as political meetings. He had smiled so much that his cheeks hurt. His gaze drifted toward the massive lake occupying the center of Azurport. Thousands of citizens crowded its shores. The performance had already begun. A line of lapras glided across the water in perfect formation while riders dressed in ceremonial blue cloaks stood proudly upon their backs. Behind them, dozens of Goldeen and Sea King leaped from the lake, scales glittering like living jewels beneath the afternoon sun. The crowd erupted into applause. Alderic managed a polite smile. A moment later, jets of water shot skyward. Several war turtles standing upon floating platforms unleashed synchronized water guns, creating enormous arches that crossed high above the lake. Children pointed excitedly, while adults cheered. Then came the main attraction. A pair of dugongs burst from the water. The lake exploded into foam. Gasps spread through the crowd. The elegant, shimmering white Pokémon twisted through the air before crashing back into the water with a burst of colorful bubbles. The audience loved it. Alderic merely wished he were home. Father. Alderic glanced sideways. Esther stood beside him, wearing a sky-blue Vaporeon-themed dress chosen specifically for the festival. The color complemented her hair perfectly, or so at least 12 noblewomen had informed her. I know that look. What look? The one where you'd rather be anywhere else. Alderic snorted. Your observational skills continue to improve. They aren't difficult observations. Esther folded her arms. You hate the capital? I do not hate the capital. You hate the nobles. That is a completely different statement. His daughter actually laughed. Alderic allowed himself a small smile. At least Esther seemed happier than she had been when they first arrived. The girl's jealousy regarding Ventis had not vanished entirely, but distance had softened it somewhat. Not enough, unfortunately. His gaze drifted toward the royal pavilion overlooking the lake. King Callister stood upon an elevated platform, draped in blue silk. The ruler of Vermont appeared every bit the beloved monarch the people imagined him to be. He smiled warmly and waved toward the crowd. To his right stood Crown Prince Lucien, tall, handsome, and utterly forgettable. To the king's left stood Prince Augustine. The younger prince wore the same pleasant smile as his father. Alderic trusted that smile far less. Even from this distance, Augustine appeared attentive, less interested in the show and more the line of nobles. As though sensing the scrutiny, Augustine briefly looked in Alderic's direction. The count immediately inclined his head. The prince returned a polite nod. Then his attention shifted elsewhere. Alderic exhaled slowly. One day that young man would become either Vermont's greatest asset or its greatest danger. Perhaps both. Trumpets suddenly sounded across the lake. The next act was beginning. A squadron of trained Pelipper soared overhead while dozens of Wingull followed behind. The Pokémon released flower petals gathered from baskets strapped to their backs. Pink and white blossoms drifted across the city like spring snow, and the crowd cheered. I also hate that I have to be here, Master Pelien sighed. I'd much rather see how my pupil is doing. She is fine. Alderic adjusted the bracer on his arm. Haunter's collar is still active, and he's watching over them. That isn't particularly reassuring. Pelien's words were little more than a murmur as she gently stroked the soft fur of her ninetails. The past few months had been exhausting. Her savings had grown to a frankly frightening amount, and she had been required to attend no fewer than 6 gatherings of senior mages. On top of that, she had held several discussions with Archmage Gehatu regarding the newly discovered Eevee evolutions. The evolution of her own Vulpix into a Ninetales had only intensified the attention. More than a few of her peers had looked at her with poorly hidden envy. Yet Peliene found herself caring very little about the fame suddenly attached to her name, mostly because she felt she didn't deserve it. Nearly every achievement for which she was being praised truly belonged to Ventis. The young girl had been responsible for so much of it, but Peliene's lips remained sealed. King Callister himself had arranged a private conversation with her and ensured her cooperation with a reward large enough to make most nobles blink twice. Not mere gold shillings, gold royals, each coin worth 10 times as much as the smaller gold pieces used throughout the kingdom. The king's message had been polite. The meaning behind it had not. During her final days in the capital, Peliene had spent much of her time collecting the items she had commissioned for Ventis. A mage outfit woven with elemental resistance materials, intentionally tailored slightly larger to accommodate the girl's continued growth. A set of enchanted rings designed to amplify magical output. And a carefully selected spellbook containing many of the spells expected from a mage seeking higher rank certification. The gifts had cost a small fortune. She would have gladly spent twice as much. Peliene was still uncertain whether Ventis would eventually be allowed to attend the Royal Magic Academy. Officially, the institution primarily accepted students from noble families and established magical lineages. Ventis possessed neither. Then again, King Callister was likely to bend the rules for the girl. The thought was both comforting and worrying. In the end, there was little Peliene could do. The road ahead would be difficult no matter what happened. All she could do was smooth that road where she could, offer guidance when needed, and hope that the extraordinary girl waiting back at Evelna Manor would find her own way forward. Spring arrived not with a gentle breeze, but with a storm. It was an immensely powerful one, impressive even by modern standards. Several peasants were forced to flee to the city after the wind literally tore the heavy straw roofs from their homes. Rain fell in relentless sheets, each drop striking with enough force to sting exposed skin. Outside, the world had become a blur of grey water and howling wind. Ventis was stuck inside with us. The storm showed no signs of ending. "I am going out," I stated grimly, removing my hat and bows. "What?" both Ventis and the others exclaimed. "I need some training against water types, and this feels like the perfect opportunity." I spoke through our mental link while repeating myself aloud in Pokémon speech. Ventis maintained the connection despite what she was about to experience. My pain. For a human, the rain would have been miserable. For me, it felt like being pelted by hundreds of paintballs every second without any protection. Each impact stung against my fur and skin. I gritted my teeth and endured it, sitting down outside in a lotus position as the storm battered me from every direction. The rain soaked through my fur almost instantly. The cold followed soon after. Then a familiar yellow shape appeared beside me. "I will not let you suffer alone." Jolteon sat down at my side. I could barely keep my eyes open enough to look at him. The rain hammered against his fur as well, yet he remained where he was. For nearly 10 minutes, I endured the punishment. Then a hand grabbed me by the scruff. Before I could protest, I was dragged back under cover. "You are going to get sick," Ventis stated firmly. She shivered as she spoke, not from the cold, but from the pain transmitted through our link. Agreed. I nodded slowly, though even that small motion hurt. "Let's make a hot bath." The moment the words left my mouth, everything went black. When I came to, the first thing I noticed was warmth. The second was the smell of burning firewood from the nearby hearth. The third was a brush moving gently through my fur. I blinked my eyes open. Ventis sat beside me, carefully combing out the damp tangles. Nearby, Jolteon slept on his back with all 4 legs sticking straight into the air, looking like a startled sheep that had forgotten how gravity worked. A small smile tugged at my lips. "That was dumb and brave," I said softly to Ventis. You didn't need to feel my pain. Of course I did. She continued brushing my ear fluff with careful strokes. Do you think I'll be able to avoid that later? Better to build up some experience now than get stunned when it really matters. I let out a quiet chuckle. We're one idiot couple. Huh? Ventis simply nodded. Hoot. Noctowl shook his head from his perch, making it very clear what he thought of our decision-making skills. I'll be less reckless. I promise. The owl's unimpressed stare suggested he didn't believe me for a second. Outside, the raging torrent had softened into a steady drizzle, though the rain still refused to stop completely. Water continued to patter against the windows and roof in a soothing rhythm. I took a deep breath. The scent of rain filled my nose. As a human, I had always loved that smell. As a Pokémon, with senses far sharper than before, I loved it even more. Only a day after the storm passed, the Count and his delegation finally returned home. His Aggron lumbered straight into its old stall, looking thoroughly pleased to be back. Machamp immediately set to work, unloading the heavier luggage, carrying entire trunks as if they weighed nothing. Umbreon, meanwhile, calmly padded alongside Count Alderic as he headed deeper into the manor. Esther and her Pokémon wasted no time at all, practically sprinting toward her wing of the estate. Master Peliene and her Pokémon were carrying a considerable number of boxes as well, making their way toward the mage wing. Deciding to help, I grabbed one of the packages from Peliene. Is Ventis here? She asked. Braxian. I nodded while hoisting what turned out to be a shockingly heavy suitcase. By the time I set it down in her office, I was seriously questioning what she had packed inside. Peliene reached into one of her pockets and produced a red biscuit-like treat, offering it to me. I happily accepted. The moment I bit into it, my mouth exploded with heat. Delicious. Please call for Ventis. I brought her a few things, Peliene said kindly. I nodded and immediately reached through our bond. Ventis! Wake up! Peliene is here and wants to see you. The mental shout was loud enough that Ventis practically fell out of bed. A sharp sting shot through my elbow as she smacked her funny bone on the way down. Coming! She groaned through the link. I raised a hand and gave Peliene a thumbs up. The Master Mage chuckled. I wish I were brave enough to make a bond, she said with a sigh. Honestly, it was strange that she hadn't tried. Ninetales adored her. No, adored was too weak a word. The fox practically worshipped the ground Peliene walked on. I tapped the woman on the shoulder and pointed toward Ninetales. You think she and I are capable? Peliene asked. I simply rolled my eyes. Walking over to Ninetales, I unclipped the fox's collar without even asking permission and grinned. What? Peliene raised an eyebrow. The moment the collar came off, Ninetales launched herself forward. Peliene barely had time to react before a fluffy fox-shaped missile collided with her chest. The next few seconds consisted almost entirely of frantic licking. Wait, I can't. Slurp. I get your point. Laughing despite herself, Peliene finally managed to push the overly affectionate Ninetales back. The fox's tail swished furiously behind her. Then I shall try, Peliene said, still smiling as she straightened her robes. After Ventis gets here. Ninetales barked happily and immediately pressed herself against Peliene's side again. I merely gave the Master Mage a look. See? Not exactly subtle. Master. She smiled as she entered the room. It's good to see you. And it's good to see you too, Ventis. Peliene returned the smile warmly. Come, I brought you some gifts. Ventis looked toward the table where 3 boxes rested. Gifts? Her eyes widened instantly, as if the drowsiness had been chased away by magic. She took a few hesitant steps forward, but only I could hear the storm of thoughts running through her mind through our bond. Emotions, memories, gratitude, and uncertainty all mixed together. She had received gifts before. The prince had given her valuable things, but both of us knew those were, in a way, investments. Rewards meant to secure loyalty. This was different. There were no expectations here. No politics. Just kindness. I felt my own eyes begin to sting and quickly turned away to wipe them before anyone noticed. Without saying a word, Ventis stepped forward and wrapped her arms around Peliene. The grown woman froze for a moment before hugging her back. I noticed Peliene suddenly becoming very interested in looking toward the window, suspiciously mimicking what I had done moments earlier. Go on then, she said softly after a few seconds, gently nudging Ventis toward the table. See what I brought. Ventis nodded and approached the gifts. The first box was the largest. Inside lay a marvelous blue and purple mage dress. Even before touching it, one could tell it was magical. The runes embroidered along the hems and edges slowly shifted and moved, flowing through the fabric like tiny streams of light. It was also slightly larger than Ventis's current size, clearly made with room for her to grow. The next gift was a tome nearly as large as Ventis's chest. The heavy book was bound in dark leather and secured with a polished silver clasp. It looked less like an apprentice's textbook and more like something a proper mage would proudly keep on their shelf. The final box contained 2 rings. They were made of gold and appeared almost plain at first glance, lacking gemstones or extravagant decorations, yet the moment Ventis slipped them onto her fingers, I felt the magic contained within them through our bond. The enchantments were powerful. Ventis stared at the gifts before looking back at Peliene. I don't know what to say. What you and Fenn did for me, and for this kingdom, really, Peliene smiled gently. This is only a small thing in comparison. I just hope they will help you in the future. Ventis looked down at the gifts once more. The dress, the spellbook, the rings. Then she looked back at her teacher. Thank you, master. Her voice was quiet, but the emotions behind it were not. Peliene simply smiled and rested a hand on her shoulder. You're welcome, Ventis. Beside her, Ninetails let out a happy bark and leaned against her trainer's leg while I quietly rubbed at my eyes again and pretended I had gotten something in them. Alderic finally managed to retreat to his office and lock the door behind him. Haunter. The moment he called, black miasma began pooling across the floor. Tongues and floating eyeballs blinked into existence within the darkness, and the room grew noticeably colder. I have no time for your silly shenanigans, the Count said as he loosened his collar. Report. Haunter slowly rose from the floor with a sour expression. He had clearly been looking forward to teasing his master after being left behind for nearly 3 months. Unfortunately, the collar around his neck had other ideas. With a dramatic sigh, the ghost type floated forward. Alderic settled comfortably into his chair. Only then did Haunter act. The Pokemon's eyes glowed. Hypnosis! The Count's vision blurred, and a moment later, darkness claimed him. Haunter immediately followed with another ability. Dreams twisted. Images formed. The ghost carefully replayed everything he had witnessed during the winter. The manner, the training, the lessons, the experiments, and, perhaps most importantly, the many occasions when Ventis and her Pokémon thought they were being sneaky. To Haunter's immense amusement, they had not been nearly as subtle as they believed. When Alderic awoke, his eyes snapped open. Sweat immediately began to bead across his forehead. Not because of Haunter's abilities. No, because of what he had seen. Ventis's final 3 spells alone were enough to make his stomach twist. Each one possessed power comparable to that of a royal combat wizard who had trained for decades. The fact that she had managed to cast 3 different spells of that magnitude before nearly collapsing was somehow even more terrifying. Alderic slowly rubbed his face. The girl was not merely talented, not merely gifted, not even merely a future Archmage candidate. No, she was already reaching toward that level. The realization sent a shiver through him. Archmages rarely left their chosen cities. Most never participated directly in wars either. Instead, they acted as living shields, protecting the great population centers they called home. It was one of the primary reasons none of the neighboring kingdoms had managed to conquer one another outright. No king wished to march an army toward a city defended by an archmage. Such campaigns tended to end badly. Very badly. Yet Ventis was still little more than a teenager. A teenager. Alderic suddenly felt the need for a drink. The dream had shown him something else as well. There had been countless conversations between Ventis and her Brycon through their mental bond. Haunter had faithfully recreated everything he could perceive, but even he couldn't hear what passed through that link. The pair frequently exchanged information, theories, and strange words that Alderic had never heard before. The Count had no idea what half of it meant, and that bothered him quite a lot. You did well. Haunter immediately brightened. I'll double next month's sweets. The ghost type's eyes practically sparkled. He spun happily through the air before phasing straight through the nearest wall in his excitement. Alderic watched him leave before releasing a long sigh. I wonder how much His Majesty truly knows. The thought lingered. King Callister undoubtedly possessed better spies than he did. Far better. If Alderic could learn this much through a single Haunter, what had the king discovered? The answer was probably something he did not want to hear. The Count rose from his chair and walked to a seemingly ordinary bookcase. A hidden compartment clicked open. Inside sat his private liquor cabinet. After pouring himself a perfectly reasonable amount, which was admittedly more generous than usual, he returned to his desk. His gaze settled upon the portrait hanging on the opposite wall. Bella. His late wife smiled back at him exactly as she had years ago. For a long moment, he simply stared. Then he lifted his glass. Don't judge me, Bella. Alderic allowed himself a tired, crooked smile. I need this one. For some reason, the painted woman looked thoroughly unconvinced. Samil Cavellis, warmage and confidant of Archmage Gehatu, heard his father laugh. His father? The impossibly strict Gehatu Cavellis. Laughing. Samil could not imagine what could make the old coffin dodger laugh this hard, but he figured he would not test his luck. Instead, he quietly turned around and walked back down the same stairs he had come up. Whatever was happening up there was none of his business. Gahatu was happy. Oh, so very happy. He had finally found someone worthy of his teaching. The young girl called Ventis wasn't some unpolished gem waiting to be cut. She was already a gleaming amethyst of pure potential. Under his tutelage, the girl was sure to soar and reach, nay, pass him in skill, talent, and power. "I want her. I need her," he croaked, his voice hoarse from laughter. The old archmage walked to the magically locked safe in his tower and spent almost a full minute unlocking all the protections. Runes faded one after another, hidden mechanisms clicked, and finally the 5-inch thick steel door slowly swung open. Inside sat all 7 of the crystal Pokeballs he owned. His collection. His treasures. One of them held a Pokémon he never really used. He had only caught it because it was causing trouble, and since he had no need for an empty crystal ball, he simply kept the creature sealed away. Inside the crystals, time itself paused. Pokémon stored within neither aged nor hungered. It was little wonder a single crystal ball could cost as much as a mana, not to mention how rare it was to find crystal pure enough to craft one in the first place. Gahatu's eyes settled on one particular sphere, a Primarina, a nasty one at that, with a truly dreadful personality. She had nearly sunk a boat carrying King Callister years ago. Not that His Majesty had ever been in any real danger, but still. Attempting to drown the king was generally frowned upon. "You will be the perfect gift," Gahatu giggled, lifting the crystal from its stand, as well as a test for Ventis. The thought only made him grin wider. If the girl truly was everything he suspected, she would tame the troublesome Primarina. If not, well, that would be useful information too. Still chuckling to himself, Gahatu summoned an ornate box and carefully packed the crystal Pokeball inside. Not too far from the Mage Tower, in the palace gardens, King Callister Vermont was sharing a snack with his Empoleon. Several opened letters lay scattered across the table before him, some covered in notes written in his own hand. "I guess today you don't want to play chess." Augustine settled into the chair opposite him. "Maybe later. I have troubling news from my spies overseeing Junior Mage Ventis." Callister's strict tone immediately put Augustine on edge. The king was many things, but grim was rarely one of them. Most days he carried a smile and enough good humor to fill a banquet hall. Seeing him without either was unsettling. "Did she get hurt? Or maybe one of her Pokémon?" Augustine asked. "No." Callister folded his hands. "But I think I will need to speed up my intervention if we do not want to lose her." During the winter, her skill and power soared like a Pidgeot. The king leaned forward. "I will arrange a marriage for her so she can join the Royal Magic Academy alongside you. She will likely attract attention from other noble sons and daughters, and not all of it will be friendly. Stay by her as a good friend and act if you have to. You don't need to tell me twice," Augustine smirked. Then his expression became more thoughtful. "Will she be able to fit in? I mean, she is lesser born. That is not important." Callister gently fed another cookie to his Empoleon, who happily accepted the treat and crunched it with obvious satisfaction. "If anything, perhaps we can use that. Let the houses already opposing me look down on her. Let them think she is merely a lucky country bumpkin who somehow caught the attention of the 6th son of a marquis." "Robert?" Augustine scoffed. "Why him? There are far better young nobles you could marry her to. He is perfect for the role." Callister sounded entirely unconcerned. "Good family, respectable reputation, and low enough in the succession line that nobody will make a fuss. A 6th son is unlikely to inherit much on his own. Marrying a promising mage of humble origins is far less jarring than pairing her with an heir." The king paused before raising an eyebrow. "Besides, I thought you were his friend." Well, yes." Augustine awkwardly scratched the back of his head. "He is a bit special, is all." Callister's iron stare lingered on his son. For a moment, the garden fell silent, except for the sound of Empoleon happily working through another cookie. Then understanding slowly dawned on the king's face. His stern expression cracked. Surprise appeared first, then amusement. A long chuckle escaped him. "Oh?" The single word made Augustine's face heat up immediately. "Oh?" the prince replied defensively. "Oh, indeed." The king leaned back in his chair, looking far more cheerful than he had a minute earlier. Empoleon glanced between the two humans, completely lost as to what was happening, but happy enough as long as the cookies kept coming. "So, I presume you trained while I was away?" Umbreon casually walked into the small courtyard, meant for mages. He barely broke his stride when he spotted Noctowl, though I could tell from the slight twitch of his ears that he was surprised. "We did some," I casually spoke while flipping my witch hat back onto my head. Jolteon scoffed and let out a small laugh. "A little," he murmured. "The capital was dull, with no way for me to vent some steam, so I hope you 3 can entertain me." Umbreon stopped on the opposite side of the courtyard with a smirk. "I will start." Noctowl flared his wings. His deeper voice, after evolving, made him sound much more serious than before. "Alone?" Umbreon raised an eyebrow. "Please." I would not underestimate him. Jolteon rushed to the middle line, his tail standing upright like a lightning rod. "I'll let you be the judge, Jolteon." I hopped up onto the balcony overlooking the courtyard. "Ventis!" I shouted through our link. "Show time!" A few moments later, both Ventis and Peliani stepped outside and leaned over the railing. "I believe in you, Noctowl!" Ventis shouted. Noctowl's chest puffed out proudly. The moment Jolteon signaled the start of the fight, both Umbreon and Noctowl vanished. The field seemed empty. Then a cloud of smoke burst apart. Umbreon appeared in mid-jump and twisted his body as Noctowl's attack from above narrowly missed him. "You weren't kidding," Umbreon admitted as he landed awkwardly. "Less talking, more fighting." Noctowl's hoot echoed through the courtyard as he unleashed a sand attack. For the first part of the battle, Noctowl seemed completely dominant. He attacked relentlessly from above, never staying in one place long enough for Umbreon to counter. Then, zazap. A thunder wave suddenly caged him. Umbreon appeared directly beneath the owl Pokémon. Noctowl froze mid-flight as paralysis coursed through his body. A moment later, Umbreon fired a powerful Shadow Ball point blank. The attack struck cleanly. Noctowl was blasted backward. He hit the ground hard. The owl had already been breathing heavily from the effort of maintaining such a fast pace. The Shadow Ball was enough to finish the match. "Noctowl is out!" Jolteon shouted before rushing to his friend's side. He nudged the unconscious owl with his nose. After a moment, he let out a relieved sigh. "He'll be all right." Umbreon rolled his shoulders and shook some dust from his fur. "Not bad. Go next." I jumped down from the balcony. "I'll be the judge." Taking a position on the side of the field, I pointed my wand toward the center. "Sure." Jolteon grinned like an absolute fool. This was exactly the sort of thing he dreamed about. For his part, Umbreon no longer looked relaxed. The easy confidence was gone. He had seen enough. We were no longer the same Pokémon he had left behind before winter. His face settled into pure focus. The courtyard grew quiet. Even Ventis leaned forward. "Go!" I fired a small fireball from my wand. The glowing projectile shot into the sky and burst overhead, marking the start of the second battle. Jolteon was pure speed. Umbreon, who was also a speed demon in his own right, eagerly accepted the challenge. The fight became a blur. Even with my Pokémon eyes, I could barely keep up. Jolteon was like a bullet coated in lightning, while Umbreon moved like oil and smoke. Every time it looked like he was about to be hit, he either dodged at the last second or dissolved into a puff of darkness. Then I saw it. A hit. A solid hit. Jolteon slammed straight into Umbreon's ribs. Not with some ordinary quick attack. This was Volt Tackle. Lightning exploded across Umbreon's body and clung to him like living chains. Much to our dismay, Umbreon managed to move even while paralyzed. The sheer mental strength and effort it must have taken to force his body to obey made me flinch. Still, his speed wasn't the same anymore. Instead of focusing entirely on dodging, he began relying on powerful attacks to keep Jolteon at bay. The fight lasted barely 2 minutes. For those of us watching, it might as well have been an hour. I don't think any of us remembered to breathe. Jolteon managed to land 2 more serious hits. Then the paralysis wore off. Umbreon's eyes sharpened. Foul play. My stomach dropped. Sadly, it was the perfect move against Jolteon. He had spent the entire winter focusing on strength, speed, and explosive power. Foul play turned all of that against him. The attack landed with such speed and menace that I actually felt scared for him. "Jolteon is out!" I shouted while casting a light screen in front of him so Umbreon wouldn't accidentally kill the idiot. "I can. Still fight." Jolteon managed to raise his head. "No, you don't, dummy." I immediately started petting his head. "Rest now." Jolteon grumbled something under his breath, but didn't try to stand again. Across the courtyard, Umbreon wasn't looking much better. His breathing was heavier than before, and several patches of fur were still crackling with leftover static. "I will not fight you like this." I shook my head while looking at the battle-worn Pokémon. It wouldn't be fair. Umbreon let out a long sigh and relaxed slightly. "I was actually thinking you might use this opportunity to knock me out." A smirk appeared on his face. "Take advantage of it." "Huh, like I need you to be tired after 2 whole battles to send you into the dirt." I said it with all the confidence I could muster. I was not at all sure I could actually do it. Umbreon was just that far ahead of us. "Ventis, we need the salves." I sent through our mental link. On the balcony, Peliane slowly shook her head. Amazing. She had already been delighted to learn that Ventis's Hoot Hoot had evolved. That alone would have been enough to make most trainers proud. But now she had watched two of Ventis's Pokémon push a war veteran like Umbreon into such a state. One had nearly overwhelmed him through relentless pressure. The other had forced him to fight through paralysis and take multiple direct hits. For Pokémon that should have still been considered juniors, it was astonishing, and perhaps a little frightening. "That was cheap!" shouted Noctowl as he woke, only to realize he was in his nest. Oh, he blinked a few times. "Did you guys win?" he asked, looking down and seeing Jolteon covered in bandages. "I guess not." "Almost." Jolteon smirked. "I got him good several times. I tell you, his skin is like iron." "Fenn?" asked Noctowl. "I did not fight him. He was too hurt and tired. It wouldn't have meant anything." I spoke casually from my cot while continuing to scribble on the scroll balanced across my lap. "Well, you should have." Jolteon frowned. "He needs to eat dirt, at least once." "Oh, he will." I casually held the pen in one hand and the scroll in the other as I wrote. "Since when can you write?" he asked. "Since I have thumbs," I answered, puzzled. "How did you expect I ordered stuff from the smithy or the seamstress?" "Huh, that actually makes sense." Jolteon tilted his head. "Why haven't I seen you write before?" Noctowl asked this time. "I did it when I was alone." I shrugged. "Look, it's not like it's a big deal. I can read, so why couldn't I write?" I asked with a raised eyebrow. "Since you are a Pokémon," answered both of them in tandem. I stared at them. They stared back. For several seconds, nobody said anything. "Oh, for the love of Arceus, it's not a big deal." I rolled my eyes and set the pen down for a moment. Then a thought occurred to me. "Why? Do you want to learn how to read?" I asked casually. "Yes?" The answer was so loud that I nearly dropped the scroll. Noctowl leaned so far out of his nest that I was afraid he would fall, while Jolteon somehow managed to sit upright despite all the bandages wrapped around him. I simply stared at the two of them. Apparently, this was a much bigger deal than I thought. Ventis was in the library at this time, learning about healing magic. Apparently, there were spells designed to patch up Pokémon faster and more reliably than just potions or salves. She had gotten the idea from Peliene when the Master Mage patched up Jolteon after the battle. "Why didn't you use healing magic when we were at the mountain?" Fenn was really hurt. Ventis sounded more curious than angry as she looked up from her book. "Because I cannot." Peliene shook her head. "I told you that healing magic exists, not that I know how to use it. Healing magic is not like elemental magic. You are either capable of it or not. It doesn't even use magic circles. It's more based on feelings and intuition." The Master Mage turned a page in her own book. "I only know a handful of mages who ever learned healing magic." Ventis turned slightly pink and grinned. "So you believe I am such a person?" "Well, it's worth a try," Peliene chuckled. "You have surprised me more times than I would like to admit." She leaned back in her chair and continued reading her book on herbs. The cover was worn, the corners bent, and several pages had clearly been repaired over the years. Despite having access to far newer books, Peliene always seemed to return to this one. Ventis returned her attention to the healing magic booklet, or at least she tried to. The text was esoteric at best, and chicken scratch at worst. "Who in their right mind writes like this?" asked Ventis, frowning as she squinted at a particularly ugly line of text. "It was written by Archmage Zolnaria about 100 years ago," Peliene chuckled. "Those who copy books reproduce them perfectly, right down to the ink splotches and mistakes. Some copies are easier to read than others." She tapped the side of her own book. "I tried to write my research with clean letters specifically to avoid this." Ventis sighed. That explained absolutely nothing about why Archmage Zolnaria appeared to have been fighting the paper while writing. For nearly 2 hours, she struggled through the ramblings of a once great Archmage. Nothing made sense. At least, nothing from the parts she could actually read. Several passages looked less like writing, and more like a drunken Ariados had crawled through a puddle of ink. "Let's see how you react to this, smarty pants." Ventis giggled to herself as she finally closed the booklet and set it aside. The next victim of Archmage Zolnaria's handwriting would be a certain Firefox. The next morning, I was called to the special combat arena reserved for the Count's personal use. Umbreon was already waiting in the center of the sandy field, calm as ever. What I did not expect, however, was to find Alderic sitting in the viewing stand. The Count looked far more interested than any noble had a right to be this early in the morning. "So, the Count wants to see us fight?" I asked casually while tossing my hat onto a nearby chair so it wouldn't get damaged. "He very much would indeed," Umbreon replied with a nod. "Do not let my presence worry you, Brakeson. Sorry, Fenn." Alderic leaned back comfortably in his seat. "Consider me an interested spectator." "You ready?" Umbreon asked. The question brought back a memory of the first time he had asked me that. Back then, I had been a Fennekin standing at the edge of the forest, small enough that he could have flattened me with a careless tackle. I had talent, determination, and exactly zero idea what I was doing. Now? Actually, yes, I am. I drew my wand and settled into a battle stance. Alderic rose from his chair, unsheathed his sword, and raised it overhead. The polished blade gleamed briefly in the morning sunlight before he slashed it downward. Go! Unlike before, I didn't rush. Instead, I conjured several light screens behind me and began feeding energy into the fire building within my body. Heat gathered in my chest and spread through my limbs while I waited for Umbreon's opening move. Sure enough, his favorite trick arrived almost immediately. Something struck the barrier behind me. I didn't even need to turn around. You are starting to become predictable. The thought stayed firmly inside my head. Talking during a battle was for people who wanted to get punched. Umbreon moved. One moment he was several paces away. The next, his teeth were clamping down on my tail. Or, at least, they should have been. A loud poof echoed across the arena. Umbreon's eyes widened. The tail vanished, leaving behind nothing but a Pokédoll. Substitute? The disbelief in his voice was almost worth the effort. Almost. Boom! I whispered the word from just above him as I released a fire blast. The explosion engulfed Umbreon and lit up half the arena. Flames rolled outward in a wave that forced even me to shield my face. The blast threw me backward as well, but I landed on all fours and immediately searched for my opponent. Unfortunately, Umbreon specialized in being difficult to kill. His defenses were absurd, his endurance was absurd, even his speed was absurd. Frankly, whoever designed dark types deserved to step barefoot on a Lego. I scanned the smoke. Nothing. Then pain exploded across the back of my head. Payback. The fully powered attack struck like a runaway cart. The world spun and I rolled across the dirt, instinctively turning the tumble into extra distance. Every muscle screamed in protest as I finally dug my paws into the ground and stopped. It hurt. Oh, Arceus above, it hurt. Yet the pain did something unexpected. It burned away every distraction. The mana vanished. The nobles vanished. The future vanished. Even my usual stream of sarcasm dried up. There was only the arena, only Umbreon. The sounds around me sharpened until I could hear every scrape of claw against dirt. My heartbeat thundered in my ears while the fire inside me roared brighter than ever before. I was not some meager Pokémon. I carried Ventis's power just as she carried mine. The moment my paws found solid footing, I launched myself forward. Flame charge. The attack slammed into Umbreon and pushed him back a step. Not enough. Again and again. Flame charge. The world began to blur around me. Umbreon dodged when he could and blocked when he couldn't. A sucker punch caught me hard enough to make my vision swim, yet I barely noticed it. Faster, faster. Just a little faster. Then it happened. The sensation I had been chasing for months suddenly clicked into place. Something inside me understood. Extreme speed. The world slowed. Umbreon's eyes widened. For the first time since this fight began, he looked genuinely shocked. Then I hit him. The impact sounded like a cannon firing. Umbreon left the ground entirely before crashing into the arena wall hard enough to crack the stone behind him. I felt the collision through my own body and staggered several steps, dizziness threatening to knock me over. Still, I remained standing, expecting him to get back up. He always got back up. This time he didn't. Silence settled over the arena. Then Alderic rose from his seat. Bracian wins! I stared, then stared a little longer. Only after several seconds did the words truly register. I had won. Against Umbreon. A slow grin spread across my muzzle. Well, that certainly felt good. With the adrenaline subsiding, I started to feel more and more dizzy. I literally had to clasp a paw over my mouth to stop myself from hurling up my Pokéshow. The Pecha berry-sized bump on the back of my head pulsed like an angry curse, while the sucker punch that had caught my left arm had very likely cracked a bone. These weren't love taps. These were proper battle wounds. Fenn. I felt Ventis through our link. She had clearly opened it wide and immediately gotten a taste of my misery. I'll live. I grinned despite everything. Also, I beat Umbreon in a one-on-one. The feeling that came through the bond was a strange mixture of pride, relief, and concern. I signaled to the Count that I was leaving. Alderic simply nodded before turning his attention to Umbreon. His partner was sitting against the arena wall looking annoyed, sore, and perhaps just a little embarrassed. My muscles ached from the repeated flame charges, and extreme speed still wasn't truly mastered. However, this time, it hadn't been a fluke. I could do it. That alone made my tail twitch happily. Extreme speed was more commonly associated with Arcanine than Braixen. Good. The less my future enemies expected it, the better. By the time I reached our room, I was swaying slightly. Still, I raised a paw victoriously. I beat Umbreon! I barked in Pokémon tongue, making both Jolteon and Noctowl immediately cheer. Then a Ventis-shaped rocket hit me. The girl practically tackled me with medical supplies. Potions, salves, gauze, and bandages scattered across the carpet as she wrapped her arms around me. "I am so proud of you." She hugged me tightly. Unfortunately, both of us immediately regretted it. We simultaneously winced and shuddered from the pain traveling through our bond. "Ow." We looked at each other, then started laughing. "Thanks." I carefully hugged her back. After what was probably an awkwardly long hug, Ventis finally pulled away and got to work patching me up. The potion actually tasted pretty good. The salve, however, remained every bit as minty and painful as always. Whoever invented the stuff had clearly decided healing and suffering should go hand in hand. After my head and arm looked like a caterpie had an artistic venture on them, I fist-bumped Jolteon. "Bandage buddies?" I snickered. Jolteon bumped his paw against mine. "Bandage buddies." Noctowl stared at us from his nest. "You two are idiots." That only made us laugh harder. At noon, Terence arrived back from a less successful expedition. He had only managed to find one moon stone this time, but the other things he brought back made me giggle. I was actually educated now, thanks to Ventis's mage books and the library. So when I saw a gemstone bigger than a fist and checked its clarity, I was about 90% sure it could be turned into one of this era's Pokeballs. Thankfully, Terence was no longer the blabbermouth he used to be, and had realized that some discoveries needed to stay secret. Most of his finds were carefully wrapped in cloth before he entered the manor, so only we got to see them. Honestly, I was still unsure how to turn our evolution stones into money. It was just too much. Ventis and I had already decided to gift 2 water stones to the king. It was entirely possible he already knew far more about us than we thought, but it was always better to have the highest seat in the kingdom on your side, rather than against you, no matter how unlikely that conflict might be. The rest? Store them somewhere safe and pretend they didn't exist for now. Geodude and Magmar had also shockingly become friends. It had taken more than a winter, and Terence being an incredibly easygoing master. But even Magmar had eventually admitted that traveling the world and eating good food was preferable to sitting on top of a mountain pretending to be a king. I still wouldn't dare take off his collar. He remained far too wild for that. From the outside looking in, however, the trio was doing surprisingly well. "Ventis?" A shout came from the balcony above us. I succeeded. Peliane practically beamed with joy. "We bonded!" barked Ninetales proudly from beside her. Notably, she wasn't wearing her collar anymore. The funny thing was that the Pokémon had barely changed at all. If anything, she seemed even happier than before, which was frankly impressive considering how cheerful she normally was. To celebrate the occasion, Peliane ordered the staff to prepare a picnic. Even Terence and his Pokémon were invited. The 3 humans sat beneath a pavilion, sipping tea and eating snacks, while the rest of us were provided with an absolutely massive pile of Poké cookies. "You absolutely have to try this." I shoved a red cookie toward Magmar. The fire duck was in the middle of a conversation when my paw suddenly stuffed the bite-sized treat into his mouth. He glared at me. Then he started chewing. His expression transformed into pure ecstasy. "Oh, this is divine!" he shouted. "Give me more!" Before I could react, he reached forward and stole the entire plate. The traitor. I managed to snatch a few cookies off the pile before he devoured all of my favorite flaming hot snacks. That only made everyone else burst into laughter. The most reserved among us was Delcatty. She carried herself like a noble lady even while eating cookies. Every movement seemed graceful and measured. While the others laughed, argued, or stuffed their faces, Delcatty calmly enjoyed her treats with perfect manners. I didn't bother her. She was simply the quiet type. Leaning back against my tail floof, I looked up at the drifting clouds overhead. For a little while, I almost forgot how harsh this world could be. The warm spring air, the laughter around me, and the sight of friends enjoying themselves made it easy to forget. So I let myself enjoy the moment. With a content smile on my face, I watched the clouds drift lazily across the sky. "Open it already." I nudged the scroll with a paw. "What if it's bad?" "It came with your promotion." "I was promoted?" she asked. I stared at her. She stared at the scroll. Then, with all the courage of a condemned prisoner approaching the gallows, Ventis broke the royal seal. The letter was thankfully short. To Adept Mage Ventis Thorn, "Your recent achievements have brought great honor to both your patron and the Kingdom of Vermont. It is my belief that exceptional talent should be nurtured and rewarded. As such, I have arranged a marriage between yourself and Robert Balatoa, 6th son of Marquise Romero Balatoa. The young man is of suitable age, respectable character, and possesses sufficient standing to elevate your status while avoiding unnecessary complications. Upon the completion of the marriage, you shall be recognized as a noble by law. Furthermore, I hereby extend a wedding gift, Your tuition, housing, books, and associated expenses at the Royal Magic Academy shall be covered by the Crown. I look forward to witnessing your continued growth and future contributions to Vermont. With high expectations, King Callister Vermont. Ventis read the paragraph. Then she read it again. I watched her eyes slowly widen. Through our bond, I could practically hear gears grinding, and with that, she promptly fainted. I only managed to slide my tail under her head so she would not hit the floor. Honestly, I shook my head. I feel for you. There was no way she could say no to the king after such a letter. Most people would literally faint in joy. Since I was in her head. Nope, it was not joy she fainted over. Cheap move, your highness, I muttered as I read the contents all over. When Ventis finally woke, she had a small panic attack. She had plans, yes. Become a grand mage? Maybe. Reach some high places? Hopefully. But marriage into a marquis family arranged by the crown? Well, this was some medieval so this was really not out of the game. The news hit Pelliene almost as hard as it hit Ventis. The lovely Master Mage was devastated that she would only have a few more months with her pupil before Ventis left for the Royal Magic Academy to study advanced magic. This was not like the ordinary magic academies scattered across the kingdom where anyone with sufficient talent could enroll. The Royal Magic Academy taught advanced magical theories, war-class spells, magical strategy, and countless other subjects that ordinary mages could only dream of studying. This was where the elite sent their magically gifted children. This was where future archmages, royal advisors, and battlefield legends were forged. On the other side stood Count Alderic, who, while having genuinely grown fond of Ventis, was absolutely delighted that the crown's piercing gaze would finally be lifted from above his head. The man wanted nothing more than to enjoy his hard-earned lands, his EV breeding program, and a life with significantly fewer royal surprises. As for Ventis, she spent most of her days beside the head butler, learning how nobles should eat, walk, speak, sit, and behave in 100 different situations. When to bow, how deeply to bow, who bowed first, which fork to use, how to enter a room, how to leave a room. Apparently, being noble was a full-time occupation. Since she was a learning genius, I wasn't particularly worried, though I occasionally brought her sweets just to improve her increasingly foul mood. Even Terence was not spared. As the first and only subordinate officially serving under Ventis, he was now being taught how a proper servant of a noble should behave. The poor lad barely understood half of it, not because it was difficult, mostly because he spent every lesson thinking about rocks. Several times I caught him staring out a window at a stone wall with the sort of admiration normally reserved for a beautiful woman. Jolteon, Noctowl, and I were also subjected to training. Umbreon had apparently decided that the Pokémon of nobles were expected to conduct themselves in a certain manner within the capital. The moment he attempted to teach me, however, I laughed him out of the room. To demonstrate my point, I spent the next 10 minutes walking, sitting, speaking, and even drinking tea with enough grace and elegance to make half the noble women in the kingdom jealous. Umbreon watched the performance in stunned silence. When I finished with a perfectly executed curtsy, using my tail and fur skirt like an expensive gown, he simply stared. "You already knew how to do all that?" "Of course." "How?" I smirked. "Acting." The dark type looked confused. I merely twirled my wand and grinned. Nobility was nothing more than a play. The clothes were costumes. The titles were props. The etiquette was a script. And unlike most people in this world, I had spent my entire previous life surrounded by movies and such about this whole thing. The bird carried a fancy box in its talons and carefully set it down on Ventis's windowsill. It waited until she opened the window and took the box. Only then did it take off again, disappearing into the sky. I am starting to go insane. Ventis set the mahogany box on the table. It was decorated with gold leaf patterns and even had a few small gemstones embedded into the wood. Definitely something important. If this is another thing designed to make me faint or foam at the mouth, I might just lose my mind. "Should I open it and tell you?" I asked, honestly expecting some crazy expensive item. "Please do. I'll just be over here." She flopped onto her bed with a long exhale. I figured out the latch after a moment, and soon the lid popped open. I gently lifted it, then immediately closed it again. "What's in it?" "A letter, and something you definitely do not want to see," I replied through our mental link. I can't just stay ignorant about things. Ventis groaned and took several long breaths. "Tell me in a way that won't give me a migraine." "Well," I rolled my eyes, "you gave me a migraine with that healing spell booklet, so this is payback." Then, as bluntly as possible, I added, "It's a crystal Pokeball, likely with a Pokémon already inside." "A what?" Ventis shot upright so fast that I was surprised she didn't fall off the bed. I cleared my mental throat just for fun before unfolding the letter. Let's see. Dear Ventis Thorn, as the head of the magical institution of Vermont, I have made sure to look into your progress and development in magic. As such, I deemed it necessary for you to be elevated from junior mage to adept, a process which our beloved monarch has already graciously accelerated. In addition, it has come to my attention that you possess not only talent and skill, but also knowledge likely acquired from some mysterious source. I foresee great things in your future, and have therefore sent you something that is both a gift and a test. The Pokémon contained within that ball is, by all measures, nasty in temperament and difficult to control, even with a collar. While it will be unable to fight against you, as I have changed the ownership name on the collar specifically to yours, I would still advise against summoning her in front of others before you are capable of controlling her. With sincere interest, Archmage Gahatu Cavellis. Ventis and I both stared at the crystal ball for a long minute. He didn't mention what Pokémon it was, she pouted. Nope. I popped the P as I turned the letter over, checking if there was anything written on the back. There wasn't. Typical. She rolled her eyes and fell back onto her bed. Every story says that archmages are somewhere between crazy and genius. I'm not entirely sure about this one. I would vote for both. I chuckled and poked the crystal ball. Without magic, the Pokémon inside couldn't leave it. Sadly, there wasn't the slightest hint about what might be sealed within. The smooth crystal remained stubbornly silent. Let's just hope there isn't a Gyarados inside, I muttered. That could be a disaster no matter what. For some reason, neither of us felt reassured by that thought. Thinking about not wanting to ruin the place, Ventis and all her Pokémon went out of town to the small area at the forest's edge where we usually battled. The place bore several scars by now. The once proud boulder was now little more than terrain. Jagged rocks, uneven stone, and patches of old melted slag littered the clearing. The nearby trees were either gone or severely damaged from our continuous tests and practice sessions. The grass had long since vanished, either burned away or stomped into the dirt. I am starting to think we are a menace to this patch of land, Noctowl said with a sad look as he glanced around. To be fair, if we ruined the Count's castle, Ventis could have been sent to the pillory as punishment, I whispered. Very unlikely. Jolteon shook his head. At worst, she would have to pay for the repairs. Good to know. I cracked my neck, then turned to Ventis. So, trainer, are you ready? I am still having issues figuring out how to use mana to send out a Pokémon. Give me a second. Ventis slid her bag onto the hillside and drank from her canteen. Pulling out the book she needed, she quickly turned the pages until she found what she was looking for. The magic circle inside the book made my eyes dizzy just looking at it. 3 spiraling circles interlocked with one another, the magic runes forming a complex 3-dimensional setup. Are you sure this is the spell? Seems way too advanced for just a release switch, I muttered while leaning over the book. It was made by an archmage. If it was me, I would. Ventis pulled out a piece of paper and quickly sketched her own version. It contained several modern symbols and looked far less convoluted. There. Well, you can make that after you release the Pokémon and rewrite the enchantment on the ball, I advised. She nodded and shut the book. Through our link, I could feel the knot in her stomach. Honestly, mine wasn't much better. Get ready! She shouted. The 3 of us immediately formed a large circle around her, expecting some monster of a Pokémon. The crystal ball lit up. A loud melodic cry accompanied the light show as the globe released its occupant. The magic wasn't red like a modern Pokeball, but a deep arcane purple that looked far more aggressive than anything from the show. In the middle of the clearing sat a Primarina. She was beautiful. And somehow even more elegant than the ones from the show. Her fur looked immaculate, and she carried herself with the sort of confidence that immediately made me suspicious. Primarina! Pri! She shouted loudly. Then she puffed out her chest. I am the Queen of the Golden Shores. Who dares collar me? My eyes immediately went flat, and I dropped my combat pose. Oh, great. I let out a long sigh. We got a diva. Primarina turned out to be less of a menace and more of a pain in the butt. She continuously fought the collar, and, while she could not hurt Ventis, she was more than happy to blast all 3 of us with water pumps and surf. This obviously flooded the hillside with water. Mud formed under our feet, and several bushes were flattened by the repeated attacks. Order her to stay still. I am going to wring her neck. I gritted my teeth as my voice snapped at Ventis. I was soaked, in pain, and Primarina kept calling me names. I was so mad that my fur literally steamed, my body temperature spiking high enough that my soggy fur was already drying. You know what? Ventis looked at herself, and then at her soaked bag. I have a ton of healing salves. She spoke to me through our mental link. Primarina, I order you to stay still, she shouted. The collar immediately flared, and prevented the arrogant water type from dodging. Pre? She started to snap back, only to feel my iron-hard tail slam straight into her lovely face. I did not stop there. Fury swipes. Bite. Several double slaps. A tail smack for good measure. By the time I was done, the previously beautiful Primarina's head looked like a blueberry. Her eyes swirled in circles. Knocked out. I huffed, stood up straight, then turned toward the others with a beaming smile and gave a little twirl. I feel much better. I spoke in such a sugary tone that both Pokémon visibly shivered. I never want to piss her off, Jolteon whispered to Noctowl. The owl immediately nodded. With my work done, Ventis rushed over to the poor sea lion Pokémon with her medical pack. She practically shoved a potion into Primarina's mouth before beginning to inspect the damage. I think you went too far, Fenn. She shook her head while looking at all the bruises already forming. TSK. I turned my head away. Love taps, really. I bet she never had anyone punching her seriously because of her looks. I picked up a dry branch and stuck it into my mouth before continuing in my best old-timey mob boss voice. I simply showed her the pecking order. You did more than just that, Jolteon whispered. Huh? I turned toward him. Jolteon immediately sat down straighter. Nothing, boss. He raised a paw in salute. That same afternoon, when Primarina woke, her head was bandaged so thoroughly that only her eyes could be seen. I was standing over her. You absolute brute of a fire type, she said, her voice muffled behind the wrappings. Her eyes burned with fury. I didn't answer. Instead, I slowly let my claws slide out and made them glow with normal energy. Primarina immediately changed how she looked at me. She slowly swallowed. I decided to push it a little. My master is very nice. She spent an hour making sure your beautiful face wouldn't have a permanent mark. I grinned and forced a bit of arcane energy into my eyes. They glowed faintly purple. Keep up this arrogant act, and I'll make sure not even an archmage can put your face back together. Of course, I wasn't serious, but Primarina didn't have to know that. I had watched enough movies with bad guys to know how to intimidate someone without using Pokémon skills. Primarina nodded swiftly. Satisfied, I backed away and immediately switched to a charming smile and honeyed words. A complete 180. Then, welcome to our team. Since I am the only other female Pokémon here, you may call me Big Sister. I waved and left the room. Primarina waited until the crazy fox was gone before letting out a breath she didn't know she had been holding. Scary. A shiver ran through her body. Looking around, she finally noticed the room she was in. It was lovely. Fancy, even. The scent of flowers drifted in through the open window, carried by a warm spring breeze. Across the room, Noctowl and Jolteon were sleeping peacefully in their usual spots. The bed she was lying on was massive, soft, and smelled faintly of lavender. Even wrapped up like a mummy, she could still smell quite well. Her thoughts drifted backward. She still remembered when some humans had disturbed her favorite spot along the shore. She had made sure they regretted it. Then a massive light had caught her. After that came the tower. A smelly tower. A grumpy, smelly old man. After she tried to fight back and flooded the tower, the light had come again. She didn't know what that strange light was, but every time it appeared, she ended up somewhere else. Now she was here, hurt and hungry, her dignity in shambles. A lump formed in her throat. Before all this, she had been the beloved queen of the Golden Shores. Other Pokémon went out of their way to praise her, bring her gifts, and offer her food. Life had been simple, comfortable. That was now the past. Slowly, she reached up and touched the collar around her neck. Zap! Pain shot through her body. Primarina winced and quickly pulled her paw away. I am so hungry. Her voice came out small and miserable. With a defeated sigh, she fell back onto the bed and stared at the ceiling. For the first time in a very long while, the Queen of the Golden Shores felt utterly helpless. Honestly, my plan with Ventis worked like a charm. I decided to do the good cop, bad cop routine. I was obviously the bad cop, while Ventis, well, she didn't need to act. She was genuinely a lovely girl. Primarina turned into such a sheepish Pokémon that it was almost funny. She started to adore Ventis. The young mage provided her with sweets, carefully tended to her bruises, and always spoke gently to her. Of course, the water type still twitched every time I came around. I didn't intend to keep up the asshole act forever, but I wanted to make sure the lesson stuck. So whenever she was the only one looking, I would slowly let my claws slide out and give her a wicked grin. The effect was immediate every single time. Sadly, time was not on our side. Weeks turned into months, and before we knew it, the start of the next year at the Royal Magic Academy was right around the corner. With only 10 days remaining and a 5-day journey ahead of us, it was finally time to pack up and head for the capital. Ventis, Take this magic pouch. Pelien handed her a small money pouch, embroidered with silver thread. This will never give off any sound, and can hold a massive amount of coins without any issues. I made it so you wouldn't have to carry all that heavy coin. Master Pelliene fussed over Ventis like a mother hen seeing her chick leave the nest for the first time. Meanwhile, the Count's Machamp loaded crate after crate onto the carriage as though they weighed nothing. Terence ended up with a separate carriage altogether. He had accumulated a surprising amount of belongings over the past months, and there was no way we were leaving all our gems and stones behind. Besides, Magmar weighed about as much as 3 men by himself. The extra space was needed. I didn't like Esther. In fact, I wanted very little to do with her. Still, leaving a hater behind made me uneasy. So I slipped a small note into her room when nobody was looking, just in case. Dear Esther, while my master and I never really became friends with you, I do not wish to leave with sour thoughts between us. As such, I will give you the biggest gift I can. The rarest of all Eevee evolutions is a fairy-type Pokémon called Sylveon. She is lovely, pink, and adorned with ribbons. Eevee only evolves into Sylveon through love. If you stop focusing on obtaining new Pokémon, and instead make sure she can truly love you rather than simply see you as a friend, you may gain the loveliest of Pokémon. My hint is this: take the collar off, and tell her that you love her, and no other. Best of luck. Fenn. What was that? Umbreon asked as I walked back from Esther's room. Oh, a small gift. I shrugged, and adjusted my witch hat. She might not deserve it, but I don't know. I don't like leaving people hating us. That's surprisingly nice of you. A faint smile appeared on Umbreon's face. Oh, I can be nice. I offered him a paw. When I want to. He chuckled softly. I pointed a claw at him. Keep the Count safe and smile more, you grump. It looks good on you. Umbreon shook his head, but he bumped my paw anyway. For a moment, neither of us said anything. Then we looked toward the busy courtyard where servants, Pokémon, and carriages prepared for the journey ahead. The next time we met, things would probably be very different. Neither of us needed to say it aloud. The ride to the capital was long and took us on a totally different route than the one that had brought us here from Hagsrot. Leaving Yvelna behind after a whole year felt weird. I had only spent a few weeks in Hagsrot, so that barely felt like a place I could call home. But the Yvelna Manor? I was going to miss it. Pelien and her Pokémon, especially Ninetales. Umbreon too, the Taskmaster veteran. Still, we were going to the capital, and Ventis was about to get married. I felt a shiver run down my spine. She had only just turned 18, and while younger marriages were common in this era, I still felt that this was too early. Robert Balatoa was a mess. It had been months since the king decided that he would marry an adept mage girl of similar age, but he had never really wanted a wife. He was the type to train his swordsmanship, raise his Pokémon, and read books. Robert was currently sitting under an elm tree in the garden of his family's capital city manor. His hair was tousled, and his cyan noble shirt was stained with dirt and sweat from training. I really don't want to get married, Bishop. He tossed his wooden sword onto the grass and reached for a towel and some water. Bish? His Pokémon shook his head sharply. Bishop? Yeah, I know. Noble duty and all that. Serve the king and family and all. With a sigh, Robert decided to pour the contents of the jug over his face instead of drinking from it. The cold water ran through his hair and down his neck. It helped clear his tired mind. Sadly, it did not help him find a reason why he could deny the king's order. To my shock, Ventis was not nervous during the travel. Rather, she spent most of her time caring for us. Primarina was finally a fully fledged member of the team. Turns out the diva had a genuinely kind side. She was also pretty strong. Before she evolved, she had apparently been quite the tomboy, beating up other Pokémon for territory and food. Of course, once she evolved, she turned into a pampered, noble-like Pokémon. She was a glass cannon, much like Jolteon had been in the beginning, so we had to work on her defenses. While she was quite slow out of water, in it, she became a completely different enemy. Slippery, fast, and difficult to pin down, she was a true danger. On the second day of travel, we passed over a hill and Ventis almost fell out the carriage window. "Driver!" she shouted. "We will spend the night in this town." She pointed excitedly at the small town coming into view below us beside the road. "But miss, it's only noon. We can make much better distance before we need to find a tavern." The man leaned back from his seat. "I don't care. A few hours do not matter since we started the journey early." Ventis sat back down with a beaming smile. "As you wish, miss." The coachman nodded and guided the carriage toward the only tavern in the small town. "Handle our stay." Ventis handed him a handful of silver pence and signaled for us to follow. Then she practically jumped from the carriage and almost ran toward the other side of town. "Why are we running?" I asked through our link. "This is my hometown," she yelled back at all of us. Noctowl hooted happily. Jolteon jumped in surprise. Primarina blinked several times before hurrying after us curiously. As for me? Well, suddenly, stopping the journey made a lot more sense. Ventis slowed as we reached a small shop near the edge of town. Compared to the grand buildings of Ivelna, it looked almost painfully ordinary. The walls were whitewashed, the roof made of weathered red tiles, and a faded sign depicting a spool of thread hung above the door. Several bolts of linen could be seen through the front window, while colourful fabrics hung from a line beneath the awning. This is it. Ventis stopped. Her voice suddenly sounded much smaller. I looked at the building, then at her, then at the building again. You are nervous? I smirked. No, I'm not. She answered it with a light blush. She was. The girl was practically vibrating. Opening the door to the old tailor shop, there was no one in the front. From the back came the sound of a lovely woman's voice. She walked forward with the casualness of a miltank. She was almost as round as one too. The woman wore a warm smile and had mint blue hair tied into a loose braid. Coming? What can I help you with? She slowed down, looking confused at the mage standing in her humble shop. Then her eyes caught the lavender hair. Ventis? She blurted out. Hi, Mom, said Ventis, waterworks already flowing freely. The two of them rushed into a hug so tight that even I felt it through our bond. I had to hold back so I wouldn't cry myself. Of course, Primarina behind me had already started crying for all of us Pokémon. If she didn't stop soon, she was going to flood the place. I haven't seen you in 10 years, dear. You've grown up so much. Ventis's mother wiped her eyes with a trembling hand. You did get my letters though, right? Ventis asked, doing much the same. I did. We kept every single one. The lady smiled. And these are your Pokémon? She looked warmly toward us, which finally made Primarina stop bawling her eyes out. Braixen. I gave the lady a thumbs up. The others quickly followed my example and greeted her. Such a lovely collection of Pokémon, she beamed. I can't wait for Bernard to see you. She laughed softly. Soon we learned that she was called Amelia, and obviously Bernard was her husband. What stunned Ventis was the pitter-patter of feet coming from the second floor. Ventis smiled so hard it was infectious. A young boy practically launched himself down the stairs. He had the same red hair as her father and looked to be around 10 years old. Her little brother, Dan. The family spent a long time chatting. Even though they knew most of it from her letters, hearing everything directly from Ventis was different. The fact that she was getting married was still a particularly big topic. So you've never even met this boy? Amelia shook her head. Such a stupid thing to do. What if you two are not? She stopped when Bernard placed a calloused hand on her shoulder. The shepherd had apparently arrived while everyone was talking, and now stood beside his wife with a tired but gentle smile. I am sure this is just a political marriage, and if she reaches a high enough position, she may no longer need to stay with the boy. Bernard shrugged. Still, I hope the two of you actually become close. Unwanted marriages never work well. Trust me, Pa, I can handle myself. Ventis winked. By nightfall, all of us were well fed and tired from hours of talking. The food had been simple but delicious, and the warmth of the little home lingered pleasantly in the air. Before we went to sleep, Amelia surprised all of us Pokémon with a small gift, matching blue scarves. Each one had a yellow V stitched into the fabric. Even Primarina became quiet when she received hers. I carefully wrapped mine around my neck and smiled. It was probably the cheapest gift we had received in months. Somehow, it also felt like one of the most valuable. The tavern was quiet after all that talking, and I welcomed sleep. In the morning, Ventis hugged her family once more before we set off. This time, Terence also joined us and introduced himself as Ventis's first servant. That earned him a long talk from Amelia, who wanted to make absolutely sure he kept an eye on her daughter. The boy simply laughed and accepted the quest with a salute. Then, we were off. Arriving at the capital was something straight out of a fantasy book. There was a natural semicircle of hills and mountains around the city on one side, while the ocean stretched endlessly on the other. All the creeks and rivers of the area seemed to meet within the massive city itself, feeding into a huge central lake. From there, a single enormous river flowed out toward the sea. The whole place was built from white marble, while most of the roofs were covered with blue tiles. If not for the architecture, I would have sworn it looked like some ancient Greek city with all that blue and white. 4 massive roads led to 4 equally impressive gates. At the gate where we entered, I spotted a Poliwrath and a Feraligator standing beside the soldiers. The 2 Pokémon felt immensely powerful. Still, that was the least interesting thing. I almost fell out the window when we entered the city proper. Ivelna had a decent marketplace and some respectable shops, but it paled in comparison to the capital. To begin with, the cobbled roads were wide enough for 4 carriages to ride side by side. The people wore far better clothing than anywhere else I had seen. There was no cheap, uncoloured linen in sight. Even the common folk looked well dressed. Pokémon weren't rare here either. I counted at least 17 within a single minute. Well, it definitely looks and smells like a capital should, Ventis chuckled, leaning out beside me. Oh, yeah, I nodded. No smell of waste in the air anywhere. There must be a decent sewer system underneath the city. This is where I was meant to be. Primarina pushed my head down as she beamed at the sights around her. At my growl, she instantly pulled back. Sorry, big sis. I chuckled and swapped places with her so she could get a better view. Judging by the look on her face, she hadn't expected me to be that nice. Still, she happily leaned out of the carriage and began to sing as we passed through the streets. The melodic voice drifted between the marble buildings, gathering no small amount of attention from passers-by. Several people stopped to look, while more than a few Pokémon turned their heads toward the source of the song. Ventis simply smiled and let the melody sway her head from side to side. I had to admit it, the diva was a good singer. Arriving at the small home the king provided for us near the Royal Magic Academy was not what we expected. A home with 2 servants. A maid and a butler waited for us outside. Are you sure we are at the right spot? Ventis asked the coachman. This looks like a noble's home. I am sure, miss. The man pointed toward the butler, who took long strides toward the carriage and opened the door for her. Welcome to the capital, Adept Mage Ventis Thorn. He stepped aside and bowed. I am Reginald, your butler for now, and I am Zelia, your maid. The woman in a black and white maid outfit gave a deep bow of her own. Poor Ventis was overwhelmed by the 3-story building. It was practically a small manor, complete with a lovely garden full of flowers and neatly trimmed hedges. After unpacking, she was led to her room while Terence and the rest of us were shown to our own quarters. I can get used to this. I immediately jumped into a soft chair. The cushion practically swallowed me whole. Indeed. Primarina slid into the small indoor pool meant for water-type Pokémon and let out a content sigh. I am still as stunned as Master Ventis. Noctowl settled into a corner near a bookshelf. For a long while, she and I only dreamed about accommodations like this. Even Evelna felt like too much in the beginning. I can vibe with this. Jolteon immediately sprawled across the soft carpet, looking as if he had no intention of moving ever again. You got your weird words stuck on him too. Noctowl rolled his eyes. I simply laughed. That's what happens when you spend enough time around greatness. Hoot. The owl's deadpan stare somehow carried more judgment than an entire lecture. Meanwhile, Primarina was floating lazily in the pool, with a blissful expression. I was born for this lifestyle. You were born on a beach, I reminded her. Details, she said, leaning back. The opening ceremony at the academy was still 4 days away, but what really tied a knot into Ventis's stomach was the ceremony happening tomorrow afternoon. The wedding ceremony. Thankfully, there would only be Robert, the priest, and her attending. It was meant to be a very small and personal ceremony. In this age, there were no grand celebrations on the day of the wedding itself. Those happened the day after, which meant the pair would have ample privacy. The celebration was supposedly being planned by the second prince in the palace gardens. Thankfully, Ventis had already met him. That seemed far less frightening than the wedding itself. I arrived at her room carrying a pitcher of fresh lemonade, only to find her unpacking the wedding dress that had been delivered to the house beforehand. The white fabric spilled across the bed, like fresh snow. Need a moment alone? I asked gently through our bond. No, she sighed. I'd rather have you here. Besides, you already know how I feel. I do. I hopped onto the bed beside her and looked at the dress. Well, think of this as a temporary situation. I'm sure we can. No, she shook her head. A marriage should be for life. I blinked. But you don't know the guy. No matter. Ventis carefully folded part of the dress between her fingers. I will be someone worthy of his love. She said it with such conviction that it sounded less like a wish and more like a quest she intended to complete. Oh, Arceus, help me! I shook my head dramatically. I will be with you the whole way, and if he turns out to be an asshole, I am going to cook his rump. That earned an actual laugh, not a small one either. The tension in her shoulders eased, and some of the anxiety faded from our bond. Feeling that I didn't need to say anything more, I leaned forward and nuzzled her cheek. Ventis smiled and scratched behind my ears. For a while, neither of us spoke. The wedding dress rested on the bed between us, waiting for tomorrow. Robert sat on a stone bench in the courtyard of the Balatoa Manor, staring at absolutely nothing. His practice sword rested across his lap. Beside him, Bisharp was polishing one of the blades on his forearm with far more care than Robert was currently giving to his own problems. Tomorrow he would get married. The thought had been circling his head for months, yet now that it was finally here, it somehow felt even less real. He had never met the girl, never spoken to her, didn't even know what her voice sounded like. The sound of footsteps approached. Robert ignored them. The footsteps stopped behind him. Robert continued ignoring them. A hand immediately descended from above and thoroughly ruined his hair. "What are you doing?" Robert groaned, checking if my little brother is still alive. Rickard Balatoa grinned as he walked around the bench and sat down beside him. The second son of the Marquis looked far too pleased with himself. His brown hair was tied back in a short tail, his noble jacket hung open, and there was a permanent smirk on his face that suggested he was responsible for at least half the headaches in the household. "You looked like someone attending a funeral. I am getting married tomorrow." "Exactly." Robert stared. Rickard grinned. "That wasn't funny." "It was a little funny." The older brother reached over and messed up Robert's hair again. Robert swatted the hand away. "Stop doing that." "No." "Why?" "Because I am your older brother." Rickard nodded as though that explained everything. It probably did. Bishop, traitor that he was, seemed to agree. The steel type even gave a nod. "See?" Rickard pointed. "Both of you are insufferable." "We learned from father." That actually got a snort out of Robert. Rickard's grin softened slightly. "You are worried?" Robert looked away. "A little." "A little? Fine. A lot." The admission hung between them. For once, Rickard didn't joke. "You know, most of us thought the king was joking when the letter arrived. That makes me feel so much better." I wasn't finished. The older brother leaned back and looked up at the sky. I asked around. Robert raised an eyebrow. "You what?" I asked around. "About my future wife?" "Obviously." Rickard looked offended. "What kind of brother would I be if I didn't investigate the woman marrying into the family?" "A normal one." "Fair." The older man chuckled. Anyway, the reports were strange. That got Robert's attention. "Strange how?" "Everyone likes her." Robert blinked. "That's it? That is not a normal thing." Rickard pointed dramatically. "Usually, if you ask enough people, somebody complains." Robert couldn't really argue with that. "Apparently, she's smart, hardworking, polite, talented, and somehow managed to impress both the king and the archmage. That sounds suspicious." "I know." Rickard nodded seriously. "It sounds fake." For the first time all day, Robert laughed. A genuine laugh. His brother smiled. "There he is." Robert shook his head. "Thanks. For what?" "For distracting me." Rickard stood up. "That is what older brothers are for." Then he immediately reached down and ruined Robert's hair for a third time. The moment Robert stood to retaliate, Rickard was already jogging away. "Good luck tomorrow." "I hate you." "No, you don't." The shout echoed across the courtyard. Robert sighed and sat back down. Beside him, Bishop made a sound that suspiciously resembled laughter. For the first time in weeks, the knot in Robert's stomach felt a little smaller. With us Pokémon not allowed to join the wedding, I spent the entire morning helping Zelia beautify Ventis. It's not like Ventis wasn't a good-looking girl, but her usual braid had to go. After a proper wash and me using a metal bar and my fire to improvise a curling iron, I managed to stun both Ventis and the maid. Now Ventis wore a high ponytail with a curled end, while several locks framed her face in gentle waves. "What do you even call this technique?" Zelia asked, staring at the result. "It's called a curling iron," Ventis answered for me, though even she seemed stunned by the end result. The usually straight lavender hair that she kept in a loose braid was now transformed into an elegant noblewoman's crown of curls. Zelia worked on her fingernails while I sat on the floor and used a piece of sandstone to smooth out her toenails. When the maid wanted to use facial powder, I immediately pushed it away. Ventis was already pale enough, and I did not trust medieval whitening powders. If anything, her natural beauty was already perfect. Still, when I wasn't looking, the sneaky woman somehow managed to apply a little lip gloss. "Now it's time for you to receive my wedding gift." I pulled a small box from my witch hat. "Wait, how did you hide that in there?" Ventis asked. "A witch does not reveal her secrets." I laughed as she held out her hands. The box itself was nothing special. I had spent only 6 gold back in Evilna on its contents. As soon as she opened it, she gasped. Inside rested a pair of amethyst earrings. The gemstone had been found by Terence, and I had taken it to a jeweler who cut it into matching teardrops. They sat in silver settings, each gem polished and faceted until it caught the light beautifully. "I love them." She immediately hugged me. I hugged her back. Then, when the time finally arrived, I walked her to the carriage. "I will be with you, even there." I pressed her palm against the fluff on my chest. "I know." She smiled warmly. Then the carriage door closed. The temple of the capital was grand, with one entire wing dedicated solely to weddings. Ventis was led to a side corridor, and as the bell struck 6, the doors opened. The small wedding hall beyond was beautiful. White marble columns rose toward a painted ceiling, and crystal lamps bathed everything in warm light. Blue ribbons and fresh flowers decorated the altar in the center. Standing before it was a young man, not much taller than Ventis. also looking like a nervous wreck. For a brief moment, the two simply stared at one another. Then Ventis smiled. Taking a slow breath, she gathered her dress and walked toward the altar. Robert Balatoa felt every nerve in his head pulsing. He did not even know what he was expecting. He had seen many noble girls over the years. Some had grown fat from excessive luxury, while others were so skinny they looked like a strong breeze might carry them away. Some were needy. Others shrieked louder than a sparrow whenever something didn't go their way. This girl came from a commoner family, but she was also an adept mage. His mind played all sorts of cruel games on him as he waited at the altar. Then he came face to face with a beauty so stunning that his heart skipped a beat. The girl wore no powder on her face and no visible mascara. Her lavender hair was arranged into gentle curls that framed her face beautifully, and the colour itself was so fascinating that Robert could not stop looking at it. If someone had told him she was a princess, he would have accepted it as fact on the spot. The wedding dress his mother had chosen was understated yet elegant, allowing Ventis herself to be the centre of attention. Robert swallowed hard and took a step toward the altar. "Hi." He offered a nervous smile and desperately hoped he didn't look like a slowpoke. "I am happy to meet you, Sir Robert." The girl bowed elegantly. "As you may know, I am Ventis Thorn." Robert quickly cleared his throat. "And I am Robert Balatoa." "A pleasure." The priest had to raise the book in his hands to hide his smile. He had been performing wedding ceremonies for longer than he cared to admit, and he had seen every possible combination of bride and groom. Nervous couples. Angry couples. Couples that clearly wished to be anywhere else. This, however, was the first arranged marriage in a very long time where he found himself having high hopes for the pair. The fact that both of them looked equally terrified somehow made it even better. The priest cleared his throat and opened the ceremonial book in his hands. The small wedding hall grew quiet. Even the distant sounds of the capital seemed to fade away. Before Arceus, creator of all things, we gather to witness the union of these two souls. The elderly priest raised his head and looked at the pair standing before him. May the original one bless this bond. May he grant wisdom in times of uncertainty, strength in times of hardship, and joy in times of peace. Robert stood straight, though Ventis could see the tension in his shoulders. Truthfully, she wasn't much better. The priest continued, "Marriage is not merely a promise made during good times, it is a vow carried through storms and sunshine alike." He turned toward Robert. "Robert Balatoa, do you swear before Arceus to stand beside Ventis Thorn in prosperity and in hardship, in health and in sickness, and to remain faithful to her for as long as you both shall live?" Robert swallowed. "I do." The answer came a little faster than he intended. The priest's eyes twinkled slightly before he turned toward Ventis. "Ventis Thorn, do you swear before Arceus to stand beside Robert Balatoa in prosperity and in hardship, in health and in sickness, and to remain faithful to him for as long as you both shall live?" Ventis took a steadying breath. "I do." The nervousness in her stomach somehow eased after saying the words. The priest nodded and reached into a small velvet box, then exchanged the rings. He handed one to Robert and the other to Ventis. Robert carefully took Ventis's hand. His fingers were warm and shaking. Ventis almost laughed. Instead, she gently slid the silver ring onto his finger. A moment later, Robert did the same. Both stared at the rings for a second, as if trying to comprehend that this was now real. The priest closed his book. "Then before Arceus in the kingdom of Vermont, I declare you husband and wife." A smile spread across the old man's face. "You may seal your vows." The pair immediately looked at one another. Ventis blinked. Robert blinked. The priest suddenly became very interested in the ceiling. A long moment passed. "Oh, for the love of..." I muttered from the back of her mind. Ventis's face turned pink. Robert's turned red. Finally, both leaned forward at exactly the same speed, hesitated halfway, then continued anyway. The kiss barely lasted more than a second. When they pulled apart, both looked equally embarrassed. The priest let out a satisfied hum. Wonderful. Neither newlywed looked convinced. Still, the rings were on their fingers. The vows had been spoken. And before Arceus himself, Robert Balatoa and Ventis Balatoa Thorn were now husband and wife. Back home, I waited for Ventis to arrive. Sadly, she had to stay behind and get her papers updated. Now she had two family names, like every noble woman. Of course, she could have chosen to drop her old family name, as it would not carry further down the line, but the law allowed her to keep it on her papers. Honestly, I felt the same way. Keeping it was a good thing, even if it wasn't a noble lineage. I would ask how you are, but I was in your head the whole time. I chuckled. She smiled, honestly looking as though a boulder had been lifted from her shoulders. "I think we might need a strong tea," she stated. Only then did I notice she had not come alone. Robert Balatoa was standing up from his seat, just behind her. Oh, Casanova also came. I spoke in Pokémon tongue and took a step back. Oh my! Robert nearly jumped out of the carriage. That is abrasion. His eyes widened. How? No, don't tell me. He rubbed his forehead and suddenly looked as though several pieces had fallen into place. Now I understand why the king was so adamant. He pointed toward me. This changes a lot. I was told that she is rare, but is she that rare? Ventis asked, sounding surprised. It's not just about rarity. Well, partly. Robert let out a nervous laugh. But the Fennekin line is well known as the exclusive Pokémon line of the Zhaoshara royal family. Apparently, they guard the species so fiercely that anyone caught stealing one loses their head. He paused. Oh, a helpless grin appeared on his face. This is about to turn into a political water bomb. That's not funny. Ventis gave him a serious look. I am only laughing at how ridiculous this situation is. Robert raised both hands defensively. Then his expression softened. Well, regardless of that, I will protect you from all of it. Ventis blinked. Not only because the king expects me to, he hesitated for half a second, but because you are my lovely wife. The words left his mouth before he could stop them. Robert immediately turned red as an apple. Ventis turned pink. The silence became painful. He has my seal of approval. I spoke directly into Ventis's head. Then I wisely turned around and headed for the kitchen. Some battles were best left to the newlyweds. Besides, the tea was not going to make itself. Robert turned out to be this era's version of an otaku. He rarely left home, read an absurd amount of books, and spent most of his free time training with his Pokémon. He hated social gatherings, even if he had to attend them because of his family, and nobody had really expected him to get married. Well, anyone who placed bets against him getting married must be feeling quite foolish now, I joked toward Ventis. I would like some privacy now. Ventis promptly shut down the connection. Humph. I rolled my eyes downstairs in the Pokémon room. What happened? Asked Jolteon. Ventis shut me out. I shrugged and handed Primarina a berry drink. Thanks. She nodded happily. You told me about this bond, but not exactly what it is. How does it work? She flopped her tail lazily out of the water. It's a soul bond, meaning if either of us dies, the other dies too. We can talk in our heads and share each other's pain and emotions. I explained it casually. Primarina nearly dropped her drink. You are crazy that you accepted that. She shook her head. Well, either that or she would have ended up comatose. We both saved each other's lives in the beginning, so it made sense. I shrugged and placed the fruit bowl in front of Jolteon and Noctowl. Also, since when are you this nice? It's creepy. Primarina looked genuinely suspicious. I slowly turned toward her. You want me to return to my savage form? A sadistic smile spread across my face. Nope. Primarina straightened instantly. Nice, Fenn is the best. She grinned nervously. Thought so. I picked up my own fruity drink and took a sip. I miss cooking, but I tried to balance out the fruits so the taste would have some harmony. The others exchanged glances before trying theirs. A moment later, all three spoke at once. It's good. I leaned back proudly. The party in the Royal Palace Gardens was the complete reverse of the wedding. The wedding had been quiet. This was chaos. Every young noble under 25 seemed to have been invited. The youngest were around 12, though many of them acted like they were already seasoned politicians and war heroes. The palace gardens themselves were beautiful. White stone paths wound between flower beds and fountains. Small streams crossed the grounds through carved channels, while lanterns hung from trees despite the sun still being high. Musicians played from a raised pavilion, filling the air with pleasant melodies. Prince Augustine Vermont personally welcomed the guests. The second prince congratulated both Robert and Ventis, shook their hands, and then officially opened the celebration. After that, the flood began. Nobles. So many nobles. I sat beside Primarina near one of the refreshment tables while Ventis and Robert were forced into conversation after conversation. At least 30 guests attended. There were nearly as many Pokémon. Absol stood elegantly beside one noble girl, looking as though the entire event was slightly beneath him. A Hatenna sat on a chair near a fountain and continuously looked annoyed. Meanwhile, a Petilil wore an actual flower crown and acted as though she owned the entire garden. I already miss Yvelna, I muttered. No kidding, Jolteon agreed. The smiles were what bothered me. Not all of them. Prince Augustine's smile was genuine. Robert's brother Rickard was laughing loudly with a group of young nobles and seemed genuine enough too. But over half the people here? Completely fake. Their smiles never reached their eyes. Their compliments felt rehearsed. Their laughter arrived half a second too late. It reminded me of office politics, only with prettier clothing. You are staring. Primarina nudged me. I know. You look like you want to bite somebody. I know. She scooted slightly away. Smart girl. Across the garden, Ventis was currently speaking with a group of noble daughters. She smiled politely. They smiled politely. The entire thing felt like watching three Meowths circling the same fish. Oh, you are the adept mage. Oh, you are the one with the breaks in. Neither sentence was actually spoken. Somehow they still managed to say them. Robert appeared beside Ventis a few moments later, seemingly sensing her discomfort. The noble girls immediately became much friendlier. I rolled my eyes. Ugh, noble brats. Noctowl nodded from his perch in a nearby tree. At least Bishop remained normal. Robert's steel type stood beside the refreshments looking deeply uncomfortable. I walked over and sat beside him. Hate these fake parties? From the bottom of my heart. Same? The dark steel warrior looked relieved. Finally, someone sensible. Behind us, Primarina had somehow gathered an audience and was singing. The diva was absolutely thriving. Meanwhile, Ventis and Robert continued surviving the endless sea of noble conversations. To my surprise, Robert quietly moved closer whenever somebody tried to put Ventis on the spot. Act 2. Royal Magic Academy. The city of Azuurport moved with the steady confidence of a kingdom's heart. Merchant ships crowded the sprawling harbours, their sails painting the horizon in shades of white, blue, and gold. Fishermen hauled in the morning's catch, while traders shouted prices from crowded docks. Nobles rode through broad stone avenues in polished carriages, servants hurried between markets, and countless citizens went about their daily lives beneath banners bearing the crest of Vermont. To most of the city, it was simply another day. To one corner of Azuurport, however, it was anything but ordinary. The Royal Magic Academy stood atop a gentle rise overlooking much of the capital. Ancient stone walls surrounded grounds so vast that many visitors mistook it for a small fortified town rather than a school. Elegant towers pierced the sky, while countless enchanted lamps illuminated roads and pathways winding between lecture halls, libraries, laboratories, and training facilities. The academy had existed for centuries. Kings had studied there. Archmages had walked its halls. Generals who had commanded armies and reshaped battlefields with magic had once sat within its classrooms. Tomorrow, another year would begin. Servants moved everywhere across the grounds. Dormitories were cleaned from top to bottom. Classrooms were inspected. Magical barriers surrounding training zones were tested and reinforced. Groundskeepers prepared the massive battle parks where students would practice alongside their Pokémon. Specialized mages carefully examined the Academy's magic testing fields, ensuring every enchantment remained stable before hundreds of spells began flying once more. The Academy rarely accepted many students. Despite its enormous size, each year only a handful of new nobles qualified for admission. This year, however, was unusually crowded. 9 new students, almost a full class. For most schools, such a number would be laughably small. For the Royal Magic Academy, it was significant. Every student admitted represented decades of investment from powerful noble families. Each one arrived with years of magical education and often several trained Pokémon. Some would become court mages, others would serve in royal administration, a few would command armies. Some would try to become their family's pride and turn to military service, or higher, while others were simply happy to earn the title of Master Mage. Inside the central administration building, activity was even more frantic. The Academy's 7 professors moved through the halls like a small army. Orders were issued, schedules reviewed, class assignments finalized, and supply inventories checked. Assistants scrambled from room to room carrying stacks of documents. Later, they scratched endlessly across parchments. Even the Academy's headmaster had abandoned any pretense of relaxation. The elderly mage stood in the entrance hall, directing preparations with the precision of a military commander preparing for a campaign. The Royal Magic Academy did not merely educate nobles, it shaped the future leadership of Vermont. Within its walls sat the sons and daughters of counts, marquises, dukes, generals, admirals, and archmages. Alliances and rivalries were born here. Political careers often began here long before students inherited their family titles. The lessons taught inside these halls could influence the kingdom decades later. Across the academy grounds, returning students were beginning to arrive. Fourth years returned with the confidence of veterans, many already possessing reputations beyond the academy walls. Third years discussed internships with noble houses and military units. Second years eagerly shared stories from their summer breaks. Meanwhile, the fifth years, the academy's final class, walked the grounds with mixed emotions. For some, this would be their last year of study before joining the Royal Military. Others would return to studies and enjoy the title Master Mage, while a rare few hoped to reach even higher. Whatever path awaited them, they all understood one thing: their time at the academy was nearly over. As evening settled across Azuurport, golden light reflected from the academy's towers and windows. The grounds slowly grew quieter, though preparations continued long after sunset. Olivia Haxon stood in the middle of her room while servants hurried around packing the last of her belongings. Several expensive trunks already stood ready near the door. Dresses, books, magical supplies, and academy uniforms had all been carefully organized long before today. The servants were simply making sure nothing had been forgotten. Her Chimeko floated through the room carrying a ribbon in its mouth. Chimeko. The ribbon landed proudly atop a stack of spellbooks. Olivia sighed. That doesn't go there. Chi? The blue dress trunk. Chime. The Pokémon drifted away, completely unbothered by its mistake. Nearby, her Ralts was proving considerably more useful. The small Pokémon cheerfully stacked books into neat piles next to an open trunk. Ralts. Yes, those are coming too. Olivia smiled faintly before glancing toward the window. Tomorrow, finally years of waiting would finally pay off. Most noble children entered the Royal Magic Academy as soon as they were eligible. Olivia had delayed her enrollment by an entire year. A decision that had caused endless arguments with her tutors. A decision she had never regretted. Prince Augustine would be entering this year, and so would she. A small smile appeared on her face. As the daughter of Duke Haxon, her position was already secure. Few students could match her status. Fewer still could match the education her father had purchased. The finest tutors, books, and opportunities. Everything she needed. All that remained was making sure nobody outshined her. I learned from Reginald and Zelia, the two servants of the building, that this and many similar houses were built to house the students. There was a literal circle of houses around the academy. For the 5 years of study, one house was assigned to one student. Then it would be cleaned and renovated for the next occupant. The servants barely even changed, as this job was likely for life. Or until the servant grew too old to work properly. Ventis thankfully did not have to pay them a single silver pence, as the king had made sure everything was paid up front for the entire 5 years. The two servants were quite chatty after learning that I was a very intelligent Pokémon. In fact, I was planning on teaching them a few modern recipes later on. This uniform is super tight, Ventis groaned. The blue and silver uniform was indeed a tad on the smaller side. It was not too small, of course, but just enough to make her uncomfortable. Do I have to wear this all the time? Dunno. We didn't receive the dress code or whatever rules this academy might have. I shrugged as I tried my best to adjust her long skirt. At least her knee-high leather boots were comfortable. You'll survive it, I smirked. The opening ceremony and banquet are Pokémon-free. Sorry. She looked genuinely upset. Try to do something positive while I'm gone. She smirked and playfully booped my nose. I turned away to sneeze and gave her a fake stink eye. I checked the small red pouch Ventis had set aside for me. Inside were 50 small gold coins. I always made sure she kept most of the money, but I still liked having a little on me. Call me old-fashioned, but I enjoyed having pocket money. I took a slate and a piece of chalk, shoved them and the pouch into my tail fluff, and left the house. Thankfully, Pokémon doing chores or deliveries were not a rarity in the capital, so me walking casually through the streets wasn't out of the ordinary. I got a few looks from people, though that was likely due to my lovely hat and ribbons. Braixen. I spoke aloud in shock when I found an entire street filled with food stalls. The smell of rice, spices, and seafood hit me like a physical blow. Oh, wow, what do we have here? The burly man behind the nearest stall said. He looked at me curiously, though there was obvious amusement in his eyes. If you call your master, I'm sure they can buy you a stick. He pointed at the octillery tentacles roasting over glowing charcoal. Braise. I immediately pulled out my slate and wrote, "Give me 2. After showing it to him, I handed over a silver coin. Sure. The man grinned, gave me the change, and handed over 2 skewers. The cooked tentacles were covered in a spicy sauce mixed with honey. The sweet and fiery flavors blended together perfectly. They were so good that I didn't even notice I had eaten the sticks too. 4 stalls later, I was forced to stop as my stomach practically begged me for mercy. Of course, that simply meant it was time to walk it off. I wandered through the merchant district, browsed the port, and even peeked into a few high-fashion shops that clearly expected customers with considerably more dignity than a Braisian carrying a slate. By the time I returned home, I had 6 carefully wrapped packages tucked under my arms. After tossing them onto my bed, I eagerly began opening them. One contained a marine blue and silver pin. Another held a lovely scarf decorated with melodic patterns. 3 more were bows in different colors for various occasions. And the final package? That was the true treasure, a new wand. My old wand had served me faithfully the last half year. A local carpenter had made it for me, and despite being crafted from fire-resistant wood, it had accumulated countless scorch marks. The tip was chipped, charred, and beginning to show its use. The new one was beautiful. Simple, elegant, perfectly balanced. Standing before the mirror, I tested each accessory before finally tucking the new wand into my tail fluff. Then I picked up the old one. For a moment, I simply looked at it. Then I smiled and put it away as a memento. Breakson, a quiet farewell. Then I carefully set it aside and admired my reflection once more. The Royal Magic Academy's Grand Hall had been designed to impress. Tall marble columns stretched toward a vaulted ceiling painted with scenes of famous battles, legendary mages, and the founding of Vermont itself. Crystal chandeliers hung overhead, their enchanted lights casting a warm glow over hundreds of gathered nobles, professors, servants, and students. Ventis wished she was somewhere else. The young mage sat near the front with the other first years, doing her best not to fidget. She had faced dangerous Pokémon, corrupt mages, and even royal audiences. None of those had prepared her for being surrounded by this many nobles. Everywhere she looked were embroidered coats, expensive jewelry, family crests, and people who seemed to know exactly how they were supposed to act. Lady Balatoa. Ventis nearly jumped. Prince Augustine stood beside her seat, looking amused. Your Highness. The prince waved a hand dismissively. You look as though you're preparing for execution. I feel like I'm preparing for execution. Augustine chuckled. The opening ceremony is harmless. The banquet afterward is where the real danger begins. That earned a surprised laugh from Ventis. There we go, he said. You look considerably less terrified. Several nearby nobles noticed the exchange. Could you please not call me that just yet? It still feels off. Ventis scratched the back of her head. You will need to get used to hearing it. Augustine shook his head. The ceremony itself began shortly afterward. The headmaster, Titus Glacier, delivered a speech welcoming both returning and new students. The 7 professors were introduced. Rules were reviewed. Traditions were explained. Several older students looked half asleep throughout the entire thing. The first years listened with varying levels of excitement. Ventis listened carefully. Not because the speech was especially inspiring, but because she genuinely wanted to learn. The academy represented an opportunity she never could have imagined as a child tending merreeps. By the time the ceremony concluded, the tension in her shoulders had finally begun to ease. Then the banquet started, and all that progress vanished immediately. The banquet hall was somehow even grander than the ceremony chamber. Long tables groaned beneath mountains of food. Roasted tauros, slow-cooked magikarp, baked vegetables, pastries, more dishes than Ventis could identify. Ventis spent the first hour terrified she would accidentally insult someone important. The second hour was spent realizing most people were too busy enjoying themselves to care. The third hour involved far more food than she had originally intended to eat. Apparently, several noble families considered it a personal mission to ensure the newly arrived students sampled their favorite dishes. Refusing was difficult. The carriage ride home was conducted in near silence, not because she was tired, because speaking seemed like unnecessary effort. Ventis groaned. I've been attacked. By what? I asked. Food. I blinked with a smirk, petting my own stomach, which was also a hint bigger. I guess we both ate ourselves stupid, though I did it with street food. I laughed. Ventis finally had a small booklet containing all the house rules of the academy. Most were pretty self-explanatory. Some, however, raised an eyebrow. So, it seems that only first years are forced to wear the uniform. In later years, I can wear anything that fits the secondary dress code. She smiled. I am worried about the one Pokémon rule. I poked the paper near the bottom. It stated that, out of respect for one another, and to ensure nobody had an unfair advantage, only one Pokémon was allowed to sign up as a partner each year. As such, mages could only bring their favored Pokémon. The choice could not be changed unless the Pokémon perished or was sold. Are you going to bring Noctowl? He was your first? I asked. But Ventis shook her head. I assume most people know about you anyway, so it's best if we stay together. I simply nodded. I guess. What about Terence? I can bring him as a servant, yes. She nodded. But not his Pokémon. What are the others supposed to do? I asked. Relax, Ventis suggested, though she frowned immediately afterward. Staying in a house for an entire year with nothing meaningful to do would be torture for the others. Well, I can ask around. Maybe we can find someone like Umbreon for them. I laughed darkly, but agreed. Arriving at the academy early in the morning was new, but I expected I would get used to it quickly. Ventis was still annoyed by the uniform, but after wearing it for a few hours the previous day, the clothes had loosened up a little. At the gate, the guard checked her badge, her focus that she had received from the prince, and then me. As he used a tool around my collar, the man in full plate suddenly took a step back and raised his voice. Miss, your Pokémon's collar is not containing any restriction magic. He seemed surprised and not a little angry. Sir, she's bonded to me. Ventis raised her papers and showed them to him. While that made the guard a bit less tense, He pointed toward a nearby rule board. "It does not matter, miss. I will guide you to the office and have Lady Orisha provide her with one that forbids the Pokémon from attacking any humans. You must understand that this is an academy for nobles. Any mistake could result in severe punishment." His voice was as rigid as iron. I just nodded at Ventis, so she reluctantly agreed. The office was bright and smelled faintly of lilacs. The woman behind the counter had lovely blue hair tied into a crown braid, with the rest gathered into a short ponytail behind her head. "Lady Orisha," the guard saluted. "Young Lady Ventis needs a restraining collar." As the woman waved him away, the man hurried back to his post. "I was expecting you." The woman looked up from her paperwork. "Let me properly introduce myself. I am Jane Orisha, and I will be your enchantment spells teacher." She smiled warmly as she stood and walked over to us. "I heard about your perfect bond. Such an impressive achievement at such a young age," she beamed. "Now, I know this is going to feel a little unpleasant, but it is for everyone's safety." She pulled out a sapphire-crested collar. It looked nothing like the plain collars Ventis had been forced to enchant before. This one was clearly made for noble Pokémon, crafted from polished silver with delicate enchantments etched along its surface. Then she gently fastened it around my neck, replacing my choker. Afterward, she handed my decorative fashion piece back to Ventis. "Now hurry along. Your first class starts in less than 15 minutes. She pointed toward the academy's clock tower visible through the window. Ventis and I exchanged a glance before quickly heading for the door. "I do not feel any change," Ventis spoke through our bond. "That's because the collar magic does not apply to me." "Oops." I chuckled mentally and bonked myself on the head like some doofus anime girl. She almost stumbled as she came to a sudden stop. "Don't oops me." She looked at me with stunned eyes. "Since when?" "Always," I shrugged. "How about we discuss this when we aren't running late?" I pointed toward the clock tower. She immediately started power walking toward the classroom listed on her schedule. "We are going to talk about this later, in detail." I simply shrugged as I kept pace beside her. It wasn't like I could tell her that my mind was human and, as such, restraint spells specifically designed for Pokémon didn't work on me. We arrived with only a few minutes to spare. The classroom was impressive. The desks were crafted from polished cherry wood and decorated with silver accents. It looked more like a noble's private library than a place of learning. The back of the room had been designed specifically for Pokémon. There was a small pool, a sand pit, several padded cushions, and even a few climbing structures for species with more unusual needs. I tried not to look out of place, but the other Pokémon regarded me with undisguised suspicion and, in some cases, outright disgust. All except one, Duot. "And we meet again, my good sir." I gave him a pleasant smile. Duot allowed himself a quiet chuckle. "You have not changed a bit, Fenn." He shook his head while lounging comfortably in the pool. "That is because perfection cannot be improved." The water type rolled his eyes. I settled down beside the pool and waited for the class to begin. "When should this class start?" I asked, murmuring to myself, when a girl with pale pink hair hurried inside and slipped into one of the back seats. From her bag, a gelatinous Pokémon plopped down and slowly slid toward us. "A Gumi?" My ears flicked up. "You know that Pokémon?" Duot asked, looking puzzled. "Oh, right. Gumi are usually very timid Pokémon, but they are dragon types," I pointed out. The newly arrived Pokémon slipped into the water without a word and found the most hidden corner possible before slumping down. "Isn't that more of a water or poison type?" he asked. "Nope." I popped the P with a smug look. "I know most Pokémon." He still did not look convinced, but we did not have time to debate as the teacher walked into the room. The minimal whispering among the students stopped the moment the door opened. Even Augustine sat up straight. The teacher wore a military mage uniform. It was not a robe, but a sleek yet elegant outfit that reminded me of something from Full Metal Alchemist, if it had been a bit more decorated. The man was not bulky, nor was he particularly domineering, yet he possessed such an aura that even I found myself fixing my posture. His voice was measured to the point of being almost monotone, while his back was straight enough to be used as a ruler. "I am William Dawnmore," he stated, saluting the entire class. "First class war mage of the Vermont Mage Corps. I will now call your names. Augustine Vermont." The prince stood, returned the salute, and sat back down. Olivia Haxon, the elegant-looking girl with the lovely hairstyle, stood, performed a perfect curtsy, and sat. Cedric Ironhill, a boy sitting near the window with short steel-grey hair, stood and saluted so sharply I feared he might break either his fingers or his skull. Ventis Balatoa. Ventis stood and performed her curtsy. Unlike the previous day, it was flawless. Lucia Valtier, a boy and a girl with matching golden hair and blue eyes, stood together. Even their hairstyles mirrored one another, parted in opposite directions. Marianne Tidewell. A girl with vibrant green hair practically bounced out of her seat and offered a considerably less rigid curtsy. Celine Everbrook. This girl looked like the very definition of an elite scholar. Roland Ashmere. A boy with orange hair that appeared to be losing a battle against an unreasonable amount of hair gel stood with noticeably less enthusiasm and offered a salute. And our unexpected 10th student, Colleen Mistbound. The shy girl trembled slightly but stood and managed a respectable curtsy before quickly sitting back down. William Dawnmore waited until every student had settled before speaking again. Most young mages wished to learn how to throw larger fireballs. A few smiles appeared throughout the room. Cedric looked particularly guilty. Many wished to summon greater storms, others wished to split stone, freeze rivers, or call down lightning. The teacher clasped his hands behind his back and slowly walked between the desks. Very few ask how to survive when those spells are aimed at them. The smiles vanished. In war, the dead rarely care how impressive the attack was. The room grew noticeably quieter. William stopped beside one of the windows. Your attack magic instructor will teach you how to destroy obstacles, fortifications, and enemies. He turned back toward the class. I will teach you how to come home afterward. That immediately caught everyone's attention. Even Marianne stopped fidgeting. You are nobles. Some of you will become military officers. Some will become court mages. Some may never see a battlefield. His eyes swept across the room. None of that matters. A few students blinked. If a criminal attacks your carriage, you require defensive magic. He pointed toward Olivia. If an assassin targets your family, you require defensive magic. Toward Augustine. If you are protecting your king, you require defensive magic. Then toward Ventis. If a stronger mage wishes to kill you, defensive magic may be the only reason you survive long enough to escape. Ventis sat a little straighter. William nodded once. Good. Some of you are already understanding. William continued speaking for nearly an hour. No demonstrations. No dramatic displays of magic. Just lesson after lesson, explaining why survival mattered more than glory. By the end, most of the class looked far more serious than when they had entered. Even some of the Pokémon had stopped fidgeting. Beside me, Duot sat with his arms folded, listening intently. I found myself nodding along. Honestly? The man knew exactly what he was talking about. I took a glimpse at all the other Pokémon. Besides me, Duot, and the Gumi, there was a decent selection. I had to admit, I expected at least this many water types in a water-based kingdom. We had a Chimecho who seemed kind of aloof. The same snobbish Hatena from the garden party sat right beside the same Absol, who actually looked interested in class. There was also a Buizel, a Ducklet, and a Luminian in the water. Neither really piqued my interest, and Aaron sat in the sandpit behind me, alone like some soldier standing watch. With the first class done, we had a small break. Everyone besides Luminion could walk, but she had a personal servant carrying a water bowl while following Lucia Valtier around. The prince seemed to prefer staying near Ventis, which made me a bit nervous, though I didn't show it. Oh, I am going to love the next class. Duot spun one of the shells on his hips. I have some pent-up energy I need to vent. Let me guess, this is the attack-based class, I smirked. Obviously, he grinned. We might even have a duel like back then. Don't worry, I will go easy on the water-type attacks, he chuckled. No need, I trained against water types. I cracked my knuckles. Ah, brutes. Hatena passed us on her tiny feet. Yes, honestly? Ducklet walked beside her. Every ruffian can be used by nobles nowadays. I was gobsmacked. Oh, I hope I get to fight them. My right eye twitched as a vein throbbed on my forehead. Chill, Fenn. Duot tapped my shoulder. You don't want your master to get into trouble, right? He asked, with a serious look. Fine. I sighed and muttered several less than dainty words under my whiskers. The next class was outside, under the sun. The training courtyard was spotless. Target dummies lined one side while spare ones were stacked in tall piles nearby. The whole area was surrounded by a magical barrier, so no stray spell could fly out and hit the buildings or unsuspecting passers-by. The class barely had time to take in the place when a man with unnervingly spiky neon yellow hair slid to a stop, his ampharos mimicking the cool entrance. He-yo! I am charged to see you all. He grinned as he saluted. I am Zeke Clash, first-class war mage of the Vermont Mage Corps. The man was extremely energetic, reminding me of far too many anime characters. Now, I am going to double-shock you all with my extremely efficient way of teaching, he beamed. Before I can start, though, I need to see what I am working with. Spark up my interest, would you? He was putting electric-type move names into almost every sentence, giving me second-hand embarrassment. Still, Ventis thought it was funny, so I just shrugged. Prince Augustin, if you would not mind, step up and wow us. The teacher pointed at one of the dummies. As you wish, Professor. Augustin pulled his focus from his belt. It was a sleek wand with a gold base and a diamond at the top. Said diamond was almost the size of an orange berry. His eyes focused, and an ice shard shot out, taking the head of the straw dummy with it. Nice job. Zeke gave him a thumbs up. Next up, Ventis Balatoa. Ventis walked to the next dummy and took a deep breath. This was the first time she had used her focus. Previously, she had only used her hands because it felt more natural. But here, it was expected that she use some kind of focus. A spell burst from the wand, much to both of our shock. I could feel that she had not been ready to release it yet. Still, the blade of wind cut the dummy at the waist, almost all the way through before it slumped backward. Very nice? Zeke grinned. Ventis walked back, her face turning a shade pink from embarrassment. What happened? I asked. I don't know. I started building my magic formula, but the wand fired before I finished the full script. Could the focus be faulty? I poked the amethyst tip. Unlikely. It was a gift from the prince. I am sure he would not gift anything faulty. Well, we will need to figure out why it fires prematurely. I shook my head. Why are you two just watching each other and moving your heads? Absol asked me. Oh, hi. My master and I are soul bonded. It means we can talk in our minds. It is a very personal bond, I explained. Interesting. He simply nodded and walked back to his spot. I was honestly happy that he had come over to talk, but he seemed interested only in that. Bummer. I really needed to break the ice. The other students went one by one, each showing different levels of magical prowess. Olivia used a dark-type blast, clearing the entire dummy in one go and sending straw flying everywhere. Cedric shot an earth bullet that had to be stopped by the magical barrier, while the others were less powerful. Then came our turn. Pokémon up! Zeke sent Ampharos to replace all the damaged dummies. I want you to order your Pokémon to use their most powerful moves. Do not worry, the magic shield can stop a raging Tyranitar. Since there was no real order to go in, Zeke simply pointed at Pokémon. Of course, Duat was first. He could hardly call on the prince's Pokémon later. Duat used his shells as boomerangs. They cut through the dummy twice, turning it into a sad pile of hay. I even high-fived him afterward, a habit he had learned from me. Most of the other Pokémon were lacking both in power and accuracy. Braixen! Zeke yelled, glee shining in his eyes. I walked the line, cracked my neck, and focused as hard as I could. Ventis had suffered a humiliation because of her focus, so I was not holding anything back. I tapped into all my fire and even borrowed magic from Ventis through our bond. I wanted to really stand out. Instead of a continuous stream of flames, I gathered everything in my throat. The fire became so intense that even I could no longer contain it. Then, boom! An actual fire blast erupted from my mouth, turning the dummy and the two already damaged dummies beside it into ash. Even the magical barrier shimmered violently as the attack struck it. The blast was barely inconvenienced by the targets in its path. The explosion shook the ground beneath our feet. At the same time, I felt as though every drop of moisture had been drained from my body. My throat burned and my limbs felt heavy. Still, I remained standing, still grinning. What a thunder punch to the gut! Zeke yelled. An actual fire blast! Most of the students started looking at us differently. Even Duat's jaw was hanging open. I simply bowed and walked back toward Ventis, who immediately moved to support me. You blew everyone out of the water, Augustin laughed. Braixen, I nodded to him with a smile. Marquis Dante Ironhill sat in his capital city home, though his mind was back in his territory. The Ironhill estate stood far from Azureport, nestled among rocky hills, rich with iron and copper veins. Unlike many noble manors, its halls had been built for practicality rather than beauty. Thick stone walls, iron chandeliers, and sturdy furniture dominated the interior, creating a place that felt more like a fortress than a residence. Dante Ironhill could almost smell the industry of his home through his memories. The evening sun filtered through narrow windows as he worked through a stack of reports in his study. Trade ledgers, mining yields, and correspondence from neighboring nobles covered his desk. He was reviewing the latest shipment figures when a knock sounded at the door. Enter. Cedric stepped inside and offered a respectful bow. Father. Dante looked up from his paperwork. How was your first day at the academy? His son considered the question for a moment. Interesting. The Marquis raised an eyebrow. That was not an answer Cedric usually gave. His son was many things, but vague was rarely one of them. What happened? Cedric hesitated before answering. There is abrasion in my class. The quill stopped moving. For several seconds, the room remained completely silent. Abrasion? Dante asked calmly. Yes. The Marquis slowly set the quill aside. Abrasion? Outside Jaushara? That alone was enough to earn his full attention. And whose Pokémon is it? A girl named Ventis Balatoa Thorn. The name sounded familiar. Balatoa, he murmured. The arranged marriage only days ago. Cedric nodded. Dante rose from his chair and walked toward the window overlooking the capital's estates. Beyond the glass, the late afternoon lit up the roofs, just as his mind was lit up by these news. His relationship with the crown had always been complicated. He was loyal to Vermont. The king, however, was another matter entirely. King Callister had spent years centralizing power, slowly increasing royal influence, while reducing the independence of noble houses. He did so carefully enough that no single action could be openly challenged, but the direction was obvious to anyone paying attention. Dante paid attention. A common-born mage suddenly rising through the ranks was unusual. That same mage being accepted into a powerful, noble family was even more unusual. That mage then appearing at the Royal Magic Academy with a Brexon of all things? The timing was simply too convenient. Tell me everything. Cedric did exactly that. He described the opening classes, the students, and the professors. He spoke of Prince Augustine's obvious familiarity with Ventis, of the strange confidence displayed by the Bratian, and of the fire blast that had left half the training field staring in disbelief. A Bratian inside Vermont was already politically dangerous. A Bratian attached to a newly elevated mage, who appeared to enjoy royal favor, was something else entirely. You have done well, he finally said. Cedric straightened slightly. Thank you, father. You may go. After the door closed, Dante returned to his desk and stared at the papers before him, though he no longer saw the words written across them. Combining all three, created a piece on the political board that demanded attention. Not immediate action, as that would be foolish. The academy was too visible, the king too watchful, and House Balatoa too well connected. No, this required patience. Dante pulled a fresh sheet of parchment toward himself and dipped his quill into the ink. If King Callister was playing a game, then it was only prudent to learn the rules before making a move. The first letters were written long after the rest of the estate had gone to sleep. Arriving home, I almost walked straight into my room when Ventis grabbed my shoulder. We need to talk. I really hoped you forgot about that, I said meekly, but allowed myself to be pulled into her room. If I had one, I would have waved a white flag as she dragged me inside. Talk? After pushing me into a plush chair, she sat on the edge of her bed and fixed me with an intense gaze. So how come the collar does not affect you? Can you take it off? She asked. I simply reached up and unbuckled it from my neck. Normally, any attempt to do that would leave a Pokemon's arms paralyzed with pain, or so I had learned. Instead, I removed it without issue and handed it to her. I think I have been patient enough with you, Fenn. Trust me, I am soul-bound to you. You know I am not going to reveal your secret. Her voice was gentle, but I could feel the hurt beneath it. She knew this was connected to the mystery I had kept from her, and she could no longer simply wave it away. I wasn't always a Pokémon. I spoke through our link, my mental voice barely above a whisper. I am not proud of my previous life, and I would rather just forget it. You are a human? She stood up so quickly the collar nearly slipped from her hands. Yes? I nodded slowly. My best guess is that collars affect Pokémon minds. My mind is human, so... But the magic! She began pacing back and forth. That can only work between a human and a Pokémon. I think my soul is that of a Pokémon. I shrugged. At least, that's my best theory. It wasn't like I had any way to prove it. That would explain it, but still. She fell backward onto her bed. Were you punished to become a Pokémon? I did not commit any crimes, if that's what you're worried about. I raised both paws defensively. It's difficult to explain. She let out a wry chuckle. Your math theories are difficult. Come on, I can handle it. I come from a completely different world. That's why I know things that haven't been invented here yet. I motioned vaguely with my paws. Ventis blinked, then blinked again. Okay, that's far less crazy than what I imagined. What did you think? I asked, raising an eyebrow. That you were Arceus in disguise. The image hit me like a truck. For a second, I simply stared at her. Then I fell out of the chair laughing. Ventis immediately turned red as an apple. Stop it, she groaned. That only made me laugh harder. For all her intelligence, somehow she had managed to come up with something even crazier than the truth. After a long bout of laughter, I finally managed to calm down and looked back at her. Look, I am Fenn now. Who I was before doesn't matter. I am your partner, your quirky battle sister. Can you just accept me like that? I asked. I do. She gently pressed her forehead against mine. But you had better tell me cool stories about that other world, she smirked. I could not have gotten a better trainer. I beamed. The rest of the afternoon disappeared surprisingly quickly. I told her stories about glass and steel towers that reached into the clouds, about metal carriages powered not by Pokémon but by mechanical energy, and about a world filled with inventions she could barely imagine. As expected, Ventis interrupted very little. She simply listened, occasionally asking a question before soaking up every detail. "Good night, Ventis. I left her room late that evening." "Good night, Fenn," she smiled back. And just like that, a massive golem-sized boulder rolled off my shoulders. For the first time since arriving in this world, somebody knew the truth. I felt so light that I could have danced. Actually, I did. I danced all the way to my room before throwing myself onto the bed with a smile. Sleep claimed me within seconds. In the morning, I was up before even the maid or the butler. Pancakes were not a thing in this world, but everything needed to make them was. So I got to work. The smell woke almost everyone. Jolteon was the first to appear, immediately tugging on my tail with his teeth. "Come on, just a taste test," he begged. "You will eat with the others," I grinned at him. Zelia was beside me within minutes and helped cut the berries, while Reginald was put on tea duty. By the time Ventis arrived, everything was ready. "Tada," I announced, both in Pokémon speech and through our mental link. Pancakes with combi honey and fresh berries. I poured the golden honey over the stacks of warm pancakes, letting it slowly drip down the sides. Jolteon practically launched himself at his serving like a starving puppy, while Noctowl ate with the manners of a noble gentleman. Primarina let out an excited squeak of delight, and Ventis, of course, loved them immediately. I had also prepared plates for Zelia and Reginald, so every seat at the table was occupied. The smiles, happy chatter, and enthusiastic munching soon made my own stomach growl. I finally sat down and dug into my breakfast. It was even better than the pancakes from my old world. Somehow, these had turned out fluffier and lighter. The sweet and sour berries added a pleasant acidity, while the combi honey was thick, mellow, and wonderfully rich. Before leaving for the academy, I wrote a list of groceries for Zelia and handed her a whole gold coin. I was planning to introduce a few more modern foods, but for that, I would need ingredients. Our first class, physical education, began with optimism. That optimism died the moment Night Professor Garrick Stonewall arrived. The man looked as though he had been carved from granite and given a uniform. His shoulders were broad enough to block a doorway, his jaw looked capable of crushing walnuts, and the whistle hanging around his neck somehow appeared threatening. Beside him marched a Machoke carrying what appeared to be a stack of exercise equipment. "Good morning." Half the class flinched. The other half nearly jumped. "Good morning, Professor," Augustine immediately answered. "Better." Professor Stonewall pointed at the prince. "The crown is safe. At least one of you knows how to use your lungs." I immediately liked him. Duart looked equally delighted. The rest of the class appeared concerned. Today we begin with a simple warm-up. The professor pointed toward a running track circling several training fields. 5 laps. Several students visibly shuddered. Then he continued. 10 laps for the Pokémon, move! The students immediately took off around the main track. Cedric shot forward like an arrow released from a bow. Lucien followed close behind, his long strides quickly eating up the distance. Augustine settled into a steady pace, just behind them. Ventis found herself somewhere in the middle of the pack, maintaining a respectable speed. Thanks to our training, she was in a decent condition. Olivia somehow managed to remain elegant while running, which, honestly, impressed me. Roland quickly climbed toward the front. The rest were already regretting waking up this morning. Meanwhile, the Pokémon were sent to a separate training course built around the edge of the field. Duat immediately sprinted beside me. I raced ahead with a grin. Buizel kept pace surprisingly well. Aaron ran like a tiny iron battering ram. Absol moved with effortless grace, barely seeming to touch the ground. The others, not so much. Hatena looked one harsh breeze away from falling aside. Ducklet somehow managed to look exhausted after only 2 laps, despite having wings to help. As for Gumi and Luminion, they had been directed into a long water channel running beside the packed earth track. While they couldn't exactly run laps, they were expected to swim the same distance. The poor Gumi looked as though it had just learned exercise existed. Luminion handled the task with considerably more dignity. 3 laps later, Kalen was cheering for Gumi like a worried parent. Professor Stonewall showed no mercy. "Faster!" The students groaned. "You call that running?" The groaning intensified. "My grandmother moved faster than this." By the time the running finally ended, several students had collapsed onto the grass. Then came push-ups, squats, stretches, and even partner exercises. By the end, Olivia's perfect hair had surrendered. Of course, I was having the time of my life. Duat wasn't much different. "This is great," he laughed between breaths. "It really is." We high-fived. Professor Stonewall pointed directly at us. "Now that's the attitude I want." Ventis fell into the grass beside me. "Good workout?" I asked. She stared at me while I laughed. as I handed her a water flask. The enchanting class with Professor Jane Orisha was very much only for the humans, as Pokémon could not use magic in that way. While I found magical scripts as fun as the next nerd, I had pretty much learned everything she taught back in Ivelna. Ventis wasn't a talented enchanter, but she had practiced it so much that even without talent, she was better than most. If anything, she was bored. For almost 6 years of her life, she had done little besides enchanting collars. As such, she wanted to do anything but that. I had to agree. Of course, we also had defensive magic and attack magic that day, 4 classes each day, then lunch and a free afternoon. I had to hold myself back from calling the academy soft. No wonder it took 5 years of study if the pace was this laid back. Ventis would be 24 by the time she graduated, a full adult by this world's standards. Finally, on the day of flight, which was Friday, we entered a completely new classroom. By all accounts, the place looked as though a tornado had swept through it. While the student desks looked fresh and neat, dozens upon dozens of crumpled or discarded papers littered the room. There were chunks of clay that seemed to have originated from something exploding on the professor's table, and countless stone fragments scattered across the floor. One of them found my paw. Ow! I hopped on one foot and pulled the gleaming-edged rock free. This hurts more than Lego, I muttered to myself before angrily tossing the offending stone into a corner. The other Pokémon immediately learned from my mistake and began carefully picking their way through the literal minefield of sharp rocks. We barely realized the professor was already in the room. He headbutted his own desk while standing up from behind it. "Oh, is it class time already?" he asked. His glasses sat crooked on a nose that had clearly been broken at least once. A section of his wild hair had been burned away, leaving him with the appearance of someone who had attempted to lick a Jolteon. His professor's tabard was singed in countless places, and both hands were full of the same sharp rocks scattered around the classroom. "Ah!" He tossed the rocks into a small basket, attempted and failed to wipe his hands clean on his tabard, then grinned at us like a Growlithe spotting a new chew toy. "I am Professor Thaddeus Puddle," he announced a little too loudly. The way one finger remained stuffed in his ear suggested he had recently exploded something and his hearing had yet to recover. "Please sit down." Yes. The man took a deep breath, ran a hand through his hair with no success whatsoever, and raised a finger dramatically. Transmogrification is the most unique and experimental class in existence. We will learn about materials, how they react to environmental effects, and how they react to magic. His eyes sparkled. "I will teach you what fire truly is and how Earth itself can move." Ventis immediately looked at me. We both instantly understood what we were dealing with. A physics professor. A completely insane physics professor. Oh boy. I'm either going to enjoy this or laugh myself unconscious, I said through our mental link. "Probably both," she beamed back. We prepared ourselves for a loony teacher and his ramblings. It wasn't really his fault. I came from a world of science and no magic, while Professor Puddle viewed everything through the lens of magic and spirits. By the end of the lesson, my stomach muscles hurt so badly I could barely stand. Keeping a straight face had required every ounce of willpower I possessed. My paws spent most of the class clamped over my mouth. This was physics, taught by a man searching for a ghastly inside a black room while accidentally grabbing his own black cape. Nothing he said was scientifically sound. Nothing. Yet he delivered every word with such absolute confidence that it was almost painful. The worst part? Half the class appeared genuinely fascinated. Back home, I was tempted beyond reason to write a literal Physics for Dummies book and hand it to the professor. The man would likely fall to the floor foaming at the mouth from joy or simply pass out. Why are there clouds? How do volcanoes work? What is continental drift? Things like that. Nothing like what I had taught Ventis, of course. She had received the full package: atoms, gravity, chemistry, and every scrap of advanced knowledge I could still remember. There had been many times when I wanted to slam my head into a tree. Forgetting things was a very human problem. I did not possess a photographic memory, and I knew just how little I truly remembered about my old world. It was frustrating. Still, what I had taught Ventis was already hundreds of years ahead of current knowledge. I really wish I could blow the old man's mind with a physics book. I flopped onto Ventis's bed. "I mean, we could," she answered. "Huh?" I pushed my head up. "It would take ages to write it all down." I did write it all down, though. She reached into a cabinet and pulled out a massive grimoire. "When?" I asked. "After each time you left me alone to study." "Did you think I could memorize all that stuff without writing it down?" she asked, as though I were being particularly dense. "I mean, you are crazy smart," I smirked. "But that also makes sense. Let me see." I jumped off the bed and hurried over. For almost 10 minutes, I did nothing but turn page after page, my mouth hanging open wide enough for a Pidgey to build a nest inside. The book wasn't just notes. It was organized. There were diagrams, sketches, illustrations, and detailed explanations. She had even drawn an atom much like one found in a modern textbook, a central nucleus made of protons and neutrons surrounded by a cloud of electrons, complete with annotations written neatly around it. Then came water molecules, chemical reactions, gravity, weather patterns, page after page after page. While I already considered Ventis a genius, this was on a completely different level. Judging by the feelings I'm getting from you. She smiled. You like it? Like it? I asked, as I carefully closed the grimoire. This is condensed modern knowledge, written better than I explained it. Yeah. I had a lot of time to think after you went off training, so I worked on how to organize everything. This grimoire, I gently patted the cover. It's worth more than you could possibly imagine. I fell back into a nearby chair. It's everything I taught you, everything we discussed, everything we debated. You need to place a magical seal on this so only people we approve can read it. Use your modern enchanting techniques. Make it impossible to copy or break. Sure. She nodded, finally beginning to grasp what she had created. Learning modern science was one thing. Writing it down in a way that others could understand, study, and build upon was something else entirely. That grimoire was worth more than gold, more than diamonds. In the wrong hands, it could change the world in terrifying ways. After enchanting the grimoire and securing it in a hidden compartment behind her desk, we decided to write something smaller. It was little more than a collection of observations about physics. We intentionally kept it basic and limited it to things that could actually be tested. It really was physics for dummies. We also made sure it looked authentic. Parts were scribbled out as if mistakes had been made. Not every section was written neatly. Some looked as though they had been written on a leg while sitting outside. We added carefully placed ink stains and even a few food stains. I tossed the booklet onto the floor and enlisted Jolteon's help. Together we jumped on it several times. Primarina made sure there was a bit of water damage as well. By the time we were finished, the previously pristine booklet looked as though it had survived years of experiments, travel, and abuse. Done. This looks like some student of physics traveled halfway across the kingdom and recorded her experiments along the way. Ventis grinned proudly. Since we were both aching to see what the professor thought of it, and the afternoon was still young, we hurried back to the academy. Sir, Ventis pulled the booklet from her side bag, would you mind looking through my studies? I think what I learned matches quite closely with some of your own work. My girl, the old man smiled with a fatherly expression. I appreciate your enthusiasm, and I will look through it, but do not get your hopes up. This is a very advanced field of study. He patted Ventis on the shoulder and gently accepted the booklet. When she didn't move, however, he paused. Oh, you want me to read it now? He bit his lip. The professor had clearly been in the middle of setting up another experiment. Open flames and sulfur were my biggest concerns. He sighed, then opened the booklet. Just as we expected, he couldn't stop reading. Page after page disappeared. The professor's expression shifted from mild interest to concentration, then confusion, then excitement. Neither Ventis nor I interrupted him. The sun slowly drifted lower. By the time he finally reached the last page, it was late afternoon. The booklet slipped from his fingers onto the desk. His hands were shaking. G-girl, he looked at Ventis with eyes as wide as saucers. You did all this? His gaze darted back to the booklet. It's not your master's journal? There was no accusation in his voice, only disbelief. No, sir, it's mine. I performed those experiments with Fenn here, my Bration. She's mentioned in the notes. For the first time since opening the booklet, the professor looked at me. I simply waved with a grin. His mouth opened, then closed, then opened again. Finally, he stood so quickly that his chair toppled backward. I am bringing this booklet to the Royal Research Laboratories immediately. His voice shook with excitement. If even a fraction of this is accurate, then you are a certified genius. He grabbed the booklet and bolted for the door. Then, just as suddenly, he returned. The professor nearly tripped over his own feet before diving toward his desk and pulling out a magical contract. No. First things first. His quill moved so quickly it was a blur. He pressed the booklet against the parchment. Both glowed briefly before he shoved the contract toward Ventis. Sign it. What is it? Ventis asked. A research claim. He practically vibrated in place. This ensures nobody can steal credit for your work. Ventis quickly signed. The parchment immediately split into 2 identical copies. Professor Puddle snatched one and stuffed it into a drawer. The other he handed back to her. Then he ran. Actually ran. The man vanished down the corridor with the speed of a frightened rapidash. I have a genius in my class. His voice echoed through the building. I have an actual genius in my class. The shouting continued long after he disappeared from sight. Ventis and I stared at one another. Then we both lost the battle. The two of us collapsed onto the floor laughing. When we finally arrived home, again, both Ventis and I needed some rest. With the weekend here and Ventis buried beneath a mountain of homework, the other Pokémon and I spent most of our time in the small garden. After all that training, I missed the excitement. Jolteon rolled on his back from side to side. I actually enjoy the rest, Noctowl stated. While I like that I have grown stronger, I lived like this for many years. The owl looked completely at ease. I don't mind lazing about either. The food is great, and the servants treat me like a princess, Primarina beamed. Pampered water noodle? Jolteon scoffed. Battle maniac stone brain, she snapped back. Annoying diva. Useless mutt. Could you two stop it? I stomped my foot. Sorry, the duo answered immediately. I sighed. I was already planning to ask around for training partners at the academy. We are decent, but we are far from actually strong. Tauros droppings! Jolteon jumped to his feet. We are strong! We fought against a war Pokémon. We fought against an old veteran with a scar that probably made him much weaker than he was in his prime. Face it, we have barely started to grow. I shook my head, says the one who is the strongest here. Primarina rolled her eyes. Exactly, I nodded. If I say we are not strong enough, that should make even more sense. I felt the Pokémon guarding the city when we arrived. Those brutes could wipe out our entire team with one paw tied behind their backs. I am not against training, but I don't know what else we could do. I can already train with rocks without any strain. Jolteon pouted. He really liked the rock idea, but it was no longer helping him improve. I know just the type of weight, I smirked. With most people still working, unlike the students, I borrowed some parchment from Ventis's study and sketched a blueprint for lead weights hidden inside leather bands for the arms, legs, and more. The design would allow additional weights to be added over time. Lead was cheap and mostly used for scale weights. After finishing my neatly drawn plans and reference sheets, I visited both a smithy and a leatherworker. It barely cost me 4 gold to commission an absurd amount of training equipment. If I couldn't have gravity training like some spiky-haired weirdos, I would settle for extreme weights. The academy gardens were not heavily restricted. Well, a little, but since Ventis studied there, all of her Pokémon were allowed access to the grounds. A full circuit along the inner walls measured nearly 7 miles. We used it to train every afternoon once the weights arrived. Honestly, we looked insane. I carried so much weight that every step required effort. A headband, neckband, armbands, leg bands, and even a weighted tail wrap. Altogether, it was probably close to 200 pounds. Jolteon, unwilling to be outdone, immediately copied me. He promptly collapsed onto the ground. By the end of the second week at the academy, I was able to jog with the weights. It was murder on my muscles, lungs, and heart. Still, I knew Pokémon were remarkably resilient. If handled carefully, the training would only make us stronger. Our training, of course, had to stop on Sunday when a banquet was announced. When I asked what the occasion was, the answer turned out to be surprisingly simple. A classmate's birthday. Since this was noble society, however, a birthday was rarely just a birthday. It was a banquet, or more. Despite her efforts, Ventis had not yet made any friends among the noble late teens. It wasn't like there were groups forming, as the class was far too small for such a thing. In reality, it was simply the fact that nobility acted very differently. There were subtle social cues that Ventis did not yet pick up on. Even I, with my Pokémon senses, could barely notice these signs, let alone understand their meaning. This was the type of you had to be born into nobility to understand thing. Still, a birthday party was just what she needed. Marianne Tidewell, the one celebrating her 19th birthday, was the least rigid member of the class, and I hoped she would come to like Ventis. Augustine was always around, but I felt that his smiles and kind remarks were shallow. Ventis thought of him as a true friend, so I did not want to break her heart by saying that the second prince was likely just being polite, possibly even under orders from his father, the king. Stay still, or you could get burned. I pulled the curling iron away. Sorry, she sighed. I was just daydreaming. About what? I asked as I gently heated the rod once more and took a fresh lock of her hair. About our future, she said in a serious tone. Like, should we aim to become a battle mage, or something else entirely? I would aim for archmage. I slowly pulled the rod downward. I meant a realistic goal. She rolled her eyes. Yes, it was. I was serious. Why? What do you want to be? I tilted my head. You do realize that you are already leagues ahead of the others? Hardly. I am still stuck on the focus thing. The damned wand, and even the training wand anyone can use, does the same thing. I cannot fully charge my spells. They just fly out before I can finish them." She huffed, then winced as she moved too close to the hot iron. "First of all, it's not your fault. You asked your teacher about it too, right?" I pulled back to carefully inspect my work. "I did," she nodded. "He told me to focus harder and imagine the spell. I already do that." "Well, we have time to figure it out." I gave a thumbs up, and Zelia immediately stepped forward to tie the newly curled hair into a ponytail. "Do you want the sea foam or the marigold ensemble?" Zelia asked. "Seafoam, please." Ventis smiled and allowed her maid to neatly dress her for the banquet. I had to admit, Ventis looked good. The seafoam ensemble fit her perfectly. The dress was elegant without being overly extravagant, its pale colour bringing out her eyes, while the carefully curled ponytail gave her a mature appearance. A few silver accessories completed the outfit, making her look every bit the young noblewoman she was supposed to be. Of course, she was still Ventis. Thankfully, the carriage arrived before she could continue. The ride through Azuurport was pleasant. The afternoon sun painted the city in warm gold as merchants packed away their stalls, and nobles travelled between social engagements. Noctowl occupied one corner of the carriage with dignified silence while Primarina sat beside the window, admiring every passing building. "Oh, that balcony has flowers. You said that about the last 3 balconies," Jolteon pointed out. "Because they also had flowers." Jolteon rolled his eyes and stretched across an entire seat. "I miss training already." "You miss running around until you nearly collapse?" I asked. "Yes." To that, she did not have a comeback, so she rolled her eyes. The electric type looked proud even. The journey wasn't particularly long, and before long, the carriage turned away from the main roads and entered one of Azuurport's wealthier districts. Even among the surrounding noble residences, the Tidewell Manor stood out. Not because it was enormous, because it was beautiful. The white stone manor sat behind decorative iron fencing woven into elegant patterns resembling waves and water lilies. Large windows reflected the afternoon sunlight, while climbing ivy carefully traced sections of the walls without appearing overgrown. The grounds themselves were even more impressive. Flower gardens spread across much of the front estate, arranged in sweeping patterns that looked almost painted from above. Countless blossoms filled the air with a pleasant fragrance, while carefully maintained stone paths wound between flower beds, fountains, and trimmed hedges. Marianne wasn't kidding when she said her family liked flowers, Ventis said as she stepped from the carriage. I hopped down beside her and spotted Robert Balatoa. The young man was already here, and by the looks of it, waiting for her. Robert looked back toward the road from his place near the entrance, and finally he saw the carriage he had been waiting for. Ventis looked almost as lovely as she had on the day of their wedding, and the banquet afterward. Ever since then, they had both been occupied with important matters. Ventis had, of course, begun her first year at the academy, while Robert had been busy preparing to move out of his family's manor. It wasn't as though he had been sent away, but as a newlywed couple, it was expected that they would live together. For the last 2 weeks, he had spent his time planning, packing, and occasionally panicking. Now that he had to appear as Ventis's husband at this birthday banquet, however, his mind felt strangely at ease. Bish, his Pokémon, gently poked his side and let out an amused chuckle. Robert realized he had probably been making a rather foolish face. Swallowing hard, he took a slow breath, collected himself, and walked toward the carriage. Ventis. He smiled with the calm, composed expression expected of a noble as he offered her his hand. "Robert," Ventis smiled warmly and accepted it. "Come, there are already a few other guests here, though not everyone has arrived yet." Robert gently led her toward the gardens. "Hey, Bishop, nice to see you again." I gave the steel type a polite bow. "Oh, yes, you are that, Bryson." Bishop inclined his head. "Robert nearly had a mental breakdown over the political explosion you are causing." "I do? I haven't noticed anything serious." I frowned. "Nobles don't react publicly," Bishop replied, shaking his head. "Most battles are fought with smiles, letters, and closed doors." "Makes sense." Jolteon suddenly hopped between us. "Lead me to the suites." Every eye turned toward him. "Even Noctowls." "What?" Marianne Tidewell was easy to spot. Unlike many noble ladies who carried themselves with rigid elegance, she greeted each arriving guest with an honest smile that reached her eyes. Her fresh green hair had been braided with tiny white flowers, and the pale blue dress she wore matched the countless blossoms decorating the garden. "There they are!" Robert waved. "Happy birthday, Lady Tidewell." Ventis gave her a small box and bowed slickly. It was awkward as Ventis was big on hugs. "Thank you." Robert stepped forward with his own neatly wrapped wooden box. "On behalf of House Balatoa, happy birthday." Marianne accepted both carefully. Inside, the first rested a delicate silver bracelet decorated with tiny aquamarines, elegant without being overly extravagant. "It's beautiful." The second one was a polished ivory fountain pen from Robert. "How thoughtful." Marianne gently placed both to her growing pile of gifts. "I'm glad you like it," Ventis said, visibly relaxing. "I love it." Marianne smiled. "Both of them." Then she turned slightly. "Please enjoy yourself. There is more food and sweets than we can ever eat." She gestured toward the growing crowd around the long tables. Marianne turned towards the next incoming guests. I watched them for a few moments before deciding I wanted absolutely nothing to do with any of that. Instead, I wandered toward one of the refreshment tables reserved for Pokémon. Unlike the human banquet, ours was considerably less formal. Bowls of Pokechow, fresh berries, roasted meats, pastries suitable for Pokémon, and several large crystal pitchers filled with fruit juices had been arranged beneath a shaded canopy. I poured myself a glass of chilled citrus and berry juice before claiming a chair tucked comfortably into the back. Bliss. Bishop stood nearby, acting less like a guest and more like Robert's bodyguard. Noctowl settled onto the pilo beside me, while Primarina gracefully curled herself in a decorative fountain. Jolteon. Well, Jolteon had discovered the sweets. After demolishing 2 piles of sweet Pokémon cakes, he simply rolled onto his back. "Save me from myself," he groaned. Will he ever learn? Noctowl pecked at a chocolate-brown cookie. Unlikely. I shook my head and greedily ate my own searing hot spicy cakes. Olivia Haxon was finally happy. Not because of the banquet. No. She was happy because Ventis, who had seemed glued to Prince Augustin ever since the academy began, was now occupied with her husband, giving Olivia the perfect opportunity to cast her net over the second prince. "Oh, Prince Augustine, what a lovely day for a celebration," she began casually. She had learned that the prince was not particularly formal around Ventis, so she decided to mirror that approach. "Indeed, Lady Olivia," Augustine offered his usual pleasant smile. "I noticed House Haxon once again sent a gift of exceptional value." He resisted the urge to roll his eyes. Olivia's family had presented Marianne with an entire dresser carved from pink marble and decorated with gold. Excessive hardly covered it. "Well, I do like to uphold my family's reputation," she smiled, taking it as a compliment rather than the gentle criticism it had been intended as. Augustine had already noticed during their first weeks at the academy that Olivia did everything in her power to stay close to him. It was anything but subtle. Even this outrageously expensive gift had likely been chosen to attract attention. House Haxon is indeed one of the jewels of Vermont. "Oh, Your Highness, you are making me blush." Olivia gracefully unfolded her fan and hid the lower half of her face behind it. "Please let someone save me." Augustine kept the thought firmly inside his own head. His position did not allow him to simply excuse himself. Even though House Haxon often opposed many of his father's policies, they remained one of Vermont's most influential ducal families. Causing a scene would benefit no one. So, he smiled and endured. Meanwhile, Duwot slipped quietly into the ornamental pool beside Primarina. "Hey there, I didn't know Lady Ventis had a Primarina." "Oh?" Primarina turned gracefully toward him. "And you are?" "I am Duwot, personal partner of His Highness, Prince Augustine Vermont." The otter Pokémon proudly puffed out his chest. "Oh, really?" Primarina slowly curled the tip of her tail around him with a practiced elegance. "Tell me more." Duwot's whiskers immediately turned a delightful shade of pink. From my seat beneath the nearby tree, I nearly spat out my fruit juice. "Go on, Primarina. You got this," I called, giving her an enthusiastic thumbs up. Duwot snapped his head toward me. His face was one of complete betrayal. He silently mouthed one word, "Traitor." "That was cruel," Noctowl said, shaking his head. "Nah." I snickered into my glass. "He needs a girlfriend." Primarina's melodious giggle drifted across the water. Poor Duwot looked like he wanted to dive beneath the surface and never come back. The party lasted late into the night, and even I started to think it had gone on for far too long. Finally, when the bells tolled 10, we took our leave. I cannot eat another bite. Jolteon literally needed help climbing back into the carriage. "Maybe next time you'll hold back." Primarina chuckled. She was in an exceptionally good mood. I could tell just by looking at her. She had fallen for Duwot. The poor otter hadn't even stood a chance. She had hugged him and sung for him for almost an hour, leaving him red-faced and completely flustered. I also had to curse both myself and my newfound love for ridiculously spicy food, as I too had demolished a rather impressive amount of cookies. Ever since becoming a fire-type Pokémon, my love for hot food had grown to untold heights. Ventis, on the other hand, barely ate anything. Instead, she spent most of the evening dancing with Robert or drinking tea while talking with Marianne. It looked like she had made a new friend after all. Noctowl, meanwhile, barely did anything besides acting like the calm and proper Pokémon he always was. Before leaving, Ventis and Robert actually shared a kiss before each heading their separate way. I shivered at the thought. Even though I could feel just how happy Ventis was through our bond, I simply couldn't imagine it. I had accepted becoming a Pokémon. I had accepted becoming a female Pokémon. But the idea that I would ever get all lovey-dovey with someone? Nope, not happening. Back home, I threw myself onto my bed, happily sinking into the soft embrace of my pillow. Sleep claimed me almost immediately. The following week passed much like the last. Classes came and went, training was hell as usual, and Ventis steadily improved in every subject. The focus was still the only real drawback, but the two of us spent many late afternoons brainstorming possible solutions. On Friday, we once again met the eccentric professor, who was clearly waiting for us. I could tell because throughout the entire lesson, Professor Puddle kept glancing toward Ventis. When class ended, and the other students had left, he stopped us before we could leave. I would like to return this booklet. He handed it back to Ventis with surprising care. We have already tested everything we could, and I would like you and your Pokémon to visit the Royal Research Laboratories tomorrow. We would like to present you with the golden insignia of research for your incredible studies, as well as guarantee you a place in the first circle of researchers once you finish your academy studies, of course. The words came out in one long breath. I had almost forgotten that Professor Puddle had been absent the previous Friday because of an important breakthrough made by his research group. I would be honored. Ventis smiled warmly as she accepted the booklet back. The Royal Research Laboratories were part of the southern wing of the palace, directly beneath the Royal Library. We had to pass through 3 different checkpoints before finally being allowed inside. Each time we did, we received more than a few measuring looks. At least I now understood why. Being the rare and favoured Pokémon of Vermont's greatest rival kingdom made many people suspicious of Ventis. It wasn't a great leap for someone to assume she might be an enemy spy. Of course, the king himself had ordered that we be granted access, so no one dared question us beyond the routine inspections. The laboratories looked essentially the same as Professor Puddle's classroom, in the sense that they resembled a battlefield littered with failed experiments, shattered ideas, and abandoned notes. They really need a maid to clean up this place. Ventis chuckled through our bond. Oh, I don't know. She might already be here. Somewhere under that pile of papers and broken glass. I joked, fully agreeing with her. The 7 researchers gathered inside all looked equally disheveled, tired, and quite possibly fueled by several dozen stimulants. By the smell, it was coffee. Huh! They have coffee? I muttered. What's coffee? Jolteon asked. My ears shot upright, and my tail puffed into a fluffy ball. No, you are not getting any. I spun around so quickly that even Primarina blinked. Jolteon already possessed enough energy to power a small city. Sheesh, calm down. He rolled his eyes. I was just curious. He still sniffed the air suspiciously, clearly hoping coffee turned out to be some sort of sweet. Professor Puddle hurried toward us the moment he spotted Ventis. Wonderful! You're here! The elderly professor nearly tripped over a crate before one of his fellow researchers caught him by the sleeve. Ahem! An older woman, wearing a pristine white research coat, stepped forward, carrying a small velvet cushion. Resting upon it was an elegant golden insignia in the shape of an open book, surrounded by 7 stars. The room gradually fell silent. Lady Ventis Bellatoa Thorn, she began formally, after careful review and independent verification of the observations contained within your submitted journal, the Royal Research Laboratories have unanimously concluded that your work represents an extraordinary contribution to our understanding of the natural world. Even Professor Puddle stood perfectly still. It is therefore our honour to award you the Golden Insignia of Research. She lifted the badge from the cushion and carefully fastened it to Ventis's school uniform. The polished gold caught the morning light, gleaming brightly against the blue fabric. Ventis simply stared at it. You are also hereby recognized as a future member of the first circle of royal researchers upon completion of your academy education. Another researcher stepped forward carrying something much heavier. A leather pouch. A very large leather pouch. He placed it into Ventis's hands. The sound alone made my ears twitch. Gold. Lots of it. As decreed by His Majesty, this purse contains 100 gold crowns as a royal reward for your contribution to Vermont's scholarly advancement. Ventis nearly dropped it. What? Her voice came out barely above a whisper. 100 gold crowns. That was more money than she had ever seen in her life, all added together. Even I needed a second to process the number. Professor Puddle practically bounced on the balls of his feet. I don't know what to say. The elderly woman smiled kindly. Then simply continue asking questions, make observations, and make Vermont proud. Professor Puddle immediately nodded so hard I worried his glasses might fly off. Ventis quickly opened her enchanted satchel, transferring the mountain of gold crowns into it. We left the laboratories in a daze. The amount of money she now possessed genuinely scared her. 200 gold crowns are 2,000 gold shillings. She held her head for a long moment in her room and swallowed hard. Yep, I counted on my fingers. I think with that amount you could probably buy a small manor, complete with a maid and a butler. This is crazy. We barely gave them anything. She shook her head. Now you're beginning to understand what I meant about the grimoire. I pointed at her with my wand. We gave them scraps, and they nearly went mad over it. Yeah. She was still dazed. I needed to change the mood before she started spiraling. Did you realize he taught from our booklet yesterday? I asked. Ventis turned toward me, opened her mouth, then paused. A moment later, she slowly nodded. Yeah, he actually did. It was only the basics, but he explained them in his own words, instead of copying what we wrote. Thankfully, that was enough to bring her back to reality. By nightfall, we also figured out why her wand refused to work properly. The whole spell! Instantly! She suddenly exclaimed. What? I looked up from my notes, completely caught off guard. I've been using my hands this whole time. She practically pulled me out of my chair. When I cast naturally, I build the magic circle piece by piece as I weave the spell together. She excitedly grabbed her wand. I don't have to build it gradually, I have to imagine the entire completed magic circle all at once. It could actually work. I scratched my chin. She immediately aimed the wand across the room. Not in the house, I yelped, jumping sideways. Oh, right. She giggled sheepishly. The following morning, we headed straight for the academy. There was no rule against using the training grounds during the weekend, and thankfully, they were completely empty. Are you ready? I asked after securing a fresh straw dummy into the stand designed to keep it upright. Yes. She grinned. The moment she raised her wand, I sprinted out of the practice zone. Before the amethyst tipped focus, a massive sphere of crackling lightning burst into existence. It grew and grew until I could barely see Ventis behind the blinding light. Zap! The lightning lance exploded forward with such incredible speed that the shockwave alone threw me backward. The training dummy simply ceased to exist. There wasn't even ash left. The magical barrier surrounding the practice field shimmered violently. Cracks spread across its surface like shattered glass. For one terrifying second, it held. Then the enchantment burst apart into thousands of sparkling motes of light. Silence. Ventis slowly lowered her wand. Oh, she bit her lip. Only then did I notice the human-sized patch of molten stone glowing cherry red in the wall beyond where the dummy had once stood. Professor William Dawnmore was quietly sipping his morning coffee. One gloved hand gently turned the page of his favorite novel while the other rested on the arm of his chair. Romance was his guilty pleasure. Overly sweet stories, dramatic confessions, impossible relationships, they amused him far more than he would ever admit to another officer. It was a rather silly hobby. Still, he closed the book with a quiet sigh as movement outside his office caught his attention. One of the first-year students stood alone on the training grounds. The girl with the brakes in. Training on a free day? A tiny smile tugged at the corner of his mouth, barely noticeable on his otherwise disciplined face. Admirable. As Professor Clash had mentioned, Ventis Balatoa Thorn struggled with practical spellcasting. Out of the entire class, her spells were among the least refined. They were powerful enough, but often poorly aimed and seemed to release before they were fully formed. Seeing her here, trying to improve through extra practice, earned a measure of respect. Then, a second son appeared. William's chair scraped loudly across the floor as he shot to his feet. His first thought was that the spell had catastrophically misfired. He was already preparing to leap from the window to save the student. Instead, the blazing sphere condensed. Lightning, a bolt of blinding white, erupted from Ventis's wand. The training dummy simply vanished. Then William witnessed something he had believed impossible. The Academy's defensive barrier shimmered violently. His barrier, a defensive enchantment that had taken an entire week to construct. A barrier designed to withstand the assault of a raging Tyranitar. A barrier capable of enduring the combined bombardment of 10 battle mages for several minutes. Cracks spread across its surface. Then, shatter. The enchantment exploded into thousands of sparkling fragments that drifted through the morning air. William simply stared. For the first time in years, words failed him. Impossible. His eyes drifted from the ruined barrier to the patch of molten stone glowing in the Academy wall beyond it. Not only had the barrier failed, Ventis herself was perfectly conscious. In fact, she had hurried over to help her Brakeson back onto her feet. William reacted instantly. Without breaking stride, he cast a lightfall spell upon himself and stepped out the 4th floor window. The magic slowed his descent just enough that he landed gracefully only a few meters from the stunned pair. Ventis spun around. The color immediately drained from her face. I can explain. She raised one hesitant finger, then took an equally hesitant step backward. Well, you see, she swallowed. It was an accident? Both Ventis and I came to the conclusion that we had messed up. Big time. Instead of yelling at us, however, the military officer simply stood there in silence. Honestly, that was worse. Before anyone could speak, a black shadow descended from the sky. It landed with such weight that cracks spread through the packed earth beneath its talons. A Corvic knight. A massive one at that. I couldn't sense the overwhelming aura of an alpha, which meant this one was simply an exceptional specimen. Core, she gave a sharp cry. I understood it immediately. Message! A small brass tube was strapped to one of her legs with a neatly rolled scroll tucked inside. Professor Dawnmore removed it, broke the wax seal, and quickly read its contents. The headmaster is waiting for you two in his office, now. There was no anger in his voice, just finality. Without another word, he turned and led us toward the Academy's main building. Do you think we're going to get kicked out? Ventis asked, through our bond. Let's hope not. I tried to sound more confident than I felt. I mean, the king would probably object. She remained silent. Be prepared for a proper browbeating, though. She didn't answer, not that she have to. Our bond carried every ounce of her anxiety, far better than words ever could. Headmaster Titus Glacier's office occupied the highest floor of the Academy's central tower. It was enormous. One entire wall opened onto a balcony nearly as large as the office itself. The Corvinite had already returned and now rested peacefully upon a sturdy nest built in one corner. An Ursaring lounged nearby, lazily scratching its stomach. A Cinchino, meanwhile, sat comfortably upon the headmaster's lap, happily accepting gentle scratches behind its ears. Ventis Balatoa Thorn. The headmaster's deep voice echoed through the room. He calmly laid the scroll onto his desk, before folding his hands together. You know, there have been only 3 students in this Academy's history with a record as unusual as yours at such a young age. His calm blue eyes settled on Ventis. You entered this Academy personally recommended by both His Majesty the King and Archmage Gehatu. He raised one finger. You recently received the Golden Insignia of Research. A second finger. You possess aberration that, quite frankly, refuses to make any sense. A third. And today, he glanced toward Professor Dawnmore. You shattered a magical barrier designed for wartime use. Silence filled the office. The headmaster leaned back slightly. For just a moment, it looked as though he was struggling to decide which emotion should take precedence. Disbelief, concern, or curiosity. Finally, he let out a long sigh. Just who in the world are you? I just had a good teacher. And luck. Ventis answered slowly. To lend credibility to her words, I simply nodded beside her. Well, from all the reports we could gather, Titus rested a finger on the scroll before him. And trust me, Archmage Gehatu provided a very detailed one you found this breaks in when she was still a Fennekin near the Sulphur Hills of Hagsrot Castle. He looked up. This makes no sense for multiple reasons. He let out a quiet sigh. The Fennekin line has been guarded extremely closely for over 200 years, and Hagsrot isn't even near the Jaosharan border. Quite the opposite, in fact. His fingers tapped lightly against the parchment. I know most people rarely speak their true thoughts and instead come up with theories. The only reason you still possess that Pokémon is because there is a literal soul bond between the two of you. He picked up another report. I also have Master Mage Pellieni's detailed account of how the two of you met. While I have no wish to question either her integrity or yours, I must ask. His eyes settled on Ventis. Is this report accurate? Ventis stood a little straighter. It is. Titus nodded and continued. You were returning from a sulfur-gathering expedition when an Alpha Arbok attacked you. Then, seemingly out of nowhere, that Fennekin appeared and saved your life. Afterwards, in gratitude, you chose to perform a soul bond, a spell considered among the most dangerous a mage can ever attempt. It is exactly as written, Ventis replied with another respectful nod. Tell me, young lady. Professor Dawnmore suddenly spoke. How did you even learn that spell? While it isn't classified, very few students ever bother studying it because of the dangers involved. When I was little, a faint blush appeared on Ventis's cheeks. I imagined becoming a war mage one day, so I read everything the Youth Mage Academy had. She smiled, sheepishly. I think I read every single book they owned. She paused. At least 3 times. A faint smirk appeared on Titus's face. Well, we certainly appreciate ambition in our mages. He folded his hands together once more. Now, about the barrier. No matter how much mana one possesses, a single spell should not have been capable of breaking it. This time, I stepped forward and gestured that I needed a moment to speak with Ventis. Neither of the two men objected. I think I know why, I told her through our bond. Really? Hope immediately lit up her face. Tell me, you see, everything we practiced back at Evelna was unfocused magic. You built incredibly powerful spells using only your hands. Now you've added a focus, a tool literally designed to concentrate magic. I tapped my wand thoughtfully. You didn't simply make the spell stronger, you compressed it. Her eyes widened. I think you accidentally created a shield-breaking spell. Instead of overwhelming the barrier with raw power, you concentrated everything into a tiny point of impact. The barrier simply couldn't disperse the force quickly enough. I shrugged. At least, that's my theory. Ventis slowly nodded before turning back toward the headmaster. We have a theory. Titus immediately raised an eyebrow. We? His gaze shifted toward me. Do you mean your Pokémon also learned human magic? Yes. Ventis nodded without hesitation. She can read and write, and we've always trained together. Impressive. The word came out, almost as a whisper. Please continue. So, Ventis collected her thoughts. We believe that because I always learned handcasting first, I naturally formed spells one piece at a time. Once I finally understood how to use a focus properly, it compressed the entire spell into one concentrated point. She looked toward the ruined training field outside. I don't think I overpowered the barrier. I think I poked a hole through it. And once the barrier failed at one point, the rest collapsed. Professor Dawnmore slowly took a step back. For the first time since Ventis had entered the academy, the veteran war mage looked genuinely unsettled. You should understand, he said quietly, that this style of spellcasting is considered a military secret. He stared at the young mage before him. And you are telling us that you accidentally discovered a method of casting shield-breaking spells? Even his normally composed expression had given way to complete bewilderment. Titus slowly raised a hand. From this point onward, Miss Balatoa, you will limit yourself to 1/10 of the power you demonstrated today whenever you train near other students. He turned toward Professor Dawnmore. Dawnmore, sir. Inform Professor Clash that the second training field is to remain closed until further notice. You will personally oversee the reconstruction of its enchantments. William saluted sharply. Understood, Headmaster. Titus looked back at Ventis. If you wish to test the limits of your magic in the future, there is a specialized training ground within the Archmage's court. He leaned forward. From now on, you are only permitted to use that level of power there. Understood? Understood, sir. Ventis bowed deeply. I immediately followed her example. I think we got off the hook quite easily, I admitted on the way home. Tell me about it. I felt my heart beating in my throat. She shuddered at the memory of the headmaster's office. So, how much mana did you actually use for that spell? I asked. Almost half. She grimaced. One more cast probably would have made me faint. The focus kept drawing more and more mana in. And, well, I let it. For a moment, I felt like I was on top of the world and pushed the completed spell circle to its absolute limit. Slap. Ow. She looked at me with a grumpy expression. one hand rubbing the back of her head. Never, ever do something like that again, unless it's absolutely necessary. I cross my arms. Remember that we're connected. I felt my own power being drained too. I didn't stop you because I would never block you from using my magic, but that was reckless. You're right. She sighed and lowered her head. But I couldn't keep a straight face any longer. That was sick as hell. A huge grin spread across my muzzle. I mean, you almost melted through a stone wall wider than an onyx. I burst into laughter. Now that the headmaster's axe was no longer hanging over our heads, we both finally relaxed. Ventis couldn't help laughing with me. I'll probably need to have a specialist look at my wand, though. Her enthusiasm quickly faded. Huh? Why? I broke it. She held it out with a sheepish smile. Only then did I notice the hairline cracks running through the wood, all converging toward the amethyst setting. The gem itself was still intact, but the shaft looked as though one more spell might reduce it to splinters. I could only shake my head and sigh. Sadly, my own wand wasn't a proper magical focus. It was elegant and looked the part, but it had never been designed to channel human magic. Pokémon moves didn't seem to care. As long as it was mostly made of wood, I could use it just fine. Well? I pointed at the enchanted satchel hanging from her belt. You just got your wallet a whole lot fatter. She looked down at it and chuckled. No better time than now to find a wand repair shop. I'd start looking in the noble quarter. If anyone sells quality focuses, it'll be there. Ventis nodded. With that, we set off in search of a wand maker. The capital's noble quarter was meticulously planned. Everything was clean, organized, and spacious. Shops lined the wide streets, their polished signs shimmering beneath the midday sun. By this point, we had already devoured 2 skewers while wandering past countless stores. Finally, after turning onto the main avenue not far from the royal castle, we spotted a hanging sign carved with several elegant wands. That has to be it. The door opened with a pleasant jingle, a small brass bell hanging just above the sturdy oaken frame. Good day. A man with a warm smile and even warmer red hair stood from behind the counter. What may I help you with, young lady? Ventis returned the smile and carefully removed her wand from the sheath at her hip. I kind of had a magical incident and cracked my wand. Would it be possible to repair it? Of course. The shopkeeper accepted it with practiced care. Let me have a look. He slowly turned the wand over in his hands. After only a few moments, however, the colour began draining from his face. May I ask where you obtained this wand? Ventis tilted her head. It was a gift from the second prince. She answered so naturally that she didn't even consider hiding it. I see. The man visibly relaxed. You see, this focus was crafted by our master craftsman by the request of the prince. He rotated the wand and pointed to a tiny maker's mark burned into the wood near the grip. It perfectly matched the symbol displayed on the shop's hanging sign. I'll take it into the workshop so our master can examine it himself. Please, feel free to browse while I'm away. As he disappeared through the back door, we wandered between the display cases. There were wands of every imaginable style. Tiny ones for children, long, elegant ones meant for adults, simple polished oak, intricate ebony, carved with silver inlays. Some held sapphires, others rubies, emeralds, or amethysts. A few were so ornate they looked more like works of art than magical tools. Man, that's quite the selection, I smirked. Then, what? A thunderous shout erupted from the workshop. I'm going to speak with her. A grumpy-looking older man burst through the doorway, his work apron covered in wood shavings. The red-haired shopkeeper desperately tried to restrain him, looking absolutely horrified. Master, please! The elderly craftsman ignored him completely. His grey hair stuck out in every direction, and his face had turned almost as red as a Magikarp. He marched straight toward Ventis while clutching the cracked wand like it was a wounded child. Just how in the world did you almost shatter my best work? He demanded, waving his free hand dramatically in the air. The craftsman was completely beside himself. His nose practically looked ready to puff steam, while the veins on his forehead seemed seconds away from bursting. Ventis immediately raised both hands in surrender, and through our bond I felt her instinctively summon a thin magical barrier out of sheer shock. Sorry, sir. It was an accident. She tried to calm him. How? The still furious man demanded, though he was visibly trying to rein in his temper. This isn't physical damage. I can tell. This wand was stressed to its absolute limit. He held it up accusingly. Who did it? It was me. Ventis fidgeted with her fingers. The craftsman opened his mouth to continue shouting, but I could practically see the cogs in his head grind to a halt, as though someone had thrown a wrench into the mechanism. Say that again. His voice was no longer angry. It was confused. You did this? With your magic? Well, kind of. Yes. Ventis let the barrier fade away. I tested a spell and kind of made a mess. Even the headmaster of the academy gave me a rather strict talking to. The old man blinked several times before lifting a magnifying glass to inspect the cracks. Definitely lightning damage, he muttered. But aside from that, his eyes wandered back to Ventis. You don't exactly look like a full-fledged war mage. I only started at the academy 3 weeks ago, she admitted. That single sentence made the craftsman slowly lower himself into the nearest chair. He sat there for several long seconds before speaking again. Would you gather all your remaining magic into your hand for me? Well, I already burned through almost half of it, so this is all I have left. Ventis nodded and concentrated. A warm, fiery glow slowly gathered above her palm. The old man stared. That isn't normal magical capacity. His eyes drifted toward me. Don't tell me. You're soul bonded? I decided to step forward. Breakson. So the rumors are true. The old craftsman suddenly laughed. A real Brasian outside Jaushara. He leaned back in his chair and scratched his beard. Well, now this is a challenge. A wide grin spread across his face. I can build you a wand specifically attuned to your magical wavelength. One that won't shatter no matter how much power you pour through it. He paused. It won't be cheap. He looked at Ventis carefully. Can you afford 500 gold shillings? I can. Without hesitation, Ventis reached into her enchanted satchel and produced 50 gold royals. The old craftsman simply stared. Then he burst into laughter. Well, I'll be damned. He gently pushed the coins toward his assistant. I'll see what I can do. From a nearby shelf, he retrieved a smooth white crystal sphere. Please hold this and channel your magic into it. It'll record your magical signature so I can tune the focus perfectly. Ventis did as instructed. The sphere slowly filled with warm orange light before she pulled her hand away, her remaining mana now running dangerously low. So? She asked with a hopeful smile. Not to rush you, but when could I expect the new wand? The craftsman scratched his chin thoughtfully. 4 days. He nodded to himself. I'll have it delivered directly to your residence. Perfect. Ventis smiled and quickly wrote down our current address. In return, the assistant handed her a neatly written receipt, confirming the commission had been paid in full. The days passed peacefully. The academy was slow and, for the most part, rather boring, except for the classes where we Pokémon could actually participate. Speaking of that, a few of the others had finally started opening up. Luminian turned out to be surprisingly chatty once Duot managed to pull her into our conversations. Buizel only joined because he was competitive and refused to be left out, while Celine's Absol proved to be far less rigid than he had first appeared. Sadly, Marianne's Ducklet, Lucian's Hatena, and Olivia's Chimecho had formed their own little group. They were the snobbish, noble girls of the Pokémon side. For some reason, I simply couldn't understand. Cedric's Aaron absolutely hated my guts. He made sure never to come near me, and whenever I tried being friendly, he attempted to kick sand into my face. Rude. The last one was Kalen's shy Gumi. The little blob of goo never really joined any of our groups and seemed perfectly content living in his own little world, much like his mage. Noctowl finally agreed to join our training and immediately cursed when he felt the weights I had made him fly with. He would never live that one down. Me, the one with the largest swear word dictionary in the group, immediately called him out. Language. The look he gave me could probably have set a forest on fire. Too bad for him, I was already a fire type. With jogging finally becoming possible while wearing my new weights, I decided to start practicing moves. My first attempt at quick attack while carrying nearly 200 pounds of extra weight ended exactly as expected. Me face first, into the dirt. Apparently, adding that much weight completely ruined my balance. Still, I kept trying, mostly out of spite. Jolteon was much the same, although he wisely settled for a lighter set of weights. Primarina, meanwhile, considered the entire concept of weight training a personal insult. Not that she had much choice. Every time she complained, I simply asked if she wanted me to bring back the old savage Fenn. She stopped arguing remarkably quickly. And so, the next 4 days passed in relative peace. That afternoon, Ventis's new wand finally arrived. It came inside a beautifully crafted mahogany box. When she lifted the lid, the wand rested upon a bed of deep blue velvet. It was roughly the same length as her previous one, and even reused the same amethyst crystal, but everything else had changed. The old oak had been replaced with purple heart wood. its rich violet color making the focus look almost regal. The silver filigree had given way to rose gold, its elegant patterns flowing together into twisting vines intertwined with stylized flames. Wow! Ventis gently lifted it from the box and held it close to her chest. This looks even better than the old one. I simply let out a low whistle. Downstairs, Zelia was doing her best to follow my instructions for yet another unusual recipe. She had already mastered quite a few modern sweets thanks to yours truly, but today she was attempting something entirely different. Pizza. The hardest part wasn't the toppings, it was the dough. I didn't know an exact recipe, only how it should feel beneath your fingers and how easily it should stretch without tearing. Thankfully, yeast already existed in this world, and oil was easy enough to obtain. For the toppings, I had written down several different combinations. Luckily, the manor possessed a proper bread oven, perfect for making pizza. While Ventis and I were still admiring her new wand, the smell of freshly baked pizza drifted upstairs. Both of us froze. Our heads slowly turned toward the bedroom door. Brakes? I practically launched myself down the stairs. Just as all of us were about to dig in, there was a knock at the door. Reginald, of course, stood and answered it, only to find one of the city guards waiting outside. "Is Lady Ventis Balatoa Thorn here?" the man asked with a serious expression. "Indeed, my lady is at home. What is the matter?" Reginald replied. "There is a young man called Terence, along with his 2 Pokémon, currently in the Healer's Hall. I was instructed to fetch her ladyship." "Terence?" Ventis shot to her feet. "Is he all right?" "I cannot say, my lady." The guard shook his head. "Please, if you would, come with me." Without another word, Ventis and all of her Pokémon hurried out, leaving Zelia and Reginald behind to look after the house. We hurried through the main streets before turning onto a quieter road leading to a long, tall stone building, the Healer's Hall. Inside, organized chaos filled every corridor. Women dressed in white hurried between beds carrying bandages, bowls of steaming water, medicines, and fresh linens. The air smelled strongly of herbs and antiseptics. The guard led us toward the intensive care ward. There, we found Terence. He and Magmar lay on neighboring beds. It had only been a day after we arrived in the capital that Terence had left to gather minerals in the nearby hills. We had given him plenty of money so he could stay at inns and buy decent meals along the way. He had only been expected back at the end of the week. To see him like this, it was horrifying. Bandages covered nearly his entire left side. His arm, leg, shoulder, and even part of his face had been wrapped. His breathing was shallow, and his normally healthy complexion had turned frighteningly pale. Magmar looked little better. The Great Fire type was wrapped almost like a mummy. Though being both a Pokémon and an Alpha, I knew he would recover far more quickly than any human could. Geodude sat beside Terence's bed, firmly holding his master's uninjured hand as though refusing to let go. His expression was grim. "What happened?" Ventis asked the nurse standing nearby. "There was an avalanche caused by a wild Pokémon," the woman explained quietly. 17 injured villagers arrived this morning." She glanced toward Terence. Terence regained consciousness for only a few minutes after arriving. Before passing out again, he specifically asked us to find you. Ventis's expression tightened. According to the other survivors, Magmar took the brunt of the rock slide while protecting dozens of people. He was eventually buried beneath the falling rocks. The nurse shook her head in disbelief. Terence, meanwhile, pushed a child out of the way before being struck by a large boulder himself. She checked a nearby chart. He suffered multiple fractures to both his arm and leg, several broken ribs, and numerous bruises. Fortunately, aside from a small cut on his face, there are no major head injuries. "He'll recover," she reassured them, "but it will be quite some time before he can walk properly or carry anything heavy." "And Magmar?" Ventis asked. "Chansey has been treating him all morning." The nurse looked genuinely amazed. "I still cannot believe he's alive, after everything I was told. Even more astonishing, if his recovery continues at this pace, he should be back on his feet in only 4 days." "Well?" Ventis nodded. "He is an Alpha." Hearing that both of them would recover allowed every one of us to finally breathe again. Ventis knelt beside Geodude and gently placed her hand over Terence's. "Stay strong," she whispered. Then she stood, reached into her purse, and produced 5 gold shillings. "I want you to buy the very best medicine available." She pressed the coins into the nurse's hands. "If you need more, send word to me immediately." The nurse stared at the money for a brief moment before carefully accepting it. "This should be more than enough." Geodude looked up at Ventis. For the first time since we had arrived, the rock type managed a small, grateful nod. Arriving home, the pizza was already cold, though neither of us was in the mood to eat anymore. Terence was like a smile magnet, so seeing him lying there like that had cast a shadow over all of us. Well, I mean, he is going to recover. I tried to sound optimistic, as no one had spoken much during the walk home. Yeah. Jolteon nodded with a forced smile. I decided to return to my room and simply pray for the boy's quick recovery. I was in the Pokémon world, so praying to Arceus honestly wasn't a weird thing to do. The next day, Ventis and I visited Terence again, and thankfully he already looked much better. He still couldn't leave his bed, but the colour had started returning to his face. I peeled and sliced a few peaches for him, feeding him one piece at a time. Thanks, Fenn. He gave me his signature smile. I guess that boulder liked me even less than I like rocks. He tried to laugh, but immediately winced and gave up on the idea. Just stay still and focus on recovering for once instead of rocks. Ventis gently brushed the hair out of his face. Will do, miss. He gave her a playful wink. Oi, Fenn. Magmar's voice came from the neighbouring bed, muffled beneath layers of bandages. That rock slide wasn't an accident. I turned toward him. I'd bet my good arm someone wanted to get rid of us. How come? I asked. I felt someone following us during the second week. At first, I thought I was imagining it. He frowned. Then, the night before the avalanche, I saw a Houndoom sneaking away from beneath our inn window. Not even a few minutes later, the mountain came down. His eyes narrowed. Whoever did it didn't care there were innocent people nearby. Thanks. I nodded slowly. I'll remember that. What were you talking about with Magmar? Ventis asked as we walked back toward the manor. Someone caused the avalanche on purpose. She immediately looked at me. Magmar said he spotted a Houndoom spying on them just minutes before the rock slide. He also believes they were being followed for more than a week. That's bad. Ventis bit her thumbnail as she thought. It is. I looked up and down the busy street before continuing. Let's stay on our guard from now on. With Terence and Magmar recovering, and Ventis returning to her studies, the days once again blurred together. I kept my neck on a swivel wherever we went, but nothing suspicious ever happened. Magmar was out of bed by the following week, while Terence had to slowly relearn how to walk. His face now bore a nasty scar that would remain with him for the rest of his life. I threw myself into training. Whoever had tried to kill our rocknut was going to regret it if I ever got my paws on them. Sadly, for 2 whole months I found no leads. Summer arrived in full force, and the sun baked the capital's stone streets. The only relief came from the fresh ocean breeze that drifted inland, keeping Azioport from becoming a complete oven. The city's white walls reflected much of the sunlight, but after 3 straight days without so much as a cloud or a drop of rain, everyone except me was desperately searching for ways to cool down. Primarina even taught herself Ice Beam. She regularly coated the walls of the indoor pool with thick sheets of ice. They melted within minutes, but the chilled water made everyone noticeably happier. How are you not dying? Jolteon asked while plunging his head beneath the water. I am a fire type. I shrugged. This isn't even warm for me. I honestly felt bad for them. Mostly Terence, who still walked with the help of a cane. Unfortunately, his trip into the hills surrounding the capital hadn't produced anything interesting. He was convinced that generations of miners had already stripped the area clean of anything valuable. Considering this was the largest city in the kingdom, it made perfect sense. Still, I had hoped his journey would have at least one bright side. Lately, Ventis had been completely absorbed in working on the crystal sphere Terence had found back near Hagsrot. The definitely not a Pokeball was coming along remarkably well. It wasn't nearly as perfectly carved as the one Archmage Gehatu had given her, but with a proper reference to study, she was confident she could make one herself. How do you have the patience for all that tiny work? I sighed as I watched her carefully chip away at the crystal with a miniature hammer and chisel. The tools barely fit her hands, looking more like children's toys than proper crafting equipment. A large magnifying lens had been clamped to the side of her work table, and she constantly compared the original sphere to her own, studying every tiny groove before making another careful strike. I think I'm close now. She didn't even look up. Another week or so, and it'll be finished. You mean, finished carving? I leaned over to inspect the nearly completed sphere. Or finished enchanting it, too. Both, she murmured, her eyes never leaving the crystal. I see. I leaned back with a sigh and idly twirled my wand between my fingers. Since you guys are stuck here, I'm going to grab some street food. I gave everyone a thumbs up before heading out. The roads were less crowded than usual, as most people tried to avoid the oppressive midday heat. I simply stretched and walked toward the Bay District. There was some freshly cooked seafood down there with my name written all over it. The smell of salt, charcoal, and spicy food reached me, and I turned onto a side street, only to be pulled into a narrow alley. Fire instantly gathered in my throat, but before I could react, all I could focus on was a spoon. No matter how hard I tried to look away, my eyelids grew heavy. Sleep washed over me like a wave, my legs gave out beneath me, and I collapsed forward into darkness. Ventis leaned back in her chair, wiping the sweat from her forehead. Her neck ached from hours of bending over the crystal sphere, and she had unconsciously blocked most of the discomfort from reaching Fenn through their soul bond. As she stood up, however, something immediately felt wrong. The bond. It was distant, almost exactly like when Fenn fell asleep. She frowned and instinctively reached through their connection. Fenn? Nothing answered, only the quiet feeling of a sleeping mind. Fenn? She shouted through the bond. That should have worked. It always had. Fenn had left less than an hour ago. There was no reason she should already be asleep. A knot formed in Ventis's stomach. She hurried downstairs. "Noctowl," she called. The owl immediately looked up. "Fly up and start looking for Fenn. Something's wrong." Without hesitation, Noctowl burst through the garden doors and climbed into the sky. "Jolteon! Primarina! With me!" The two Pokémon hurried to her side. "Primarina, search the canals. Jolteon, use Quick Attack to cover as much ground as possible." Fenn isn't answering. Neither questioned the order. They immediately split up, each taking a different direction. High above the rooftops, unnoticed by almost everyone below, a Cramorant and a Pidgeotto also took flight. By the time evening settled over Azuurport, Ventis and her Pokémon had searched every street, alley, marketplace, and canal they could think of. Nothing. Even Robert had joined the search, with Bisharp accompanying Noctowl through the city while servants and guards spread across the capital. "Ventis!" Robert finally caught up with her on one of the main streets. "I've already informed His Majesty. The King has ordered a royal search, and every city gate has been alerted." "Thanks, Robert." Ventis wheezed, barely able to catch her breath after hours of running. "I can still feel that she isn't hurt. But because she's unconscious, I can't tell where she is." Her legs suddenly buckled beneath her. Robert caught her before she hit the ground. "You have to stop for a moment," he said gently, supporting her weight. "If you keep going like this, you'll only collapse." He looked around the darkening streets before returning his gaze to her. "We'll find Fenn." Ventis wanted to believe him. She truly did. But as night settled over Azuurport and the bond remained silent, she could only cling to the single comforting truth she still felt through it. Fenn was unhurt. Archmage Gahatu peered through Pidgeotto's eyes as the bird circled high above the capital. His magical sight swept across rooftops, alleyways, and bustling streets until the Pokémon suddenly banked sharply. There, lying alone in a narrow alley, was Fenn's familiar witch hat. "Come back and bring me the hat," Gahatu ordered through their soul bond. His connection with Pidgeotto had been forged decades ago and was as effortless as speaking aloud. "Sure, Pops." The old bird folded his wings and shot back toward the palace. By the time Pidgeotto landed in the Archmage's garden, Gahatu was already waiting. The hat was carefully dropped into his waiting hands. Without wasting another second, he retrieved a crystal Pokéball from his robes and released its occupant. A massive Salamence emerged with a roar, stretching its wings beneath the afternoon sun. Sniff. Gahatu held the witch hat beneath the dragon's nose. "Find her." Salamence took one long, deliberate breath. His nostrils flared before his eyes narrowed with certainty. The trail was fresh. Satisfied, Gahatu climbed onto the dragon's broad back. His hip immediately protested, followed closely by both knees. "Getting old," he muttered under his breath. Years ago, he would have mounted Salamence in one smooth motion. Still, he would not allow anyone to steal that Bryxen. If Fenn died, then so would his greatest hope of raising another Archmage. The soul bond between her and Ventis would guarantee that the two would either rise together or fall together. "Pidgeotto, aerial support only," Gahatu ordered calmly. The bird gave a sharp salute from the garden wall. Salamence spread his enormous wings. One powerful beat shattered the quiet of the garden. Another! Then the dragon launched skyward, climbing so quickly that the air cracked behind him as he tore across the summer sky, following the scent of a little Bryxen. When I woke up, I felt the rhythmic thump of hooves beneath me. I was inside a carriage. Around my neck was no longer the Academy-issued decorative collar, but a heavy iron one. It hummed aggressively with magic, the cold metal digging unpleasantly into my fur. Sitting across from me was a Kadabra. Beside him sat a man dressed entirely in black, his face hidden behind a dark mask. "Good morning, sunshine," the man said in a deep, amused voice. "No need to struggle. Even if you're soul bonded, that collar has been enchanted so you can only accept commands from me." A grin spread beneath the mask. "So be smart. Maybe we'll spare your master a little torture." He chuckled. "And if you think help is coming, don't." He leaned back against the wagon. "We made sure to spread your scent in every direction. That collar also blocks your soul bond so your little mistress can't sense where you are." "Annoying loudmouth arsehole," I muttered. Naturally, he couldn't understand a word. He was right about one thing though. No matter how hard I reached through the bond, I couldn't establish a proper connection with Ventis. What he didn't know was that I could still act on my own free will whenever I wanted. This simply wasn't the right moment. Try not to resist. The Kadabra finally spoke, his voice tired more than anything else. "We're both under his thumb, and I'd rather not watch you get hurt." I turned toward him. "Ah, so you hate his guts too?" With every fibre of my being, Kadabra let out a weary sigh. "He is the worst master I've ever known. I learned through pain not to fight him." I silently nodded. For now, remaining calm was the smarter choice. I reached toward my bond with Ventis once more. Words refused to pass through. The only thing I could feel was her worry, a crushing amount of it. If thoughts couldn't cross, perhaps emotions could. I focused as hard as I could, sending only two simple feelings across the damaged bond. Calm, focus. "Let's hope she gets it," I muttered quietly. The heavy iron collar shifted as I tilted my head. It was horribly uncomfortable. Honestly, it reminded me of the slave collars from my previous world. Thick iron, crude craftsmanship, and an oversized lock dangling beneath my chin like some twisted ornament. I had to resist the urge to reach for it. Touching it now would only ruin the surprise I'd prepared for later. The carriage was pulled by 4 Rapidash, and thanks to them, we sped away from the capital at an incredible pace. Every bump in the road reminded me of the heavy iron collar around my neck as it slammed against my chest. By late afternoon, we finally stopped beside a river so the Rapidash could drink. The masked man climbed down from the wagon and stretched before kneeling to splash water over his face. I turned toward Kadabra. "Are you ordered to keep me inside the carriage?" "No," he shrugged. "The collar can force you to stop whenever he wants." I leaned closer. "Want to be free?" Kadabra raised an eyebrow. "I told you. It's impossible." He shook his head, then watched as I carefully stepped out of the wagon and quietly walked behind the man washing his face. "I order you to kneel and slam your face into the dirt," the man commanded without even looking back, his voice dripping with sadistic amusement. I thought for a second. Then I stomped both feet and made a convincing thud with my wand against the ground. The man snickered and took another drink. What I hadn't accounted for was the coachman. He saw everything. "Derek!" he shouted. Too late. I lunged forward, snatched the keyring from the masked man's belt, and kicked him squarely into the river before sprinting back toward the wagon. My goal wasn't my own collar. It was Kadabra's. "Kadabra! Use hypnosis!" the man roared as he surfaced, sputtering. The key slid into the lock. Kadabra slowly raised his spoon. Tink! The heavy iron collar fell onto the wagon floor. The coachman looked at the open collar, then at the freed Kadabra. He immediately realized just how utterly doomed they were. Instead of helping his companion, he turned and ran as fast as his legs could carry him. "Would you forgive me for just a moment?" Kadabra asked, looking at me with a very dark smile. He floated outside. I looked through the carriage window just in time to see the masked man lifted helplessly into the air. Then, his body folded in ways no human body ever should. Bones snapped, muscles tore. Even from inside the wagon, I could hear the wet cracking beneath his screams. When Kadabra finally released him, the man hit the ground as an unrecognizable heap. The worst part. He was still alive. At least for another few moments. Well, I stared for a second. That's certainly one kind of modern art. Turning away, I unlocked my own collar and let the heavy iron ring crash onto the floor. Digging through the dying man's pockets, I found my decorated collar and happily fastened it back around my neck. Kadabra looked at me in disbelief. "You?" "Oh, don't worry," I grinned. "It doesn't affect me. It's basically just a fashion accessory." Then I tossed him the keyring. "Come on, let's free those guys." One by one, we removed the collars from the 4 Rapidash. The moment the last lock clicked open, the horses practically danced with excitement. After grateful nuzzles and heartfelt farewells, all four disappeared into the wilderness at full gallop. I still can't believe I'm free. Kadabra suddenly hugged me. Yeah, well, I smiled and patted his shoulder. It was my pleasure. I hesitated for a moment. Say, wouldn't you like a good master? One who actually cares? Kadabra smiled softly. I've spent too much of my life under someone else's commands. He shook his head. This time, I'll live free. His smile widened. Stay safe. Before I could answer, he vanished in a flash of psychic light. Oh well, I sighed. He would have been a pretty cool addition to the team. Fenn. I flinched so hard I almost fell over. Ow! I rubbed the side of my head. Don't shout! I winced dramatically. I'm fine. Can you feel which direction I am now? I can, Ventis answered immediately. There was a brief pause, probably while she relayed the news to everyone around her. Then she spoke again. We're coming. Are you in danger? I glanced down at the crumpled body beside the riverbank. By now, the man had stopped moving. Nope. I scratched the back of my head. But I don't think we'll be questioning my kidnapper. I let out a small sigh. He's kind of dead. Ventis paced back and forth across her room. Even though she could still feel Fenn's emotions through their weakened bond, calmness and focus, it did little to ease the knot in her stomach. There had been no news from the search parties. You're going to wear a rut into the carpet. Robert shook his head with a faint smile. Trust the king. If anyone can find her, it's his elite squad. I can't not worry. Ventis stopped and punched her pillow. I feel completely useless. If I'd studied something other than combat magic, maybe I'd actually have a way to find her. She'll be found. Robert gently pulled her into a hug. At that very moment, something changed. It felt as though a thick fog had suddenly begun to lift. Ventis instinctively reached through their soul bond. The connection, previously muffled and distant, slowly opened up as if taking its first breath in hours. She gasped. Fenn? The shout echoed through her mind. An instant later, she winced as a wave of discomfort came back through the bond. Don't shout, Fenn's voice complained. I'm fine. Can you feel which direction I am now? Ventis closed her eyes and concentrated. The bond strengthened with every passing second. I can. She opened her eyes, a smile spreading across her face for the first time all day. It's Fenn, she exclaimed, turning toward Robert. She's safe, and I can reach her again. That's great. Relief flooded the young noble's face. We're coming. Are you in danger? Ventis immediately asked through the bond. Nope, Fenn answered. But I don't think we'll be questioning my kidnapper. There was a brief pause. He's kind of dead. Ventis closed her eyes for a moment and simply nodded. Then she snapped back into action. Noctowl, she called. The owl immediately landed on the balcony railing. We found her. She turned toward Robert. Let's go. Gahatu had been sent on a wild goose chase all throughout the night and well into the morning. He had already used one stamina potion on himself and another on Salamence to stave off exhaustion. It wasn't wise to rely on such potions, as the backlash afterward was brutal, but he was adamant about finding the kidnappers. By now, he had killed 3 darkly dressed men, each carrying patches of Bracian fur. Scent lures. He was fuming. The last man beneath Salamence's claws had remained tight-lipped until the very end. Come on. Next, Gehatu ordered. His dragon roared in agreement. Salamence was every bit as furious and exhausted as his rider, yet he spread his wings once more and took to the skies. Nearly an hour later, they found another scent trail. This one led to a lonely carriage standing beside a river, its harness empty of Pokémon. Nearby lay a black heap, and beside the water sat a lone Bracian. Land there! Gehatu shouted over the rushing wind. Salamence folded his wings and descended. The moment Gehatu stepped onto the riverbank, he caught the metallic scent of blood. Only then did he realize the black heap was, in fact, a human body. He barely spared it a glance. Fenn. His stern expression softened into a smile. I am Archmage Gehatu. The fire type instinctively took a cautious step backward. You seem to have lost something. With a small grin, the old mage reached into his robes and produced a slightly misshapen witch hat. I visibly relaxed. Braxon? I carefully took the hat, dusted it off, placed it back on my head, and gave the old mage a polite curtsy. Yes, Gehatu chuckled. I'm well aware you're a proper young lady. His attention shifted back to the corpse. I don't suppose we'll be questioning him. He looked toward me. Did you do this? I immediately shook my head. Trying to explain that I had freed a cadabra, who had then turned his former master into something resembling abstract art, was simply too much effort. Besides, I'd always been terrible at charades. Gahatu crouched beside the body and examined it carefully for several long moments. Eventually, he nodded to himself. I may have a lead. Without another word, he flicked a small fireball onto the corpse. The body ignited almost instantly. He then gestured towards Salamence. Come. A faint smile appeared beneath his beard. I imagine your master is worried sick by now. I couldn't exactly argue with that. With one leap, I climbed onto Salamence's back behind the old archmage. On our way back, I gently poked the archmage's shoulder and pointed toward a winding road in the distance. He leaned forward and focused. After a few seconds, he nodded and nudged Salamence toward it. There was a group traveling along the road. Ventis, Terence, Robert, and all of our Pokémon. Before Salamence had even landed, I jumped off his back and sprinted toward them. Ventis barely had time to react before I crashed into her, sending both of us tumbling into the meadow beside the road. I wrapped my arms tightly around her. Missed me? I asked as she finally came to a stop on top of me. Dummy. Her eyes were already brimming with tears. Happy ones. A few landed on my snout as I gently nuzzled her cheeks. After a while, we both climbed back to our feet. Ventis wiped her eyes with the back of her sleeve while I turned toward the others. Hey guys, sorry. I honestly didn't plan on getting kidnapped. I told you to be careful. Magmar rolled his eyes, though I could easily tell how relieved he was to see me in one piece. After a rather long explanation, which conveniently skipped over exactly how my kidnapper had met his end, we finally began making our way back toward the capital. Archmage Gahatu left his Pidgeotto to accompany us, but both he and Salamence desperately needed rest after searching for nearly an entire day without stopping. The journey back took another 2 hours, and along the way, we met quite a few new faces. A small elite squad of Royal Scouts and their Pokémon eventually caught up to us and quietly took up positions around our group as an escort. I felt like some kind of national treasure. Honestly, it wasn't a pleasant feeling. When we finally arrived home, Zelia rushed over and hugged me so tightly I could barely breathe. Even Reginald had to pull out a handkerchief to wipe at his eyes. Unlike the previous one, this was a wonderful feeling. I had always tried to make the servants feel like part of our little family alongside Ventis and the rest of us. But only now did I truly realize just how close we'd all become in such a short amount of time. While I couldn't argue with the fact that we needed some kind of security, I didn't like having a knight commander as our babysitter. Anytime we weren't inside the academy, Commander Lewis Tide was always nearby with his Feraligator. When the other Pokémon and I went to train in the afternoons, he stayed with Ventis while his Pokémon came along with us. And here I thought we were ordered to watch over some pampered noble brat's Pokémon. Feraligator chuckled as he watched us train. This actually looks like proper training. What surprised me was that he didn't just guard us. He actually gave us pointers. It turned out that knights and their Pokémon trained together as well, and weight training wasn't some novel idea I'd come up with. It was standard practice among them. He even tried on some of the training belts and arm weights himself. After a few appreciative hums, he handed them back and simply stood nearby while we worked ourselves into exhaustion. You don't act anything like the Brakeson I once fought, he said one afternoon as he walked over to me. You fought a Brakeson? I asked. Indeed I did, during the last war a few years ago. That one was a male, and he mainly focused on long-range attacks. One solid hit was enough to take him out. Unfortunately, I couldn't finish the job. His master used one of those accursed bulls to save his hide. Only then did he realize he had casually admitted to trying to kill one of my own kind. No offense, of course. It was war and all. None taken. I nodded. I've gotten used to a few stink eyes for being the beloved Pokémon of the enemy kingdom and all. How did you end up here? He asked. I'm not exactly a scholar, but even I know the Fennekin line isn't common, not even in Jaushara. No clue, honestly. I shrugged. I was born here. Never knew my parents either. Rough. He scratched the back of his head and gave me a sympathetic look. Summer passed in the blink of an eye, and Ventis passed all of her half-year exams with excellent scores. There were no further attempts on our lives, and from what little we heard, Gahatu had blown up a building belonging to some shady organization. Whether he had discovered who was behind the kidnapping or why we had been targeted, he never told us. Still, I couldn't shake the feeling that whoever wanted us gone hadn't given up. I kind of forgot to tell you guys, Ventis said one Saturday morning. My birthday is coming up soon. I almost forgot about it myself since I haven't celebrated it in 7 years. She smiled sheepishly. What? I practically jumped. Why didn't you tell me? Miss is going to have a birthday? Reginald fixed his gaze on her. When? In a week, she admitted. Then I must begin at once. The butler rose from his chair with the expression of a man heading into battle. Oh, there is really no need. Ventis started, but Reginald firmly shook his head. Lady Ventis, this is a serious matter. You must accept that, with your marriage, you are now a noble. A noble's birthday is an important social occasion. He bowed crisply before hurrying out of the dining room. That very afternoon, Robert arrived to help Reginald organize the celebration. The banquet was planned for the gardens of the Balatoa family's capital manor, and invitations were quickly drafted for all of Ventis's classmates. While nobody was looking, I quietly slipped a small note onto the invitation list. A few more names wouldn't hurt. Count Evelina, Master Pelline, and, just for good measure, Archmage Gehatu. That last one probably wouldn't come, but that wasn't really the point. The important part was extending the invitation. He had crossed half the kingdom trying to save me, even if he'd arrived just a little too late. Marquis Romero Balatoa, naturally, paid for the entire celebration. And then some. The Balatoa capital manor had been transformed over the last few days. Gardeners trimmed every hedge until they looked sculpted by magic. Flower beds bloomed in orderly rows of blue and white, matching the colours of Vermont, while servants hurried back and forth carrying tables, chairs, silverware, and enough food to feed a small village. A string quartet rehearsed beneath a marble gazebo, their melodies drifting lazily across the gardens. Ventis looked ready to disappear into the nearest bush. Every passing servant greeted her with a respectful bow, making her shoulders sink lower each time. Before either of us could escape, a deep, steady voice called from behind. So this is our newest daughter. We turned together. Marquis Romero Balatoa was a broad-shouldered man in his late 50s, dressed in an elegant navy blue noble's coat embroidered with silver thread. His dark hair had begun surrendering to grey around the temples, while his neatly trimmed beard gave him an air somewhere between a successful merchant and a retired general. His eyes, however, were kind. Standing beside him was a graceful woman wearing a flowing emerald dress decorated with delicate golden embroidery. Her chestnut hair had been tied into an intricate bun, held together by pearl pins. My dear, she smiled warmly, stepping forward before Ventis could even bow. No need to look so frightened. She gently embraced the young mage. I am Eleanor Balatoa. Ventis stood completely frozen. Ventis slowly relaxed before carefully returning the hug. Eleanor smiled as though she'd just received the greatest gift imaginable. My husband may look intimidating, she whispered conspiratorially, but he's really just a big softy. I heard that, Romero sighed. I was standing 3 steps away. I know. She smiled sweetly. I wanted you to. The Marquis rubbed the bridge of his nose while Robert quietly looked away, clearly used to this exchange. I apologize for not properly welcoming you sooner, Lady Ventis, Romero said, returning his attention to her. Circumstances have been unusually busy back at our land. I understand. Lord Father. The title slipped out almost accidentally. The Marquis blinked. Then a genuine smile spread beneath his beard. I was hoping you'd call me that, he smiled. But Father is enough. So? Another voice suddenly interrupted. Is this the mysterious little brother's wife everyone's been talking about? A tall young man with neatly combed dark hair approached with easy confidence. His clothing was almost as formal as the Marquis's, though noticeably more practical. Adamis Balatoa, he introduced himself with a polite bow, first son of the family. His expression remained composed, though there was obvious curiosity in his eyes. So you're the young mage Father can't stop hearing about? Before Ventis could answer, another man casually wrapped an arm around Robert's shoulders from behind. And I'm the better-looking brother, Rickard. The man grinned so broadly it looked painful. Second son. Robert sighed as his brother messed up his hair. Rickard looked toward Ventis with an easy smile. So, how's married life treating my hopeless little brother? Robert's ears turned red. Rickard. What? I'm just making conversation. He leaned closer to Ventis and lowered his voice dramatically. If he starts talking about sword maintenance during dinner, just nod every few minutes. Works every time. Robert simply groaned at that comment. Rickard laughed before gently patting his younger brother on the shoulder. I'm kidding. Mostly. The birthday banquet turned out to be amazing. Aside from Cedric Ironhill, Everyone from our class had attended. Not making an appearance at the party could only mean one of two things. Either House Ironhill held some grievance against House Balatoa, or something truly urgent had happened. Personally, I leaned toward the first option. As custom dictated, gifts were opened the moment they were presented. Before long, an entire table had disappeared beneath neatly wrapped packages. There was a lovely pair of ballroom shoes, a beautifully crafted box filled with cosmetics, another containing elegant Pokémon accessories, books, jewelry, and enough embroidered handkerchiefs to supply a small army of noble ladies. Then came Olivia. Again, she somehow managed to outdo herself. Her gift was an entire carriage, handcrafted from prime redwood and fitted with an ingenious suspension system to make traveling considerably smoother. Even the polished harness had been designed to be pulled by up to 4 Pokémon. I honestly had no idea where she kept finding these absurd presents. Augustin, meanwhile, had prepared something much more practical. His gift was an enchanted defensive ring. If Ventis's mind entered a state of panic or overwhelming fear, the enchantment would automatically raise a magical barrier around her. Now that was a gift I could appreciate. As classmates, Pokémon, servants, and nobles mingled throughout the gardens, the remaining guests finally began arriving. Peliane! Ventis completely abandoned her carefully practiced noble composure the moment her former master stepped out of the carriage. She hurried over and embraced her tightly. "I'm so happy you made it. I wouldn't have missed this for anything." Peliane laughed warmly as she hugged her back. "Well?" came another familiar voice. Count Alderic E. Velner stepped down from the carriage behind her. "You've barely been gone half a year, yet all I see before me is a proper noble lady instead of the young mage who left our estate." He chuckled softly. For some reason, he looked years younger than I remembered. Many of the deep worry lines that had once marked his face had faded, leaving behind a far more relaxed expression. Their presents were thoughtful rather than extravagant. Peliane had commissioned a beautifully bound journal filled with thick, perfectly bleached white pages worthy of an archmage's library. The Count presented Ventis with a bronze sculpture depicting the two of us standing proudly side by side. The craftsmanship was incredible. Every fold of my hat, every strand of Ventis's hair, even my wand had been recreated in astonishing detail. Then Alderic turned toward me. "I believe this letter belongs to you, Miss Fenn." He smiled warmly as he held out a neatly folded envelope. "Breaks?" I accepted it. The moment it reached my paws, my nose twitched. The overly sweet perfume soaked into the paper immediately told me who had written it. With a small smirk, I broke the pink wax seal. "Dear Fenn, I cannot express how sorry I am for the way I treated both you and Ventis. I now realize that I was never worthy of having you as my Pokémon. Your suggestion truly bore fruit. Eevee evolved into a previously unknown form. She is so lovely that I can barely put it into words. Please, if you ever visit the Evelna Manor again, I would love for you to come and play with us. Please tell Ventis that I have changed, and that I respect her as well. Sincerely, Esther Evelna." "Well?" the Count asked after I finished reading. I simply smiled. Then I folded the letter with great care and tucked it safely into the fluffy fur of my tail. The next arrival was not what I expected. Archmage Gehatu Cavelis arrived dressed far more like a noble than a mage, riding atop his majestic Salamence, who landed gracefully beside the waiting carriages. Instead of simply jumping down, the old mage was helped by his faithful Scyther, who respectfully lowered one bladed arm after another, allowing Gehatu to use them as makeshift steps. Even like this, he radiated authority. His focus wasn't a wand, but an ancient-looking book that floated effortlessly beside his hip. Several enchanted rings adorned his fingers, each carrying a different magical aura, and the sheer density of mana surrounding him was enough that both Ventis and I could feel it pressing against our senses. Of course, I had sensed some of it while flying back with him after my kidnapping, but back then he had been exhausted, running on potions and determination. Compared to now, he had seemed almost empty. This was an Archmage at full strength. "Archmage Gehatu, sir." Ventis bowed deeply. "I am honored by your presence." "Nonsense, Lady Ventis," Gehatu chuckled warmly. "It is I who am touched by your invitation. I have rather significant plans for your future, so I welcome any opportunity to speak with you beyond a few passing words here and there." He extended a hand toward her with a smile. "Now, lend an old man a hand. My bones are not nearly as spry as they used to be." It was a complete lie. I could tell from the way his manner flowed that he didn't need help in the slightest. He simply wanted an excuse to speak with Ventis privately while walking. I just rolled my eyes. So, Gahatu glanced toward the pool with an amused smile. I see you've managed to tame Primarina. I remember having quite a difficult time with that water type. Well, Ventis couldn't suppress a chuckle. To be fair, it was Fenn who beat her into submission. She smiled toward the elegant sea lion. She's become a wonderful Pokémon since then. Having overheard the conversation, Primarina gracefully emerged from the pool and held her head as high as possible, looking every bit the noble lady she believed herself to be. Well, that's all for the better. Gahatu nodded approvingly. As for those plans I mentioned, his expression became noticeably more serious. I hope you've realized by now that you possess everything needed to become an Archmage. Your spell work is already comparable to that of an experienced war mage. Your control is exceptional, and while your mana reserves still have room to grow with age, that will come naturally. The old mage continued speaking, and continued, and continued. After a few minutes, I came to the conclusion that Archmage Gahatu simply didn't possess an off switch. I quietly tuned him out. There were far more important things to do, like finding the other Pokémon and enjoying the birthday party myself. Prince Calith sat in his private office when a peasant, dressed in little more than rags, was escorted inside. The man looked utterly exhausted. His bare feet were covered in sores, and every limping step suggested he had walked for weeks without proper rest. Carefully removing his threadbare hat, he reached into its worn folds and produced a sealed letter. Baron Eldric Malvor sent me across the border to deliver this, Your Highness. Hope shone brightly in the man's tired eyes. He said I would be rewarded handsomely. Of course. Calith smiled pleasantly as he unclipped a richly decorated coin purse from his belt and tossed it to the messenger. Your service is appreciated. The peasant nearly stumbled catching it. Feeling the heavy weight of gold inside, a broad grin spread across his face. Thank you, Your Highness. He bowed repeatedly before hurrying from the room. The moment he stepped outside, a sharp gust of air swept through the hallway. His smile disappeared, and a heartbeat later his head rolled across the polished stone floor. The guard calmly wiped his sword clean, retrieved the untouched purse, dusted it off, and carried it back into the office. My lord, he said with a respectful bow, I witnessed a peasant attempting to flee with your gold, so I dealt with the thief. Of course. Calith nodded, as though this were the most natural thing in the world. The guard quietly withdrew, already directing servants to clean the corridor. Only then did Calith unfold the parchment. His eyes moved steadily down the page. By the 6th line, his fingers had creased the edges, and the pleasant smile had completely vanished. Prince Calith prided himself on possessing an analytical mind. Very little could truly anger him, and even on his worst days he refused to act rashly. This letter, however, made his blood boil. Zhao Shara was a proud kingdom whose traditions stood as firm as granite itself. The mere existence of abrasion outside their borders was already an insult to the royal bloodline. To learn that this very Bracian had formed a soul bond with a Vermont mage living under King Callister's protection felt like someone had spat directly into his family's face. A loud rip echoed through the office. Only then did Calith notice he had torn the parchment cleanly in half. Closing his eyes, he took several slow, measured breaths before carefully laying both pieces back onto the desk. Looking down at his hand, he saw deep, red crescent marks where his fingernails had dug into his palm. This was terrible. Absolutely unforgivable. Yet, slowly, his anger cooled, replaced by calculation. He could use this. War had already been brewing beneath the surface. Ever since the last conflict, Zhao Shara had deliberately projected weakness. Rumors of unrest, rebellious nobles, and dwindling military strength had all been carefully planted across the border, encouraging Vermont to lower its guard. The truth couldn't have been more different. His brother, King Rhaegus, had spent years quietly rebuilding Zhao Shara's strength, preparing to seize a massive portion of Vermont when the time was right. The original plan had been simple: stage a border incident, blame Vermont, and march to war. Now, fate had delivered them something far better. A stolen royal Pokémon, a Bracian serving a foreign mage, a justification no citizen of Zhao Shara would dare question. And amidst the chaos of war, he might even reclaim both the Bracian and the girl bonded to her. Calith rose from his chair, his pace calm but purposeful. Anyone who knew him would immediately recognize that his temper had not truly settled. He headed directly toward the royal breeding grounds. A certain detachment of guards was about to experience the worst day of their military careers. After all, Allowing a Fennekin of the royal bloodline to disappear beneath their very noses was not the sort of mistake one simply apologized for. With the royal protection and the obvious looming shadow of the Archmage watching over us, there were no more troubles. The end of the academy year arrived with the season's first snowfall, and Ventis was busy packing to return south for the winter break. So, I spoke into her mind, 3 months of freedom, huh? Ventis rolled her shoulders as she slipped into the comfortable mage's robe Pelien had given her. It was still a little too large, but lately she'd been going through a noticeable growth spurt. I am done with all that noble posturing, she sighed. Sadly, we're not going back to the Evielna Manor just yet. Huh? Why? I asked. That had been the plan. Don't worry, Fenn. Ventis shook her head. It's just Robert. We're going to the Marquis's Manor in the north for 2 weeks. She lazily waved a hand while folding another set of clothes into her trunk. It's the whole welcome to the family thing. Since I'm officially a Balatoa now, it's expected that I visit the family's ancestral home. Honestly, going north in winter isn't exactly my preferred idea either. The unpassable mountains are wicked enough during summer. Mountains? Terence suddenly poked his head through the doorway. His reaction reminded me of an excited dog hearing someone mention squirrels, and I couldn't help snickering. Well, yeah. We're going north, Terence, Ventis said, shaking her head at just how single-minded the boy could be. Terence pumped a fist into the air. Yes? Then he hurried off to continue packing. I should probably do my own packing too, I sighed as I walked into my room. My tail fluff was amazingly spacious, capable of holding several small and medium-sized objects without anything falling out. It was practically a storage pouch. Even so, I'd somehow managed to accumulate a respectable pile of accessories over the past months. Oh, Arceus. I stared at everything spread neatly across my bed. I've completely become a girl. Decorative ribbons, hair bows, a dozen little accessories for my witch hat. I had more than I could realistically wear. Well, I mean, I am one. Shaking my head, I packed everything into a sturdy suitcase instead. About an hour later, all our luggage had been secured to the back and roof of the carriage. I loved our new ride. The seats were wide and unbelievably soft, making long journeys far more comfortable than the old carriage ever could. Of course, using it had also meant purchasing 2 new Mudsdales to pull it. We had briefly considered Rapidash since they were considerably cheaper, but the northern roads were rough, especially during winter, and Mudsdale were built for exactly that sort of terrain. Each had cost 50 gold shillings, but at least they were healthy, well-trained, and strong enough to pull the heavily loaded carriage without complaint. Higher, the coachman snapped the reins, and the Mudsdale leaned into their harnesses. Beside us rode Commander Lewis Tide atop his own Rapidash, while his Feraligatr rested inside the crystal Pokeball Ventis had lent him for the journey. The carriage behind ours carried Terence, along with Magmar and Geodude. Standing by the manor gates, Zelia and Reginald waved us goodbye. We waved back as the student manor slowly disappeared behind us, leaving the capital and the academy behind for the winter. We passed several small towns, villages, and tiny hamlets as the road steadily climbed higher into the mountains. The air grew noticeably colder, and patches of snow lingered wherever the sun failed to reach. Pine forests blanketed the lower slopes, their dark green crowns contrasting beautifully against the white dusting covering the ground. Eventually, I leaned halfway out of the carriage window. Oh! I had read about the Balatoa family's seat before, but words on paper had done it no justice. The castle wasn't merely impressive. It was a fortress built to withstand an army. The entire structure had been carved directly into the sheer face of Blackened Peak, the tallest mountain for miles around. Its dark grey stone rose like a giant spear toward the winter sky, almost black in places where centuries of wind and snow had polished the rock smooth. The castle itself had been built from a slightly paler stone, making its towers, battlements, and countless arrow slits stand out against the mountain behind them. Rather than sitting atop the peak, it became part of it, as though the mountain itself had grown walls. The approach was just as intimidating. A massive gatehouse guarded the only road upward, while thick curtain walls zigzagged along the mountainside, forcing any attacker to pass through several narrow choke points before ever reaching the main keep. Nestled beneath the fortress was Blackhall, the town belonging to House Balatoa. Unlike the sprawling capital, Blackhall had grown wherever the mountain allowed it. Narrow stone streets wound between sturdy buildings, with steep roofs built to shed heavy snow. Smoke lazily curled from hundreds of chimneys, carrying the comforting scent of burning pinewood across the valley. Workshops rang with the sounds of hammers striking steel, while merchants hurried through the streets before the afternoon chill settled in. Encircling the settlement stood another wall, this one built from the same nearly black stone as the mountain itself. Watchtowers overlooked every approach, their guards bundled in thick cloaks against the cold. Above the walls snapped the black and blue banners of House Balatoa. At their center stood the family's proud sigil, a mighty Raiden. Its horn pointed toward the sky, like a challenge to anyone foolish enough to march on Blackhall. I slowly pulled my head back inside the carriage. Yeah, I looked at Ventis. I suddenly understand why nobody has ever conquered this place. It is intimidating, unlike the Marquis and his family. Ventis shook her head in amazement. How can such a harsh place produce people with that much charm and joy? As our carriage passed beneath the final gate and entered the castle grounds, everything suddenly felt different. The biting mountain wind simply vanished. The air became pleasantly warm, and instead of snow-covered stone, we found ourselves rolling through an enormous inner garden. Flower beds burst with colour despite the middle of winter. Neatly trimmed hedges lined the road, while fruit trees and flowering bushes grew as though it were late spring rather than the coldest season of the year. What? I gawked at a field of blooming flowers beside the road. How? Look. Ventis pointed toward several carved stone pillars scattered along the road and nestled between the garden beds. Those are enchanted stones. I'd bet half my money they're generating heat. So it's a flex. I chuckled. Like, look how loaded we are. We can afford to have several mages constantly filling enchanted stones just so our garden stays pretty during a blizzard. Ventis looked at me for a moment before nodding thoughtfully. Well, doesn't every noble house flex in some way? Even House Evielna showed off their famous Eevee breeding. I nodded before another thought crossed my mind. What was Baron Malvor flexing with back at Hagsrod? His Venusaur. Ventis answered with a sour expression. TSK. Lame. I snickered just as the carriage rolled to a gentle stop. Robert was already waiting for us at the foot of the manor steps. Beside him stood Bishop at perfect attention, while behind them 17 knights formed 2 immaculate lines. Their captain stepped forward and saluted the moment our carriage came to a halt. We greet Lady Ventis Balatoa. The knights' voices thundered together, echoing across the courtyard. Commander Lewis climbed down from his rapid ash and gave an appreciative nod before handing the reins to a stable boy. Robert stepped forward and offered his hand. Ventis accepted it gracefully as she descended from the carriage. Hi, Robert, she smiled. The moment their eyes met, I felt that emotion again. Warm, gentle, hopelessly romantic. It made every hair on my body try to stand on end. Actual love. I immediately shrank our soul bond to the bare minimum. There was no way I wanted to experience the swarm of butterflies currently dive-bombing Ventis's stomach. Welcome home, my dear wife. Robert smiled softly before giving her a gentle kiss on the cheek. I was this close to shouting into Ventis's mind to get a room. But, as a refined young lady, I somehow managed to restrain myself. Despite how rigid and cold the castle looked from the outside, its interior was surprisingly warm and inviting. Rich red carpets stretched along the stone floors, while broad cedar staircases and polished wooden wall panels softened the otherwise imposing grey stone. Glowing crystal sconces and elegant chandeliers illuminated the halls with a gentle golden light, bright enough to see comfortably without feeling harsh on the eyes. The whole place smelled faintly of cedarwood and a crackling fireplace. Inside, we were greeted by 2 neat lines of servants, all bowing respectfully as we passed. Eventually, we arrived at the great hall. At the far end, seated in a magnificent high-backed chair carved from the massive root of an ancient redwood, sat Marquis Romero Balatoa. Beside him was his wife, Eleanor, while standing upon the broad staircase behind them were Robert's 5 siblings, 3 brothers, and 2 sisters, all watching us with varying degrees of curiosity. Considering the Marquis doesn't look older than 50, I remarked through our soul bond, the Lord and Lady certainly didn't spend their younger years lazing around. Ventis's cheeks immediately turned a faint shade of pink. You can be so crude sometimes, she muttered, trying not to smile. Eh? I simply shrugged and followed everyone into the hall. The welcoming dinner was incredible. Living in such a cold region clearly influenced the local cuisine. Nearly every dish was served piping hot, from thick stews and roasted meats to freshly baked bread that still steamed after being sliced. My absolute favourite, however, was an incredibly spicy soup filled with chunks of cherry berry. The berries gave it a fiery kick that almost made me tear up. Naturally, I couldn't resist. While nobody was looking, I casually dropped half a sliced cherry berry into Jolteon's bowl. He took one confident bite, then his eyes widened. "Hot! Hot! Hot!" He bolted from the dining hall so quickly that several servants nearly dropped their trays. A moment later, we spotted him outside, frantically burying his face in the snow. By the time he came back, his whiskers were dripping with melted snow, and he was giving me the grumpiest stare imaginable. I lasted all of 3 seconds before bursting into laughter. To my surprise, Jolteon started laughing too. Noctowl merely sighed and shook his head as though he'd expected nothing less. Primarina, meanwhile, quietly slid one elegant arm over her own bowl. Just to be safe, I was the only one among us who genuinely enjoyed spicy food. Jolteon and Primarina both had an undeniable sweet tooth, while Noctowl preferred dry, sour foods for reasons I still couldn't understand. With our bellies full and our luggage delivered to our rooms, everyone finally settled in for the evening. Everyone, except Ventis. She accepted Robert's offered arm and headed out for a quiet walk through the castle grounds, leaving the rest of us to enjoy a well-earned night of rest. Primarina gracefully slipped into the room temperature pool prepared for the Pokémon, letting out a content sigh as the water embraced her. Jolteon immediately claimed the softest cushion in the room, kneading it twice before flopping onto it with a satisfied grin. I, meanwhile, settled down beside the crackling fireplace. Noctowl simply flew onto the writing desk and perched there, exactly as he had done back when he was still a little hoot-hoot. I considered pointing out that he was no longer tiny and might eventually collapse the poor desk, but he was the oldest among us. He had earned the right to ignore furniture weight limits. During our journey through the pine forests, I had collected no small number of fallen branches. Now I spread the dry sticks out in front of me, licking my lips in anticipation. "You literally just ate." Primarina shook her head with an amused smile. "These are just snacks," I pouted. She simply stared at me. "What?" With all the dignity I could muster, I picked up the smallest twig and popped it into my mouth, casually nibbling away at it. The dry wood gave off a pleasant resinous flavour, followed by a faint sweetness that reminded me of roasted nuts. It crunched nicely too. I was still a little weirded out by my new tastes. Eating literal wood, snacking on sulfur, treating them as though they were the finest delicacies imaginable. Yet, I couldn't honestly complain. They tasted amazing. I had already curled up into a little ball beside the fireplace when Ventis returned to our room. She looked over at me, and I answered with nothing more than a twitch of one ear. A small smirk appeared on her face. Without another word, she changed into her nightclothes and practically fell onto her bed. She was happy. It was obvious. I couldn't really blame her. Robert was a bit of a nerd. Over the evening, Ventis had told me more about him than I had learned over the past half year. He had been born into a knightly family where aura knights were common. All 5 of his siblings, even his sisters, had been trained as warriors from childhood because they all possessed the talent to wield aura. Robert had inherited none of it, nor did he possess any magical talent. So, instead, he buried himself in books and trained with the sword, believing that the son of a knightly house should at least become a proper swordsman. He wasn't antisocial, merely a little awkward in large gatherings, preferring quieter company whenever he had the choice. Ventis had clearly changed something in him. The boy, or rather, the young man, was doing everything he could to protect her. The feelings flowing through our soul bond told me all I needed to know. This love was genuine. From both of them, I simply smiled to myself and drifted off to sleep beside the warm fireplace. The following morning, Terence asked the Marquis, through Ventis, for permission to head into the mountains and continue doing what he loved most. The moment he received the green light, he, Magmar, and Geodude disappeared through the castle gates. I was honestly just glad Magmar was accompanying him. Being a fire type, he could keep the boy from freezing while they searched the mountains. I liked Terence, but his fascination with rocks bordered on obsession. As for me, I unpacked my training weights, headed down to the Pokémon training grounds, and immediately got to work. This time I focused on jumping, dashing, and dodging imaginary attacks while carrying the immense extra weight. If I wanted to master extreme speed without first accelerating with flame charge, my legs would have to become absurdly powerful. There were no shortcuts, just sweat. And a whole lot of suffering. It had been quite some time since we started training with weights. Jolteon loved it. Primarina despised every second of it. Noctowl, well, he quietly suffered through it. As a flying type, the extra weight was especially brutal on his wings, but the progress was undeniable. Nearly half a year of constant strain and muscle development had turned us into proper gym bros. Thankfully, Pokémon didn't bulk up like humans. Instead, our bodies became leaner and more streamlined. Not an ounce of unnecessary fat remained, only muscles hardened through relentless training. Umbreon had taught us skills. I taught us discipline. Every day was spent building explosive speed, faster reactions, and greater strength. The sleepy town of Blackhall spread around the castle like a belt wrapped around the mountainside. Because of the terrain, the main road was relatively short, while dozens of long side streets followed the contours of the slopes. Life here moved at a calm, steady pace. The people were hard-working but unhurried, and Pokémon were everywhere. Snorunt helped shovel snow from rooftops. A pair of Beartic hauled enormous pine logs as though they weighed nothing, and several Machoke marched toward the mines alongside groups of miners. That was when I stopped walking, as a grin slowly spread across my muzzle. A memory surfaced. The very first day after arriving in this world, a whole herd of Donphan living near Hagsrot Castle. My thoughts immediately raced ahead. Terrence, the biggest rocknut I'd ever met. Donphan, a Pokémon famous for sniffing out valuable minerals. My eyes slowly turned into little gold coins. Why? I slapped my forehead. Didn't I think of this sooner? Without another word, I spun around and sprinted back toward the castle. I almost crashed headfirst into Feraligatr. Sorry, mate, I shouted, while barely slowing down. I need to speak with Ventis. This is important. Feraligatr blinked as I rushed past. He had absolutely no idea what revelation had just struck me, but judging by the manic grin plastered across my face, he couldn't help chuckling. Being my assigned guardian, he sighed and immediately broke into a run after me. Ventis, I'm coming. Massive idea. I called through our soul bond as I slid to a stop in the corridor before entering the library. Ventis and Robert were both leaning over a stack of books. Of course, I could have simply explained everything through our minds, but I always preferred speaking face-to-face whenever possible. Soul bond or not, it just felt more natural. What is it, Fenn? Ventis asked, immediately noticing the grin plastered across my face. So, I sat down and nodded politely toward Robert. You know how Terrence is. Tell me, how much do you know about Donphan? Ventis frowned thoughtfully. Well, they're rather dangerous Pokémon that live in herds and fiercely protect one another. Their meat is quite tough, and their hide is thick enough that it can only really be worked into armor. She tilted her head. Why? I rubbed the back of my neck. Of course, she only knew what scholars of this era had managed to discover. I know this will come as a bit of a shock, I began, trying to sound like the wise professor I definitely wasn't. But Donphan can actually smell different kinds of rocks and minerals. She blinked. So, I continued, casually waving my wand like a lecturer, if Terrence had one helping him, he'd become at least 10 times more efficient. Donphan are also incredible at smashing through rock faces to reach the specific minerals they're after. Is that really true? Ventis practically shot to her feet. What is? Robert asked, looking between us. Ventis glanced at me, silently asking whether this was another one of our closely guarded secrets. I simply nodded. It seems Donphan can locate specific rocks and mineral deposits by scent, she explained. Robert stared at me. Then, without saying a single word, he bolted. Not a polite jog. Not even a run. The man took off as though the castle had caught fire. Robert? Ventis called after him. No time, he shouted over his shoulder. Come! Ventis hurried after him, while I had no trouble keeping pace. We raced through the corridors, down a broad staircase, across the inner courtyard, and finally reached a covered area behind the kitchens. Stop! Robert's voice echoed through the yard. A butcher froze mid-swing. His heavy cleaver hung motionless above an unconscious Donphan, suspended by thick ropes over a large wooden basin. Young lord, the butcher slowly lowered his blade. Why did you stop me? Do? Not? Robert bent over, catching his breath. Do? Kill? That? Pokémon? The poor man immediately paled. He even took 2 cautious steps backward away from the Donphan. Robert hurried over, pressed 2 fingers against the Pokémon's neck, and let out a long sigh of relief after finding a pulse. He motioned toward the ropes. Help me lower it. The Donphan wasn't particularly large for its species, but it still weighed around 200 kilograms. Between the 2 of them, they carefully lowered it onto a thick pile of straw. If I may ask, the butcher ventured carefully, why do you want this Donphan? I was ordered to skin it for leather armor, and the meat was to be turned into Pokémon feed. Robert let out a thoughtful breath before looking back at the unconscious ground type. Because, he answered with a small smile, I believe we've just found a much better use for it. He turned back toward the butcher. And if the hunters head out again, tell them not to kill any more Donphan. Capture them alive if possible. The butcher blinked. Sir? Consider it an order from my father. If there are any questions, I'll personally answer for them. His tone had completely changed. Gone was the shy, awkward young man. For just a moment, he sounded every bit the son of a marquis. I simply stood behind him with a smug grin. When Ventis finally caught up and saw the unconscious Donphan lying safely on the straw, she immediately understood why Robert had run. Sure, Pokémon were just as much food as they were slaves. Only a very select few humans thought of Pokémon as partners. Most, as I had sadly learned, thought of Pokémon as extremely dangerous animals. Many that could pull carriages, like Rapidash, Mudsdale, and even Zebstrika in some cases, were used exactly for that purpose. Dog-like Pokémon served as guards or herders. Bird Pokémon carried messages between towns and castles, and so on. Swinub? Fattened up for meat, just like Tauros and many others. Mareep were prized for their wool, but eventually they too ended up beneath a butcher's knife. It felt wrong to me. Someone who knew Pokémon were thinking beings, far more aware than the cows back in my old world. I shook my head to chase away the grim thoughts and helped Robert with the Donphan. After giving it a collar specifically made by Ventis, we treated its injuries and simply waited. So this collar? Robert started, examining it closely. It does look different. Oh yeah, it does not dull the mind. It only stops the Pokémon from attacking us or running off, Ventis explained. I am starting to hate collars. None of my Pokémon wear restrictive ones anymore. Primarina is the only one who had to wear one for a long time, but now the collars you see on them are mainly fashion, and so others don't ask uncomfortable questions. You do know that this goes against the rules of Pokémon ownership, Robert said with a serious look. I know, Ventis nodded. But I don't care. They are my friends, and I don't want to enslave them. I immediately gave her an enthusiastic thumbs up. Robert sighed and rubbed the bridge of his nose. Please don't tell that to just everyone. The young Donphan woke late into the night, when both Ventis and Robert were already too tired to keep waiting. I stayed in the garden, where it was pleasantly warm, resting my back against one of those heat-emitting stones. Of course, when Donphan woke up, he panicked and made enough noise to wake me as well. I lit a small ball of fire atop my wand and walked over to him. "Stay back!" he yelled, his voice far younger than I expected. Huh? Did you just evolve recently? I asked. Donphan stopped struggling against the sturdy leash and actually looked at me. Like, really looked. You're not a human. You're a Pokémon, he said, the fear still obvious in his voice. Ding ding, you're right and earned yourself a cookie, I joked. A what? He asked carefully. Never mind. I shook my head. So, here's the thing. You were captured and brought to this castle. I'm afraid I can't change that, but there is good news. Your new master is a nice person who'll take care of you, feed you, and make sure you aren't hurt. I want to go back to my herd, Donphan whimpered. I bit my lip. He sounded completely heartbroken. Still, I had essentially saved his life. This was a far better fate than what had been waiting for him. I know. I slowly reached out, but he instinctively pulled away from my paw. Look, I'm not going to hurt you, okay? Promise? He asked quietly. I promised to Arceus that I won't hurt you unless we both agree to a fight. I placed a paw over my chest before gently patting his head. See? It's not so bad. I rubbed the underside of one of his hard ears, and his tense posture slowly began to relax. So, what will happen to me? He asked. Well, I playfully poked his long trunk. You can smell ores and minerals with that amazing nose of yours. You'll probably be asked to sniff out specific rocks, and then lead people to them. That's it? He blinked. Believe it or not, that ability to sniff out rocks is exactly what saved your life. I shrugged, continuing to pet him. By the way, how did you evolve? You sound way too young. A goofy grin spread across his face. I accidentally knocked out a strong Pokémon that was fighting our herd leader. I couldn't help smirking. Good one, kid. Stole the last hit, huh? Such a gamer move. What's a gamer? He asked. A super talented and extraordinarily smart Pokémon. I proudly puffed out my chest fluff. Donphan tilted his head so far he somehow became even more adorable. Are you a gamer? Indeed. I spun my wand, the small flame making our shadows dance across the garden walls. I am one such Pokémon. Wow, he beamed. That sounds so cool. Can I become a gamer too? He leaned a little closer. Well, I chuckled and gave him another pat on the head. You've got the basics for it. Let's worry about that tomorrow, though. I'm absolutely exhausted. Curled up beside the warm stone, with Donphan finally calmed down, I slept surprisingly well. By morning I stretched lazily, only to scare a small Pidgey that had been warming itself beside the enchanted rocks. It took off in a panic before I could even apologize for startling it. "Morning, Ventis." I spoke through our bond as I felt her mind slowly waking. "Donphan is okay." I calmed him down during the night, but still tried to approach him slowly. "Nice work, Fenn." She sent me a warm, happy emotion. "I'm going to call Robert. One thing first, ask him if you can have this Donphan. In return, I'll train the next one they capture." "What?" Ventis replied. "I'm already starting to have too many Pokémon as it is." "Well, he'll be with Terrence most of the time anyway." I shrugged, even though she couldn't see it. "Besides, I really like this kid." "Kid?" she asked. "Yeah, he's actually really young. He sounds comparable to a 10-year-old human child." I smiled. "We Pokémon can tell these things." "Well, I'll ask." Ventis sounded hesitant, but not opposed to the idea. 10 minutes later, both of them walked down the broad stone stairs leading into the garden. Donphan, of course, immediately hid behind me, which would have worked a lot better if he hadn't been twice as wide as me. It reminded me of one of those old cartoons where an elephant tries to hide behind a tiny tree. I had to bite my lip to stop myself from laughing. Ventis slowed down, knelt in the grass, and pulled out a few cookies meant for ground-type Pokémon. To me, they smelled faintly of freshly dug-up soil. Donphan, on the other hand, slowly emerged from behind me, sniffing the air with growing curiosity. "Go on, she's nice." I gently nudged his side. Donphan nodded and carefully reached out with his trunk to take one of the cookies. The moment he tasted it, his eyes lit up. He quickly scooped up the rest and happily munched away, not even noticing that Ventis was gently petting his head. "Such a good Donphan," she said in the soothing voice one would use with a child. "Don?" He looked up and finally noticed the purple-haired girl smiling warmly at him. "She is really nice." Donphan looked back at me. "See? I told you." I nodded smugly. "So, you want to have this Donphan?" Robert asked casually. "Well, he'll mostly travel with Terrence as my gatherer of rare minerals." "That seems reasonable," Robert nodded. "Could we test this ability you spoke of?" I simply looked at Ventis. "Sure," she answered. Robert signaled to a servant waiting nearby. The man stepped forward, carrying a piece of very dark, almost pitch-black ore. "This is the last meteoric ore we found, young master." He respectfully handed the rock over. Robert knelt and placed it before Donphan. "Is he asking me to sniff it?" Donphan asked. "Yep, and if you find more of it, I bet you'll get a whole bunch of those nice cookies you just had." "Yay!" He bounced excitedly in place before lowering his trunk to the ore. For nearly a minute, he carefully sniffed every side of it. Ventis unclipped the leash, leaving only the collar around his neck. "All right, kiddo, show us what you can do." Donphan's eyes gleamed with excitement. Without another moment's hesitation, he bolted through the castle gates. I sprinted after him while Ventis and Robert did their best to keep up. Soon we reached the entrance to one of the mines, where several workers hurriedly jumped aside to avoid the battering ram of a Pokémon charging through the tunnel. "I can smell it. I can." Donphan beamed at me, hopping excitedly before racing deeper into the mine. 2 minutes later, he came to an abrupt stop at what appeared to be nothing more than a dead end. "Sniff! Sniff!" He slowly moved his trunk across the rock face before taking several steps backward. Then he tucked in his legs using rollout. Thoom! The wall shook. By the second impact, Ventis and Robert had finally caught up. One nearby miner had already begun nervously chewing on his fingernails while repeatedly glancing at the wooden support beams overhead, clearly praying the tunnel wouldn't collapse on top of us. 6 crushing rollouts later, the wall finally gave way. A massive hole opened before us. I lifted my wand and conjured a ball of fire to illuminate the darkness beyond. The chamber was enormous. At least 20 meters wide and just as tall. Right in its center rested a meteorite nearly 5 meters across. The entire cavern looked as though it had once been filled with molten rock. Its walls were unnaturally smooth, shimmering in the firelight as countless gemstones sparkled from within the polished stone. "By Arceus," the miner whispered. His pickaxe slipped from his hands as he fell to his knees. I simply let out an appreciative whistle. "A meteorite geode," I murmured with a grin. "Huh, neat." "Crystalline structures created due to high heat and pressure," Ventis spoke in my mind. "Just as you told me." "See, I know my stuff." I grinned back through our bond. "Well, if nobody minds, this girl is going on a shopping trip." Before anyone could stop me, I jumped into the cavern and started searching for the cleanest, prettiest gemstones I could find. After stuffing my tail fluff to the brim, I happily trotted back out. No one even tried to stop me, which somehow made it even funnier. Most of them were still standing there in complete awe at the sheer size of the geode. At one point, I even pried a particularly gnarly-looking red gemstone from the wall. It looked like the wet dream of a modern miner. Well, have fun. I waved my wand before running all the way back to my room to admire my loot in proper daylight. Spreading everything across my bed, I examined my findings one by one and had to swallow hard. Every single stone appeared to be valuable. Rubies, sapphires, emeralds, even a few diamonds. The strange red chunk I'd pulled from the wall turned out to be a fist-sized cluster of rubies. It wasn't nearly as transparent as the cut gemstones, but I immediately decided what it would become, the headpiece of a wizard's staff. There was absolutely no way I was missing out on looking like a proper archmage one day. Barely an hour later, the entire castle was buzzing with excitement. What Donphan had found turned out to be worth even more than I had expected. After several experts examined the meteorite and the gemstones surrounding it, they estimated its value at nearly 5,000 gold royals, the large gold coins. Since Ventis had been responsible for discovering the deposit, the Marquis ruled that she would receive 20% of everything earned from its sale. The poor girl fainted on the spot. Donphan, meanwhile, received the treatment of a true hero, a mountain of premium cookies, a relaxing massage from one of the resident machoke, and an absurdly soft pillow waiting for him in our room. The young Pokémon happily rolled back and forth on it, stuffing cookies into his mouth between giggles. He was absolutely loving all the attention. A week later, and after about 6 more Donphan had been captured and collared, the Marquis formed a brand new mining squad. It took me a day or two to calm the Pokémon down and explain that they were about to become the most beloved beings around here before they truly accepted their new lives and roles. Little Don, the nickname Ventis had given our newest member, even helped me. He knew some of the other Donphan from the herd and happily told them about all the good things he had been getting for what he considered barely any work at all. Cookies, warm bedding, plenty of food, and scratches behind the ears apparently made for a very convincing argument. When Terence finally returned from his expedition carrying an overstuffed backpack and a light cold, he couldn't stop smiling between sneezes. He had gathered another batch of moonstones, 5 of them this time, along with 2 firestones, and a handful of neat-looking but otherwise useless rocks that he insisted were interesting. The moment he learned what Donphan could do, the boy practically started vibrating like Jolteon after eating too many sweets. It took Ventis nearly 10 whole minutes to stop Terence from sprinting right back into the mountains with his brand new partner. Of course, that was impossible anyway, as we were about to leave for the south and return to Evelna, this time with Robert coming along as well. While I liked the uniqueness of the northern mountain range and the calmness of the people living there, I was genuinely happy to be traveling south again. We had even gained an extra partner out of the whole trip, who was currently resting comfortably inside a crystal Pokeball just like Feraligatr. Arceus blessed convenient transportation. Don hadn't worried for even a second when he was told he'd be released again once we reached Evelna. Apparently, after hearing all my stories, he was almost looking forward to meeting everyone there. Terence was a little gloomy about leaving so soon, but he quickly cheered himself up by making plans for future expeditions with Don. Every few hours, he would pull out a notebook and scribble down another mountain or valley he wanted to explore. Ventis and Robert happily chatted together throughout most of the journey, so I eventually tuned them out and simply watched the forests, rivers, and rolling hills slowly drift past the carriage window. After 2 long weeks of travel, we finally arrived. I let out a content sigh the moment I stepped onto the ground. This was proper winter, cold enough to enjoy the season, but not so freezing that my nose felt ready to fall off. Living high in the mountains near Blackhall had been a little too much for my liking. I was a fire type, not an ice type. I wasn't even surprised to see Esther waiting beside her father. She wore a brand new outfit styled after Sylveon, complete with soft ribbons woven into the design, while the very same Pokémon sat proudly at her side. The pair almost looked coordinated. Peliene, of course, arrived just in time as well, smiling as though the sun itself had finally returned after a long winter's darkness. The moment the carriage rolled to a stop, Esther was already hurrying toward us. Fenn! Before I could even react, the girl wrapped both arms around me and pulled me into a hug. Oof! My paws instinctively stuck out to the sides as my brain tried to process what was happening. I missed you so much. Esther beamed, squeezing me tightly. Help! Nobody did. Count Alderic merely smiled into his beard while Peliene outright laughed. Oh, don't be so stiff, Fenn. I am currently being hugged against my will. I spoke in Pokémon Tunge, but not one of my team helped. The traitors. Esther giggled and, somehow, hugged even tighter. You're fluffy. I know I'm fluffy. That does not make me public property. She finally loosened her grip enough for me to breathe again before looking at me with slightly guilty eyes. I wanted to apologize again. I looked at her for a long moment, The spoiled noble brat I had first met was simply gone. In her place stood a somewhat awkward young lady who genuinely wanted to make things right. Breaks. Very awkwardly, I patted her shoulder. After everything settled down and our team finally returned to Ventis's room, I immediately noticed a pleasant change. The corner where the old bronze bathtub had once stood now housed a small indoor pool made specifically for Pokémon. Primarina spotted it first. She practically dove into the water, letting out a blissful sigh as she floated on the surface. Ah, water. I missed you so much. She completely relaxed, looking as though she might melt into the pool itself. So this is your place? Feraligatr looked around the room before scratching his chin. Seems way too small. It's called cozy. Noctowl rolled his eyes as he landed on the writing desk, making the old piece of furniture creak under his weight. My snuggle pillow. Jolteon immediately tackled his old cushion and rolled across it with pure happiness. I simply walked over to my own bed, one that had been custom made for my size. The moment I sat down, I slowly sank into the mattress. After letting out a long sigh, I leaned back with a smile. Ah, so much softer than that stiff bed in the capital. I stretched my paws above my head. There really is no place like home. And I meant it. Yvelna had become home to me. The grumpy Umbreon, the proud Stantler, and even the few Spearow I'd somehow befriended by feeding them the leftover crumbs from the castle kitchen. They were all part of it now. With Terrence having run off to Arceus New Ware, and Ventis essentially enjoying both her honeymoon and a well-earned holiday, I suddenly realized I wanted to do something other than train. Maybe? A hobby? But what? It wasn't as though Pokémon in this world really had hobbies. As I sat there pondering all the possibilities, I suddenly felt a gentle tug. It wasn't my soul bond with Ventis. It was something else. A strange sensation, almost like an invisible hand quietly encouraging me to take a walk. Since I was already restless after spending weeks inside a carriage, I decided not to question it and headed outside. Naturally, my assigned guardian, the big blue alligator known as Feraligatr, fell into step behind me without saying a word. Outside the castle walls, a flash of light suddenly appeared. A Kadabra teleported into existence, making both me and my guard jump into fighting stances. Peace. Kadabra immediately held up both hands. Remember me? You freed me. Wait. I placed a paw on Feraligatr's arm before he could charge. I know this one. I looked the psychic type up and down. He looked awful. Several cuts covered his body. His ribs were clearly visible beneath his skin, and he swayed slightly where he stood. What happened to you? I asked. Turns out. He slumped onto the ground with a tired sigh. I'm terrible at surviving in the wild. I really don't want another master. His voice cracked. But I don't want to starve either. The poor guy looked ready to cry. A fully grown, adult Pokémon. Hey! I hurried over and helped him back onto his feet. Come on, dude. I motioned for Feraligatr to help, and together we supported the nearly unconscious Kadabra as we brought him inside the castle grounds. Damn, Fenn. Umbreon chuckled as we walked past him. You should have gone easy on the poor Kadabra. It wasn't me, all right? I rolled my eyes. Rather, get him something to eat. What am I? A servant? Umbreon asked, sounding mildly offended. One glare from me was enough. Fine, whatever. He turned around with a dramatic sigh. Wins against me once and suddenly thinks she can boss me around, he muttered as he disappeared toward the kitchens. We stopped beside a fountain where I splashed a little water onto Kadabra's face before helping him drink. Thank you, he whispered, sounding genuinely grateful. So, how exactly did you mess up living in the wild? I didn't have much trouble. I paused. Well, little trouble. When I was still a Fennekin, Kadabra gave a bitter smile. I grew up beside humans. I had no idea what was edible and what wasn't. It took me ages just to find enough food, and every time I did, other Pokémon tried to chase me away. He sighed. I'm used to fighting one opponent at a time, not an entire group. Yeah, I nodded knowingly. I learned that lesson the hard way on my second day. Umbreon returned a minute later with a plate balanced in his mouth. A small stack of Poké cookies rested on top. Kadabra didn't even bother being polite. He devoured them, as though his life depended on it. Well, I leaned against the fountain with a grin. Even if you don't want an owner, you can still work for your food. Kadabra looked up between mouthfuls. How about becoming my training partner? You? Want us to fight? Sometimes, I shrugged. And every now and then you could use teleport as a fast travel service. Grade A premium taxi. Kadabra blinked. I have no idea what she just meant. He looked at Umbreon. Umbreon snorted. Trust me, neither do I. I just got used to her saying gibberish every now and then. The old dark type chuckled. Since there was no way we could squeeze yet another Pokémon into our room, and the manor had dozens of empty guest rooms, I decided to show Kadabra to one of them. Rest here. I'll handle things with Count Alderic. I led him to a neatly made bed after Primarina had helped clean him up. The water type had used a very gentle water gun while I dried his fur with towels and a bit of controlled heat. He looked considerably better now, free of briars, dirt, and the grime of months spent wandering. Thank you. Again. He smiled weakly. You saved me a second time. I'd like to think I'm collecting good karma. I winked before leaving him to get some well-deserved rest. After grabbing my slate and a fresh piece of chalk, I hurried to Count Alderic. So here's the deal. I freed a Kadabra from my would-be kidnapper half a year ago, and the poor guy wasn't meant for life in the wild. He's here now, weak and malnourished. He doesn't want to belong to anyone, but he's willing to trade his services for food and shelter. I finished writing after several pauses to wipe the slate clean. It took far too long, and I was becoming increasingly frustrated with my inability to speak human. My tongue simply refused to cooperate. I don't really like the idea of a wild Pokémon living in my manor, Alderic sighed. Well, there are plenty of Spearow and Rattata coming and going, I wrote before shrugging. Those are wild too. Let's not compare Vermin to a combat-capable Pokémon. He shook his head. Then how about his teleport ability? What about it? Alderic raised an eyebrow. He could teleport you to places he's already been, including the capital. Imagine being able to travel there and back in the blink of an eye. I tapped the slate with a smug grin. Pokémon can't teleport humans, only themselves. He dismissed the idea with another shake of his head. That statement genuinely stunned me. Did people really not know this? Oh, I was about to shatter this man's worldview. I mean, they can. It just seems nobody has ever tried it. The look on his face. Oh, Arceus, above. I wished cameras existed, just so I could preserve that expression forever. Prove it! Alderic stood up so abruptly his chair scraped across the floor. Maybe after our guest isn't on the brink of starvation? I tilted my head. Right. He slowly sat back down again. You did write that he nearly died in the wilderness. He rubbed his chin for a moment before looking back at me. As soon as he's healthy enough, I want you to send one of my guards to the capital with a letter and bring back a reply, if this truly works. He paused, his eyes narrowing. It would change transportation across the entire kingdom. I simply saluted, since my chalk had been worn down to little more than a tiny white nub. Ventis was almost impossible to talk to outside of the mornings and evenings, as she spent most of her days with Robert. They wandered through town, read books together, and, stuff. I left the lovebirds alone. Since I was bored out of my mind, I strapped on my training weights, adding another 50 pounds to my original set, and headed for the training grounds. Ha! I struck a dramatic pose once I made sure nobody was watching. This is only my second form, Goku. I laughed in the voice I remembered from a certain alien conqueror. What are you doing? The sudden voice made me jump. Unfortunately, with all that extra weight, jumping mostly meant tipping over like a felled tree. Arceus above! I yelped as I crashed onto my side. My heart almost leapt out of my chest. Kadabra looked down at me before helping me back onto my feet, his still weak muscles visibly straining. Don't ever teleport behind me and scare me like that, I huffed, dusting myself off. It was funny though, a second voice came from my other side. Without even thinking, I threw a punch. Sadly, my paw passed straight through the grinning ghost's face as he burst into laughter. Alderic's haunter? You're a rare sight. I groaned as the two idiots successfully teamed up to scare me. I didn't know about him. Kadabra instinctively took a defensive stance behind me. Don't worry, I waved a paw dismissively. Haunter isn't evil, although his sense of humor is questionable. I sighed, remembering the few times we'd met. Haunter floated around me in a slow circle before eyeing the straps around my arms and legs. So, what's all this stuff you're wearing? Weights. I answered with a resigned sigh. I'm doing some serious training. Or rather, I was trying to. Haunter tilted his head. I only saw you strike a pose and talk to yourself like a fool. I slowly lowered my head. Please, just leave me with what little dignity I have left. My ears drooped, and I could feel my face heating up. Both Haunter and Kadabra burst out laughing. After I was finally left to my own devices, I got to work. This time I knew for certain that I would reach my goal of using extreme speed. All I did was practice quick attack under the heavy weights, taking short breaks to drink some water and rest my legs. Even after almost a full year of training, that damned move was still unreachable without using at least one flame charge to boost my speed. Well, not yet. Jolteon joined me about an hour later, while Primarina decided that cheering from the sidelines was a perfectly acceptable form of exercise. Noctowl, meanwhile, chose to sleep. Typical. After a whole week of pushing myself to my absolute limit, I stopped beside the main road and let out a long breath. This is it. I lowered my stance. The next moment, I shot down the straight dirt road at such incredible speed that the wind almost felt like it was biting into my fur. I did it! I shouted from nearly 2 miles away, my voice barely carrying back to Feraligatr. With another burst of extreme speed, I returned in the blink of an eye, a thick cloud of dust racing after me before finally overtaking us. Incredible! Feraligatr slowly nodded. I honestly didn't believe your kind could learn that move. I used it by accident the first time when I was supercharged with electric energy. I dusted myself off. Ever since then, almost 10 months now. It's been my dream to learn it properly. I stretched my neck with a satisfied grin. Even now, I think I'm only barely using it the way it's meant to be. When I returned to the manor, I found Kadabra waiting for me and led him to Count Alderic. One of the household guards had already been selected for the experiment. Alderic wrote a short letter, sealed it with wax, and handed it to the soldier. I trust you, Kadabra, to bring my man back safely. And with a reply, he gave the psychic type a serious nod. Kakadabra! He saluted smartly. In the blink of an eye, both he and the guard vanished. I still can't believe nobody ever thought to try this. Alderic shook his head slowly. Beside him, his advisor silently picked his jaw up off the floor. It didn't take more than 2 hours before the very same soldier returned with Kadabra and a letter in tow. Alderic examined the blue wax seal, nodded in satisfaction, broke it open, and began reading. His capital manor's butler had written back a short report on the current situation in the city. It was undeniable proof. So you're telling me he can teleport anywhere? Alderic asked. Kadabra leaned toward me and quietly explained that there were certain spots of power, mostly places with many people gathered together, or locations rich in mystical energy. Those acted as anchors for teleport. In practice, it meant every town or city he had visited, along with a handful of unique places scattered across the kingdom. Once that was explained, Alderic made his decision almost immediately. Kadabra was given an official title as the manor's royal courier and assigned a small carriage with 6 guards as an escort. Their mission was simple: travel to every major town and city throughout the kingdom during the winter and establish teleportation points. I was honestly a little miffed about it. There went my training partner. Still, I had to admit, the Count was thinking several moves ahead. If this worked, his house would possess the fastest communication network in the entire nation. Now that I finally had extreme speed under my belt, I decided it was time to whip my own team back into shape. They'd been taking it easy for the past month, with all the traveling and sightseeing. The only exception was Jolteon, the battle junkie, who had continued training on his own. All right, I stomped my foot on the ground. Line up, 1-2, 1-2. Come on, maggots. The others slowly gathered, each wearing a different expression of impending doom. Noctowl, aerial ace drills, Primarina, land speed training, Jolteon. I looked at him for a second. Just keep doing whatever insane thing you usually do. Got it, he grinned. Hop, 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 everyone to the training field. Move it. With groans and very visible annoyance, aside from the electric maniac, they shuffled after me. Feraligatr laughed from the sidelines. That was a seriously convincing drill instructor impression. You're more than welcome to join. I shot him a grin as I hurried toward the training grounds. And so we ended up occupying nearly every free section of the training yard, working like complete maniacs. Well, most of us did. The winter became training time. I remembered last year, when we were only just starting to form a proper team. Noctowl had still been a hoot-hoot back then, and we hadn't had nobles trying to kidnap or assassinate us. Now I had to think about the Jaushara royal family, spies, and all the other lovely things that came with becoming important. After Terence's accident, and my own kidnapping, I had finally gotten a proper reality check. It was time to hit the accelerator. My next goal was learning Lightning Punch. Thankfully, there was already one Pokémon around who knew the move, Magmar. Luckily, Terence and the others returned only 2 weeks later. Judging by the look on his face and the literal cart being pulled into the manor, I braced myself for another absurd discovery. We already had trouble selling all the evolution stones he'd found. What he unloaded this time, however, made me jump with joy. 2 more high-quality gemstones suitable for carving into Pokeballs, an ice stone, a leaf stone, and an entire pile of revives, several of which looked suspiciously like max revives. The yellowish stones practically radiated life energy. Apparently, Don had found a whole vein of them, and they just kept digging more out. Terence. Ventis blinked. Where did you get a Mudbray? She gently petted the little donkey Pokémon, who happily leaned into the scratches. I traded a few gemstones to a merchant for him. Terence shrugged before pulling a carrot from his backpack and feeding the delighted Mudbray. He was actually happy to part with him. He is a cutie too. All right, I spoke to Ventis through our bond. I think it's time to turn our stone savings into actual value. You think it's all right? She asked. Oh, absolutely, I nodded. Together, we carried all the stones into Terence's secure storage room. Inside, we carefully sorted everything onto labelled shelves. 8 firestones, check. 7 moonstones, check. 2 lightning stones, check. 3 leaf stones, check. 3 water stones, check. I continued counting before grinning. 1 dawn stone, 1 dusk stone, 1 sunstone, and 1 ice stone. Checkaroo. Ventis couldn't help rolling her eyes. So, about the plan. She pulled out a somewhat crumpled sheet of paper. We send 2 water stones to King Callister with a note. Add 4 moonstones as well. I continued checking our inventory. We really don't need that many, and the king has very deep pockets. Got it. She quickly scribbled down the change. Then we sell 1 ice stone, 2 leaf stones, and 3 firestones to the count. She scratched her head with the back of her charcoal pencil. Are you sure he'll pay well? Oh, I'm sure, I grinned. Imagine Eevee evolutions coming out of his county like candy. Every noble family would become desperate to get their hands on one. That leaves us with all the rare stones. 1 water stone, 2 moonstones, and 5 firestones. She nodded to herself before looking back at me. Why keep so many? Wouldn't it be better to sell everything? Well, I folded my arms. If you really become an Archmage one day, you might need a few extremely powerful Pokémon. Besides, these stones are only this common because nobody knew they existed. Once word spreads, every miner in the kingdom will start searching for them. I smiled knowingly. No secret stays buried forever. We should keep the rarer stones. Who knows if we'll ever find more when we actually need them? Ventis slowly nodded. Good point. With our decision made, we prepared an elegantly decorated wooden box. Inside, we carefully placed 2 water stones and 4 moonstones. Along with them, I wrote a short note. The water stones could evolve Eevee into Vaporeon for the prince, or perhaps be used on a Staryu to obtain a Starmie for the king if he wished. As for the moonstones, my instructions were wonderfully simple. Have a Nidorino and a Nidorina touch these. With the box magically sealed and entrusted to Peliane's faithful Swellow, we finally headed to Count Alderic. Alderic was in the middle of his usual afternoon tea when we arrived. I couldn't quite tell whether he was happy or frustrated to see us, as his face cycled through several emotions in the span of a few seconds. Still, I let Ventis handle the negotiations while I casually sat down beside Umbreon. Count Alderic. Ventis smiled politely. I am sure Peliane has already informed you about the stones. She did. Alderic nodded with a smile. So, are you finally ready to part with one? He asked, barely hiding the greed in his voice. Well, not exactly. Ventis chuckled, making the Count frown slightly. We would actually like to sell you several. You have more? The Count practically leapt out of his chair. Ventis carefully opened the long wooden box she had been carrying. Nestled inside, 6 beautifully polished stones shimmered in the afternoon light. 1 pale blue, 2 vibrant green, and 3 deep crimson gems. The red ones are firestones for Flareon, the green ones are leaf stones for Leafeon, and the blue one is an ice stone for Glaceon, Ventis explained. Alderic had to grab the armrest of his ornate chair to keep himself from collapsing. So, his voice trembled slightly. You're telling me I could own the 2 rarest Eevee evolutions in the entire kingdom? Indeed. Ventis nodded. Patrick! He suddenly roared. His advisor appeared almost instantly. Bring me 2 fully matured Eevees from the group we plan to sell this winter. Patrick didn't even answer. He simply turned and sprinted. How much? Alderic asked, not taking his eyes off the stones for even a second. After much consideration, Ventis glanced at me before continuing. We're willing to sell the firestones for 200 gold shillings each, while the rarer stones are 500 each. Sold! The Count's answer came so quickly I wasn't even sure he'd finished hearing the sentence. That comes to 2,100 gold shillings. He clapped once. A nearby guard hurried over, received a hastily scribbled note, and immediately ran toward the treasury. A few minutes later, Patrick returned, carrying an Eevee under each arm. Both Pokémon looked mildly offended by the mode of transportation. Alderic carefully reached into the box and picked up the pale blue stone and one of the green ones before kneeling beside the Eevees. This will help you evolve, he whispered gently, making sure neither of them became frightened. He slowly touched each Pokémon with its respective stone. Light erupted. A moment later, an elegant Glaceon and a beautiful Leafeon stood where the Eevees had been. Both blinked several times before, excitedly examining their own new bodies. "They're wonderful." Alderic's voice softened into something almost fatherly as he gently stroked each of them. "Oh, aren't you two beautiful?" "Yes, you are. Such gorgeous little ones." The newly evolved Pokémon happily leaned into the affection. "Beside me," Umbreon sighed. "I think we lost him. We definitely lost him." I chuckled into Ventis's mind. "You're starting to get used to owning a lot of money," I spoke to Ventis as we walked back to our room. "I've grown tired of fainting," she answered with an exhausted smile. "Besides, I'm kind of over it. I already sent 50 gold shillings to my parents, so they won't have to worry for years, and I stored the rest in the capital bank. And now we've almost filled up the expanded storage of that weird magical satchel again." I chuckled. "Indeed," she grinned. Back in the room, I immediately bumped into Jolteon, who had somehow managed to fall asleep right beside the door. To avoid stepping on him, I stumbled sideways and slammed into the bookshelf. "Jolteon, could you not sleep beside the door?" I grumbled as I picked up the books that had scattered across the floor and placed them back one by one. The last one made me pause. Archmage Zolnaria's healing booklet. Ventis had completely given up on deciphering it, while I'd nearly driven myself mad trying to understand the old lunatic's ramblings. The man was undoubtedly a genius, but he also wrote in a way that only another genius could ever hope to follow. Since I wasn't planning to train this late in the afternoon anyway, I sighed and decided to give it another chance. Or burn it out of spite. The room was pleasantly quiet. I'd made sure our mornings were packed with training, so everyone was tired. Primarina lazily munched on berries beside her pool. Noctowl was already half asleep on his perch, while Jolteon merely grumbled at my earlier shouting and dragged his pillow over to the window before collapsing onto it again. I climbed onto my bed, leaned against the wall, and opened the booklet. I'd already read it once, but maybe I'd overlooked something. When I reached the page filled with what I'd always called Pidgey scratchings, I frowned. It still didn't resemble writing in the slightest. With a sigh, I tossed the booklet onto the bed beside me. Then, I slowly picked it back up. Turning it sideways, I suddenly noticed something I'd somehow missed before. There were 5 horizontal lines, and those strange little blobs. My eyes widened. I'd learned to play the guitar back on Earth. Notes. My mind practically screamed the word. Without thinking, I quietly hummed the melody written across the page. Barely 10 seconds passed before I heard several soft thuds around the room. "Huh?" Looking up, I froze. Primarina was asleep in the pool. Noctowl had fallen right off his perch. Jolteon was snoring into his pillow. Even Feraligatr had slid down the wall beside the door, fast asleep. A slow, downright evil grin spread across my muzzle. "Oh!" I looked back at the innocent-looking booklet. "This is Pokémon Sing." There was, quite obviously, only one reasonable thing left to do. Suppressing my laughter, I grabbed a cold piece of charcoal from the fireplace and quietly walked from Pokémon to Pokémon. Jolteon received an impressive curled moustache. Noctowl got bushy eyebrows worthy of an old wizard. Primarina earned elegant whiskers and beauty marks. Even Feraligatr wasn't spared, ending up with tiny spectacles and a distinguished goatee. Lastly, Ventis, a magnificent curly moustache. Round spectacles, rosy circles on both cheeks. I took a few careful steps back to admire my work before biting my lip to keep from bursting out laughing. "Oh, this little booklet," I snickered quietly, "is an absolute gem." Now I understood that I needed to look at all those weird scratches as something other than writing. The next page wasn't a song, but as I focused on it, I felt normal type energy gathering inside me. A pleasant warmth spread through my body, and a moment later I instinctively knew a new move. Wish, a healing ability. The page after that carried water-type energy, which immediately clashed with my own. My eyes simply glazed over as I stared at the scribbles, unable to make sense of them. I shook my head and turned the page. Grass-type energy. Again, nothing. I simply didn't have that element inside me. The following page, however, reacted differently. Since Ventis always kept flowers in our room, I suddenly felt fairy-type energy flowing from the nearby blossoms. It gathered around me, trying to settle inside my body. I knew I wasn't a fairy type, yet somehow the magically written notes forced the knowledge into my mind. Floral healing. I blinked in surprise. "I can only use this near flowers," I murmured, instinctively understanding the move's limitation. And even then, barely. I carefully turned another page. Another, and another. "This booklet," I whispered, my ears slowly rising. Holy Arceus. Every page wasn't a language. It was an imprint. Like an old-school TM disc from the games, except instead of a machine, someone had written the move into existence through magic. The best one came near the end. Heal Pulse. Unlike the game, this version wasn't just a beam of healing energy. I instinctively understood that it could restore not only my own injuries, but also those of nearby allies. It was absurdly efficient. This is broken. I couldn't help but giggle. My first thought wasn't even about using it myself. It was about making everyone else read the booklet. I wonder what Primarina would learn. Noctowl? Jolteon? My grin only widened. With my entire team snoring thanks to Sing, I quietly slipped outside to find the only member still awake. Magmar. Hey, big guy. I tapped his shoulder. He was lying comfortably in the garden with a snack tray balanced on his stomach. Tired? Nope. He lazily tossed another cookie into his mouth. Just enjoying the peace. It's hard to rest when following Terrence around. The kid's like an IPOM on a sugar rush. Yeah, I nodded with a chuckle. That he is. I plopped down beside him and, while he wasn't looking, casually stole one of his cookies. I was wondering, could you teach me Lightning Punch? Magmar raised an eyebrow. I'm not even sure your kind can learn it. Why not Fire Punch? I already have plenty of fire moves. I shrugged while sneaking another cookie. I need some variety. Besides, I flashed him a confident grin. I'm pretty sure I can learn it. He scratched his chin thoughtfully. Well, Terrence needs at least a week of rest anyway. He doesn't show it much, but he twisted his ankle pretty badly during the trip. That's both bad and good, I guess. I shrugged, reaching for yet another cookie. Magmar slapped my paw away. Get your own. Sure. I laughed, rubbing my paw dramatically before leaning back to watch the clouds lazily drift across the winter sky. Somewhere in the back of my mind, I was already planning tomorrow's training. Lightning Punch wasn't going to learn itself. The next morning, Primarina was the only one who managed to learn more moves. She picked up both Floral Healing and Aqua Ring. Noctowl learned Pain Split, which I knew could become absolutely broken if used well, while the others couldn't learn anything from the booklet. That didn't stop our regular training. Primarina still needed to become faster on land, so she spent the morning sprinting around the training field instead of lounging in water. Jolteon needed to improve his dodging, so he was sent to the log course where Swinging Trunks tried their best to smack him into next week. Noctowl's strength was already good enough, but against Umbreon he had missed almost every attack during their last spar. His new exercise was simple: launch several rocks into the air and hit every single one before they touched the ground. As for me, I was sitting beside Magmar, focusing on the tiny amount of lightning-type energy that barely existed inside my body. Ready? He asked. As I'll ever be. A gentle lightning punch struck my shoulder. The jolt wasn't meant to hurt. Instead, I focused on drawing that electrical energy into myself, trying to understand it and make it my own. Again, and again, and again. Even though Magmar held back immensely, the repeated shocks slowly wore me down. My muscles twitched involuntarily, and by midday my fur looked like I'd stuck my tail into a thundercloud. All right, I huffed, stuffing an orange berry into my numb mouth. Break. The berry barely dulled the tingling in my cheeks. This is some seriously messed up training. My father taught me this way, Magmar answered between breaths. I slowly looked him up and down. Now I understand why you turned out like this. I chuckled. Thump. His fist met my back, not charged with electricity this time. Ow. I was being nice. I lied, though he did not buy it. What truly made me grin was Ventis. After watching me decipher the healing booklet, she decided to read through it herself. Much to everyone's shock, she somehow managed to convert 2 of the Pokémon moves into actual human magic. Most of the attempts failed spectacularly, producing nothing more than sparks or collapsing spell circles. Healing Pulse and Wish. Healing Pulse became an area spell centered around herself. Anyone close enough could slowly recover from wounds, as long as she maintained the magic. Wish, on the other hand, worked at a distance. It took several seconds before the healing arrived, making it less useful in the middle of a frantic battle, but perfect for supporting someone who'd been forced away from her. No matter, we finally had proper healing magic that could keep us fighting, instead of praying we wouldn't get hurt. Ventis didn't stop there. She began branching into utility spells as well. Levitation allowed her to lift objects without touching them. Another spell magically locked doors, chests, or practically anything with a lid, reinforcing them to the point where brute force barely worked anymore. That one made Robert very interested. Personally, I preferred the cleaning spell. Instead of dragging me into another bath, Ventis could simply cast it, and every bit of dust, soot, mud, and grime vanished from my coat. It even fluffed my tail back up afterward. I became an immediate fan. She also mastered a repair spell. It wasn't some ridiculous miracle that could restore shattered objects, but torn clothes, cracked leather, snapped straps, and minor damage could all be mended surprisingly well. By the time winter settled in properly, every single one of us had fallen into a comfortable rhythm. Mornings began with training. Afternoons were spent studying, experimenting, or helping around the manor. Evenings usually ended with someone collapsed from exhaustion. Eventually, even Terence and his Pokémon started joining us regularly. Gathering minerals was one thing, but after everything that had happened, the boy wanted to become stronger himself. Magmar pushed his flames higher. Little Don repeatedly charged stone walls until they cracked, while Geodude stubbornly refused to lose against gravity every time I made him climb cliffs with extra weights tied to him. 2 full months of relentless training, and more than a few real battles against wild Pokémon finally paid off. One afternoon, Geodude suddenly began to glow. The familiar light of evolution surrounded him, his body growing larger and heavier before finally revealing a proud Graveler. Terence actually cried. Little Don rolled around in circles, cheering loud enough that half the nearby Spearow flock took off in fright. The celebration lasted the entire evening. Before long, winter slowly began giving way to spring. Snow melted from the hillsides, birds returned to the forests, and everyone knew what that meant. Our second year at the academy was drawing closer. That final week before departure became our hardest yet. Primarina no longer feared training. In fact, she enjoyed it. The former diva now arrived at the training field before I did on some mornings, already stretching and demanding another race across the grounds. Jolteon had become an absolute menace. He was so fast and agile that even Umbreon struggled to land a clean hit on him. Noctowl's accuracy had reached an absurd level. He could launch 17 stones into the air and strike every single one before the first touched the ground. As for me, I stood before a battered training dummy, my fist crackling with yellow lightning. Lightning punch. Crack! The blow exploded through the dummy, sending straw flying across half the training yard. I couldn't help smiling. During the winter, we received letters from both the king and the second prince. They were delighted with the gifts and promised us something nice in return once we arrived back in the capital. Since we had already packed everything and were ready to leave, we decided to keep the remaining evolution stones hidden here. Ventis sealed them with several layers of magic before we buried them beneath a massive old oak, marking the place only in our memories. Terence decided to remain at Velna with his Pokémon. There were still plenty of unexplored hills around the county, and the chance of being ambushed by some unseen noble's agent was much lower than near the capital. Honestly, I agreed with the decision. He now had a Graveler, Magmar, Donphan, and even a cart pulled by a cute little Mudbray. The donkey Pokémon had quickly grown attached to the rest of the team and happily trotted after them wherever they went. For a peasant-born servant, Terence now travelled with as many Pokémon as some nobles owned personally. Of course, legally they were all still registered under Ventis's name. Not that any of us really cared. Ventis also technically owned 6 Mudstales now. 2 remained here with the old carriage, while the 4 I liked pulled our newer, far more luxurious one. I was in the middle of checking our luggage when something made my fur stand on end. It wasn't a sound, nor a smell. Just a feeling, like a terrible omen pressing against my instincts. Without thinking, I slipped off the roof of the carriage and landed silently on the gravel path. My eyes swept across the manor grounds. Nothing. The garden was peaceful. Servants carried crates and luggage as they chatted amongst themselves. Pidgeys chirped somewhere in the trees, while other small Pokémon busied themselves around the flower beds. Our own team was saying their goodbyes before the long journey northwest. Everything looked normal. I closed my eyes and focused my senses as far as they would reach. Nothing. After nearly a full minute, I slowly let out the breath I'd been holding. I was sure I felt something. I muttered to myself. Through our bond, I reached out to Ventis. Don't be alarmed, but keep your wand in your hand once we leave. I might just be jumpy, but something felt off. I will. She gave me a subtle nod before speaking through our link again. Warn the others in Pokémon tongue. I quietly passed the warning to the rest of our team. Jolteon's ears perked up immediately. Primarina stopped chatting. Noctowl silently scanned the tree line. Even for Alligator's usually relaxed posture stiffened ever so slightly. One by one, we climbed into the carriage. As it rolled away from the manor gates, I couldn't shake the feeling crawling at the back of my mind. I just hoped that my instincts were playing tricks on me. Carnelio crouched behind one of the manor's tall stone chimneys, his illusion magic bending the light around him until his silhouette all but vanished. Even the falling snow seemed to slip past without disturbing the spell. Resting against his belt was a crystal Pokéball. Inside waited Kabutops, the perfect weapon against a Bryson. How the clan elder had managed to combine forbidden magic with ancient fossils and restore an extinct Pokémon was beyond Carnelio's understanding. He had stopped asking questions years ago. His job wasn't to understand, it was to kill. The Haxon ducal family had issued a simple contract. Ventis Balatoa, her Brakeson. Neither was to arrive to the capital alive. Carnilio remained perfectly still, barely allowing himself to breathe as he watched the courtyard below. Servants loaded luggage onto the carriage while Pokémon wandered between them. Knights chatted with stable hands. It looked like any other peaceful departure. Then his target moved. The Brakeson casually tightened a loose rope on top of the carriage. A heartbeat later, her ears snapped upright. She froze, every muscle in her body tensed. Slowly, far too slowly for comfort. She turned her head. Not toward the gate, not toward the servants, toward him. Carnilio's pulse slammed against his ribs. No, she can't. The Brakeson leapt from the carriage roof, landing silently before scanning the entire garden. Her sharp blue eyes swept across rooftops, windows, walls, and paused. For one dreadful second, Carnilio became convinced they were staring directly at him. A cold bead of sweat rolled down his neck. Impossible! His illusion concealed not only his body but even the faint traces of mana around him. He had hidden from archmages before. There was no reason a Brajan should notice him. Unless he forced the thought from his mind. Without making a sound, he slowed his breathing and suppressed every trace of hostile intent until his mind became as still as a frozen lake. The Brajan kept searching. Another second passed. Then another. Finally, she looked away. Carnilio didn't move. He didn't blink. He simply waited. Below, he saw the Brakeson turn towards her trainer. The young noble gave the tiniest nod before subtly resting a hand on her wand. The other Pokémon changed as well. The Jolteon's ears remained rigid. The Noctowl stopped pretending to be relaxed. Even the large Feraligatr shifted his weight ever so slightly, placing himself where he could intercept an attack. They know. Not where. Not who. But they knew something was wrong. Carnilio clicked his tongue silently. There would be another chance. There always was. His form dissolved into the chimney's shadow. A whispered spell escaped his lips, and by the time the first carriage rolled through the manor gates, the rooftop was empty. Only the wind remained. This wasn't the first assignment the Haxon family had given his clan against this target. It was the second. The first had been much simpler. Scare them away from the capital. The target had been the servant boy, Terence. Killing the miner was supposed to frighten Ventis into leaving the academy and returning to the countryside. That mission had failed. Not only had the boy survived, but too many innocent people had been caught in the rockslide. The clan had formally apologized to Duke Haxon for the sloppy execution. Strangely enough, the Duke had withdrawn the contract on Terence shortly afterward. No replacement mission followed. Something about waiting. Carnilio never questioned orders. He wasn't stupid, though. Every assassin received enough information to understand the political landscape surrounding a contract. It reduced mistakes. Duke Haxon had long been at odds with County Velna. Then this girl had appeared seemingly out of nowhere. Ventis, a former peasant. Within a single year, she had attracted the favor of the king himself, earned the attention of the Archmage, and somehow raised Count E. Velna's standing among the nobility. Rumor even suggested the Count might soon be elevated in rank, all because of one young mage. And her extraordinary Brakeson. Carnilio also knew there were noble houses quietly working against King Callister's rule. The Haxon family stood among them, though proving such a thing was another matter entirely. To those houses, seeing a common-born girl become so closely associated with the second prince and the Archmage must have been unbearable. Carnilio, of course, was merely a tool, and tools weren't supposed to have opinions. Yet, he couldn't help admiring the girl. Much like himself, she had come from nothing. The difference was that she had climbed upward into the light, while he had disappeared into the shadows. Whether she had sought fame or stumbled into it didn't matter. She had changed the kingdom. He tightened his grip on the crystal Pokéball at his belt. It is a shame, he murmured to himself, to snuff out such a bright light. For a brief moment, he closed his eyes. Then, the assassin returned. A job was still a job. The carriage ride was tense. I couldn't feel that strange sensation anymore. Yet, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was terribly wrong. It was like having a laser sight aimed at my head. I couldn't see the beam or feel its heat, yet I knew it was there. Waiting. Watching. Don't worry. Commander Lewis gave us a confident thumbs up. I'm here to protect you. He certainly looked like someone who could arm wrestle an Ursaring before breakfast. Ventis had lent him one of her crystal Pokéballs, Feraligatr resting inside, ready to be released at a moment's notice. None of us were worried about the academy anymore. By late afternoon, the tension eased slightly. I tried to distract myself by watching spring slowly reclaim the countryside. Early flowers dotted the fields, and fresh green leaves had begun appearing on the trees. That evening we stopped at a roadside tavern. Commander Lewis insisted on taking the first watch himself, standing outside our room with one hand resting on his sword. Alligator waited in the garden directly beneath our window, refusing to sleep. It was the middle of the night when my eyes suddenly flew open. The feeling. It was back. The glass window before me silently dissolved into grey mist. A figure dressed entirely in black slipped through the opening without making a sound. In his hand was a crystal Pokeball already glowing with magic. A flash of light. A Pokémon emerged. Kabutops, my mind screamed. Without hesitation, I flooded our soul bond with raw panic. Ventis woke instantly, just in time. A poisoned dagger stopped less than an inch from her throat as the enchanted ring gifted by Prince Augustine burst into life. A translucent barrier flared around her neck, stopping the blade with a sharp crack. I didn't even have time to breathe. Kabutops lunged at me. 2 light screens shattered almost instantly beneath its scythe-like arms, the razor-sharp blades missing my throat by mere centimeters. Fuck this. I vanished with extreme speed. Lightning crackled around my fist as I reappeared beside the fossil Pokémon, driving a lightning punch straight into its ribs. The impact slammed Kabutops into the floor hard enough to splinter the wooden planks. Ventis was no slower. She thrust out her wand and activated a field of crackling static around herself. Any attempt to strike her in melee would now electrocute the attacker. All of this happened in less than 2 seconds. Then the room exploded into chaos. Jolteon sprang awake in a shower of sparks. Primarina gathered water. Noctowl flared his wings. The door to our room didn't even open. It exploded inward. The Aura Knight burst through the shattered wood with murder in his eyes. The assassin instantly realized the attack had failed. Without hesitation, he dove toward the window. Thoom! He rebounded violently. A triple-layered barrier shimmered into existence around the room. Ventis. She hadn't cast it now. She had prepared it before going to sleep. Nothing was getting in. Nothing was getting out. I wanted to help capture the assassin. Instead, thud! Kabutops drove both feet into my solar plexus with a brutal double kick. The air exploded from my lungs. Before I could recover, a water pulse, a sphere of spinning water, struck me square in the face. The world lurched sideways. Everything spun. My balance vanished. Fine. If I couldn't see straight, I just hit everything in front of me. Lightning surged through my arm once more. I poured everything I had left into a final lightning punch. Ventis instinctively did the same through our bond. The world blurred. The punch landed. This time, something gave way, unlike anything before. Kabutops shuddered violently. Its weight suddenly collapsed onto my outstretched arm. The room slowly stopped spinning. I blinked, then looked down. Blood, dark, warm blood, coated my paw. There was a hole. Right through Kabutops' chest. My breath caught. I stared without understanding. This wasn't fainting. This wasn't a battle ending. I'd killed it. Behind me, the assassin was already pinned to the floor by the Aura Knight, completely overpowered. I slowly turned toward the others. My stomach lurched. The contents of my dinner hit the floor before I could stop it. I'd seen death since coming to this world. But I'd never killed anyone myself. I had always tried not to. Pokémon moves were terrifyingly powerful, especially when I was supercharged by a human mage. Only now did I realize something. I'd always been holding back. Whether it was my flames or my physical attacks, I had always instinctively pulled my punches. I had never truly gone all out. Until now. Until our lives were on the line. Did I regret it? The answer was complicated. Kabutops had worn a collar. He hadn't chosen to attack me. He had been ordered to kill me. Could I have removed his collar somehow? Could I have saved him? I honestly didn't know. Everything had happened so fast. There hadn't been time to think. I'd acted purely on instinct. I killed him. I stared down at my paw. It had already been cleaned. Ventis had used her cleaning spell on both my fur and the room, washing away every trace of blood. Yet, I could still feel it. My paw trembled. It had been over an hour since the attack, yet my thoughts refused to slow. My stomach still churned, even though there was nothing left to throw up. I felt sick, sad, relieved that we had survived, furious at whoever had sent an assassin after us. Every emotion crashed together until I simply couldn't hold them back anymore. I broke. Tears streamed down my muzzle as Ventis wrapped both arms around me. She gently stroked the fur between my ears, saying nothing for a long while. Finally, she spoke in a hushed voice. "You did your best." Her hand continued to stroke my head. "Everything is all right now. I buried my face against her shoulder. The next 3 days passed quietly. The captured assassin was handed over to the local authorities when we passed through one of the larger towns, but aside from that, nothing noteworthy happened. I mostly kept to myself. I knew it was stupid not to talk. I simply couldn't. Primarina quietly hummed soft melodies whenever she sat beside me. Jolteon rarely spoke at all, choosing instead to simply lean against my side whenever we rested. Noctowl reminded me more than once that I'd save not only myself, but Ventis as well. With our soul bond, the death of one of us would have meant the death of the other. I knew they were right. It just didn't make the memory any lighter. On the 4th day, just before our carriage crested the final hill overlooking the capital, I finally broke the silence. I'm all right. Everyone looked toward me. I took a slow breath before continuing. If anyone threatens us again, my voice was calm, almost frighteningly so. I won't hold back. I looked down at my paw for only a moment, before lifting my head again. This world doesn't allow us to stay weak. No one answered immediately. There wasn't really anything to say. They all understood. Ventis quietly reached over and rested a hand on my shoulder. That was enough. As the towers of the capital slowly rose beyond the hill, I realized just how much had changed over the past year. We were no longer the naive mage and curious Brakeson who had nervously stepped through the academy gates. We had survived political schemes. The 2nd year awaited us. This time, we would enter the Royal Magic Academy not as outsiders trying to find our place, but as people who already understood the cost of standing in the middle of noble politics. And we were ready. Zelia and Reginald were waiting for us with warm smiles, instantly lifting the serious mood that had lingered throughout the journey. They helped unload our luggage while I stepped into the entrance hall. Then I smelled it. Fresh pizza. How they knew we were about to arrive, I honestly didn't care. Right now, I needed my old comfort food more than ever. Without another thought, I left my suitcase beside the stairs and bolted toward the kitchen. Zelia couldn't help but laugh. I knew you'd smell it before you saw it. I ignored the teasing, grabbed a knife, cut myself a thick slice, and immediately stuffed my face with the steaming goodness. The gooey cheese stretched with every bite. The mellow tomato sauce blended perfectly with the fresh herbs, and the crisp crust had just the right amount of crunch. My legs actually shuddered. Oh, pizza, I mumbled between mouthfuls. My one true love, embrace me. By the time I finally slowed down, an entire plate had disappeared. Soon the others joined in, and several pizzas later, we were all comfortably full. Since it was such a happy reunion, we decided not to tell Zelia and Reginald what had happened on the road. Instead, we shared stories from Blackhall and our time at Evelna, keeping the conversation light. By late afternoon, everyone had settled back into their rooms. I flopped onto my bed and immediately frowned. I forgot how stiff the capital's beds are. As I thought back to the wonderfully soft bed waiting for me at Evelna, I let out a quiet chuckle. For the first time in days, my mind drifted toward completely unimportant things. It felt peaceful. With that comforting thought, I closed my eyes and quietly drifted off to sleep. With a few days left before the academy opened for the new year, I decided to spend some time wandering the capital. This time, I wasn't alone. Jolteon had apparently promoted himself to my second bodyguard, so the 3 of us walked together. A Feraligatr, a Jolteon, and a Brakeson. Honestly, we looked a little out of place. Did I care about the strange looks we got? Hell no. Ventis had also decided to retire her old academy uniform. As a second-year student, she was no longer required to wear one, and after her recent growth spurt, the old outfit barely fit anyway. Instead, she wore the elegant mage robes Pelien had given her. At 19 and a half, she was almost fully grown now. Robert, who had once been noticeably taller, was now only slightly above her height. As I turned into one of the manor's corridors, I nearly walked straight into Bishop. Finally, we meet again, I grinned. So Robert managed to rescue you from the capital manor? It wasn't that bad. Bishop shrugged. I missed him, certainly, but he decided to leave me here with the other Pokémon from the capital manor. Huh, I never really met them, I admitted. The only time I'd been there was during Ventis's birthday celebration. You'll have to introduce me next time. Bishop gave a simple nod before continuing toward Robert's study, a room that had practically been surrendered to books. Shelves lined every wall, with more stacks slowly invading the floor. So many books. Just as I continued down the corridor, I heard Zelia's voice coming from Ventis's room. If you keep fidgeting like that, I'll never get your hair right. Curious, I peeked inside. Ventis stood before the mirror wearing an elegant ballroom dress, while Zelia carefully adjusted the final strands of her purple hair. Huh? I asked through our bond. What's the occasion? Sorry, I didn't want to bother you, she replied. Besides, it's a non-Pokémon event. Robert and I are attending a small ball tonight. Sheesh. I rolled my eyes. And here I thought you hated those. I did. She smiled that goofy little smile that always appeared whenever Robert was involved. But with good company, I'm sure it'll be much more enjoyable. Sure, I smirked. Don't come crying to me when those shoes destroy your toes. Ventis laughed, earning a mock scolding look from Zelia as she tried to keep her hair in place. I simply waved a paw and continued down the hallway, leaving the two of them to finish getting ready. The ballroom below was alive with music and laughter. Crystal chandeliers bathed the polished floor in warm light, while noble couples drifted gracefully from one dance to the next. From the second-floor gallery, two men watched the festivities in silence. One held a glass of dark wine. The other kept both hands clasped behind his back. Marquis Dante Ironhill finally broke the silence. Your Grace. Duke Leopold Haxon didn't take his eyes off the dancers below. Marquis. Dante's gaze settled on a familiar couple. Ventis Balatoa and Robert moved together surprisingly well. The young woman's earlier awkwardness at noble gatherings had all but disappeared over the past year. You've become impatient. Leopold's expression didn't change. I don't know what you mean. Of course. Dante let the answer hang for a moment before continuing. The incident on the southern road was unfortunate. I trust those responsible have already answered for their failure. They have. Moments passed by. Dante slowly exhaled. With respect, Your Grace, repeated failures tend to attract unwanted attention. Leopold finally looked at him. You presume much. I observe much. Leopold returned his attention to the ballroom. That girl has become a political inconvenience beyond reason. A commoner should not stand beside princes, archmages, and kings, as though she belongs there. Dante's eyes narrowed, ever so slightly. No, that wasn't the real reason. The Duke couldn't care less about Ventis's birth. He cared that County Velna had become untouchable because of her. For years, House Haxon had slowly tightened the noose around the county. Political favours, trade pressure, influence at court, all of it had unravelled within a single year. The king now watched Velna. The archmage visited it. The second prince openly associated with its people. Touching the count had become impossible, and it all traced back to one purple-haired girl and one strange Brigson. Even so, Dante said carefully, choosing every word, there are gentler methods. You suggest blackmail. I suggest options. The Duke considered that. And if she refuses? Dante didn't answer immediately. There are always additional moves after diplomacy fails. Leopold allowed himself the faintest smile. For a military man, you play an interesting game of politics. I merely prefer victories that don't invite questions. The Duke nodded once. The music below reached its finale as applause echoed through the ballroom. Leopold drained the last of his wine before handing the empty glass to a passing servant. Very well. He turned toward the corridor. I believe. He paused just long enough for Dante to wonder which path the Duke had chosen. It is time we explored a different approach. Without another word, Leopold disappeared into the hallway. Dante remained at the railing, watching Ventis laugh, as Robert whispered something that made her smile. He hated this. Young people full of life, drawn into political games they barely understood. Dante considered himself a man of honor, and the Duke's methods made the wine in his glass taste like ash. Ventis returned to her room, tired beyond reason, her ankles burning but her heart light. Despite it all, she was happy. Robert was exactly her type. The young man wasn't some silver-tongued charmer. If anything, he could be a little awkward at times, and he never tried to embellish his feelings or hide behind flowery words. Whatever he showed came straight from the heart, honest and without sugarcoating. A rarity among nobles, as she'd come to learn. Meanwhile, I was downstairs in the kitchen, hard at work on my fourth attempt at a soufflé. The stupid thing simply refused to come out as beautifully as I remembered. Zelia happily helped me dispose of every failed attempt, and by nightfall both of us were stuffed. I let out a frustrated snort before tossing the last, slightly lopsided soufflé to Jolteon. He couldn't have cared less whether it was perfect. It was sweet and warm. That was all that mattered to him. The next day was dedicated entirely to team building, as we hosted a lovely little garden party. Zelia and I did our best to recreate foods and sweets from my memories, while Reginald proudly presented several tins of imported tea from the southern leaf kingdom of Cunaria. Apparently, Cunaria was an exceptionally closed-off nation. They rarely traded with the outside world, and the last war involving them had taken place over 600 years ago. I found myself genuinely curious about their culture. From what I'd learned, the kingdom was covered in tropical forests and vast swamps. Invading such a place sounded idiotic at best. The land itself would likely destroy an army long before the defenders had to lift a finger. Tea, however, was one of Canaria's greatest specialties. After tasting it, I could understand why. It was remarkably smooth, rich without being bitter, and lacked the dry aftertaste common in Vermont's teas. "Oh, this is lovely." Ventis beamed after taking a careful sip of the bright ruby-red brew. Even I, with my thoroughly modern taste buds, had to admit it was premium tea. Now if only I had a bit of sugar to sweeten it to my liking. I chuckled as I casually dropped a sugar cube into my cup. Across the table, Reginald looked positively horrified. The expression of a true tea purist witnessing sacrilege. I simply smiled, stirred my cup once, and took a very satisfied sip. As the day of the Academy's reopening arrived, I walked through the main gates like I owned the place. My strength wasn't just the result of a soul bond with an exceptional mage. It had been forged through relentless training, sweat, setbacks, and battles that nearly claimed our lives. I rolled my shoulders and smiled. Let the second year begin. If anyone tried to threaten us again, they would learn exactly how much we had changed. Act 3. A world apart. The familiar chime of the Academy bell echoed across the courtyard as students streamed toward the Grand Assembly Hall. Unlike the first year, there was little hesitation in their steps. They knew where they were going, where their classmates usually gathered, and which professors were likely to be watching from the sidelines. Ventis smoothed the front of her lovely mage robe before joining the flow of students. It felt different this time. Last year, she had walked through these halls feeling like an outsider, painfully aware that she had been a commoner only months before. Now she recognized faces in the crowd. Students nodded politely as they passed. Some even greeted her by name. It wasn't home, but it no longer felt foreign either. As expected, the assembly hall was reserved for students alone. Pokémon remained in their houses or the training grounds for the ceremony, much to the disappointment of many partners. Lady Ventis. She turned just in time to see Prince Augustine weaving through the crowd. His smile nearly split his face. "There you are," he said, abandoning royal restraint for all of 2 seconds before catching himself. "I was beginning to think you had decided to skip the opening ceremony." "I don't think Professor Harbour would ever forgive me if I did," Augustine laughed. "That's exactly why I believed it was impossible." The easy conversation drew a few curious glances, but unlike last year, nobody seemed particularly surprised to see the prince speaking with Ventis. After a full year together, the sight had become almost ordinary. Almost. "Morning?" Marianne Tidewell arrived a heartbeat later, wearing the same bright, infectious smile that never seemed to leave her face. "It's nice seeing everyone again. I couldn't wait the end of winter." Her cheerful tone earned an amused chuckle from Augustine. It does when professors assign enough reading to fill a library. The three chatted comfortably while more second years filtered inside. Across the hall, Olivia Haxon had frozen the moment she spotted Ventis. She was here, safe. The knot that had quietly sat in Olivia's chest since the end of winter finally loosened. Relief washed over her. Then guilt followed close behind. She lowered her eyes for only a moment before composing herself, offering Ventis nothing more than a polite nod from across the room. Ventis returned the gesture. That was odd. Olivia's expression had lasted only a heartbeat, but it hadn't escaped her notice. Relieved. Almost. Ashamed. It didn't fit the Olivia she had come to know over the past year. Whatever it was, Ventis chose not to pursue it. Not here, and certainly not in front of half the academy. Students gradually found their places as the hall filled. Cedric Ironhill stood with his usual rigid posture, speaking quietly with Lucien Valtier while Lucia listened beside them. Roland Ashmere was already telling an animated story that had Marianne trying and failing not to laugh. Celine Everbrook stood quietly nearby, while Colleen Missbound looked just as shy as ever, despite having survived her entire first year. The conversations slowly faded as the great doors behind the stage opened. Headmaster Titus Glacier stepped into view. The elderly mage carried himself with the same quiet dignity as always, his sapphire robes immaculate, his expression calm as his eyes swept across the assembled students. Titus waited until the hall had fallen into complete silence before stepping to the front of the stage. A gentle smile settled on his weathered face. "To our newest students, welcome to the Royal Magic Academy." His gaze swept across the nervous first years before shifting to the familiar faces scattered throughout the hall. "And to those returning, after successfully passing your year-end examinations, welcome back." A ripple of polite applause echoed through the assembly. "It pleases me to see so many familiar faces once again. Each passing year at this academy asks more of you than the last. The lessons grow more demanding, the expectations higher, and the standards by which you will be judged ever stricter." A hint of amusement crept into his smile. "I am afraid I can promise that none of your professors intend to make this year any easier." A few chuckles spread through the hall, even from some of the older students. But with greater challenges come greater opportunities. Every lecture, every examination, every success, and every failure is another step toward becoming the mage, scholar, noble, or leader you aspire to be. His eyes finally came to rest on the 5th years gathered near the front. And to those beginning their final year within these halls, your journey here is nearing its end. I hope each of you strives with everything you have to earn the recognition you seek, the positions you desire, and the future you have worked so diligently to achieve. He gave a respectful nod to the assembled students. On behalf of the faculty, I wish you all a productive, rewarding, and memorable academic year. Welcome to another year at the Royal Magic Academy. The banquet following the opening ceremony was much the same as the year before. The only real difference was that Ventis could now immediately spot the first-year students. 6 young nobles stood together near the entrance, all wearing the same uncertain expressions she remembered having herself. They looked awkward for only a short while before gradually mixing into the crowd, drawn into conversations by the older students. Instead of lingering to watch them, Ventis made her way toward Prince Augustin. "Thank you," she said, with a respectful bow. "Huh?" Augustine blinked. "The ring you gave me." Ventis smiled softly. "It saved my life." The prince stared for a moment before slowly nodding. Oh, his expression turned thoughtful. "Of course, I heard about the assassination attempt, but I didn't realize the assassin got that close." He let out a quiet sigh before smiling again. "I'm glad I gave it to you." "So am I." "Actually," Augustine continued, "I wanted to thank you as well. Thanks to your advice, I now have a Vaporeon on my team." "That's wonderful." Ventis smiled warmly. The conversation soon drifted to lighter topics. Marianne joined them before long, along with several of their classmates, and they spent the banquet reminiscing about their winters, sharing stories, and enjoying far too much food. Before Ventis realized it, the afternoon had slipped away. By the time she returned to our house, the sun was already beginning its descent. "So," I asked with a smirk, "did you eat yourself stupid again this year?" "I have to take care of my figure, Fenn." She gave an exaggerated huff. "If I get fat, Robert might think less of me." "Sure, you're always welcome to join our physical training." I casually spun one of my weights around my hand. "Nah," she waved dismissively. "Professor Garrick's classes will whip us back into shape soon enough." She grinned. "Besides, I finally get to battle alongside you. Remember? Professor Clash said we'll be having proper duels this year." "Oh, yeah," I scratched behind one ear. "I was a little annoyed last year when he kept saying we weren't ready for real matches." I shrugged. Not that anyone besides Duot would really be much of a challenge. Ventis's smile faded ever so slightly. "About that, are you sure you're ready to fight again? After what happened?" A chuckle escaped me. I still know how to hold back. I shook my head. "That was a life or death situation. This is completely different." I smiled reassuringly. "I know the difference between trying to kill someone and trying to win a duel." "Good." Ventis nodded, visibly relieved. "Oh, by the way," I said, my smile turning just a little too innocent. "Without looking at your notes, tell me how a water molecule reacts when exposed to high concentrations of fire-aspected mana." Ventis froze. The color drained from her face as her shoulders slumped in defeat. "You're quizzing me?" "I am." She let out the weary sigh of someone who knew there was absolutely no escaping. With all the enthusiasm of a prisoner marching toward the gallows, she did her very best to remember last year's lessons. The first proper day of classes began much like it had the year before. Professor William Dawnmore strode into the classroom with the bearing of a veteran officer inspecting his troops. His uniform looked as though every crease had been measured with a ruler, and his posture was so perfectly straight that it almost looked uncomfortable. "Welcome back, everyone." His sharp gaze swept across the room. "This year, you'll be spending considerably more time outside than inside these walls. Since you've already learned the fundamentals of defensive magic, I intend to personally evaluate how much you've retained." A faint smile tugged at the corner of his mouth. "By attacking you with spells." "Excuse me?" Celine Everbrook shot to her feet. "Sir, no offense, but that sounds incredibly dangerous." "Not at all." Without the slightest concern, Professor Dawnmore reached into his desk and produced a silver medallion. "The Academy has prepared these protective amulets specifically for this year's defensive magic curriculum." He held it up for everyone to see. "Even if your own barriers fail completely, the enchantment within these medallions will disperse any spell before it can cause actual harm. At worst, you'll experience a harmless impact." His eyes drifted toward Ventis. "Lady Balatoa likely won't require one. Her ring carries a nearly identical enchantment." He returned the medallion to the desk before snapping his fingers. 10 sheets of parchment lifted into the air and neatly distributed themselves across the classroom. "Now then, before we head outside, let's see whether you still remember the theory behind defensive magic." He folded his arms. "Books away. Pens out. Test time." A collective groan spread through the classroom as everyone reluctantly stuffed their textbooks back into their bags. And no cheating? Professor Dawnmore added in the same calm voice. Should I catch anyone attempting it, they will spend 5 minutes kneeling on dry corn. The room became noticeably quieter. I am so happy you quizzed me last night, Ventis whispered through our bond. I didn't bother answering with words. Instead, I sent back a wave of smug satisfaction. The lesson passed quickly, and before long the class found themselves seated once again before General Hans Riverstone. The retired general looked every bit as elderly and frail as he had the previous year, yet the moment he began speaking, every student instinctively listened. This year's lectures abandoned broad strategy in favor of practical battlefield doctrine. He explained troop formations, supply lines, communication, and coordination between soldiers and their Pokémon. Every historical battle became a lesson, each victory or defeat dissected piece by piece until the reasoning behind every command became clear. It was astonishingly detailed. The old general discussed distances down to individual meters, the timing between commands, and even the angles from which different Pokémon should approach an engagement. To most of the class, it bordered on excessive. To me, it was fascinating. Finally, the class I had been waiting for arrived. Professor Zeke Clash welcomed us onto the outdoor training grounds. The arena looked exactly as it had before, as if Ventis hadn't obliterated a sizable portion of it during last year's accident. Not a single scorch mark remained. Professor Zeke Clash was already waiting on the training grounds, hands behind his back, and Ampharos standing proudly beside him. The moment the class assembled, his grin widened. Now this is an electrifying sight. Welcome back, everyone. A few students chuckled. Last year, we spent most of our time charging up your foundations. Offensive spells, control, accuracy. He waved a hand dismissively. Useful stuff, but hardly enough to get your heart sparking. He clapped once. This year, we're finally doing battles. Several Pokémon perked up immediately. We'll still polish your spell work, but from today onward, your partners will be battling one another on a regular basis. A mage who can't coordinate with their Pokémon is like a thunderbolt without electricity. Looks impressive until nothing happens. A few laughs spread through the class. So don't just stand there like grounded Magnemite. Form pairs. Excited chatter erupted as students paired off. Remember, Zeke called out, these are training battles. No cheap shots after a knockout, no ignoring my whistle, and if I see anyone trying to overcharge the situation, his grin somehow became even wider. I'll personally discharge you from today's fun. Even William Dawnmore, who had remained to observe for a few minutes, let out the faintest sigh. The first battlefield was marked out. Marianne Tidewell, Celine Everbrook, you're up first. Marianne beamed. Ducklet, let's have some fun. The little blue bird happily flapped onto the field. Across from her, Celine gave a calm nod. Absol, the white disaster Pokémon, stepped forward with practiced grace, its crimson eyes never leaving its opponent. Zeke raised one hand. Ready. His hand chopped downward. Battle. Ducklet, water pulse. Ducklet immediately gathered shimmering water between its wings before launching the spinning sphere across the field. Absol, quick attack. Absol disappeared in a blur. The water pulse exploded harmlessly against the ground as the white Pokémon darted around it with ease. So fast. Marianne whispered. Now, Night Slash. Dark energy coated Absol's horn. With one swift movement, it crossed the remaining distance and struck Ducklet squarely across the chest and got launched backward, tumbling across the dirt before struggling upright. Keep going. Wing attack. Ducklet bravely took to the air, wings glowing white. Detect. Absol stood perfectly still. The instant Ducklet descended, Absol shifted barely a step to the side. The glowing wings sliced through empty air. Finish it. Psycho Cut. A crescent of psychic energy flashed upward, and Ducklet gave a startled cry before gently crashing onto the grass. A whistle rang out. Battle over. Marianne hurried over and scooped her partner into her arms. You did great, Ducklet answered with an embarrassed little quack. Zeke nodded approvingly. Excellent demonstration. Ducklet had spirit, but Absol never lost control of the tempo. Sometimes the best defense isn't blocking the attack. It's making sure it never hits. Celine gave Absol an affectionate pat before returning to the sidelines. Next pair, Roland Ashmere, Lucien Valtier. Roland bounced onto the field. Come on, Buizel, let's show them some speed. Buizel cracked its knuckles enthusiastically. Lucien walked much more calmly. Hatena, the tiny psychic Pokémon, quietly stepped forward, looking almost intimidated by Buizel's confidence. A few students exchanged doubtful glances. Poor thing. Buizel's going to run circles around it. Zeke blew his whistle. Battle. Quick attack. Buizel exploded forward like an arrow, hitting Hatena hard. Hatena. Confusion. The little Pokemon's eyes glowed blue. Buizel staggered for only a fraction of a second before powering through the psychic grip. Water gun! A stream of water slammed into Hatenna, knocking it backward. Again. Finish it with Aqua Jet. Water wrapped around Buizel's body as it launched itself like a living torpedo. Several students were already shaking their heads. It's over. Lucien remained perfectly composed. Hatenna! His voice never rose. Psybeam! Just before Buizel connected, a brilliant ribbon of multicolored psychic energy burst from Hatenna. The attack struck Buizel head-on. The Aqua Jet shattered instantly. Buizel spun through the air before crashing hard onto the battlefield. Roland clenched his fists. Get up! Buizel staggered onto its feet. Hatenna! Lucien spoke quietly once more. Disarming voice. The tiny Pokémon let out a beautiful, echoing cry. Invisible fairy energy washed across the battlefield. Buizel's determined expression faltered, wobbled, then collapsed. The whistle echoed once again. Battle over. For a second, the class simply stared. No way. I thought Buizel had it. That comeback. Zeke laughed loudly. Now that got me buzzing. He pointed toward Lucien. Never assume a battle is over just because one side lands the first hit. He then looked toward Roland. And don't hang your head. Your Buizel fought brilliantly. You simply forgot one thing. He tapped his temple. Battles aren't won by speed alone. His grin returned. They're won by trainers who keep their heads cool. A few more fights, and it came to us. Prince Augustine Vermont versus Lady Ventis Balatoa. The murmuring around the training grounds immediately quieted. Duot and I stepped onto the battlefield. I haven't been lazing around all winter. Duot rolled one shoulder before cracking his neck. And I heard even an assassin couldn't bring you down, so I won't hold back. He grinned. Oh, don't worry. I took off my hat and tossed it onto a nearby training dummy. I'd be offended if you did. Augustine took his place behind Duot, while Ventis stood opposite him behind me. Professor Clash raised his hand. Battle! Duot, Razor Shell. Augustine ordered immediately. Fenn, use Flame Charge to dodge. Ventis called. I nodded and burst into motion, flames wrapping around my body as I accelerated. Then, my eyes widened. The spinning shells curved. What? Thin streams of water connected each shell to Duot's blades, allowing him to guide their flight even after throwing them. It wasn't anything like the battles from the anime I remembered. The projectiles chased me through my dodge before slamming into my back. The impact hurt, but what truly stunned me was the realization itself. That's not how Razor Shell should have worked. Duot! Aquatail! Augustine smiled, recognizing that I had been forced into close range. Fenn! Extreme speed into electric punch! I barely felt the water-coated tail graze my side, but since my earlier flame charge gave me all the momentum I needed, extreme speed easily activated. The world seemed to slow. Sliding beneath Duot's swing, I planted my tail against the ground, corrected my balance, and shot behind him in a single fluid motion. I deliberately held back. Duot was my friend. Still? My fist connected squarely with his back, electricity exploding across his body. Duot! The water type crashed into the dirt hard enough to leave a shallow groove. By Arceus! Zeke nearly leaned over the railing. A thunder punch from a brazen combined with extreme speed. His eyes practically glowed. I am absolutely paralyzed by that shocking combination. To both Ventis's and my surprise, Duot slowly climbed back onto his feet. He winced before flashing me a grin. Now that was a serious hit. Duot said. Augustine's eyes sharpened. Duot, Hydro Pump. Ventis blinked. Hydro Pump? She immediately recovered. Fenn, dodge with extreme speed. I heard her. But I ignored the command. Sorry, Ventis. Through our bond, I gently closed off my pain so she wouldn't feel what was coming. I want to take this one head on. The torrent erupted from Duot's mouth with incredible force. I crossed my arms. The hydro pump slammed into me like a charging Tauros. Water roared against my body, forcing me backward across the dirt as my paws carved deep trenches into the training field. It was powerful, but I could already tell he had only recently learned the move. When the torrent finally ceased, steam rose from my soaked fur. I lowered my arms. A grin spread across my face. You only just learned hydro pump, didn't you? Duot breathed heavily but gave a tiny nod. I can tell. With more practice, it will hit even harder. Before anyone could react, I vanished with extreme speed. Appearing beside Duot, I gently tapped the back of his head with 2 fingers. His exhausted body finally gave out. I caught him before he struck the ground. Rest. Carefully, I carried him over and placed him into Augustine's waiting arms. For a heartbeat, The entire training field was silent. Then Zeke practically exploded. What? A battle? Tiny sparks danced across his sleeves as he threw both arms into the air. Now that is the kind of energy that gets me charged. Outstanding teamwork, creative use of movement, adaptation under pressure. He pointed dramatically between Duat and me. And most importantly, a broad smile spread across his face. 2 partners giving everything they've got without ever forgetting their friends. Give them a round of applause. With the battle class over, I was actually relieved that our next lesson was something considerably less exciting. Lady Yillette Harbour's magic theory. Of course, my attempt to catch up on sleep earned me a sharp slap across the nose with her ruler. Some things never changed. By the time lunch arrived, I was starving. As tempting as it was to fill my tray with cakes and pastries, I resisted. My body needed calories, sure, but it also needed plenty of protein if I wanted to keep building muscle. Not that it mattered much, I could probably burn it all off before dinner anyway. Ventis had changed her own eating habits as well. Gone were the towering desserts from our first year. Now, she filled her plate with vegetables, meat, and only a modest sweet at the end. Apparently, she intended to keep looking her best for Robert. This cafeteria is still the second best thing in the academy. I grinned at Absol between bites, right after Professor Clash's class. You still talk too much. Absol rolled his eyes before taking another bite of his meal. After a brief silence, he looked up again. Still, that was impressive back there. I raised an eyebrow. I didn't know your kind could learn a move like extreme speed. Even for a Pokémon with 4 legs, that's almost an epic tier skill. Well, I couldn't help smirking. It was nice hearing him speak more than a single sentence. I've actually been working toward it for nearly a year. I popped another piece of meat into my mouth. I first used it by accident, after overcharging myself with electric-type energy. Ever since then, I've been trying to reproduce it consistently. Buizel suddenly leaned across the table, his eyes practically sparkling. Could you teach me? Speed is my whole fighting style. I need that move. So shameless. Absol shook his head. No, he's right. Both Pokémon looked at me. I shouldn't keep something like that to myself. I smiled. You're welcome to learn it too. Absol blinked. Really? Who knows? I shrugged. It might get one of you out of a sticky situation someday. The white Pokémon stared at me for another moment. Most Pokémon keep their strongest techniques to themselves. I know. I flicked my tail with a grin. I'm not most Pokémon. That earned a quiet snort from Absol and an excited wag from Buizel. The rest of lunch passed with nearly half the class's Pokémon gathered around one table, enthusiastically discussing the morning's battles, arguing over strategies, and occasionally reenacting particularly impressive moments with far more dramatic flair than had actually happened. Olivia Haxon sat alone at one of the cafeteria tables, barely touching the food on her plate. She had started last year with no small amount of envy toward Ventis. The prince had seemed to gravitate toward the purple-haired mage whenever the opportunity presented itself, and Olivia would be lying if she said it hadn't bothered her. It had been childish. After all, Ventis was already married. It wasn't as though she was trying to steal Augustin away. No. Ventis had never done anything to deserve her resentment. If anything, she had always treated her with courtesy. Then winter had come. Olivia had been about to enter her father's office when she heard another voice inside. Proper etiquette dictated that she should quietly leave and return once the meeting had ended. Instead, curiosity got the better of her. She stepped closer to the door. What she overheard froze the blood in her veins. The father she had always known, the gentleman who smiled warmly at his family, patiently listened to her worries, and treated guests with impeccable courtesy, was gone. The man speaking inside that office was cold, detached. He spoke of Lady Ventis Balatoa's death as though discussing an inconvenient ledger that needed balancing. She was politically troublesome. An assassin would solve that. Those few sentences had shattered the image Olivia had carried of her father for her entire life. More than once, she had sat at her desk, pen in hand, determined to write to Ventis. Every attempt ended the same way. She would stare at the page. Dear Lady Balatoa, my father intends to have you murdered. She could never make the words sound believable or sane. Each letter ended up torn into tiny pieces before ever leaving her room. And so, she had done nothing. When Ventis had walked into the assembly hall that morning, alive and smiling, the enormous weight crushing Olivia's chest had finally eased. Yet the guilt remained. She could have warned her. Somehow, anything would have been better than silence. Ventis wasn't the noble Olivia had imagined a year ago. She wasn't manipulative or ambitious. She simply made people smile. Even Olivia had found herself doing so more than once. Chimecho. Olivia let out a quiet sigh. What should I do? Chime? The floating Pokémon looked up from its lunch with mild curiosity. Finding no obvious answer to the question and little interest in complicated human worries, it gave a tiny shrug before returning to its meal. "Thanks. You are great at helping," she sighed. With the students dismissed for the day, the 5 of us made our way toward the academy's outer training grounds. Just like previous year, I led the group with Noctowl gliding overhead, while Jolteon and Primarina chatted quietly behind me. Feraligatr followed at a relaxed pace, more bodyguard than instructor. His job was simply to make sure none of us managed to accidentally kill ourselves during training. "Same routine?" Jolteon asked. "Same routine," I nodded. Within minutes, we had finished strapping on our training weights. Heavy weights in leather wrapped around our wrists, ankles, tails, and waists. They had become so familiar over the past year that I barely noticed them anymore. "All right." I rolled my shoulders. 3 laps to start. A large shadow swept across the field. We all looked up. Corviknight descended from the sky, landing with practiced elegance a short distance away. "Headmaster Glacier's Corviknight?" I asked. Before anyone could wonder why she was here, another Pokémon hopped lightly from her back. A neatly groomed Cinccino dusted off her paws before offering us a pleasant smile. Corviknight inclined her head. "The headmaster has requested that Lady Cinccino and I oversee your afternoon training from today onward." The 5 of us exchanged puzzled looks. "Us?" Primarina asked. Corviknight nodded once. "Precisely." I scratched behind one ear. "I appreciate the thought, but why?" "The headmaster believes your current routine has reached the point where specialized guidance would be beneficial." Before I could ask another question, Cinccino clapped her paws together. "Let's begin." A violet aura burst outward. Gravity. The world suddenly became impossibly heavy. My knees slammed into the ground before I even realized what had happened. The weights strapped across my body suddenly felt like they had multiplied several times over. Beside me, Jolteon hit the grass with a yelp. Primarina collapsed onto her stomach. Noctowl dropped from the air like a rock, landing in a thoroughly undignified heap. Feraligatr stumbled forward a bit, but with no weight on him, he managed. Only Corviknight and Cinccino remained standing effortlessly. "Well," Corviknight murmured quietly to herself as she examined the thick iron bands strapped to each of us, "I think we should have asked them to take off the weights." Cinccino blinked. "Should I release gravity?" "Yes." The crushing force vanished. Every one of us took a deep breath. I slowly pushed myself upright before immediately beginning to unbuckle the weights from my arms. "You know," I huffed, "that was rude as hell." The others quickly nodded and copied me. One by one, weights landed on the grass with heavy metallic thuds, making far louder sounds and deeper dips into the ground than any of the headmaster's Pokémon expected. Corviknight's eyes widened ever so slightly. "That is considerably more than I expected." Feraligatr chuckled as he just enjoyed the show. "I've been telling them they're crazy for months." "They're disciplined," Corviknight corrected. She turned towards Cinccino. Again, gravity returned. This time, compared to my nearly 300-pound torture weights, it actually felt rather pleasant. "This is actually quite nice," Jolteon said with a grin. "Way less restrictive than wearing all that metal." He immediately broke into a run within the field of heightened gravity as though it barely affected him. Noctowl gave an approving nod. "I have to agree. Weights are a nuisance." He took to the air, executing a series of tight turns without much difficulty. "I suppose I can't complain either." Primarina smiled as she began practicing her evasive maneuvers beneath the increased gravity. "They're actually doing it." Corviknight nodded thoughtfully. "They are this relaxed under my gravity?" Cinccino asked, astunned. Her gaze lingered on the pile of discarded iron lying beside the field. Just how much have they been carrying every day? For the first time since arriving, a small smile crossed Corviknight's beak. "I believe Headmaster Glacier was right," she looked toward us. "This training has only just begun." With the gravity still pressing down on us, I readjusted my training weights. The lightest set mere 10-pound bands went onto my wrists and ankles. Cinccino watched in stunned silence. I could almost see her questioning every decision that had led her to this moment. Still, it wasn't enough. My own body was simply too light. Even under the enhanced gravity, I needed additional weight before the training felt truly effective. By the end of the session, every one of us was exhausted. Unfortunately, Corviknight and Cinccino could only join us on the days they were free, which was far less often than I would have liked. Still, even occasional gravity training was better than none. By the time we returned home, the smell of dinner drifted from the kitchen. Miraculously, A tiny bit of energy returned to our bodies, just enough to reach the table. Robert looked over our thoroughly worn-out group with raised eyebrows. Rough day? Ventis let out an amused sigh. Most mages have to order their Pokémon to train. She gestured toward us. I have to stop mine from accidentally killing themselves. Breaks. I folded my arms and gave an indignant huff. The room erupted into laughter. Dinner was warm, light, and exactly what our aching muscles needed. By the time the plates were empty, even lifting my arms felt like a chore. Not long afterward, we all retreated to our beds. Honestly, one of the best things about serious training was that falling asleep became effortless. Lying there, I found myself thinking back to my old life. I used to look down on gym bros. In my mind, they had all been loud, annoying meatheads obsessed with lifting heavy things for no reason. I stared at the ceiling for a long moment before letting out a quiet sigh. Well, I guess I was wrong. Sleep claimed me almost immediately. That night, I dreamed of increasingly muscular Mareep calmly jumping over a fence. Viscount Ormond Travail leisurely swirled a goblet of white wine, watching the pale liquid catch the afternoon light. Officially, importing Jiao Sharan wine was forbidden. Officially, he took another satisfied sip. Last year's attempt to capture the Brazian had failed, but only because the information he had received was incomplete. Fortunately, he had been cautious enough to work through 2 separate intermediaries before the kidnapper was hired. Even if the trail were somehow uncovered, it would never lead back to him. We need an opportunity to seize both the mage and her Pokémon, Solomon. A pleased smile spread across his face. Jaushara has already promised to elevate my standing once the war is over. But if I personally return one of their sacred royal Pokémon, his smile widened. They will have no choice but to reward me handsomely. Naturally, my lord. Solomon bowed deeply. Your foresight knows no equal. No need to grovel, Ormond replied with a slight frown. Just tell me, are the anti-magic cuffs ready? They are. And the collar? Solomon straightened slightly. Completed, tested, and improved. Improved? We learned from last year's mistake. A trace of pride crept into the hunchback's voice. This time the restriction collar functions exactly as intended. We tested it on several Pokémon before removing them. Ormond raised an eyebrow. And we made certain they wished to escape. The advisor spoke those words with chilling calm. They struggled. They fought. Some were even encouraged to resist. His expression never changed. None succeeded. A satisfied nod escaped the Viscount. Excellent. He took another sip of wine. The enchanter? Still alive. Solomon allowed himself a faint smile. I suspected you might require his talents again, so I ensured he survived his punishment. 20 lashes were sufficient to make an example of him, but not enough to kill him. He has remained in the prison ever since. You planned ahead. I merely anticipated your needs, my lord. For the first time that afternoon, genuine approval appeared on Ormond's face. Good. He set the goblet onto the table with a quiet click. Now all we require is the proper opportunity. Solomon bowed once more. It will come. As he quietly left the room, a small smile lingered on his lips. He had spent years serving Viscount Travail. The man was many things vain, ruthless, and utterly single-minded, but one quality had always impressed Solomon. Once Ormond desired something, he rarely stopped until it belonged to him. The enchantment class with Professor Jane Orisha finally reached a subject Ventis genuinely enjoyed. Everyday enchantments. Instead of focusing on weapons or magical tools, today's lecture revolved around the comforts of daily life. Self-filling inkwells, pens that wrote as their owner dictated, chairs that obeyed simple commands without relying on levitation, carpets capable of carrying their owners through the air, enchanted lamps that adjusted their own brightness. Any self-respecting mage with enough coin would own at least a few such conveniences. Not a single student made a sound. All 10 listened with complete attention. Even I had to admit, this looked fun. Since I couldn't use human magic anyway, I usually spent these classes reading or quietly studying whatever books Ventis had brought along. Today, however, inspiration struck. Borrowing one of Ventis's spare writing sets, I began sketching my own enchantment diagram. A tea set. One that gently heated the liquid inside the kettle and, with a specific finger gesture made nearby, would lift itself, pour the tea into waiting cups, and return without spilling a single drop. The more I thought about it, the more refinements I added. Temperature regulation, overflow prevention, automatic shutoff, precise pouring angles. By the time Professor Auricia dismissed the class, The page was covered in neat notes and magical circles. "Bry, Breakson." I hurried over and held the paper up to her. "Hmm?" Jane looked away from the book she was packing. "I noticed you were writing something throughout the lesson. What is?" She accepted the page. "This?" Her eyes slowly widened. Ventis, who had stopped beside me, leaned over to look. "What is it?" Jane lowered the paper for a moment before looking directly at Ventis. "Did your Breakson really design this?" Ventis smiled awkwardly. "Fenn is something of my study partner." Professor Orisha looked back at the diagram. "This is remarkable." Her finger traced several of the interconnected enchantment circles. "It's surprisingly close to an enchantment I designed years ago." She paused. "There are differences, of course. A few of these solutions are actually rather clever." She looked back up with an intrigued smile. "I'll construct a prototype and test it. If it functions exactly as it's written here, I'll happily award both of you bonus marks." "Really?" Ventus's eyes lit up. Only then did she take a proper look at the drawing herself. A self-heating, self-pouring tea kettle. She laughed. "If it works, may I have a copy of the enchantment?" I simply grinned and gave her a confident thumbs up. Both defensive magic and offensive magic had changed dramatically from the previous year. Professor William Dawnmore no longer taught from behind a desk. He became the lesson. The veteran mage attacked every student personally, his spells precise, relentless, and carrying just enough force to expose every weakness without causing actual injury. The Academy's protective amulets did their job well, but that did little to spare anyone's pride. By the end of the lesson, nearly everyone had tasted dirt at least once. Prince Augustine performed the best. He combined quick footwork with defensive casting, constantly repositioning instead of standing his ground. It delayed the inevitable, but eventually even he found himself flat on his back after one particularly well-placed spell slipped through his defenses. Ventis, meanwhile, only hit the ground once. Not because she was faster, simply because she defended differently. Instead of relying on a single barrier, she layered multiple shields together while angling them to deflect incoming attacks. It was an idea I had borrowed from tank armor. A flat wall absorbed the full impact. A slanted one redirected much of the force instead. Against concentrated attacks like ice shards or volleys of rock pellets, the difference was remarkable. Unfortunately, explosive spells didn't care. They simply detonated on contact, tearing through every layer at once. One fire burst later, Ventis was sitting in the grass with a sheepish smile. "You really need to join us for cardio," I said, offering her a hand. She accepted it with an exaggerated sigh. Professor Zeke Clash's class brought an entirely different surprise. Before the practical battles even began, he motioned Ventis toward him. "I'm afraid you won't be dueling the other students today." Ventis blinked. "Why?" Zeke answered by silently pointing toward a section of the training wall. Although it had long since been repaired, everyone present remembered exactly what had happened there the previous year. Realization slowly dawned on Ventis. "Oh? If you want a spell duel," Zeke said, slipping 2 protective rings onto his fingers, "I'll be your opponent." Despite his confident smile, I could practically smell the mixture of excitement and apprehension radiating from him. The duel began. Then ended explosively. Then it began again. Twice during the exercise, Zeke abruptly called for a pause so the enchantments within his defensive rings could recover after absorbing Ventis's spells. By the second break, he rubbed the back of his neck and laughed awkwardly. "Girl, I don't think I'm the right training partner for you anymore." He let out a slow breath. "Don't worry, I'll ask around and find someone who..." A powerful gust of wind swept across the training grounds. Every head turned upward. A massive salamence descended gracefully from the sky before landing beyond the practice field. Seated upon its back was a man every student immediately recognized. Archmage Gehatu. "I will oversee Lady Balatoa's practical offensive training." His calm voice carried effortlessly across the field. He looked directly at Ventis. "From tomorrow I shall collect you when Professor Clash start his class. We will train at my estate." Silence followed. Then, so quietly that he clearly thought no one would hear him, Zeke whispered, "Thank the stars. I heard it anyway." The man was one of Vermont's royal war mages, and Ventis had managed to intimidate him. That alone spoke volumes. Still, it made perfect sense. Magic was, at its core, an extension of the natural laws governing the world. The better you understood those laws, the less magical energy you wasted forcing reality to obey you. Thanks to the scientific knowledge I'd carried over from Earth, Ventis wasn't simply casting stronger spells. She was casting smarter ones. In practical terms, it was almost like multiplying the effectiveness of every spell by 3. Just like that, the following day we were excused from Professor Clash's attack class. Salamence carried us through the sky until we landed in Archmage Gehatu's personal training yard. The old mage looked like a man watching 1,000,000 gold coins rain from the heavens. His eyes glittered with excitement, and he even rubbed his palms together. "I am so glad I finally get to teach you personally." He chuckled. "The king didn't want me to, but now I finally had the perfect comeback." He cleared his throat dramatically before putting on an exaggeratedly pitiful expression. "Your Majesty." Lady Balatoa might accidentally destroy the poor teacher. The act lasted only a second before he burst into laughter. "Now!" he shouted, spreading his arms wide. "Hit me with your best shot!" "Are you sure, Master Gehatu?" Ventis asked, fully aware that her best shot was capable of destroying military-grade barriers. "Did I stutter?" Gehatu shook his head. "I am an archmage. Strongest spell you can cast. Hold nothing back." Ventis carefully looked at me. "Hey?" he asked for it. I gave her a thumbs up. "Use as much of my power as you need." "Okay, here it goes." She decided to use the element most natural to her, fire. Through our bond, I pushed nearly half of my full magical reserves into her. Almost immediately, a massive sphere of blue fire formed before her. It continued growing until nearly half of our side of the training yard was bathed in its brilliant light. Then, she fired. I winced as the enormous amount of mana left my body, and beside me I saw Ventis stagger from the strain. Boom! An explosion unlike anything either of us had ever experienced erupted across the training yard. The blast wave raced toward us. Without thinking, I jumped in front of Ventis and threw up 2 barriers. Both shattered instantly. The remaining 4 slammed us into the stone wall behind us. For several long moments, smoke covered everything. Then a figure slowly emerged. There stood Gehatu. His eyes were as wide as saucers. The edges of his mage's robes were gently smouldering, and the once pristine cover of his focus book had turned a crispy shade of black. Around him, the segmented layers of his magical shield slowly cracked apart before dissolving into motes of mana. "Damn, girl!" He gave himself a quick shake before dusting soot from his shoulders. "That could have destroyed a magically enhanced fortress wall." "Yay!" Ventis weakly raised one hand, then promptly passed out. Thankfully, she was already sitting on the ground. A moment later, nearly 50 armed Aura Knights burst into the garden with swords drawn. At their head marched the commander, accompanied by a Machamp clad in full plate armor, each of its 4 arms carrying a massive claymore. Before anyone could jump to the wrong conclusion, Gehatu immediately raised a hand. "No worries, it was just a magic test," he called out. The commander looked from the enormous crater to the lingering smoke, then back to the Archmage. "Just what kind of magic test makes the ground shake half a mile away?" he asked, stomping toward him. It took Ventis nearly an hour to wake up. By then, we had already missed our next class, though considering the explosion, I doubted anyone at the academy had managed to continue teaching uninterrupted anyway. Even from this distance, they must have heard, and probably felt it. The damage itself was expensive. Our little magic test had shattered nearly 100 windows throughout the royal castle, and several dozen more in the surrounding noble manors. Thankfully, it was Gehatu who had to pay for everything. "I really don't want to know how much the Archmage was charged," Ventis winced, judging by the way Gehatu had simply shrugged before signing the bill. However, he didn't seem particularly heartbroken. "How are you feeling?" I asked, helping her to her feet, though I could sense it myself. She swayed slightly. "Honestly," she shuddered, "like a dried-up raisin. I used almost 90% of my mana in one go. I think I even strained my mana roots." "Ouch." She grabbed the top of her head. "Why did you hit me?" "Because you overdid it. Again." I frowned. "The Archmage asked for it." "Ouch." This time she instinctively raised a hand to shield her head before I could give her another chop. "If someone asked you to jump into the mouth of a Gyarados, would you do that too?" I huffed. "I expected you to use 70% of your mana at most." I folded my arms. "You nearly caused permanent damage to yourself." I could feel my face growing hotter by the second. Whether from anger or worry, even I wasn't sure anymore. Please stop hitting my student. Gehatu leaned toward me, his smile completely gone. I need her mind to remain intact. He spoke quietly, almost gently. Yet somehow that calm voice made my spine do a roller coaster of cold running up and down. Breaks? I immediately bowed in apology. His cheerful expression returned as though it had never left. Good. He looked toward Ventis. Since you've already missed your next class, you might as well remain here. He offered her a hand and helped her toward the tower. I have a restorative potion that should get you back on your feet in no time. I let out a quiet sigh before following the two of them. With limits tested and lessons learned, 2 weeks slowly rolled by. I enjoyed my Saiyan-style training whenever Cinchino was around. On the other days, I trained normally with my team. To my surprise, a few of the other students' Pokémon eventually began joining us. Apparently, after Ventis did her thing, several students decided to double down on their own training. Their competitive nature got the better of them, and they started sending their Pokémon to train alongside us. Buizel always arrived with a grin stretching from ear to ear. Ducklet looked like she was walking to her own execution. Absol maintained his usual noble bearing. Mostly. That composure lasted only until he strapped on the weights, at which point even he wore a thoroughly stunned expression. Every afternoon we trained, until we could barely lift another leg. Only then did we remove the weights, rest for a few minutes, and drag ourselves back home. Eventually, we stopped carrying the weights back altogether. No one was crazy enough to steal them, and the overhanging walkway protected them from the rain well enough. I think I'm nearly there, Jolteon muttered as he collapsed onto his favorite rug. Nearly where? Primarina asked. Extreme speed. Jolteon grinned. No way. I turned my head so quickly that my shoulder immediately protested with a sharp stab of pain. I winced, but looked at him anyway. When did you start learning it? Jolteon let out a tired laugh. The same day you did, more or less. He flashed me a toothy grin. You didn't think I'd let you leave me in the dust, did you? I'll beat you one day. Dream on, I answered with a grin of my own. A moment later, we were both laughing. I honestly hate all of you, Noctowl muttered, shaking his head. You're a bunch of idiots. I know you love us. Primarina flicked a few drops of water onto him. Noctowl instinctively puffed up every feather on his body. The sight was so ridiculous that all 4 of us burst into laughter. At the quarter-year examinations, the second and third-year students received an announcement that immediately captured everyone's attention. Their half-year practical examination would not take place at the academy. Instead, they would travel to the barracks, along Vermont's second defensive line. There, each student would be placed in command of a military unit consisting of roughly 80 foot soldiers and 20 knights. Under the supervision of experienced officers, they would spend several days learning the fundamentals of battlefield command in a real military environment. Of course, this wasn't the border itself, as an entire barony still lay between the barracks and Jaushara. Should anything happen, the students could easily be evacuated back to the capital long before danger ever reached them. Besides, no one seriously believed Jaushara would dare attack. It had been 7 years since the last war, and according to every report reaching the capital, the neighboring kingdom was still licking its wounds. Commanding an entire unit? Ventis leaned back in her chair. That's 80 foot soldiers and 20 knights. Her face gradually paled. I don't know if I can do that. Oh. I reached over and patted her on the head. You'll be fine. Stage fright is perfectly normal. I puffed out my chest. Just act like me. She gave me a thoroughly unimpressed look. Like you? Yes. Shouting at everyone and acting overly confident isn't exactly my forte. She shook her head. Then why not learn? I cleared my throat and switched to my deepest inner commanding voice. Steady. I wanted this formation in order yesterday. I couldn't help snickering. See? Just like that. Smack. Ventis lightly slapped the top of my head. Don't shout inside my mind, you dummy. Despite herself, she let out a small laugh. Uh-huh. I pointed finger guns at her. I cracked you up. Fine. She sighed dramatically. Not like I wanted to. For the next 2 days, I left the afternoon training to the others. Instead, I focused on coaching Ventis. How to stand, how to project confidence, how to give clear, concise orders, how to sound like someone soldiers would instinctively obey. Her voice remained far too gentle for my liking, but she tried. Emphasis on tried. Thankfully, life wasn't all studying and training. Throughout the school year, there had been plenty of birthday parties, noble balls, tea gatherings, and other social events, all of which Ventis and I enjoyed in our own ways. Since Robert was so devoted to his books, those occasions were usually when he and Ventis spent the most time together. I was honestly stunned that the boy could still focus primarily on studying and sword training when he had someone like Ventis waiting for him. Of course, Ventis refused to let him spend every waking hour buried in books. Several times each month, she practically dragged him out of his room so they could stroll through the streets of the capital with their guards. Other than that, however, they seemed perfectly content doing their own things. It was honestly confusing. In public, they would cling to one another, chatting happily and looking like the perfect young couple. Then they would return home, disappear into separate rooms, and bury themselves in books for hours. I suppose they were simply meant for one another. Over those months, I also became good friends with Weasel and Absol. Ducklet, of course, still considered me an uncivilized brute, but all the training and our many battles gradually changed her opinion. More importantly, she no longer lagged behind during our physical training. Then it finally happened. After winning a hard-fought battle against Weasel, Ducklet was suddenly engulfed in a brilliant white glow. When the light faded, she had evolved into a Swanna. Instantly, I became her best friend. Marianne was so overjoyed that she threw an evolution banquet in Swanna's honor, and every one of us received an invitation. The Pokémon-themed celebration was wonderful. I even received a new decorative bow as a gift, which admittedly made me rather happy. Not that I didn't already own around 60 of them. Slowly, the middle of summer arrived, bringing with it the usual heat wave. The half-year examinations were now only a week away. The academy courtyard had never been this crowded before. Rows upon rows of Pokémon-drawn carriages filled the open grounds, their polished wood gleaming beneath the morning sun. Supply wagons stood between them, already loaded with food, spare equipment, tents, medicine, and enough provisions to sustain the entire expedition for weeks. Nearly 200 soldiers busied themselves with final preparations. Some checked harnesses, others counted crates. Knights inspected weapons while stable hands calmed restless Pokémon hitched to the heavier wagons. The whole academy seemed alive. "This is for us?" Ventis asked quietly. I looked over the enormous caravan. I suppose commanding an army unit means they don't exactly want us walking there. One by one, the students arrived with their entourages. Unlike previous academy events, the one Pokémon rule no longer applied. Every noble family had taken the opportunity to send the rest of their young Pokémon along. Most were still unevolved or only recently evolved, hardly suited for real combat, but the coming exercises would let them experience military life alongside their partners. The courtyard quickly filled with curious cries, excited conversations, and the occasional playful chase as younger Pokémon met one another for the first time. Even I had to admit, the atmosphere was contagious. Near the front of the formation stood 3 familiar professors. Professor William Dawnmore wore light field armor over his academy uniform, looking every bit the veteran officer he truly was. Professor Zeke Clash seemed positively energized, enthusiastically talking with several officers while Ampharos stood proudly beside him. Knight Professor Garrick Stonewall. Unlike the other instructors, he wore full plate armor, polished to a mirror shine. His enormous shield rested casually against one shoulder, as though it weighed nothing at all. "He looks exactly like I imagined," I muttered. A loud trumpet sounded from the front of the caravan. Several royal banners appeared beyond the academy gates. "The Royal Guard," one of the servants whispered. It made perfect sense as Prince Augustine was traveling with us. A dozen of the king's own elite knights rode into the courtyard, their armor bearing the crest of House Vermont. Unlike ordinary escorts, every movement they made carried quiet confidence born from years of experience. Their commander exchanged a few words with Professor Dawnmore before taking position near the prince's carriage. Just then, a familiar shadow circled overhead. A Pidgeotto descended gracefully before landing beside Ventis. "I was beginning to think you had forgotten about me," the bird said with a friendly smile to me. "Pidgeotto!" Ventis brightened immediately. "Master Gehatu asked me to accompany you." He puffed out his chest with obvious pride. "He said if you're going to spend 2 weeks near soldiers, someone should make sure you don't accidentally level the barracks." I snorted. "Sounds like him." The Pidgeotto gave a small nod. "He also said I'm to continue your practical lessons whenever the opportunity presents itself." "Wonderful." Ventis smiled as I relayed what Pidgeotto said, though there was just the slightest hint of nervousness in her voice. Another horn echoed across the courtyard. Drivers climbed onto their benches. Soldiers formed marching columns around the wagons. The professors mounted their own Pokémon, while servants hurried to their assigned places. At the very front, Professor Dawnmore raised one hand. Caravan! The conversations gradually faded. Move out! With the creak of wheels and the rhythmic clatter of hooves against stone, the long procession rolled through the academy gates. Ahead of them lay nearly 2 weeks of travel, and the rear army barracks that would serve as the stage for their half-year examinations. The journey to the rear barracks turned out to be surprisingly enjoyable. For one, I suddenly had dozens of new Pokémon to talk to. Every noble had brought along the rest of their team, and it was fascinating hearing stories from Pokémon raised in different parts of Vermont. The scenery helped too. The eastern side of the kingdom was beautiful, dotted with crystal-clear lakes nestled between rolling green hills. Dense forests stretched for miles, occasionally broken by small farming villages or grazing fields where Mareep, Tauros, and Miltank peacefully wandered under the watchful eyes of shepherds. There was only one delay during the entire journey, a graveler migration. The caravan came to a halt as hundreds of the rock-type Pokémon slowly crossed the main road, making their way from one mountain range to another. Thankfully, they were in no mood for trouble. The procession merely waited until the last graveler had rumbled into the nearby hills before continuing onward. As we drew closer to our destination, I couldn't help rolling my eyes. They called this some barracks? Ahead of us stood an absolutely enormous fortress. Even from a distance, I could already see young soldiers running laps around its outer walls, while groups of Pokémon trained alongside them as part of the morning exercises. As for the fortress itself, it dwarfed anything I had expected. The place was easily larger than a football stadium. A thick curtain wall protected the front, complete with towers, battlements, and several layers of defensive fortifications designed to slow any advancing army. Beyond those walls lay a vast inner courtyard bustling with activity. Rows of barracks housed the soldiers. A large smithy rang with the sound of hammers striking steel. Warehouses overflowed with supplies, while stables, training grounds, kitchens, workshops, and command buildings filled the remaining space. This wasn't merely a place for soldiers to sleep. It was an entire military town built around a fortress, capable of housing thousands of men should the need ever arise. The moment the caravan reached the fortress, the atmosphere changed completely. The relaxed conversations died down as the massive gates slowly creaked open. Dozens of guards stood watch atop the walls while knights patrolled the battlements. Inside, soldiers marched in orderly formations between the buildings, their synchronized footsteps echoing across the courtyard. Everywhere I looked, people had something to do. No one wandered aimlessly. No one stood around chatting. This place lived and breathed discipline. Our caravan rolled through the main gate and into the enormous courtyard before finally coming to a halt. A broad-shouldered knight wearing the insignia of a colonel stepped forward. "Welcome to Eastwatch Fortress." His voice carried effortlessly over the bustling courtyard. For the next 2 weeks, this fortress will serve as both your home and your classroom. He looked over the assembled students. "Today is reserved for settling in. You will not receive your military assignments until tomorrow morning." I noticed several students quietly relax at that announcement. You are free to familiarize yourselves with the fortress after unpacking. However, the outer walls, command center, armory, and supply depots remain off limits unless accompanied by an officer. He nodded toward one of the largest buildings near the rear wall. Your accommodations have already been prepared. Compared to the practical military buildings surrounding it, the structure almost looked like a noble's inn. 3 stories tall with white stone walls and polished wooden balconies, it stood in stark contrast to the otherwise rugged fortress. Flower boxes decorated the windows, and even the entrance had been carefully maintained. "That looks more like a hotel than military housing," I muttered. "It probably has to." Ventis smiled. Nobles aren't exactly used to sleeping in barracks. Servants quickly began unloading luggage, while several soldiers guided each student toward their assigned room. Ventis received a brass key with the number 27 engraved upon it. After climbing 2 flights of stairs, we found our room waiting. It was cozy. 2 proper beds stood against opposite walls, while a comfortable rug covered most of the wooden floor. A writing desk occupied one corner beside a bookshelf, and a wardrobe stood opposite it. There was even a private washroom, which honestly surprised me. Then all of us walked inside. "This might be a little cramped," Ventis admitted. She wasn't wrong. With me, Jolteon, Primarina, and Noctowl all sharing the room alongside her, the available space disappeared rather quickly. Jolteon looked around before laughing. Well, at least nobody will be lonely. Primarina slipped into the brass tub and used water gun to fill it. I've certainly had worse. Noctowl flew onto the wardrobe without a word. I called the high ground. I looked around once more before nodding. It'll do. Much bigger than the room in Hagsrot. Ventis chuckled, remembering that ratata hole of a room. With most of our belongings staying in out suitcases and me having nothing to do, I shrugged and simply used the window to jump out. While the others were busy settling into their rooms, I decided to explore the fortress. The difference between this place and the capital was immediate. Soldiers looked at me with visible hostility. Some stopped their conversations altogether while I walked past. Others followed me with their eyes, hands never straying far from their weapons. Thankfully, my military-issued armband and badge did their job. The crest of House Balatoa embroidered upon them told everyone exactly who I belonged to. Without them, I had little doubt someone would have already tried to chase me out of the fortress. I never thought I'd live to see a Brakeson serving on our side. The familiar booming laugh made me turn around. The same colonel who had welcomed us into the fortress strode toward me, hands resting comfortably behind his back. Name's Colonel Grebe Hurricane. He extended a hand before realizing halfway through that I didn't exactly shake hands. I've heard from several sources that you're a fair bit smarter than the average Pokémon. I pulled my slate from my tail fluff and quickly wrote a reply. I do my best, sir. The colonel raised an eyebrow. Well now, he scratched his beard. Using military etiquette, he chuckled. Were you trained by knights? I shook my head before writing again. Self-taught, sir, though I'm tougher than a Raiden. I proudly thumped a fist against my chest. Grebe burst into laughter. I like you already. His grin widened. So then, does your master allow you to battle? He tapped the crystal Pokeball hanging from his belt. I'd love to see what you can do. I tucked my slate away. I've only fought one military Pokémon before. Count Yvelner's Umbreon. I smiled. But I'm always happy to accept a challenge. That's exactly what I wanted to hear. That Umbreon was a real menace in the last What. If not for that Charizard, he would still be one of the best. The colonel turned on his heel. Come with me. He led me to one of the fortress's larger training grounds, where 2 military Pokémon were just finishing a mock battle beneath the watchful eyes of several officers and battle mages. The moment they stepped off the field, Grebe walked into the center. All right. His voice echoed across the yard. I want everyone's attention. Conversations ceased almost instantly. With a practiced motion, he unclipped the crystal Pokeball from his belt. A flash of white light erupted. A Flygon landed gracefully before him, its emerald wings humming softly. Busy, the colonel rested a hand on her neck. Mock battle. He pointed toward me. That's your training partner. Flygon slowly turned her head. Our eyes met the look she gave me, made my fur stand on end. It wasn't simply competitiveness, raw, unmistakable hostility, not the overwhelming killing intent I'd felt from Magmar, but close enough that every instinct in my body immediately recognized it. Before we start, I raised a paw, making sure the colonel saw I wanted a moment before speaking to Flygon. I can feel that you hate me, and I have a pretty good idea it's because I'm a Brakeson. Could you please not think of me as the enemy king's Pokémon, but as someone who grew up here and hasn't done anything wrong? Flygon stared at me for a moment before her expression turned awkward. Right. She looked away for a second. Sorry, I've fought against fire types so many times that the feeling comes by instinct. She met my eyes again. I'll try to be objective. That's all I can ask. I nodded before taking my position on the opposite side of the training field. I don't think I'll interfere, Colonel Grebe said as he stepped aside. You don't have your mage with you either. He drew his longsword, raised it high, then brought it down in one clean motion. Begin! The battle exploded into motion. Flygon reached me in less than a second. Only my experience fighting Umbreon saved me. I bent backwards as far as physically possible, using my tail to stop myself from falling before spinning into a fire spin, hoping to create both distance and a counterattack. As soon as I looked up, Flygon was gone. A heartbeat later, something slammed into my back. Fly. The attack sent me tumbling across the training field. I really need to take this seriously. I gritted my teeth. I was pretty sure one of my teeth had just come loose. She never let up. Dragon Claw, Dragon Tail, Dig, even Bite. The relentless assault left me with almost no room to retaliate. Every second was spent dodging or barely turning direct hits into glancing blows. Finally, extreme speed. The world slowed. Then, thunder punch. My fist connected squarely with Flygon's stomach, electricity crackling violently across her scales as she was finally knocked backward. I hadn't held back. Granted, I also hadn't borrowed any power from Ventis. Even so, Flygon merely looked down at the smoking paw print on her stomach. Then she casually brushed away a bit of dirt. Huh. Right, I clenched my jaw. Ground and dragon. Electricity was barely more than a gentle breeze to her. Then an idea crossed my mind. One I wasn't entirely sure was smart. I activated flame charge and layered extreme speed on top of it. For a brief instant, I broke the sound barrier. The impact shook the entire training field. Flygon was launched several meters backward. I wasn't nearly as fortunate. The moment I hit her, I felt several ribs crack. Both of my legs instantly seized with cramping as though every muscle had decided to fail at once, and I rolled helplessly across the dirt before finally coming to a stop. Every breath felt like someone was pushing needles into my chest. Flygon landed beside me. Dummy, she sighed before lightly bonking me on the head. What in the world did you just do? Combined? Moves? I answered with a pained grin. There is a reason attacks like those aren't combined. She shook her head. You'll destroy your own body before your opponent. She bonked my head again. Hey, I groaned. My head already hurts. Reaching into the fluffy fur of my tail, I pulled out a revive stone. Unlike the games from my old world, these weren't just for waking unconscious Pokémon. They were concentrated life energy. A miracle in crystal form. I bit down. Crack. Warm energy flooded through my body. It wasn't an instant cure. The broken ribs still hurt, and my muscles were still damaged. But the pain dulled dramatically as my body shifted into overdrive, pouring everything it had into recovery. Whoa! Colonel Grebe stared at me. Just how wealthy is your master if you can chew through a revive stone like it's candy? I pulled out my slate and quickly wrote, she has her own mining team. With a grin, I reached into my tail again. 1, 2, 3. 4 more revive stones appeared in my paw. The colonel blinked. Flygon blinked. Half the soldiers watching the battle looked ready to faint. Still grinning, I tucked the stones safely back into my tail fluff. I dusted myself off and felt my ribs slowly knit themselves back together. Pokémon recovery was honestly broken. Powered by a revive stone, the body's natural healing became monstrous. It wasn't instant, but the difference was absurd. My cracked ribs were already reconnecting, and the cramps in my legs faded with every passing second. For a brief moment, I wanted to crack some stupid joke like a certain merc with a mouth. Instead, I simply walked back to my starting position, rolling my shoulders and flexing my legs. You can't be serious. Colonel Grebe raised an eyebrow. You want to fight again? Flygon asked. Aren't you tired? Who do I look like? I smirked. Some pampered noble fluffball? I rolled one shoulder again. My body was already returning to something resembling factory settings. The colonel simply laughed before raising his sword once more. Fight? This time, I attacked first. Extreme speed. The distance vanished instantly. Psyshock. The psychic blast erupted almost point blank, forcing Flygon to react instead of attack. Before the dust had even settled, I slipped around her dragon claw and immediately chained the movement into another extreme speed. Fire blast! The blazing attack slammed into her back. Of course, that attack turned into an exchange as I ate an iron tail with my face, sending me into the dirt. Good reflexes, I spat, climbing back to my feet. Flygon smiled. It's less about reflexes and more about instinct. She casually stretched one wing. And experience. You may be fast, but you're still predictable. I gritted my teeth. For another 2 minutes we fought without pause. I threw everything I had at her. By the end, I looked like a kicked puppy. My fur was covered in dirt, and several shallow cuts painted my arms and legs red. Flygon had a scorched patch on her side. And, for the first time, she was breathing a little harder. She looked at me with newfound respect. To push me this far, she exhaled. You're one crazy little Brasian. Her claws began glowing with draconic energy. I give! I shouted immediately. I'd rather not get knocked unconscious today. The glowing claws stopped barely an inch from my nose. Instead, she reached forward with one claw and gently poked me on the forehead. Only then did the spectators seem to remember how to breathe. "That," someone said, "was amazing. I can't believe that." One of the military mages slowly lowered his staff. "To think that's the Pokémon of a second-year student." A soldier shook his head in disbelief. "What kind of training produces something like that?" Colonel Grebe looked between Flygon and me before rubbing his chin. "Just what do you do to get this durable?" He tossed an orange berry toward me. I caught it and took a large bite before pulling out my slate. Weight training combined with gravity training. The Colonel read the message twice. Gravity. He actually seemed to consider the idea before giving a thoughtful nod. "Huh." He tossed another orange berry toward Flygon. "Come on." He gestured for her to follow. "I need someone to look at that burn." Then he pointed at me. "And you." A grin spread across his face. "Get back to your master before she thinks we've killed you." I gave him a thumbs up before dragging myself back toward the noble quarters. When I finally pushed open the door to our room, Ventis was already waiting. Several bandages lay neatly arranged on the table beside a handful of medicine bottles. I simply walked over and collapsed face first onto the bed beside her. "Did you really have to challenge the strongest Pokémon in the entire base?" Ventis asked with a sigh as she spread another layer of salve over one of my cuts. "I was told you have to assert your dominance with authority," I chuckled, remembering an old joke from Earth. "Eek!" I shuddered as the ridiculously minty salve seeped into the fresh wounds. "Did you win?" Jolteon asked, leaning forward eagerly. I managed to get her winded and a little crispy. I frowned. "That Flygon is a menace." "I don't know what you expected." Noctowl shook his head. "That's a military Pokémon, a fully evolved one at that. And she's probably got decades of training and real battles behind her." He looked at me over the top of one wing. "You've got, what, 2 years? Stuff it, Feathers," I grinned. "Or I'll use you as stuffing for my pillow." Eek! My tail puffed up like an antenna as Ventis wrapped another bandage around my side. "It's a good thing we have over 24 revive stones lying around." "Do not." Ventis poked me in the ribs, used them so casually. She fixed me with a stern look. "They're incredibly valuable and extremely rare. They're for emergencies only." "Yes, Mom." I rolled my eyes dramatically. She couldn't help but laugh. "I mean it." She stood, brushed off her skirt, and gathered the remaining medicine. "I'm going out for a little while." She pointed a finger at me. "Stay here." Then at the others. "And don't let her cause any trouble." Jolteon nodded, said with a grin. Ventis just shook her head, smiling as she walked out the door. The moment it closed, Jolteon practically bounced over to my bed. "All right," he sat down. "I want every single detail." So I told them everything. From Flygon's initial hostility, to her relentless attacks, to the moment I accidentally combined Flame Charge with extreme speed and nearly shattered my own ribs. Jolteon listened with sparkling eyes, asking question after question whenever I mentioned a particular move or opening. Primarina listened just as attentively, though unlike Jolteon, she never once asked how to fight Flygon herself. She simply seemed interested in hearing the story. The evening sun painted the fortress walls in shades of orange and gold. From atop the battlements, the view stretched for miles. Rolling hills slowly disappeared into distant forests, while patrols of soldiers marched below with practiced precision. Somewhere within the fortress, a blacksmith's hammer still rang against glowing steel. Ventis rested both hands on the stone parapet. "It's rata peaceful up here. It helps that we aren't the ones on patrol." Prince Augustine leaned against the wall beside her, his eyes following a squad of knights leaving through the main gate. "They'll be back before sunrise." Silence settled between them. It wasn't awkward. After 2 years at the academy, they had long grown comfortable in one another's company. Augustine glanced sideways. "You're worried." Ventis smiled weakly. "Is it that obvious?" "You've been quieter than usual, ever since they told us we'd be commanding soldiers." She sighed. "I suppose I have." For a while, she simply watched the banners flutter in the evening breeze. "Do you ever wonder if I aimed too high?" Augustine raised an eyebrow. "What do you mean?" "I want to become a famous mage." She smiled softly. "I really do. But when Gahatu keeps talking about becoming an archmage," she shook her head. "That sounds like far too much responsibility. I don't know if someone like me should ever reach that position." Augustine remained quiet for a moment before answering. "I think you should." She looked at him in surprise. "You've already proven you have the talent." "It isn't about talent," he noted. Ventis looked back toward the horizon. An archmage protects the kingdom, advise kings, oversee magical research. They're responsible for countless lives. She let out a quiet breath. I barely feel ready to command 100 soldiers. How could I ever become something like that? Augustine smiled gently. I've been asking myself a very similar question. That caught her attention. The second prince doesn't exactly expect to become king. He chuckled. Normally, no. He rested his forearms on the stone wall. My older brother has made it abundantly clear that he'd rather spend his life with the army than behind a desk signing documents. A hint of pride entered his voice. He was born to lead soldiers, but not a kingdom, or at least it's what he says. Augustine looked down into the courtyard where soldiers were changing shifts. So, that leaves me. Ventis blinked. You really think you'll become king? I think, he smiled ruefully. I need to prepare as though I will. If father decides my brother truly doesn't want the throne, then the responsibility will fall to me. He looked toward the fading sunset. That's a frightening thought. For all my confidence, I've never had to make decisions that could change thousands of lives. He laughed quietly. So if you're wondering whether you're ready to become an archmage, I'm wondering whether I'll ever be worthy of wearing a crown. Ventis couldn't help smiling. I never thought princes worried about things like that. We're people before we're princes, he shrugged. We just happen to wear nicer clothes. That earned a genuine laugh from Ventis. Augustine smiled. Besides, I've watched you for 2 years now. You work harder than almost anyone I know. You never stop learning. And whenever someone needs help, you're always the first to offer it. He met her eyes. If those aren't the qualities an archmage should have, then I honestly don't know what they are. Ventis felt her cheeks warm slightly. Thank you. I still don't know whether I can do it. You don't have to know. Augustine smiled. You just have to keep taking the next step. The two of them fell comfortably silent once more. Below, the fortress gradually lit its lanterns one by one as soldiers changed shifts and the evening watch took their places upon the walls. Neither of them noticed how much time had passed. Only when the last traces of sunlight disappeared beyond the western hills did they finally turn back toward the fortress. Night had quietly settled over the second defensive line. Several hundred meters from the fortress, atop a wooded hill overlooking the valley, 4 dark figures lay hidden among the undergrowth. Every one of them wore black travel garments with their faces covered by cloth masks. Even their rapidashes had been left deeper within the forest to avoid drawing attention. The fortress below was brightly illuminated despite the approaching night. There are too many soldiers, one of them muttered. That's why we're discussing it instead of rushing in, another replied. The first man clicked his tongue. Easy for you to say, Root. Enough, a woman interrupted quietly. We're here to plan. The others immediately fell silent. She was Mist, the leader. Blade shifted his weight and pointed toward the rear building. The noble students are housed there. I counted at least 4 patrols around the building alone. And Pokémon, Silk added. Several of them. Blade frowned beneath his mask. Sneaking in and out with both the girl and her Bration sounds nearly impossible. And causing a diversion? Root suggested. Mist slowly shook her head. A fight would lock down the entire fortress, also I prefer not getting killed if necessary when we can do better. Silence settled over the group once again. Only the distant voices of soldiers carried across the evening air. Finally, Silk spoke. Supply caravans. The others looked toward him. For a place this large, they likely arrive almost every week. He pointed toward the southern road leading to the fortress. If we intercept one next week, we take their uniforms. Blade's eyes narrowed. We walk through the front gate. Root immediately caught on. The guards won't question uniformed workers carrying supplies. Mist slowly nodded. We enter after dark, the girl first. She held up one finger. Anti-magic cuffs. A second finger. The Brakeson. Restriction collar. A proper one this time, Blade chuckled. Root nodded with a grin hidden under his mask. Mist continued as though he hadn't interrupted. Once both are secured, she pointed toward the rear wall of the fortress. We don't leave through the gate. The wall? Blade asked. Yes, Root, you prepare something to land onto. Silk smiled beneath his mask. Fast, simple, no alarms until morning. Mist looked each of them in the eye. It won't stay simple for long, so once the target is secured, we ride like hell. 3 silent nods answered her. The plan was decided. Without another word, the 4 agents disappeared deeper into the forest. A short distance away, they quietly established a small, concealed camp beneath the trees. The next day came down like a hot hammer. I had to admit, I rather liked the whole military setup, but just like Ventis, I quickly noticed one major downside: the smell. 100 men wearing full armor, drilling beneath the summer sun since dawn, created a wall of sweat that could have qualified as a defensive fortification all on its own. Colonel Grebe made sure every noble and their Pokémon were gathered on the training field just as early as the regular soldiers. Most of the students were still rubbing sleep from their eyes. The only exceptions were Prince Augustin and Ventis. "Take your unit numbers and head to your assigned training fields," the colonel bellowed, pointing toward a long table where officers were handing out wooden plaques engraved with numbers. Within minutes, dozens of groups spread across the enormous training grounds. "Line up!" Ventis shouted as loudly as she could. It sounded pretty decent. "You can do it," I sent through our bond, along with a wave of encouragement. She smiled ever so slightly before returning her attention to the soldiers. The morning began with simple drills, marching formations, shield walls, orderly advances, retreats, nothing particularly exciting. The Aura Knights assigned to the unit demonstrated every maneuver first before allowing the soldiers to repeat it under Ventis's command. She pointed at me. "Attack the front!" The soldiers locked their shields together while the Aura Knights braced behind them. I slammed into it several times, testing their footing, while the Knights barked corrections to the younger soldiers. It was textbook training. Then an idea crossed my mind. Tell them to prepare for an ambush. Ventis blinked before immediately turning toward the unit. "Prepare for an ambush scenario." Several of the Aura Knights looked surprised. This wasn't part of today's planned exercises. Still, they reacted instantly. The rectangular shield wall broke apart and reformed into a defensive circle, shields facing outward in every direction. I vanished with extreme speed. One moment I was in front of them, the next I was striking from the left. I kicked shields, pushed against weak points, tried to squeeze through tiny openings before darting away again. The soldiers quickly stopped treating it like another repetitive drill. One Aura Knight even laughed after successfully blocking one of my heavier punches. "Again!" Ventis shouted, and sent the others too to harass the soldiers. Jolien followed my style. Primarina sends Surf at them, testing the shield wall while Noctowl attacked from above. The training continued until nearly midday. By then, my stamina was finally running dry, while the summer sun scorched the training grounds as though someone had hung a giant magnifying glass over the fortress. Aside from me and a handful of fire and rock-type Pokémon, everyone was drenched in sweat. The order for lunch was met with visible relief. Unfortunately for the noble students, lunch was military rations. No special treatment. Everyone received exactly the same meal. Several nobles stared suspiciously at the plain bread, thick vegetable stew, and strips of salted meat. A few poked at the food, as though hoping it might magically improve. Ventis, meanwhile, accepted her portion without the slightest complaint. Compared to what she had eaten during 6 long years in Hagsrot, this was practically a feast. As for me, I couldn't have cared less. Food was fuel, and military food wasn't made to impress anyone. It was made to keep soldiers fighting. Day after day, we returned to our assigned unit. By the 4th day, I had exhausted all the ideas I could remember from my old world. From then on, we simply rotated the different drills into our daily routine. As far as I could tell, most of the other units stuck to standard military exercises under the supervision of the students. Though I did hear from Escavalier that Prince Augustin had borrowed a few of our training methods for his own unit. His new Vaporeon was female, and while the thought made me chuckle for a moment, I knew full well he'd only wanted one for the prestige of having such an elegant water type. A mage with a Vaporeon, a Lopunny, and a Gardevoir would have been a rather questionable combination. For a brief moment, I pictured a skinny man with a red nose giggling inside a wizard's tower. I immediately shook my head. Modern media was a curse. Though it was a fun curse whenever I had nothing else to occupy my thoughts. I even tried recalling episodes of the old Pokémon show, though most of them slipped frustratingly through my memory. On the 6th day, the weather finally changed. Rain. The cool air was a welcome relief after nearly a week of relentless summer heat. Of course, the officers immediately announced that today's lesson would be training under adverse weather conditions. I understood the physics behind storm clouds well enough to know that summer rain could become surprisingly violent. What I hadn't expected was hail. The icy pellets were small, no bigger than the rubber on the end of a pencil, but they struck with surprising force. Still, training continued. Our unit marched through the downpour, while half-melted ice relentlessly pelted armor, shields, helmets, and Pokémon. For most, it was simply miserable. For me, it was excellent training, which also meant that it hurt like hell. By midday, I was barely able to remain on my feet. The constant barrage had left my entire body aching, and at one point I had to block the pain from transferring through our bond because Ventis looked ready to collapse despite not having taken a single hit herself. "Want to stay inside your crystal ball?" she asked worriedly. "I'd rather not experience it," I huffed as I finally dragged myself beneath a roof once the training ended. I wasn't the only one. Many Pokémon weak to water or ice had already sought shelter or had simply collapsed from exhaustion. If there was one thing that made me feel a little better, it was the fact that I'd lasted the longest. Whether that was because of sheer determination or sheer stupidity was anyone's guess. After the rain finally passed in the early afternoon, most of the soldiers were too exhausted to continue training. Instead, every unit was handed buckets of water, rags, brushes, and oil. Armor maintenance. Colonel Grebe made his expectations perfectly clear. "If I find a single speck of rust on your armor," he bellowed across the courtyard, "I'll have you running laps along the walls until you faint." Nobody doubted him. As a fire type, I quickly found myself a useful job. Noctowl, a light breeze if you would. The owl gave a nod, gently flapping his wings. I added my own ember, turning the cool wind into a pleasantly warm one that flowed over the freshly washed breastplates, helmets, and shields. Within minutes, the armor was completely dry. Our unit finished long before everyone else. "Well," one of the foot soldiers chuckled, "and here I thought most noble mages didn't care a snubble's arse about us. I guess I was mistaken." Another soldier smiled as he inspected his polished breastplate. "Lady Balatoa has been a blessing." "Indeed," one of the Aura Knights agreed. "I heard several knights and soldiers have already asked if they could be assigned under her command." "Too bad nobody's willing to swap," his companion laughed. "Indeed." Several foot soldiers joined in. You'd have to be mad to leave her unit. The massive resting hall was pleasantly cool after the sweltering heat outside. Long wooden benches filled the room, with soldiers happily resting, sharpening weapons, or simply talking after the day's work. I wasn't really listening, but it was impossible not to overhear them. Ventis had already returned to our room with the others. I was waiting for Duot. He had asked if we could exchange a few military training ideas, and I was more than happy to help. By the time we finished talking, and I handed him a small list I'd written onto an old piece of paper, the afternoon was already drawing to a close. Just then, a familiar flash of psychic light appeared in the hallway outside. "Huh? Curious." I stepped back out. Standing there, dusting off his sleeves with all the dignity in the world, was Kadabra. He wore a crisp postman's uniform complete with a matching cap, while a leather satchel rested over one shoulder. "Hi, Fenn." "Well?" he asked proudly. "What do you think?" I blinked. "You became an actual postman?" "Temporary courier," he corrected immediately. "County Velna himself designed the uniform. Quite handsome, isn't it?" I looked him up and down before nodding. "I have to admit, it suits you." Kadabra puffed out his chest proudly. Then he reached into his satchel and carefully pulled out a neatly folded envelope. "Special delivery for Lady Balatoa." I smiled and gestured toward our room. "She's inside." Ventis looked up as we entered. "Oh, Kadabra," she smiled. The psychic type bowed politely before holding out the envelope. Kadabra. Ventis accepted it with both hands. The moment she saw the handwriting, her eyes softened. "Terence." She carefully opened the letter. As her eyes moved across the page, her smile grew wider and wider. He did it again. "What happened?" I asked. "He went on another stone hunt." She laughed quietly. "And apparently, it was his luckiest one yet." She continued reading. "He says he can't wait to tell me everything once I return." For a brief moment, the fortress, the military training, and the looming tension all disappeared. She was simply a girl reading a letter from friend. "I'm so happy for him." Kadabra smiled. "Kadabra." I translated with a grin. "He says that it's an honor to be useful." Kadabra adjusted his satchel before looking out the nearby window. "I was supposed to teleport back immediately," he said to me, "but it's getting late. I think I'll stay the night and head home first thing tomorrow morning." I nodded, probably for the best. Teleporting while tired sounds like a terrible idea. It usually is. I turned to Ventis. He says he'll stay here tonight and teleport back tomorrow morning. Of course. Ventis nodded happily. I'll ask the officers to prepare a room. A few minutes later, and a bit of explaining from Ventis, Kadabra got a small corner room with a decent rug and pillow. Apparently, he used up most of his power all day delivering mail. This day took everything out of me, I groaned, as I slipped onto my own pillow. Indeed. Ventis nodded from her own bed, equally sprawled across the blankets. For a while, neither of us moved. Just before I drifted off, however, I noticed her quietly casting several familiar spells around the room. She had done it every evening since the assassination attempt. I looked at her blankly. We're inside one of the most heavily guarded military fortresses in the kingdom. Do you really need to cast all those wards? I know. She let out a tired sigh while finishing the last enchantment. It's mostly habit at this point. A faint smile tugged at her lips. And practice. I'm 5 times faster than I was before. You do you. I shrugged before burying my face back into my pillow. At the supply depot, 3 dark-cloaked figures silently crushed tiny enchanted stones in their palms. The already faint outlines of their bodies became almost completely transparent. Their employer had given them more than enough gold to use expensive magical items without hesitation. If they succeeded in capturing both the girl and her fire-type Pokémon, they would never have to worry about money again. Meanwhile, Root remained outside the fortress wall. Beside him, his Diglett tirelessly loosened the earth where they intended to make their escape. Root spread layer upon layer of hay over the freshly turned soil, creating a thick cushion. The drop from the wall was nearly 30 feet. Now, even a porcelain vase would likely survive the landing. Inside the fortress, Mist led the infiltration. 2 guards quietly disappeared into the shadows after Silk struck them unconscious, dragging them into dark corners where they wouldn't be discovered until morning. Blade dealt with the locked doors while Mist kept watch. The next lock clicked. The 3 shadows slipped through the doorway as though they had never been there. The first-floor corridor wasn't empty. A lone guard slowly patrolled with a torch in hand. No matter how effective their cloaking enchantments were, standing directly in the torchlight would reveal them. Without exchanging a word, all 3 leaped upward. Their hands and feet found purchase against the stone walls. They remained perfectly still, barely daring to breathe. The guard yawned as he continued his patrol, completely oblivious to the 3 assassins clinging silently above his head. Only once his footsteps faded into the distance did they drop soundlessly back onto the floor, like Meowths. They hurried toward the staircase, the 2nd floor. Mist stopped outside a familiar door. She pointed. Blade! The lockpicker immediately knelt beside the keyhole. On it, tiny tools disappeared into the mechanism. 15 seconds later, click! Blade slowly pushed the door inward. A flash of lightning erupted from inside the room. The spell struck him squarely in the chest. His body convulsed violently before collapsing into the hallway, completely paralyzed. Damn it, Silk hissed through clenched teeth. Without hesitation, he hurled an anti-magic orb into the room. The enchanted sphere struck the floor and immediately began suppressing the surrounding mana. The 2 remaining infiltrators rushed inside without a moment's hesitation. Then, clang! A bell rang somewhere outside, then another. Within seconds, the entire fortress erupted into chaos. Alarm bells thundered through the night. Shouted orders echoed across the courtyard. Somewhere outside, an explosion lit the darkness. Mist's eyes narrowed. One thought crossed her mind. That wasn't us. Whatever had happened, someone else had triggered the alarm. She didn't waste another second wondering why. Her mission hadn't changed. Ventis's mind was shocked awake the instant one of her warding spells triggered. Without hesitation, she activated every reserve spell she had prepared. A heartbeat later, however, a small orb rolled into the room. The moment it touched the floor, a crimson pulse spread through the chamber, suppressing every new spell. I was already jumping to my feet, but this time Jolteon reacted first. A bolt of lightning exploded from him and crashed into the doorway. He didn't stop. For nearly 3 full seconds, he poured electricity into the entrance, giving us just enough time to get ready. I made a mental note to congratulate Ventis for being paranoid later. As Jolteon's lightning finally faded, 2 dark figures burst into the room. They were difficult to look at. Some kind of shroud wrapped around them, making their outlines shimmer as though darkness itself clung to their bodies. They wasted no time. One hurled a spore burst that exploded directly in front of Jolteon. He barely had time to blink before collapsing back onto the floor, fast asleep. The other assassin threw an item crackling with stored electricity. It struck Primarina before she could react. They knew our team. They came prepared. Before I could gather fire in my paw, a thick black collar shot toward me. It wasn't thrown. It flew through the air as though it had locked onto my neck, ready to snap shut the moment it reached me. At the same time, another pair of objects streaked toward Ventis' heavy metal cuffs, etched with dark red mana-suppressing runes identical to those on the orb. I tried to dodge, but Noctowl reacted first. A shower of golden stars flashed across the room. His swift struck all three objects, knocking them off course. Instead of attacking, I lunged forward and kicked the suppression orb back through the doorway. Thunk. Fuck! A man's groan echoed from the hallway as the metal sphere slammed into him. Nice one, Ventis said through our bond. At that exact moment, two invisible walls of force slammed into the intruders. They crashed into the opposite wall, their cloaking enchantments shattering instantly. Ventis wasn't holding back. Her barriers pressed them against the stone like a giant vice. Unfortunately, that wasn't our biggest problem. Boom! A massive explosion rattled the entire building. The floor trembled beneath our feet. Screams erupted throughout the fortress. Pokémon roared. Steel clashed against steel. "We're under siege!" a soldier shouted from somewhere below. Without wasting another second, I tackled both assassins before they could recover, knocking them unconscious with 2 quick strikes. Behind me, Primarina was already shaking Jolteon awake, while Noctowl flew into the hallway. A dull thud echoed moments later. "The third one's out," he called as he returned. Ventis hurriedly threw on her clothes before grabbing her focus. "We're also under siege?" "Apparently." I gritted my teeth as I dragged the unconscious men into the hallway. While doing so, I quickly checked my tail fluff. Revive stones. Enough. Then, a max revive. I tucked it into the easiest pocket to reach. Hopefully, I wouldn't have to find out what using one actually felt like. A booming voice suddenly echoed through the corridor. "Every student." Knight Professor Garrick Stonewall stood at the far end, shield raised as aura flared around him. "Proceed immediately to the western gate with your Pokémon. This is an order. Now!" He charged down the corridor, his massive shield leading the way as he cleared a path through the chaos. Nearby, Professor William Dawnmore was already casting layer upon layer of defensive barriers to shield the retreat. He turned toward the Royal Knights who had accompanied the students from the capital. "Protect the future of our kingdom," his voice thundered over the chaos. "Protect the nobles. Protect the prince." King Rhaegar laughed like a madman from atop his Charizard. The mighty fire type hovered above the battlefield, its wings beating against the smoke-filled night. Beside it floated 2 Delphoxes, their staffs already glowing, prepared to incinerate anyone foolish enough to come close. His army had carved its way into Vermont like a hot blade through butter. He was extremely pleased with his younger brother. Convincing 2 border nobles to betray their own kingdom had been a stroke of genius. Thanks to their treachery, the Zhao Sharan army had swept through the first defensive line without even slowing down. The few loyal soldiers stationed there had fallen like ants before a flood, attacking the second defensive line under the cover of night. That was simply his way of greeting the enemy. The first clash had been glorious. A massive section of the fortress wall had already collapsed, while his elite assault units had destroyed 3 of the 7 ballista before the defenders could properly respond. "Forgive me, Your Majesty." A servant bowed nearly 10 meters away, not daring to approach the blood-soaked king. "We only managed this much sabotage before suspicion grew." The man trembled as he spoke. Rhaegar merely waved a dismissive hand. "It matters little." A cruel smile spread across his face. "This battle is already won." He looked toward the burning fortress. "We'll take this place within 3 days." His eyes narrowed. "Did my brother's elite manage to get inside to capture the girl and her Pokémon?" "Yes, Your Majesty." The servant finally dared breathe again. "I saw them fly over the walls." "Excellent." Rhaegar threw back his head and laughed. "Then continue with the plan." 8 of Zhao Shara's strongest battle mages soared over the fortress walls atop their flying-type Pokémon before leaping into the darkness below. It looked like a suicide mission. Truthfully, it was. Failure wasn't an option. Every one of them had seen what Prince Kael had done to the 10 guards stationed at the Royal Fennekin Pens. Being skinned alive had been the least horrifying part of their deaths. None of the 8 even entertained the thought of returning empty-handed. The moment they spotted their target among the fleeing noble students, they acted. Now, all 8 mages extended their staffs simultaneously. Spatial magic erupted. The strain was so immense that several of them immediately drank mana potions, while others swallowed enhancement drugs, forcing their mana circuits far beyond their natural limits. 8 spells merged into one, and space itself distorted. Ventis and I were violently pulled sideways through reality. We reappeared inside a nearby corridor. The instant we materialized, stone exploded upward from the ground. Massive walls sealed every entrance in seconds. Not fast enough. Before the final barrier closed, Jolteon, Primarina, Noctowl, a single Aura Knight, and his Feraligatr dove through the narrowing opening. The last wall slammed shut behind us. The leader of the enemy mages cursed. He pointed his staff toward the trapped group. "Kill the others. I'll handle the targets." The remaining 7 battle mages immediately turned their attention toward the Aura Knight and the 4 Pokémon, while their leader focused entirely on Ventis and me. Knight Commander Lewis Tide went absolutely berserk. His Feraligatr launched himself at one of the enemy mages with a furious roar while our team attacked without hesitation. Jolteon became little more than a yellow blur, striking from every direction. Primarina unleashed a powerful surf that forced 2 mages to abandon their casting, while Noctowl relentlessly harassed them with volleys of swift stars. Ventis and I staggered from the violent spatial pull. My stomach churned violently as the world spun around me. There was no time to recover. Suppressive magic slammed into Ventis while a barrage of debuff spells tried to strike me instead. Confusion, blindness, paralysis, even heightened gravity. Every spell sought to make me an easy target rather than kill me. Both of us realized the same thing almost instantly. While the others were being bombarded with devastating attack spells, every spell aimed at us was designed to incapacitate. "They want to capture us," Ventis shouted through our bond. "I can tell." I barely dodged another spell, relying on flame charge to keep my mobility high. Jolteon was struck hard by a volley of ice shards. Several icy spears buried themselves into his back, forcing him to stumble. Primarina managed to keep one of the battle mages occupied with relentless waves of water, buying us precious seconds. Then, everything fell apart. A massive explosion threw Feraligatr backward, the scales across his chest scorched black. Knight Commander Lewis cried out as his left arm disappeared in the blast. His shield clattered onto the stone floor while he immediately pressed his burning sword against the stump, gritting his teeth as the searing steel cauterized the wound. 4 enemy mages suddenly turned toward me. I threw everything I had into dodging, every ounce of speed my body could produce. It wasn't enough. The 4 mages completed their casting together. A single compressed wave of psychic energy erupted toward me. There was nowhere left to dodge. "No!" Ventis screamed. Then, a figure blinked into existence beside me. Kadabra. He hadn't teleported in to attack. He had teleported between me and the spell. The compressed psychic blast struck him head-on. His entire body trembled. Instead of letting the overwhelming psychic power damage him, Kadabra did something only another psychic type could even attempt. He absorbed it, every last fragment of it. The enormous surge of psychic energy poured into his already exhausted body, overwhelming his natural abilities. The air itself began to tremble. His eyes glowed brighter and brighter, until everyone present instinctively shielded their own. For a single heartbeat, the corridor became nothing but blinding white light. Then, darkness. When Ventis could finally see again, both Kadabra and I were gone. Our soul bond still existed, barely. It felt impossibly distant, faint, as though I stood on the very edge between life and death. For one frozen moment, Ventis simply stared. Then she looked around. The battle was lost. She clenched her jaw. Mana erupted from her body. With a deafening crash, the stone wall separating the western escape route exploded apart beneath an overwhelming burst of force. "Everyone!" Her voice echoed through the corridor. "Get back to Robert. That is an order." The collapsing barrier forced her own Pokémon backward toward the opening. "Joel!" Jolteon shouted desperately, trying to rush back. Noctowl immediately understood. Ventis had never, ever used that tone before. His heart screamed at him to stay, to fight, to protect her. But he also knew, if they remained, everyone would die. Without hesitation, he grabbed Jolteon by the scruff and beat his wings with all his remaining strength. Primarina cried out in anguish as tears welled in her eyes. Knight Commander Lewis looked at Ventis. Despite everything, she was smiling, only faintly. She tossed her wand aside. Lewis tightened his grip on his sword until the leather wrapping creaked beneath his hand. Every instinct demanded that he stay. Yet the veteran commander knew the truth. If he continued fighting, he would simply die for nothing. He raised his sword. Feraligatr! The great water type looked back. Cover the retreat! With a furious roar, Feraligatr slammed an aura-charged punch into the corridor wall. The stone exploded outward in a cloud of dust and shattered masonry, swallowing the battlefield in a blinding grey haze. Archmage Gahatu saw everything the moment Pidgeotto woke him in the middle of the night. As his bird Pokémon circled high above the battlefield, he watched the chaos unfolding below. The fortress burned in several places, the walls shook from repeated impacts, and amidst the confusion he saw Ventis and her team become separated from the others. His hands clenched into fists. He couldn't send Pidgeotto into the fight. One wrong move, and both of them would die. As the Archmage of Vermont, he simply couldn't risk his own life so recklessly. An Archmage was worth an army. "There!" he shouted through their soul bond. "Find Kadabra! Tell him to teleport Ventis and her Braixen out!" Pidgeotto winced as Gahatu's voice rattled through his mind, but he banked sharply and dove toward the fleeing nobles. He quickly spotted Kadabra among them and landed beside him. "Kadabra," he called. "You need to teleport in and out with Lady Ventis and the Braixen." He extended a wing toward the distant corridor where the battle raged. "Fenn is in danger?" Kadabra's expression immediately hardened. He looked where Pidgeotto pointed. On it. Thankfully, he had managed to get several hours of sleep. A decent portion of his psychic power had returned, though nowhere near all of it. A flash of psychic light enveloped him. Then, he vanished. Pidgeotto immediately launched himself back into the air. From above, he saw Kadabra appear beside Fenn. Then the enemy mages released their combined psychic spell. Shockingly, Kadabra intercepted it. The overwhelming psychic energy engulfed him before a brilliant flash consumed both psychic type and Braixen and disappeared. Pidgeotto waited, but there was no second flash. No returning teleport, nor sign of either of them anywhere near the retreating convoy. Damn it! Back in his tower, Gahatu slammed his fist into the stone doorframe hard enough for his joints to scream. Only Fenn had escaped. The realization filled him with a fury he hadn't felt in years. Still, saving one was better than losing both. And one more detail lingered in his thoughts. The enemy had gone to extraordinary lengths to capture them alive. Obviously, they wanted Ventis alive, which was the only comfort he allowed himself. Within moments, Gahatu threw on his war robes. For the first time in 6 years, all 6 of his crystal balls floated into position around him. He hadn't entered a battlefield carrying all 6 since the last war. Salamence landed outside the tower, and the Archmage mounted immediately. A powerful wind spell erupted beneath the dragon's wings, accelerating them toward the burning fortress. He knew the truth. Even at Salamence's speed, the enemy had hours. If they sent Ventis across the border, then I'll simply have to settle for something else. His eyes opened again, cold, burning with murderous intent. The Jaushara army will learn exactly what a furious Archmage looks like. The carriage convoy thundered down the military road as the Rapidash teams galloped at full speed, their flaming manes leaving orange trails in the darkness. Several dozen soldiers and knights rode alongside the nobles, constantly scanning the surrounding forests and hills for signs of pursuit. There was no panic among the escort. Every order was calm, practiced, and precise. Their only goal was simple: get the kingdom's future away from the battlefield. Inside one of the larger carriages, silence reigned. The kind of silence that came after people had lost much. Prince Augustin sat with his back against the wooden wall, his hands clasped tightly together, as though trying to stop them from shaking. Across from him sat Olivia Haxon, carefully wrapping fresh bandages around Jolteon's bloodied back. "I know," she whispered as the electric type winced. "I'm almost done." Jolteon didn't complain. His thoughts were shrouded in helpless rage. Olivia finished tying the final knot before pulling a citrus berry from one of the medical pouches. "Here." He accepted it absent-mindedly and slowly bit into it. Normally, he would have jumped in joy at the sight of free food. Now, he barely tasted it. Primarina sat with her head lowered, her tears all dried up, and her mental state mirrored that of Jolteon. Ventis was the first human who cared for her, who pampered her. She would grab the first chance to run and save her. Noctowl remained perfectly still. He stared through the carriage window into the passing darkness without blinking. His feathers were still frazzled, while his mind replayed the same image over and over. Ventis, smiling, then ordering them to leave. It was a sad smile, a heartbroken one. Fully knowing this was the only, was to save them. Marianne Tidewell couldn't hold herself together any longer. She covered her face with both hands as quiet sobs escaped between her fingers. She struggled to breathe. Left her. No one answered. What answer could anyone possibly give? She had watched Ventis disappear behind a wall of enemy mages, and she had done nothing, because there had been nothing she could do. Across from her, Swanna gently rested a wing around her shoulders. Prince Augustine stayed silent. In his mind, there was already 16 different plans and scenarios that could work in one way or another to save Ventis from Jaushara. He fused all his anger into useful planning. He wanted to sigh as his current mindset mimicked his father. Hours passed. The convoy never stopped. Only the rhythmic pounding of hooves and the rattling of wheels filled the night. Outside, relay riders constantly moved between the front and rear of the column while scouts disappeared into the darkness before returning with reassuring reports. Gradually, the black sky gave way to deep blue. Then the first rays of dawn crested the distant hills. As the sun finally rose, the towering walls of the third defensive line appeared ahead. Fresh soldiers hurried to open the gates as the battered convoy entered the fortress. Only after the last carriage had crossed inside did the escort finally slow their pace. With no enemy banners appeared on the horizon, nor pursuing cavalry did the knights allow their shoulders to drop. Since fleeing the second defensive line, the nobles were safe. The news reached both the royal capital and Count Evelna's estate almost simultaneously. Pelion excused herself from the meeting the moment she heard it. No one stopped her. No one even tried. Meanwhile, in House Balatoa's training yard, crack! Robert's wooden practice sword snapped cleanly across his knee before the two halves clattered onto the stone. Without another word, he turned and walked toward his room. Robert? Rickard's voice stopped him halfway down the corridor. The order from His Majesty was clear. Do not act rashly. Let the king's spies work. I don't care. There was no anger in Robert's voice anymore. Only grim determination. Will you lend me your dimensional ring, or not? Rickard stared at his younger brother for several long seconds before letting out a defeated sigh. Fine. He slowly pulled the treasured ring from his finger. But only if you take Skiddo. He's my best trained Pokémon. Hell, he might even evolve during the journey. The grass type happily trotted over to Robert's side, completely unaware of the seriousness of the conversation. Rickard placed the ring into his brother's waiting hand. Thank you. Robert slipped it onto his finger. Bishop is coming with me, of course. Also, I heard Ventis's Pokémon survived. I'll ask them if they want to come along. I'd be surprised if they refused, Rickard replied quietly. 2 days later, a carriage rolled into the Balatoa estate. It wasn't military. As soon as the door opened, Robert recognized the woman immediately. Master Pellieni. She stepped down calmly, followed by Jolteon, Primarina, and Noctowl. Moments later, her own partners, a Swellow and a Ninetails, jumped gracefully from the carriage. Pelion studied Robert for a long moment. I know that look. I'm coming with you. You'll need an experienced mage, she said, instead of a greeting. Robert simply nodded. I won't say no to reinforcements. Also, prepare cold weather clothing. We'll cross the northern pass and avoid the military border entirely. We'll slip into Jaushara through the mountain ridge. Pelion raised an eyebrow. Smart. She immediately scribbled a short note, tied it together with a heavy coin pouch onto Swellow's leg, and gently patted the bird Pokémon. Buy winter clothing, as quickly as possible. Swellow cried out before disappearing into the sky. How about rations for the journey? Pellieni asked. Robert simply tapped the ring on his finger. For a brief moment, Pelion forgot to breathe. A storage ring. She bit her lip before shaking her head with a rueful smile. I really should have bought one years ago. The following 6 hours passed in a blur of preparation. Maps were spread across tables, routes discussed, winter gear gathered, weapons sharpened, medicine packed, and enough food loaded into Robert's dimensional ring to last weeks if necessary. Nobody wasted time on unnecessary words. The decision had already been made. They would leave quietly, in the middle of the night. As Robert, Peliane, and their Pokémon emerged from the underground tunnel leading beyond the capital walls, they all came to an abrupt stop. Someone was waiting. King Callister Vermont sat calmly upon an ornate wooden chair that looked entirely out of place in the damp, dirt-covered tunnel. Even here, dressed in a simple cloak instead of royal attire, there was no mistaking him. He regarded the small group with a serious expression. "Going somewhere?" Silence answered him. Robert instinctively straightened, while Peliane bowed deeply. The king merely sighed. "I thought so." He reached into his dimensional ring and withdrew a small silk satchel before casually tossing it toward Peliane. She caught it on instinct. "I expect all of you." His gaze rested briefly on Robert. "To come back with Ventis." Without another word, the king tapped another ring on his finger. Then both him and his chair were gone. The tunnel fell silent once more. Robert blinked several times. Did he just? His jaw was still recovering from the encounter. Peliane slowly loosened the drawstring of the silk pouch, and her eyes widened. By the stars! Inside rested nearly a dozen max revives, each carefully wrapped in protective cloth. Beside them lay 2 crystal Pokeballs, several Imperial-grade healing potions, and, tucked safely inside a lacquered case, a sealed war-class spell scroll that could be activated even by someone without magical talent. The contents of the pouch were worth more than most noble manors, perhaps even 2. Peliane slowly looked up. "I don't think we have any excuse not to succeed now." Her determination only grew stronger as she handed the satchel to Robert. He accepted it carefully before placing it inside the dimensional ring. "Right?" He nodded once as he stored in his ring. "Let's move." Outside the tunnel, the carriage he had hired was already waiting. 6 powerful Rapidash stood harnessed to a large travel carriage built for speed rather than comfort. It was spacious enough to carry everyone. Their destination was House Balatoa's mountain fortress. From there, they would use an old, hidden pass through the northern mountains to slip into Zhaoshara without ever approaching the heavily guarded military border. Thankfully, it was summer. The mountain air would be cold, but survivable. Had this been winter, the journey would have been little more than a very elaborate form of suicide. The battle for the second defensive line had begun exactly as Rhaegus envisioned. His army breached the outer walls in a single day, overwhelming the defenders through sheer numbers and relentless assaults. The fortress itself, however, proved to be a far tougher prize. Several powerful war mages coordinated its defense while layers of enchanted shields absorbed volley after volley of magical bombardment. Annoying. Still, not enough to halt the advance. The Vermont reinforcements had arrived much faster than expected, but even that only delayed the inevitable. Once the fortress fell, the road into the kingdom would lie open. Then, everything changed. No one had expected an archmage to leave the capital, not the Zhaosharan army, nor even the Vermont commanders. Military-class spells descended upon the battlefield like divine punishment. Entire formations disappeared beneath pillars of fire, storms of razor-sharp ice, and explosions that shook the earth itself. Even the magically reinforced command camp trembled under the barrage. Barrier. One of Rhaegus's court mages roared. 6 elite mages poured mana into overlapping shields as another spell slammed into them. The impact forced several to their knees, blood dripping from their noses as cracks spread across the glowing barriers. Rhaegus clicked his tongue. This makes no sense. Archmages never abandoned the safety of their capitals. Doing so exposed an entire kingdom to assassination. Unless something had gone terribly wrong. Seeing his soldiers struggle beneath the relentless bombardment, Rhaegus released his own Pokémon to reinforce the front lines. Go, show them why Zhaoshara rules the battlefield. After they left his tent, a sharp pain exploded through his chest. His eyes widened. The tip of a short sword emerged from beneath his breastplate, stained crimson. A cheerful whisper reached his ear. Long live King Calith Dravosh. The voice almost sounded amused. Before Rhaegus could even turn his head, the assassin vanished into the chaos. That's a viper of a brother. His legs gave way. The blade had been coated in refined toxicity venom. The electric toxin flooded his nervous system the instant it entered his bloodstream, locking every muscle in his body before he could even reach for the healing potion at his belt. He planned. Rhaegus coughed violently, blood splattering onto the dirt. His vision darkened. He collapsed face first into freshly bloodied red rug of his tent. The jagged royal crown slipped from his head, rolled through the mud, and finally came to rest beneath the boots of a fleeing soldier. The king of Jawashara was dead. I woke to the feeling of my insides being scrambled for the second time in 2 minutes and immediately rolled onto my side, vomiting up my dinner. Beside me, Kadabra swayed for a moment before collapsing face first into the dirt. Sadly, it was too dark to see much. I pulled out my wooden wand and conjured a tiny flame, one that gave more light than heat. We were underground somewhere. It didn't look like a cave. The walls were far too straight, as though someone had carved them long ago. I knelt beside Kadabra and checked his pulse before letting out a relieved sigh. Still alive. Just unconscious. "Where in the world did you teleport us?" I muttered as I stood, wincing from the lingering pain. The tiny flame illuminated the nearby wall, revealing rows of strange carvings. At first I thought they were pictures, but after taking a closer look, I frowned. No, those are unown. The symbols stretched farther down the corridor, covering the ancient stone from floor to ceiling. So we're inside some ancient ruin. Great. I sighed before instinctively reaching for my bond with Ventis. Nothing, well, almost nothing. The connection was stretched so impossibly thin that I could barely feel it. Not even emotions could pass between us anymore. My hand immediately shot to my neck. No metal collar, only the decorative one I normally wore. "How?" I whispered before the realization hit me. "Wait, am I really this far away from her? Shit!" Quickly reaching into my tail, I pulled out one of the revive stones hidden in the fur. Leaning over, I gently placed it between Kadabra's teeth before pressing his jaw shut until the soft stone cracked. The effect was immediate. Kadabra suddenly sucked in a huge breath, as though he had just surfaced after nearly drowning. "Easy." I gently patted his back while he coughed. "How are you?" It took him several long seconds to answer. He looked down at his hands, "I feel wrong." "What do you mean?" "My powers." He frowned deeply. "They're blocked." "Oh, what?" Kadabra raised a hand toward a loose rock beside the wall. Nothing happened, not even a twitch. "I don't know." He stared at his own palm in disbelief. "It feels like my psychic core was pushed far beyond its limits. I can't sense any psychic energy anymore. Only my own core." With obvious effort, he climbed to his feet. For the first time since I'd met him, his silver spoon wasn't floating beside him. He had to hold it in his hand. "Well, great." I scratched behind one ear. "I'm stranded somewhere, who knows where, with a teleporting Pokémon who can't teleport." Kadabra shot me a flat look. "Sorry. Any idea where we are?" He silently shook his head while examining the ancient walls. I licked a finger and held it into the air. "What are you doing?" Kadabra asked. "Checking for a breeze. I don't plan on staying underground. This isn't exactly a place meant for a fire type." I chuckled. "Rock and ground types practically own caves." Kadabra sniffed the air as well. A few moments later, we both noticed the same thing. A faint current of fresh air. "There." He pointed deeper into one of the tunnels. With battered bodies, aching muscles, and barely enough strength left to keep walking, we followed the breeze into the darkness, neither of us looking much better than the other. The tunnel was dry, cold, and creepy in the way only ancient ruins could be. Every footstep echoed through the stone corridors before being swallowed by the silence that had probably lasted for centuries. All the while, I couldn't shake the feeling that someone was watching us. Not just one pair of eyes either. There were hundreds of them, all quietly observing our every step. As a Pokémon, I'd grown surprisingly good at sensing intent. Aggression felt hot and sharp. Killing intent was suffocating, heavy enough to make my fur stand on end. This, however, was neither. It was curiosity. The Unown were watching us. I refused to look around for them. The last thing I needed was to give a swarm of reality-warping alphabet soup any ideas, so I kept my tiny flame burning and simply continued walking with Kadabra beside me. Nearly 2 hours later, the air finally began to change. It became damp and carried the scent of fresh vegetation, mixed with the unmistakable hint of salt water. Kadabra stopped at the exact same moment I did. "You smell that too?" he asked. I nodded. Ocean. The exhaustion in our legs suddenly mattered a lot less. We exchanged a determined glance before pushing ourselves one final time. Soon, A faint glow appeared at the end of the corridor. Moonlight spilled through the opening ahead. It was still night, though the eastern horizon had already begun turning a faint shade of purple. Unfortunately, the stone staircase leading outside had collapsed long ago. I sighed, planted my feet, and used Iron Tail. The boulder blocking the exit shattered into pieces. Stepping over the rubble, we finally emerged from the ruin. Behind us stood the moss-covered entrance to the ancient structure. Around us stretched a small tropical island covered in thick jungle and swaying palm trees. Ahead, nothing but the endless ocean. I bit my lip as I slowly turned toward the north. Then I finally let out a sigh of relief. A much larger island rested on the horizon. For a brief heartbeat, the idea of renaming Kadabra to Winston had crossed my mind. Thankfully, it wasn't necessary. Okay. Kadabra sighed as he sat down on the warm sand. Now what? I walked over, sat beside him, and then simply lay back beneath the shade of a coconut palm. Now we become creative. He waited for the rest of the plan. I closed my eyes. But first, I yawned. Nap time. The soft sand was surprisingly comfortable, so within seconds I was asleep like a Snorlax. Ventis hung suspended beneath the massive Fero, her wrists and ankles tightly bound as she was carried through the sky like nothing more than cargo. The rushing wind whipped her lavender hair across her face, but she remained surprisingly calm. The situation was terrible. She knew that. Still, panic would accomplish nothing. She and I had discussed this exact possibility countless times. The greatest danger she faced now, aside from death itself, was being forced into a magical contract. Even if signed unwillingly, such contracts could bind a person's will, turning them into a puppet unable to disobey. That was why we spent weeks experimenting. After nearly 100 failed attempts, Ventis had finally discovered a single loophole. It had sounded insane when she first suggested it. A magical contract bound a person's will. So what if? Only a tiny fraction of that will sign the contract. After countless trials, she had learned to separate the smallest sliver of her willpower from the rest of her consciousness. The process was exhausting and required incredible concentration, but it worked. The contract attached itself only to that isolated fragment, leaving the rest of her mind technically free. Acting against the contract still caused immense mental strain, yet it remained possible. It wasn't perfect, but it was infinitely better than becoming the obedient puppet of an enemy or an ambitious noble. Throughout the long flight, Ventis closed her eyes and practiced the technique over and over. Every time she managed to split away that tiny fragment, she held it for as long as she could before letting it dissolve into the whole and beginning again. By dawn, she had repeated the exercise dozens of times, resting only enough to recover her focus before starting anew. Nearly a full day later, the Fero finally began its descent. The great bird released her without ceremony. She hit the grass hard, rolling once before the rope stopped her. Slowly lifting her head, she found herself staring at a man dressed in elegant robes of gold and crimson. He smiled warmly, almost kindly. "Ah," he said pleasantly, "I've been waiting for you." He clasped his hands behind his back and leisurely approached. "It's unfortunate your little fox disappeared." His smile widened ever so slightly, "but I'm sure she'll come running to save you eventually." Anyone else might have mistaken that smile for genuine kindness, but the warmth never reached his eyes. A chill crept down her spine despite the summer air. The assassin who had once tried to kill her had been frightening. This man was far worse. He wasn't a killer pretending to be civilized. He was a monster, wearing the smile of a gentleman. Dawn arrived with what could only be described as the world's worst hangover. My stomach hurt, my mouth tasted like bile, and I was thirsty beyond reason. "This is probably what death feels like," I groaned. "My thoughts exactly." Kadabra slowly sat up beside me, his eyes bloodshot and his ears drooping. He looked almost as miserable as I felt. I helped him to his feet before walking over to the nearest coconut palm. One punch, empowered by Iron Tail, sent 3 large, slightly yellow coconuts crashing to the ground. "Breakfast?" Using fury swipes, I peeled away the thick husks before smashing the shells open against a nearby rock. I handed the first one to Kadabra, who greedily drank every last drop before letting out a relieved sigh. I quickly opened the other 2 for myself. After vomiting everything I'd eaten the previous evening, I desperately needed to replace the water I'd lost. The coconut milk tasted heavenly. Even better was the flesh inside. Instead of the dry flakes I remembered from Earth, it was soft, sweet, and almost creamy. It felt more like eating a dessert than fruit. Only after finishing all 3 coconuts did we finally feel alive again. So, I sighed, let's make a plan. With Kadabra's psychic powers temporarily out of commission, there wasn't much he could contribute physically. Instead, he gathered vines and stripped tough plant fibers into crude ropes, while I used Irontail to bring down a dozen palm trees before cutting the trunks into manageable lengths. What we needed was simple: a raft. The larger landmass to the north was only a few miles away. Whether it was another island or the edge of a continent, neither of us knew. At this point, though, anything was better than remaining stranded on our tiny patch of sand that couldn't have been much larger than 200 square meters. Calling our creation a raft was already generous. The sail consisted of the largest palm leaves we could find, awkwardly tied together with vine rope. The logs didn't quite line up, and every knot looked like it had been tied by someone who had only heard rumors about woodworking. Still, it floated. That was all that mattered. I even carved a pair of oars from leftover wood, though somehow they looked even worse than the raft itself. By late afternoon, we finally pushed away from the beach. The sea was calm, and for once, fortune smiled upon us. A gentle breeze caught our miserable excuse for a sail, making the rowing far easier than I'd feared. Slowly, the larger island grew closer. When the raft finally scraped against the sandy shore, both of us nearly cheered. We dragged it completely out of the water. It had taken an entire day to build, and I wasn't about to lose it to the tide if we ever needed it again. The moment the work was done, we collapsed onto the warm sand. Kadabra stared up at the sky. I'm beginning to notice a pattern. Oh? We keep falling asleep dead tired on beaches. I snorted and lightly punched his shoulder. Shut up! He chuckled, and within minutes, the sound of crashing waves drowned out the rest of the world as exhaustion claimed us once again. Ventis looked down at the magically binding contract laid out before her. It was flawless. Anyone who signed it would willingly surrender their freedom to serve under Caliph Dravosh. They would be forbidden from attacking him, conspiring against him, planning against him, or acting in any way against his interests. Every command would have to be obeyed to the letter. She took a deep breath before hurriedly picking up the quill and signing her name. To everyone watching, it looked as though she had just been handed the deed to a castle. There wasn't the slightest hesitation. In reality, she simply couldn't afford to hesitate. Every second her will remained divided strained her concentration. Her entire focus was locked onto the tiny fragment of will she had isolated inside her own mind. The moment the final stroke of her signature was complete, she felt the magic activate. Invisible chains rushed toward her consciousness. They latched onto the fragment. Very slowly, Ventis released her concentration, allowing the isolated piece of her will to blend back into the rest of her mind. Instead of thick, unbreakable chains wrapping around her thoughts, she felt only a thin rope tugging at the back of her mind. Whenever she considered resisting, it bit painfully into her consciousness, but it lacked the strength to truly restrain her. It had worked. Across the table, Caliph frowned ever so slightly. This wasn't the reaction he had expected. The girl had supposedly been treated well by the Kingdom of Vermont, yet she had signed away her freedom with almost unsettling enthusiasm. Now that's curious, he said with an amused chuckle. Just how badly did they treat you over there for you to sign my contract that quickly? The scroll floated into the air, glowing softly before rolling itself shut. The contract had accepted her. Ventis lowered her gaze. I served under a monster of a master for 6 years. I promised myself I would never return to that life. If signing this gives me a chance at something better, then it was worth it. It wasn't a lie. Just not the truth he was looking for. Caliph laughed. Ah, yes. I remember reading reports about that. One of my spies mentioned an abusive master who eventually lost his head. All the better. Rising from his chair, he smiled warmly. Now go with my maids and get yourself into proper Jiao Sharan red. I hate that blue you're wearing. Yes, Master Caliph. Ventis bowed deeply, feeling the command tug gently at the back of her mind. Just a tug. Hidden beneath her lowered head, a small smile formed. The endless practice, the sleepless nights, the countless failed attempts, every bit of it had been worth it. She wasn't his puppet. She was merely pretending to be. Now all she had to do was wait for the right moment. Caliph is a good master. As long as you remain useful, the maid spoke in a flat, practiced voice. She reminded Ventis of a broken-in ponyta. Her eyes were slightly unfocused, and her posture remained unnaturally straight despite there being no one around to judge her. This wasn't discipline. It was fear that had settled into habit. "Please, this way." She opened the door to a lavish dressing room where the royal seamstress was already waiting. Ventis watched almost painfully as they carefully removed the robes Master Pelien had made for her. She silently prayed they wouldn't damage them. They were beautifully enchanted and among the finest gifts she had ever received. The replacement felt wrong. It fit perfectly. It was made from expensive fabrics woven with gold and crimson threads, the colors of Jaushara. Yet despite its obvious quality, it lacked even the simplest enchantment. More importantly, it didn't feel like hers. It felt like a uniform. Her hair was restyled into the elaborate braid reserved for Jausharan royal women, and by the time she returned to the throne room, she barely recognized herself. Caliph smiled. Not his polite diplomatic smile. A genuine one. Now that is what I'm talking about. He slowly circled around her, adjusting a strand of hair before letting his hand slide across her shoulder. His fingers lingered a little too long before moving to her waist. Ventis forced every muscle in her body to remain still. She wanted to recoil. Instead, she stood, perfectly motionless. "Much better," Caliph said with satisfaction. "Now you look proper." He stopped directly in front of her. "As you likely know, only Jausharan royalty may possess the Fennekin bloodline. That makes you rather special." His smile widened. "I've decided I'll happily accept you as my fourth concubine." Without asking, he grabbed her left hand. His eyes fell upon the simple silver wedding ring. "What's this?" With one sharp tug, he pulled it from her finger. The ring Robert had placed there. Caliph barely looked at it before tossing it across the marble floor. It clinked against a pillar as though it were nothing more than a worthless trinket. Ventis's heart clenched, but her face remained emotionless. "For now," Caliph continued, already bored with the ring, "we'll wait." He sat back upon his throne. "I want to see your little Breakson come charging in to rescue you." A quiet chuckle escaped him. "Oh, I almost forgot." He leaned forward. "Since you're soul-bound to her, your first task is wonderfully simple." His voice became almost gentle. "Order your soul bond to serve me." He leaned in until only inches separated them. "Otherwise, both of you are useless." He suddenly shoved Ventis backward. She stumbled onto the balcony, stopping only inches from the edge. Far below, hundreds of feet beneath the palace, jagged rocks waited at the base of the cliff. "I use this balcony to throw away useless servants." His laughter echoed through the open air. Dark. Satisfied, as though he genuinely enjoyed the thought, he calmly returned to his throne. "Oh, and one more thing." He waved a hand dismissively. "My dear older brother met an unfortunate end on the battlefield yesterday." His smile returned. "So you're no longer speaking to a prince." He spread his arms proudly. "You're looking at the new king of Jaushara." His golden eyes settled on Ventis. "You should be happy. Very soon, you'll be part of the royal family." Ventis lowered her head in another respectful bow. "Yes, your majesty." The streets of the Jausharan capital were packed beyond anything seen in decades. Citizens filled every balcony, window, and rooftop overlooking the royal square, while soldiers in polished crimson armor stood in disciplined rows before the palace gates. Nobles occupied the front of the crowd, their expressions solemn as they waited for the prince to address the kingdom. When Caliph finally stepped onto the balcony, a thunderous roar welcomed him. He didn't acknowledge it. Dressed entirely in black, he slowly approached the marble railing with his head lowered. The cheers gradually faded as the people realized something was wrong. By the time he reached the edge, the entire square had fallen silent. For several long moments, he simply stared over the sea of faces before speaking in a voice barely louder than a whisper. "My people, yesterday I lost my brother." His words hung in the air. "Our kingdom has lost its king." He closed his eyes, gripping the stone railing tightly as though steadying himself. "King Rhaegus Dravosh fell upon the battlefield while leading our brave soldiers against the kingdom of Vermont. Throughout the night, I prayed the messenger had been mistaken. I begged the heavens that someone would ride through these gates and tell me my brother still lived." He lowered his head. "My brother was never a man content to sit safely behind these walls." Caliph rested both hands upon the marble railing as his eyes drifted over the thousands gathered below. He dreamed of a Jaushara that would never again fear famine. A Jaushara where every child could eat until they were full and every farmer could look upon rich, fertile fields instead of dry earth that yields only enough to survive. He believed our people deserved better than the life history had dealt us. He slowly extended an arm toward the western horizon. Beyond our borders lies the Riverlands, vast fields of wheat watered by mighty rivers, blessed by fertile soil that has fed Vermont for generations. My brother believed those lands should not belong to a kingdom that had grown complacent behind its walls. He believed they should feed the people willing to fight, bleed, and sacrifice for a greater future. A murmur of agreement spread through the crowd as Calith's expression darkened. And how did Vermont answer that dream? Did they meet our king honorably upon the battlefield? Did they prove themselves the stronger nation through courage and steel? No, he allowed the single word to linger before continuing. They sent an assassin. Unable to defeat King Rhaegus in open battle, they hid behind shadows and poison. They robbed Jaushara of its king not through strength, but through cowardice. They believed that by murdering one man they could halt the march of an entire nation. His voice rose just enough to carry across the square. They have gravely misjudged us. A wave of applause rolled through the crowd before quieting once more. My brother's dream did not die with him. His blood has watered the very future he sought to build, and I swear before every citizen gathered here that I shall see that dream fulfilled. The Vermont army will be driven from those fertile plains. Their banners will fall, ours will rise, and one day every loaf of bread upon a Jau'Sharan table will be baked from Riverland wheat. Our children will remember these days not as the years we mourned a king, but as the years we secured a future worthy of his sacrifice. He paused, lowering his gaze toward the royal crown resting upon its crimson cushion. I never imagined I would wear this crown. I would have gladly stood at his side for the rest of my days, serving him as both prince and brother. But fate has chosen otherwise. A kingdom cannot remain leaderless while our enemies celebrate, and I will not allow Jau'Shara to descend into uncertainty simply because my own heart grieves. He lifted the crown with both hands, studying it for a long moment before placing it upon his head. So I accept this burden not because I sought it, and not because I desired greater power, but because our people deserve a king who will finish what Rhaegus began. Stand with me, work with me, fight beside me, and together we shall ensure that his sacrifice was not in vain. Together we shall build a Jau'Shara so prosperous that no child will know hunger, and no foreign kingdom will ever again believe it can bring our nation to its knees. The square exploded with cheers. Calith walked back into the castle, and the moment the doors closed behind him, the grief disappeared from his face. His casual smile returned, as though it had never left. When Kadabra woke me, I stretched lazily and immediately felt the emptiness in my belly. We had only eaten coconuts yesterday and, while tasty, they provided very little in terms of calories. Sadly, my muscles made it so my body constantly craved food just to maintain itself. After about half an hour of gathering, we met up again. He had found a patch of nanab berries, while I came back with a handful of pinap berries from a nearby grove. We ate until our stomachs nearly burst before deciding to explore farther inland. The shoreline seemed endless in both directions, making me hope this wasn't just one massive island. As we walked, however, I grew a little concerned. Most places in nature had sounds, birds chirping, leaves rustling, Pokémon calling to one another. Here, there was almost nothing, silence. That usually meant one thing, a predator. Then my foot hit something hidden beneath a bush, and a tiny Boodoo tumbled out onto the ground. She looked up at me with tears already welling in her eyes. "Don't eat me," she cried. "Why would I?" I asked, glancing at Kadabra for help. He merely shrugged. You're a fire type." Boodoo sniffled. "Fire types kill and eat us. Grass types. Well, I don't. I literally just stuffed myself silly with berries." I smiled. Bad idea. Apparently showing a mouthful of sharp fox teeth wasn't reassuring, because the little Pokémon squeaked and fainted on the spot. I blinked. "Am I really that scary?" Kadabra answered with a so-so motion of his hand. "Oh, screw you." I lightly punched his shoulder as he laughed before looking around the jungle and raising my voice. "Is everyone pissing themselves because of me?" I shouted. "Honestly, that sounds pathetic." "How dare." An indignant voice came from a nearby bush before being abruptly muffled by someone else. I grinned. "All right, let's clear something up. I'm not here to hurt anyone," I called out. "I swear on Arceus." For several seconds, nothing happened. Then a few nervous heads slowly peeked out from the foliage. Two Bellossom clung tightly to each other. A Chikorita with an embarrassed blush across his cheeks, Probably the one who had tried shouting at me earlier peeked out from behind a tree. A small group of Turtwig cautiously inched closer, while a Grookey slowly lowered himself from a branch overhead. Every pair of eyes eventually settled on the unconscious Boodoo lying at my feet. "I didn't hurt her," I said, raising both paws defensively. "She passed out all on her own." The silence grew a little uncomfortable, but I simply waited with my paws resting on my hips. "I don't know what you're expecting. Honestly, I don't even want to stay here. I only have 2 questions. Is this a massive island or part of the continent? And is there a human settlement nearby?" At the mention of humans, several Pokémon shivered and ducked back behind cover. "This is an island called Fogborn Island," the brave Chikorita answered. "Also, if you're looking for humans, just head northwest. Those people use our kind in their food too, so we avoid them as much as possible." I mentally groaned at the mention of it being an island, but a flicker of hope returned when he mentioned humans. "Well, thanks, I guess." I nodded. "Are you going to drive away the humans?" he asked, hope shining in his eyes. "Well," I tapped my chin, "that depends. If they're bad humans, then maybe. Then I'll come with you," he blurted out, rushing forward before anyone could stop him. Several of the other grass types flinched as he came to a stop beside me. "They took my sister. I don't know if she's still alive, but I'll gladly guide you." While I knew this could either be a blessing or a massive pain, I decided to let him come. I knelt down before him. "Hop onto my shoulder. We're going to be moving much faster than your little legs can keep up with." He hesitated for only 2 seconds before jumping onto my shoulder. Around us, several of the grass Pokémon simply shook their heads. A fire type and a grass type working together made absolutely no sense to them. "Onwards we go," I said cheerfully. The little Chikorita immediately pointed the way. While I was cutting through a dense jungle with a powerless Kadabra and our newest member, Robert arrived with Peliane at the Blackened Peak. After gathering a few more supplies and several servants who knew the hidden route, they entered the belly of the mountain. The old labyrinthine mining shafts were the perfect place to get lost for days, but their guides knew every twist and turn. In barely 6 hours, they emerged on the other side. The weather was at least 20 degrees colder than on the southern side of the range, and the relentless wind made it feel even worse. Every Pokémon except Skiddo shuddered. The curious goat Pokémon instead threw himself into the snow, happily rolling around as though he had found paradise. As one of Rickhart Balatoa's Pokémon, he had grown up in the mountains, and despite being a grass type, he was remarkably resistant to the cold. Primarina, Noctowl, and Jolteon all wore enchanted heat scarves that kept the chill at bay. Swellow soon joined the Scarf Club, while Bisharp seemed completely unbothered by the freezing temperatures. Ninetales simply walked through the icy wind as though it didn't exist. Peliane and Robert, on the other hand, were bundled up in thick winter clothing. "Now what?" Peliane asked, looking around. "There isn't even a path." "Of course there is." Robert pointed toward a series of jagged rocks clinging to the mountainside. "You must be joking." Yet, as she watched Robert casually step onto the narrow ledge overlooking a drop of more than 500 feet, she merely sighed before pulling a magically reinforced rope from her backpack. "Tie this around yourself," she instructed, fastening the other end around her own waist. "Swellow, Noctowl. If anyone slips, you're our guardrails." Both Pokémon nodded without hesitation. The climb itself wasn't especially difficult, but it was mentally exhausting. For hours, they carefully edged their way across narrow ledges and uneven rocks, never allowing themselves a moment of carelessness. Skiddo, meanwhile, happily ran back and forth across the nearly 80-degree slope as though he were frolicking through a meadow. "Show off," Jolteon grumbled. Skiddo tilted his head. "I don't know what you mean. Also, why are your legs shaking?" Just lead the way." "Okie dokie," Skiddo bleated happily, before bounding to the front of the group. "You okay?" Primarina asked. She wasn't faring much better herself. Her body wasn't built for climbing, forcing her to use Ice Beam to create smooth patches beneath her so she could carefully slide after the others instead of trying to climb with flippers. "I could ask you the same thing," Jolteon chuckled without looking back. By late afternoon, they reached the first resting spot. It was a small cave that bore clear signs of previous travelers. Robert pulled dry firewood, tinder, and high-calorie travel rations from his storage ring. The food tasted bland, but it filled empty stomachs quickly. Peliane erected a magical barrier across the cave entrance to keep out the freezing wind and bitter night air while everyone pitched their tents. Before long, the camp had fallen silent. One Pokémon remained awake at all times, taking turns guarding both the group and the steadily crackling fire. The next day, they finally caught sight of the mountain pass they needed to cross. Before they could take another step, a tremendous clash echoed through the mountains. Far above, a massive Steelix was locked in battle with something flying through the blizzard. The falling snow made it impossible to make out its opponent, but the sheer force of their attacks shook the mountainside. Then came the sound everyone feared. A deep rumble. The avalanche raced toward them. "Primarina!" Pelliene shouted. Primarina reacted instantly, firing an ice beam above the group. A thick overhang of smooth ice formed overhead, creating a slanted shelter that allowed the rushing snow to slide harmlessly over them instead of burying them alive. For nearly 5 minutes, the mountain roared. Then, silence. The path had vanished beneath several meters of packed snow. Ninetails. Without needing another word, the elegant fox stepped forward and melted a tunnel through the snow with a continuous flamethrower, while Pelliene reinforced the walls with magic, freezing them solid to prevent the passage from collapsing. They were only halfway through when another deafening impact echoed ahead. Bam! A huge Steelix slammed a Dragonite against the mountainside with enough force to crack the rock itself. Ninetails. Flamethrower. A torrent of fire engulfed the steel Pokémon, making it roar in pain. The distraction gave Dragonite just enough time to recover and drive a powerful uppercut into Steelix's jaw. Before the giant serpent could regain its balance, Skiddo casually trotted forward and rammed the rocky ledge anchoring Steelix to the cliff. The already fractured stone gave way. Steelix's eyes widened as its enormous body tipped backward before disappearing into the white abyss below. "Bye-bye, bad guy!" Skiddo cheered, happily bouncing in place like a child after winning a game. Ninetails immediately rushed toward the injured Dragonite. "Are you all right?" Dragonite instinctively raised her claws despite one wing hanging limply at her side. "Who are you? Why help me?" Her eyes narrowed before falling upon the humans. "Wait, you're with humans?" "Don't worry," Ninetails replied softly. "We're not your enemies." "Indeed," Skiddo added with a cheerful bleat. Dragonite lowered her guard only slightly before glancing anxiously toward a nearby cliff. "My babies." She attempted to take flight, but the broken wing folded uselessly beneath her, forcing her back onto the ground. Pelliene watched the exchange helplessly. She understood none of it. All she saw was an incredibly rare Dragonite standing before her, badly injured and desperate to reach something. "Can you tell her I can help?" she asked Ninetails. Ever since forming their bond, Pelliene had become more grateful than ever that her partner could communicate with other Pokémon. After several calming words from Ninetails, Dragonite reluctantly allowed Pelliene to approach. Working carefully, Pelliene splintered the broken wing before spraying one of the high-grade healing potions over the injury. The medicine worked almost immediately. Bruises faded, torn muscles knitted together, and the pain slowly disappeared from Dragonite's face. "I'll check on your children," Swellow offered before taking flight. He quickly located the nest perched upon a nearby ledge. Inside, 4 tiny Dratini were curled tightly together, trembling more from fear than from the cold. Swellow landed gently beside them. "Don't worry," he said in his calm, deep voice. "Your mother is alive. She'll be here soon." The little Dratini nearly melted with relief. With Swellow guiding the way, and a little creative use of moves to bridge the remaining distance, Dragonite was finally reunited with her children. She gently wrapped all 4 babies within her arms before turning back toward Pelliene. "You have my gratitude." From a pouch hidden beneath the nest, she retrieved a small flute carved from polished bone and placed it into Pelliene's hands. "If you ever find yourself in danger near these mountains, blow this flute." Ninetails translated with a smile. "I shall come." Pelliene bowed deeply in thanks before giggling as the 4 curious Dratini slithered over to investigate her, curling around her legs, shoulders, and even her head as if she were part of the family. After a heartfelt farewell, the little dragons reluctantly returned to their mother. Only then did the group continue deeper into the mountains. 2 more days passed, along with several close calls, before they finally managed to find an actual mountain path. It was barely wide enough for a single person to stand on, but it beat hopping from one jagged rock to another. Oh, solid and flat ground. How I missed you. Primarina practically hugged the cold earth as though greeting an old friend. "Well, I can't judge," Jolteon admitted, silently offering his own praises to an actual path. Once they reached a spot sheltered from the biting wind, Robert pulled out his family's map and compared it to the surrounding peaks, using them as reference points. After a few moments, he slowly traced a finger along one of the marked routes. "We're about here. Give or take 100 meters, he nodded. "Which means we'll have an easy journey for about a week through this valley before we have to climb another pass." His finger continued further along the map. "After that, we'll arrive just beyond the border. That's where we need to be extremely careful and stay well hidden. There might be soldiers patrolling the mountains, though I doubt they'll expect an army to come from this direction." He chuckled. "Why not come down from here instead?" Peliene asked, pointing toward another mountain deeper inside Jaushara. "No one would expect anyone to approach from there." Robert studied the map before shaking his head. "I don't know. My family never explored that far. Even this route was considered tempting fate." "Well," Peliene said thoughtfully, "we could always send Swellow and Noctowl ahead to scout it." Robert nodded. "That's not a bad idea. Let's do that once we get there." He carefully rolled the map back up, and after a quick lunch, the group once again set off through the endless snow. Black Knight Agon Savunis followed his new king back to his quarters. The knight had never liked Prince Caleth. Now that he had become king, Agon was certain many would die. Rhaegus had been cruel, but easy to read. The previous king was a hothead who often lashed out, yet he cooled down just as quickly. One simply had to know when to keep quiet. Caleth was different. He kept his thoughts and emotions buried beneath a calm exterior, and more than few servant had vanished, only to be found days later at the bottom of the cliffs below the castle. He never raised his voice. He simply killed without so much as blinking. As Caleth sat down to sign a stack of documents, Aegon felt something beneath his boot. He glanced down and found a simple silver ring lying on the floor. "Just give that to the smith to melt down," Caleth said, without even looking up from the papers. "Leave me. I require privacy. As you command, my king." Aegon bowed before quietly leaving the room. As he walked through the corridor, he examined the ring more closely. 2 names were engraved inside. Ventis. Robert. He immediately recognized whose ring it was. Instead of heading toward the royal smith, he made a small detour into the mage's quarters. There he found Ventis Balatoa, sitting alone on a stone bench. Without slowing his pace, Aegon deliberately brushed against her shoulder, pretending to lose his balance as the ring slipped from his hand into her lap. "My apologies," he said with a faint amused smile. "I'm rather clumsy today." Before she could respond, he continued down the corridor with long, purposeful strides. Ventis looked down at the small object resting in her lap. The moment she recognized the silver ring, her eyes widened. A heartbeat later, it had vanished into the folds of her robes. She looked after the departing knight until he disappeared around the corner, then silently mouthed 2 simple words. "Thank you." Act 4. Challenges and challengers. Marching through a jungle was honestly the stuff of nightmares even back on Earth. Now I was trudging through ankle-deep mud, pushing past razor-sharp leaves and constantly brushing away tarantula webs that clung to me unless I burned them away with a small burst of fire. Seriously, how far is this human settlement? I groaned after vaulting over another massive root system. Settlement? Chikorita tilted his head. "It's more of a camp. Whatever." I shook my head. "We'll arrive before nightfall if we keep this pace," he replied. "Anything you know about them?" Kadabra asked, trying to pry some useful information out of him. "They always come with a big wooden thing that has massive white wings on its back," Chikorita answered. "Also, they have shiny rods that hurt bad." "Well, I can guess the first one you mean is a ship, but rods." I frowned for a moment. "Oh, you mean swords? I don't know what a sword is." "Fair enough." I nodded. Just as Chikorita had promised, we spotted the glow of a campfire before the sun had fully disappeared below the horizon. Sneaking closer was easy thanks to the dense undergrowth. But what I saw waiting beyond the trees was the last thing I had expected. A literal pirate ship sat anchored just off the beach, the Jausharan flag fluttering proudly from its mast. Around 17 men were gathered around the fire on the shore, drinking themselves senseless. Beside them stood dozens of wooden crates and iron cages. The crates were packed to the brim with tropical fruit, while the cages held frightened Pokémon of all kinds. The pirates weren't making the slightest effort to keep their voices down. Once there's enough food for the return trip, we can raid a few island villages on the way back too. Maybe we'll even find a nice young girl for entertainment. A broad-shouldered pirate laughed, clearly drunk off his arse. The others erupted into cheers, raising their mugs before taking another long drink. "My sister!" Chikorita lunged forward. I caught him before he had taken more than a step. "Are you nuts?" Kadabra hissed. "We need a plan, not to rush in like idiots." Yeah, what he said. I nodded quickly. For the next 5 minutes, we observed the camp in silence, putting together a plan while assuming there were even more pirates aboard the ship than the ones gathered around the fire. The plan ended up being surprisingly simple. We would wait until most of the pirates passed out from all the booze. Chikorita and Kadabra would quietly knock out the remaining guards while I slipped over to the cages and freed the captured Pokémon. With them on our side, I'd rush in and beat the stuffing out of the pirates, trying to keep the noise to a minimum. If everything went well, we'd row out to the ship in the small boat they had pulled onto the beach, check for any remaining pirates, and tie them up as well. It was a good plan. The 2 pirates who stayed awake were already swaying from all the alcohol, making them easy targets. Chikorita's vine whip wrapped around one man's neck, while Kadabra cracked the other across the temple with a sturdy branch. Both collapsed without so much as a grunt. Melting the cage locks with fire, however, proved far more difficult than I had expected. I had to keep the flames controlled so I wouldn't burn the prisoners inside, and the metal took its sweet time heating up. It also didn't help that the grass-type Pokémon completely misunderstood what I was doing. The moment they saw me kneel down and breathe fire at the lock, several began crying out in panic, convinced I was about to roast them alive. I am trying to help, I muttered under my breath. The first lock finally gave and fell as a puddle of metal, making the grass types even more loud. Unfortunately, that was enough. Several pirates stirred from their drunken sleep. Plan B. I exploded forward with extreme speed. The first 2 pirates were slammed into one another before they could even stand. A third received an uppercut so hard several teeth spun through the air before he collapsed in a heap. Behind me, Kadabra swung his branch with surprising enthusiasm, while Chikorita lashed out with Vine Whip, tangling legs and knocking weapons aside. We were cutting through them quickly. Then I felt something cold bite into my side. A pirate had managed to drive a blade into me. It wasn't a deep stab, but the instant he pulled the weapon free, warm blood began pouring down my fur. I answered with a vicious kick straight into his solar plexus. The force folded him in half before sending him crashing to the ground, gasping and foaming at the mouth. The burly pirate from earlier charged, scimitar raised high. I answered with flamethrower. He opened his mouth to scream. That proved to be a fatal mistake. The flames poured straight into his throat, scorching his mouth and vocal cords before he could make a sound. He collapsed onto the sand, his clothes smouldering as he barely clung to consciousness. Fenn! Kadabra rushed over as I staggered backwards, clutching my side. I need a bandage, I muttered. I grabbed one of the half-empty bottles lying nearby. The sharp smell alone told me it was strong alcohol. This is going to suck. I poured it directly over the wound. Every muscle in my body locked up as burning pain shot through my side, making every strand of fur stand on end. Arg! A moment later, Kadabra and Chikorita wrapped a bandage tightly around my waist before helping me sit down to keep from reopening the wound. Thankfully, if there were any pirates aboard the ship, the commotion hadn't been enough to wake them. I reached into my tail, pulled out a handful of orange berries we'd gathered on the way here, and stuffed them into my mouth. As I swallowed them, the familiar gentle warmth spread through my body, easing the pain and encouraging the wound to knit together just a little faster. Are you going to be okay? Chikorita asked nervously. I'll live. I managed a weak grin. Besides, I think your sister's right there. I pointed toward the first cage I'd managed to open. A smaller Chikorita stepped out cautiously, blinking as she looked around. The two stared at one another for several long seconds. Then, without saying a word, they ran forward and wrapped each other in a tight embrace. Despite the fresh stab wound in my side, I couldn't help but smile at the reunion. It almost made getting stabbed worth it. It took me a few minutes to relax and let the orange berries do their work. At the same time, I focused my heal pulse on myself instead of the others. Before doing that, I dragged the charred pirate over beside me. Another kill wasn't something I wanted on my resume. The healing energy spread through both of us. My side stopped throbbing quite so much, while the pirate's burnt skin slowly peeled away, revealing fresh pink skin beneath. He was still unconscious, but at least he would live. Once I felt the wound had closed enough that it wouldn't split open from walking, I headed over to the remaining cages. Now that the Pokémon had seen me free the first prisoners instead of roasting them alive, their reaction had changed completely. Fear had turned into eager cheering. One by one, 5 heavy locks melted into glowing slag before splashing onto the sand. Nearly 50 small grass-type Pokémon poured out of the cages. Hold on a second. I looked around in confusion. Are there really almost only grass types on this island? There are a few bug types, Chikorita replied. But yes, mostly grass types live here. Then why are all of you so terrified of fire types if there aren't any around? His sister tilted her head thoughtfully. Well, our parents told us about them. Their parents told them, and so on. Great. I rolled my eyes. So, it's generational bias. Most of the rescued Pokémon thanked us before disappearing back into the jungle. In the end, only the 2 Chikorita and a lone Chespin remained. The brother and sister walked over to me. I'll never forget what you've done for us. The male Chikorita bowed deeply. And I'll tell everyone that fire types can be kind too, his sister added with a bright smile. I smiled as the 2 headed back toward the forest. Then I turned to the remaining Chespin, who shuffled awkwardly where he stood. What about you? You 2 aren't staying here, are you? He asked. Nope. I plan on committing grand theft ship and sailing north. He blinked. Can I come? I've always dreamed of going on an adventure. I grinned. All right then. You're officially promoted to first mate Chespin, I declared with a crisp salute. We're never going to become kings of the pirates without a proper crew. There she goes again. Kadabra sighed, burying his face in his palm. Fenn and her delusions. The 3 of us rowed over to the ship under the cover of darkness and climbed aboard. We found only one person still on board. The captain. I woke him with an iron tail to the stomach, followed immediately by a casual uppercut while he was still gasping for air. He collapsed without ever figuring out what had happened. Naturally, I claimed the spoils of victory. His navy coat felt a bit big on me, and the tricorn hat kept sliding down over my eyes. Did the coat almost reach the floor? Yes. Did I care? Absolutely not. I threw my arms wide, his gilded saber stabbed into the deck in front of me and held by both paws. From this moment onward, I am Captain Fenn, I announced proudly. Understood? Yes, Captain, Chespin shouted enthusiastically. Kadabra simply let out a long, defeated sigh. We confiscated every sword the pirates owned, then left half of the food and supplies on the beach. The only tools we left them were a single axe and a knife. If they're lucky, they can build themselves a raft, I said. Or not. Actually, sailing the ship turned out to be far more difficult than stealing it. Thankfully, Chespin's vines proved surprisingly useful for pulling ropes and reaching the higher rigging. Also, my limited knowledge from childhood when I learned how to sail came in incredibly helpful. Did we almost forget about the anchor? Well, let's not speak about accidental drifting with a ship. The vessel itself wasn't particularly large, more of a bigger ketch than anything resembling a brigantine, but after a lot of trial and error, we somehow managed to get it moving. As the shoreline slowly disappeared behind us, Kadabra tied down the last barrel and looked up at the darkening sky. Let's just hope we don't sail into a storm, he said with a worried look. I slowly turned toward him with the flattest expression I could manage. Did you seriously just jinx us? Well, it turned out Kadabra really had jinxed us. By the following morning, there was no sign of the rising sun. Instead, an enormous wall of black clouds stretched across the horizon, swallowing the sky. Kadabra, trim the sails! Chespin, help him! I shouted from the wheel. Once the compass was locked, pointing north, I tied the wheel down for a moment and hurried to help wherever I could. It wasn't enough. We caught the edge of the storm, and even that was more than enough to turn our ship into a child's toy. Towering waves hurled us from side to side as if we weighed nothing. Water crashed over the rails, soaking everything on deck. We quickly furled the mainsail and relied only on the smaller storm sail. It slowed us considerably, but losing speed was far preferable to losing the mast. Kadabra tied himself securely to the main mast with a rope, while Chespin wrapped his vines around it several times to anchor himself. I remained at the wheel. My claws dug deep into the wooden deck beneath my feet, while both hands gripped the wheel with every ounce of strength I had. At one point, I noticed the rain was falling almost sideways. Honestly, by then, it barely surprised me anymore. The storm battered us for hours. Finally, sometime around midday, the clouds began to thin. A few rays of sunlight broke through before the sky suddenly opened into clear blue once more. We had made it through. All 3 of us collapsed onto the deck, breathing heavily. Still enjoying the adventure? Kadabra joked between exhausted breaths. Are you kidding? Chespin gasped, his face lighting up despite his exhaustion. That was absolutely awesome! I hate both of you. Kadabra rolled his eyes. Don't be such a killjoy, I laughed. I hung the drenched captain's coat over the railing to dry before helping Kadabra to his feet. A few small bursts of ember warmed the air around him, quickly drying his soaked fur. Thanks, he muttered. I smirked. Even I, who's weak to water. kind of enjoyed that. Chespin needed far less help. Most of the water had simply rolled off his spiky body. "Could you climb up to the Murkrow's nest and have a look around?" I asked, pointing toward the lookout platform at the top of the mainmast. "The what?" "The lookout." "Oh, sure, Captain." Grinning from ear to ear, Chespin fired his vines upward and quickly climbed to the top. "See anything?" I called. He slowly turned in a full circle. "Just water!" he shouted back. I sighed. "Come back down for now." With nothing but open ocean surrounding us, there wasn't much else to do. I checked our heading one more time. Still north. The rest of the day passed quietly. We sailed beneath clear skies, living on berries and tropical fruit, while taking turns standing watch through the night, each of us sleeping in shifts as our stolen ship carried us steadily toward home. After 3 days of seeing nothing but open ocean, I was beginning to get restless. "Land!" Chespin suddenly shouted from the lookout. "Where?" I yelled back. "A little to the right." "You mean starboard?" I called up with a cheeky grin. "Sorry, Captain," he laughed. "Land slightly to starboard. Now that's what I'm talking about." I turned the wheel a few degrees until Chespin gave me a thumbs up. The wind, unfortunately, wasn't cooperating. It caught our sails from the side and was far too weak to move us at any respectable speed. "Well, this is going to take a while." Kadabra sighed before wandering below deck in search of a snack. A moment later, he returned with a coconut, split it cleanly in half with one of the captured sabers, and greedily drank the juice before scooping out the flesh as he strolled around the deck. Thankfully, his core had begun to recover. I could sense the faintest trace of psychic energy gathering within him once again. It wasn't much, barely enough to notice, but it was there. I tried using Heal Pulse on him a few more times. Nothing. Only time could heal his damaged core. By midday, the shoreline was finally close enough for me to make it out with my own eyes. I raised the spyglass, searching for a bay or a harbour. Nothing. The coast was rugged and lined with jagged rocks that looked more than capable of tearing the bottom out of our stolen ship. "Let's head east along the shore," I said. "Keep our distance. I'd rather not discover underwater rocks the hard way." The afternoon crawled by. Then, just as the sun began dipping lower, I finally spotted it, a small fishing village. It was tucked neatly into a sheltered cove, almost invisible, unless the sunlight struck it at exactly the right angle. "Settlement!" I shouted, turning the wheel toward the bay. The pier was long enough to accommodate ships even larger than ours, so bringing the vessel alongside proved surprisingly easy. Then I looked through the spyglass again. People were sprinting toward their homes. Others stood at the village entrance, clutching spears with trembling hands, while several fishermen dragged their families indoors. I frowned. What in the... Then it hit me. I'd become so attached to being Captain Fenn that I'd completely forgotten one tiny detail. The black Jolly Roger was still flying proudly from the mast, right next to the Jowsharan flag. Oops. "Chespin!" I shouted toward the mast. "Take down the black flag." "Aye, Captain." Unfortunately, I had a feeling we were already a little too late. The ship glided alongside the dock as Kadabra dropped the anchor overboard. I leapt onto the pier with both mooring ropes in hand and quickly secured the ship to the posts. Ha! I laughed proudly as I tightened the final knot. Who says raw physical strength isn't useful? I gave the thick rope one last firm tug before grinning. Arceus bless gravity training. Lethabozelka dreamed of leaving his tiny fishing village and exploring the great world beyond the horizon. Unfortunately, as the son of a poor fisherman, dreams were free, while ships were not. Most vessels that visited their home only stopped to restock supplies. Their island was one of the last inhabited islands in the Duan Marsh archipelago before the endless ocean stretched southward. Life was peaceful. The sea provided fresh fish every morning, the jungle offered fruit all year round, and everyone knew everyone else. It was also unbearably boring. At 20 years old, Lethabo had yet to see anything beyond the neighbouring islands. Unlike his father, whose weathered hands were covered in rope burns and old scars, his own deep brown skin was almost spotless. Today had begun like every other day. Pull in the fishing nets, clean the remoraid, prepare them for trade, repeat. Then something appeared on the horizon. A ship. Not a large one, but certainly no fishing boat either. Judging by its size, it probably carried a crew of around a dozen and flew 3 sails. Curious, Lethabo reached for his old cracked spyglass. His smile vanished. One flag bore the crest of Jowshara, the other, a black flag with a skull. "Pirates!" he shouted at the top of his lungs. Panic swept through the village. This was bad, really bad. Pirates only came once or twice a year, but whenever they did, they demanded free food and drink, beat anyone who resisted, and if they spotted a pretty young woman, they took her. Kea, the tavern keeper's daughter, was immediately hurried into the cellar while the adults gathered whatever weapons they owned. Most were little more than wooden spears tipped with sharpened stone. Letherbo grabbed one for himself. "No, Papa," he protested when his father tried to stop him. "I'm an adult now, I'll help." His words sounded brave. His trembling legs told a different story. The village's 2 resident Pokémon stepped forward as well. A friendly pansage carrying a sturdy wooden staff and an elderly Lombre who had lived alongside the villagers for years. Neither wore a collar. Neither belonged to anyone. They simply called the village home. The 3 stood shoulder to shoulder with the villagers as the strange ship slowly approached the dock. Nobody spoke. Everyone held their breath. The vessel finally eased alongside the pier. A lone Bryxon leapt onto the dock carrying 2 thick mooring ropes. She wore an oversized captain's coat that almost reached the ground and a tricorn hat that kept slipping over one eye. The sight was so ridiculous that Letherbo almost forgot to be afraid. The Bryxon tied off the ropes with practiced ease before lowering the gangplank. The villagers tightened their grips on their spears. Then, only 2 more Pokémon walked ashore, a Kadabra and a cheerful-looking Chespin. Eh? Letherbo slowly lowered his spear. What? He wasn't the only one. The entire hastily assembled village militia stared in complete confusion, wondering where exactly the pirates had gone. I looked over the still somewhat nervous villagers. Most of them had deep brown or nearly black skin. It was the first time since coming to this world that I'd seen humans with a different skin tone. Yay for diversity! I thought with an inward smile. Unfortunately, the dozens of spears pointed in our direction made the situation just a little awkward. I slowly raised both my paws before lowering them in a calming gesture. Breich. Baai. My voice was as gentle as I could make it. It seemed to help a little. What do you mean you're not enemies? The elderly Lombre demanded, gripping his walking stick like a club. You arrived on a pirate ship. As I said. I sighed. We aren't your enemies. We I caught myself. Appropriated this vessel from a group of pirates. Sorry about the misunderstanding. The pansage snorted and pointed his spear at us. You expect us to believe that 3 Pokémon sailed a ship that size? Don't make me laugh. We're talented adventurers, Chespin declared proudly, puffing out his chest. Indeed. I nodded solemnly. Then I turned back to the 2 village Pokémon. Look, could you somehow explain to the humans that we don't mean them any harm? I removed my tricorn hat and held it respectfully against my chest, speaking in the most polite, harmless voice I could manage. Kadabra stared at me, jaw hanging open. Who are you? He whispered. And what did you do with Fenn? Shut up, I whispered back. I'd rather not fight innocent people. Fair. After several long, tense moments, Lombre finally began speaking with the villagers. The atmosphere gradually relaxed. Spears lowered one by one. One young man, however, seemed less afraid than fascinated. You might wonder why I didn't simply pull out my slate and write everything down. Simple. I'd used up every piece of chalk I had, and my spare supply was still back at the military barracks we'd been stationed at before the war broke out. So, the young man asked cautiously as he stepped a little closer, you 3 really defeated the pirates? I proudly spun in my oversized captain's coat before tipping my tricorn hat. Breaks. That's so cool, he exclaimed, his eyes practically sparkling. I wish I could sail on a ship like that someday. Before he could say anything else, an older man with similar features grabbed him by the shoulder and gently pulled him back. Don't talk to strange Pokémon, he warned. They could be dangerous. I blinked, then I burst into laughter. It was exaggerated enough that even the humans could tell I wasn't mocking them. Stepping forward, I threw one arm around Kadabra's shoulders and the other around Chespin's. Brace. Bra. Meaning, do we really look that dangerous? Chespin beamed as if he'd just been promoted again. Kadabra, meanwhile, forced the most awkward smile I'd ever seen. It wasn't convincing in the slightest. With the ice finally broken, Kadabra and I carried an entire barrel of confiscated weapons off the ship and rolled it over to the village elder. I then turned to Lombre, who had proven surprisingly good at charades and communicating with the humans, since none of them could understand Pokémon speech. Tell them these belonged to the pirates and that they should use them instead of stone-tipped spears from now on. Lombre carefully explained where the weapons had come from and that we were giving them away without asking for anything in return. That shattered the last traces of suspicion. By evening, the entire village had organized a celebration in our honor. Apparently, those pirates had been terrorizing the settlements throughout the archipelago for years. So, this is an island too? I asked, between bites. Pansage simply nodded, far too busy stuffing his face to answer. Great, I snorted before biting into a roasted nanab berry. It tasted far better cooked than raw. The following day, the three of us spent our time gathering supplies for the journey ahead. The island was large enough that collecting food was easy, and we made sure to leave plenty behind for the villagers. We only took what we actually needed. The next morning, just before our departure, the villagers presented each of us with a shell necklace. Chespin nearly fainted from excitement. They also gifted us a small sack filled with rare citrus berries. We thanked them as best we could, and not long after breakfast, we were sailing once more. Boss, Kadabra said. That's Captain while we're on the ship, I corrected with a smirk. He sighed. Captain, we have a problem. What kind of problem? I asked, glancing around the deck. We have a stowaway. He reached into the cargo hold and pulled out the very same young man we'd met 2 days earlier. Letherbo was carrying a small backpack along with a neatly packed set of travelling gear. He smiled sheepishly and gave me a nervous wave. Neat, I grinned. Now we have an extra pair of hands. You're not mad? Kadabra asked in disbelief. Why would I be? I secured the wheel, jumped down from the quarterdeck, and walked over to him. Holding out a paw, I smiled. Bregson, meaning, welcome aboard. Letherbo hesitated for a moment before smiling and accepting my paw. My name is Letherbo Zelkert. I've always dreamed of seeing the world. I hope it's all right if I come with you. I can work, I promise. He spoke so quickly I could barely keep up. I simply nodded and pointed toward the rigging. It turned out he was a natural with sails. That wasn't surprising considering he'd grown up beside the ocean, and from the way he handled the ropes, he'd clearly spent time on fishing boats before. I never asked why he'd snuck aboard my ship. Honestly, that wasn't my problem. The call of adventure was a universal thing. And just like that, the Foxtail Pirates had gained a new crewmate. Was I anxious about how Ventis was doing? Sure, but seeing that the connection was still too weak to sense anything, I just decided to trust her. She was a grown and talented mage. Also, I was sure she was looking for me, or at the very least, she was safe. Ventis was limited in where she could go, not physically, but by the king's orders. Calith had made it clear that she was only permitted to remain within the southern wing of the castle. Every time she stepped toward a forbidden hallway or reached for a door leading elsewhere, a faint pain shot through her body. It was little more than an annoying sting, nowhere near enough to stop her if she truly wished to leave. For now, however, she had to play the role of a caged bird. Fenn was still far away, and although she could sense subtle changes in their bond, it hadn't yet grown strong enough for them to exchange thoughts, hear one another, feel sensations, or transfer power. Her unique explosive mana depended on Fenn's Pokémon energy. Although both were commonly referred to as mana, they were fundamentally different. Fenn's energy acted almost like a catalyst, allowing her own mana to unleash its devastating potential. The same was true in reverse. A small amount of her mana could empower Fenn's Pokémon techniques as well. A week came and went. Calith still hadn't returned from the front. Deep down, Ventis hoped the Ekans of a man had finally bitten the dust. Unfortunately, a passing servant casually mentioned that the war had settled into something of a stalemate. Speaking of servants, most of them had been surprisingly welcoming despite her being an enemy noble. As it turned out, they lived under the same tyrant and pitied her situation. In their eyes, they could run and leave the castle, if all come to that, while Ventis, on the other hand, was truly trapped. She never corrected that assumption. Instead, she quietly used the servants as a source of information. A casual question here, an innocent remark there, slowly built a clearer picture of the castle and its inhabitants. Since she was confined to the mage's wing anyway, she also spent much of her time reading books she would never have had access to in Vermont. Jausharan magic followed the same principles as Vermont's, but every nation developed its own schools of thought. Perhaps there was something hidden among these shelves that could prove useful. Whenever she wasn't reading, she observed. She memorized guard rotations, counted patrol intervals. She also examined every corridor, every window, every staircase, and hidden alcove she could legally reach. So far, she had found no structural weakness she could exploit. Ventis had even made a friend of sorts. Her name was Rayla, the castle's librarian. She was a shy young woman with mint green hair and round glasses who cared far more about books than people. Ventis had even caught her quietly talking to the books while shelving them, as if they were old friends. It always made her smile. Rayla was a few years older than Ventis, yet nearly a head shorter. While most visitors simply tossed their finished books onto the return table before leaving, Ventis always took the time to place each one back in its proper spot. That single act had earned Rayla's trust within a day. Oddly enough, Rayla wasn't Zhao Sharan at all. She came from Cunaria. Like Ventis, she too was bound by a magical contract. As the only known researcher whose unique mana could produce the enchanted ink required for contract magic, she had been abducted from her homeland and forced to continue her work in Zhao Shara. Human slavery was officially forbidden in all 3 kingdoms. That, however, didn't mean it didn't exist. Zhao Shara practiced it in secret, hiding it behind magical contracts and political schemes. Cunaria was more open about it. Slave arenas existed there, though not every ruler approved of them. From Rayla, Ventis also learned that Cunaria was less a unified kingdom and more a collection of independent warlords and tribal chiefs. Each ruled their own territory with considerable freedom. Conflicts between these factions were surprisingly rare, and when disputes did arise, they were usually settled by champions rather than armies. Honor duels weren't merely a tradition. They were one of the very foundations upon which Cunarian society stood. Ventis found the stories endlessly fascinating. Whenever she visited the library, she would end up using Rayla as a living history book, asking question after question about Cunaria, its people, and the customs she had never encountered back in Vermont. Unlike the corridors outside, where every step reminded her that she was a prisoner, the library felt peaceful. The only sounds were the occasional turning of a page, the scratching of a quill, and the soft creaking of wooden shelves that had stood there for generations. As soon as she stepped through the door, she spotted a familiar figure standing on a small stool. Rayla was reaching for a book on one of the highest shelves. Her mint green hair swayed gently as she stretched, fingertips barely brushing the spine. Almost. The book refused to budge. Ventis walked over without saying a word, plucked the volume free with levitation and handed it down. Rayla jumped ever so slightly before looking up. Oh, she accepted the book with both hands as though it was something precious. Gee. Good morning, Lady Ventis. Good morning, Rayla. The librarian adjusted her round glasses before hugging the book against her chest. You came early today. I couldn't sleep, Ventis said as she stretched. Also, I told you like 4 times now that I could teach you levitation magic. It's a bit complex, but helpful. Oh, an awkward silence settled between them. Would you like some tea? Rayla finally asked, almost too quietly to hear. I'd love some, Ventis said with a defeated smile. Rayla always used something to divert the conversation when it came to magic. It was like the young woman was afraid of it, even though she had plenty of magical talent. The corners of Rayla's lips lifted into a small smile before she hurried off toward a little table tucked into the corner of the library. Ventis watched with quiet amusement as the librarian carefully measured tea leaves with almost scientific precision. You know, Ventis said as she wandered over to a nearby bookshelf, I finished the book you recommended. Rayla's hands stopped. You did? Ventis pulled out a chair and sat beside the window while Rayla poured steaming water into 2 cups. I enjoyed it. Rayla carried the tray over with slow, careful steps, placing 1 cup before Ventis before sitting opposite her, a shy smile on her face. It was fascinating. Ventis wrapped her hands around the warm cup. Rayla bloomed as she went into a long and quite detailed rant about the mage and the whole idea behind his studies written in said book. It was remarkable how much she changed whenever books became the subject. The timid young woman who struggled to hold a conversation transformed into someone quite passionate, her words flowing almost effortlessly. Then, as if suddenly remembering she was speaking to another person instead of a bookshelf, she shrank back into herself. I'm talking too much again. Not at all, Ventis smiled warmly. You're much more interesting than half the professors back home. Rayla stared at her for a long moment. Then, to Ventis's surprise, she let out the softest little laugh. Robert and his team trudged through the snow, stopping every now and then whenever they found a sheltered alcove or a cave that could shield them from the relentless wind. They no longer had to worry about walking along the narrow edges of mountain cliffs, but the constant cold and the sheer distance ahead remained their greatest enemies. The valley seemed endless. The mountain pass they were aiming for was already visible in the distance, yet it never appeared any closer. Traveling on foot made every league feel twice as long compared to riding in the comfort of a carriage. Let's camp here, Pelliene said, pointing toward a rocky overhang that offered decent protection from the biting wind. No one argued. 10 minutes later, the small camp had been set up, and everyone sat around a modest fire, chewing through the same travel rations they had been eating for the past week. The food hadn't spoiled. If anything, it was still remarkably well preserved. It simply tasted worse every day because they had eaten it so often. "How far have we come?" Pelien asked as she distributed Pokémon food among their companions. Robert unfolded the map resting on his knee before comparing it with the surrounding landmarks. "About halfway." He smiled tiredly. "I'm glad I packed extra supplies back home. Normally our scouts make this journey in less than 3 weeks. Considering our larger group and the weather, I'd say we're making good progress." He glanced toward Bishop. The steel type sat silently beside the fire, looking like a bored knight. Noticing Robert's gaze, Bishop simply gave a single nod. Robert returned it with a grateful smile. Yesterday, the team had stumbled into a group of territorial graveler. Bishop had handled the encounter like an absolute champion, intercepting every rock throw before Primarina's ranged attacks forced the wild Pokémon to retreat. Looking around the camp, Robert couldn't help feeling relieved by the team's composition. Their Pokémon covered one another's weaknesses remarkably well, ensuring that nearly every unexpected encounter could be answered by someone suited to the task. The only ones struggling were the 2 flying types. They had spent every day scouting ahead, searching for the safest routes through the mountains before circling back to guide the group onward. Even now, both looked utterly exhausted as they rested with their feathers fluffed against the cold, as the enchanted scarf on them was only helping and not stopping the frigid weather. Robert traced a finger along the map. "Tomorrow we should reach the frozen lake." His finger slid farther north. "If everything goes well, we'll be on the other side by the following day." He folded the map, tucked it back into his pack, and bit into another piece of hard, dense bread. As they reached the shore of the frozen lake, the group came to an abrupt halt. What they had assumed was a large snowdrift suddenly stood up. The mountain of white snow shook itself, sending powder flying in every direction before letting out a thunderous roar. An abomasnow, as if responding to its call, dozens upon dozens of snova burst from the deep snow surrounding the party. One after another, they emerged from their hiding places, glaring angrily at the intruders. Within moments, Robert's team found themselves almost completely surrounded. "Ninetales, what's going on?" Pelien asked, never taking her eyes off the towering grass type. Ninetales' ears twitched as she listened. "The big one says to stop. This is his territory. Could you ask if he'll let us pass?" Ninetales nodded and carefully stepped forward, making sure not to appear threatening. "Excuse me," she called politely. "Would it be all right if we crossed your territory? We don't mean any trouble." Abomasnow let out a deep, rumbling laugh. "Ha! No!" He took a heavy step forward, the frozen lake trembling beneath his weight. "Turn around, human bootlicker. Find another valley." He slammed one massive foot into the snow. "Or, we'll make you eat it." Several snova bared their teeth, eager to follow their leader's command. Ninetales quietly walked back. "He says we either find another valley," she sighed, "or we fight." Robert looked toward Pelien. "The big one refuses to let us pass," she noted to the young noble. "He says we have to turn back and find another route." Robert's eyes drifted toward the endless mountains behind them. "There isn't another route." His hand slowly moved to the hilt of his sword. The metallic scrape echoed across the frozen lake as he drew the blade. Several snova instinctively took a step backwards. Before Robert could even move, Bishop leapt in front of him, lowering his bladed arms into a battle stance. Robert smiled faintly. "I guess we're fighting then." Pelien tightened her grip around her wand. "I was hoping we could avoid that." She raised it toward the gathered wild Pokémon. "Ninetales," she called with a determined grin. "Let's show them how much you've improved." The fire type's tails fanned out behind her as flames began to dance between them, the warm glow standing in sharp contrast to the endless field of snow surrounding the 2 opposing sides. It looked like Abomasnow had prepared for this very moment. He let out a booming roar, and every single snova answered in unison. Snow warning. The entire pack unleashed the same technique simultaneously. Before Ninetales' flamethrower could even reach Abomasnow, a wall of icy wind swept across the valley. Snow and razor-sharp hail exploded into the air, engulfing Robert's team in a blinding white storm. "Curses!" Pelien hissed, hastily conjuring a shimmering mana bubble around herself to soften the barrage. Hailstones bounced harmlessly off its surface before the spell began to strain under the constant assault. "Everyone, attack!" Visibility worsened with every passing second, until they could barely see more than a few feet ahead. Jolteon fired bolts of lightning into the white abyss, hoping one would find a target. A thunderbolt lit up the storm for a brief instant before vanishing once more. Bishop lowered his stance and charged headlong into the blizzard. The steel type disappeared almost immediately, leaving only the metallic clang of blades and the occasional cry of a startled Snover to mark his path. Primarina hesitated. Water attacks would only strengthen the snow around them, and ice attacks were even more pointless, so she lunged forward instead. The first Snover she encountered barely had time to blink before Play Rough launched it headfirst into a snowbank with a surprised yelp. High above, Swallow and Noctowl beat their wings furiously, sending repeated gusts into the storm in an attempt to carve holes through the blizzard. The wind swallowed their efforts almost instantly. Even flying became a struggle as violent gusts tossed both Pokémon around like leaves. Meanwhile, Skiddo lowered his horns and charged. He couldn't see, so he simply trusted his instincts. The battle quickly dissolved into chaos. Every member of the team was fighting blind. Then Peliani's spell finally charged. She planted her feet firmly into the snow. Mana surged through her wand. Clear skies! The Master Rank spell erupted overhead. The raging winds faltered. The swirling snow slowed. Then, as though an invisible hand had swept the valley clean, the storm vanished entirely. Robert and Peliani finally saw the battlefield. The sight made both of them grimace. Jolteon's golden fur was coated in frost, his body trembling from the cold. Ninetales lay unconscious in the snow, having borne the brunt of the blizzard while shielding Peliane. Primarina, Bisharp, Swallow, and Noctowl were each locked in difficult fights against groups of Snover. Only one Pokémon had managed to break through to Abomasnow himself. Skiddo, the little grass type, had charged all the way to the Alpha's feet. Unfortunately, Abomasnow had simply stopped him, with one massive palm pressed against his forehead. The giant Pokémon laughed loudly. You are too weak! He pushed down harder, forcing Skiddo's legs deeper into the snow. I will. Skiddo's hooves dug into the frozen ground. Buck you. His entire body shook from the effort. He was a Pokémon of House Balatoa, the partner of the kingdom's famed Aura Knight family. Giving up had never been part of his training, no matter what. He let out a furious snort. I said I will buck you. A brilliant white light suddenly burst from his body. Abomasnow blinked. What? The pressure beneath his palm increased instead of fading. His arm was being pushed back. The light intensified until it almost blinded everyone watching. Then a much deeper voice echoed through the valley. I said I will buck you. Abomasnow's footing slipped. The evolved Gogoat exploded forward like a battering ram. His horns slammed into Abomasnow's stomach with enough force to lift the massive Pokémon completely off the ground. Swallow! Noctowl! Support him! Robert shouted. Air Cutter sliced across Abomasnow's face. A barrage of Swift struck moments later, forcing the giant to lose what little balance he still had. Gogoat didn't stop. His powerful legs dug into the snow before his horns shot up. For a brief moment, the enormous grass type was actually airborne. Then Gogoat twisted his body. Both hind legs struck Abomasnow square in the chest with a devastating kick. The giant flew backward like a felled tree before crashing onto the frozen lake. Crack! The ice shattered beneath his weight. Water exploded upward as Abomasnow plunged into the freezing lake. Every Snover immediately abandoned their fights. Boss? They rushed across the cracked ice, frantically pulling the much larger Pokémon back onto solid ground. Nearly a minute later, they finally dragged their soaked leader onto the shore. Abomasnow lay there unconscious, water freezing all over its fur in the frigid air. Silence settled over the valley. You've done it! Robert ran forward and threw his arms around Gogoat's broad neck. The newly evolved Pokémon blinked in surprise. Then, beneath his eyes, the faintest hint of pink appeared across his white cheeks. Peliane hurried toward the unconscious Ninetales. She knelt beside her partner and immediately pulled out a revived stone, one she gotten from Terrence, and shoved it between the teeth of Ninetales. She felt their bond weaken by the second, so she was panicking. After Ninetales moved with a jolt, she hugged her tight. Within seconds, Ninetales stirred, letting out a quiet groan before slowly opening her eyes. Did we win? She asked weakly. Peliane smiled. Thanks to you and to Gogoat. Ninetales looked over and immediately spotted the unconscious Abomasnow lying motionless beside the frozen lake. The water soaking his fur had already begun turning to ice. Her ears folded back. He'll freeze to death. Peliane followed her gaze and nodded. Can you warm him up a bit? I don't want anyone dying today. Without hesitation, Ninetales limped over to the fallen giant. She took a deep breath before releasing a gentle ember. Unlike the attack she'd attempted earlier, this one was carefully controlled, warming Abomasnow's frozen fur rather than burning it. Steam slowly rose from his body as the thick layer of ice melted away. Several Snover watched nervously, ready to intervene if the flames became too intense. A few moments later, Abomasnow coughed violently before opening one eye. He blinked several times in confusion before slowly sitting up. His gaze immediately landed on Gogoat. "You won." There was no anger in his voice, only respect. He looked around at the battered Snover before letting out a heavy sigh. "You want to pass this valley? I will help." He turned toward Ninetails. "Tell your humans that they defeated me fairly." Ninetails translated every word to Peliene. "He says we won fairly." Peliene nodded and Robert lowered his sword. "Good," she sighed, finally relaxing. "Abomasnow says he'll personally guide us across the frozen lake and through the safest paths of the valley. It's his way of showing respect to a worthy opponent." Ninetails spoke to Peliene. "We gladly accept." Peliene bowed. Abomasnow gave a slow nod before turning toward his herd. "So, we are clear?" Robert asked, and as the others nodded, he let out a long breath and put away his sword. The Snover immediately scattered, forming a loose line ahead of the travelers. With the Alpha leading the way, the journey became dramatically easier. Whenever hidden cracks lay beneath the snow, Abomasnow simply walked around them. When deep drifts blocked the trail, the giant Pokémon cleared them with a single swing of his powerful arms. Even wild Pokémon avoided the procession after seeing who escorted it. 3 days later, the group finally reached the northern end of the valley. Ahead lay the mountain pass leading toward Zhaoshara. Abomasnow stopped. "This is where my territory ends." Ninetails faithfully translated. Peliene stepped forward and gave the giant Pokémon a respectful bow. "Thank you," Ninetails added. Abomasnow snorted before crossing his arms. "Don't thank me." He glanced toward Gogoat. "Thank him." Gogoat scratched the back of his head, suddenly feeling a little embarrassed. Several Snover happily waved their little arms as the travelers continued toward the pass. Robert's team waved back until the snowy herd disappeared into the white valley behind them. The mountain crossing had proven far more difficult than any of them had expected. From the cold mountain pass, Zhaoshara stretched out before them. The kingdom looked harsh, yet strangely beautiful. Forests still covered much of the landscape, their dark green canopies rolling across the hills like waves. Meadows and rivers broke up the wilderness, while villages and roads could occasionally be spotted from their lofty vantage point. Yet everywhere, the land bore the scars of fire. Patches of grey ash covered entire hillsides where forests had once stood. Black ribbons of cooled lava wound between the trees, reminders of eruptions long past. Here and there, life had already begun reclaiming the damage. Young trees and fresh grass pushed stubbornly through the volcanic soil, painting the countryside in a patchwork of green, grey, and black. Farther inland, 3 towering volcanoes dominated the horizon. None were erupting violently, but each released a steady plume of smoke that drifted lazily across the sky. Even from this distance, the faint smell of sulfur occasionally rode the mountain winds. "It really is the land of fire," Jolteon muttered under his breath. Robert turned and looked south instead. Far below, cutting across the rolling plains like an endless stone serpent, stood Vermont's great border wall. From this height it appeared almost insignificant, yet everyone present knew it was one of the greatest fortifications ever built. "There," Robert pointed farther east along the same mountain range. A second snow-covered peak rose proudly above the others, its ridgeline stretching toward the heart of Zhaoshara. "You still want to climb all the way over there?" Peliene followed his finger and quietly nodded. She wasn't thrilled by the idea. The valley had already pushed everyone close to their limits. Another several days of climbing jagged cliffs, sleeping in freezing temperatures, and navigating narrow mountain paths sounded miserable. "I'd rather spend another week in the snow than a single day in an enemy prison." Robert couldn't really argue with that. Swellow, Noctowl. The 2 flying types looked up immediately. "Could you scout that mountain? See if there's a safe pass we can use." Both Pokémon nodded before taking to the air, quickly becoming tiny silhouettes against the blue sky. Robert watched them disappear. "I still think we'd be fine if we descended into the lowlands," he admitted with a tired sigh. "It would certainly be faster." He glanced at Peliene before giving a faint smile. "But I will trust your instincts." Peliene smiled back. "I appreciate that." For several minutes, no one spoke. The wind whistled through the rocks as the group stood nearly a mile above the world, gazing into the vast kingdom that lay ahead. Somewhere beyond the smoking volcanoes, Ventis was waiting. Robert rested a hand on the pommel of his sword. "Just hold on a little longer. We're coming." Back at the second defensive line, Colonel Grebe Hurricane gently pressed 2 fingers against the bandage covering the left side of his face. The wound still throbbed. He had come far too close to losing an eye. Beside him, his faithful Flygon rested on the battlements, its normally pristine scales marred by fresh scars. One wing was wrapped in bandages and remained folded against its body. The dragon let out a quiet growl as it watched the enemy encampment stretching across the plains. It had been a week since the surprise assault. A week since the old king of Jaushara had somehow died in the middle of the battle. Grebe still had no idea how it had happened. If he had to wager a guess, Archmage Gehatu had finally snapped after Lady Balatoa's kidnapping and unleashed something catastrophic. It certainly sounded like something only an Archmage could accomplish. Unfortunately, the enemy hadn't collapsed with their king. Quite the opposite. They had simply withdrawn a few miles before constructing an enormous fortified camp. Watchtowers, trenches, and wooden palisades had sprung from the earth with surprising speed. Thousands of soldiers remained stationed there, their banners fluttering lazily in the afternoon breeze. Since Gehatu had returned to the capital, the responsibility for defending the border had fallen squarely onto Grebe's shoulders. The main Vermont army had finally reinforced the wall, and since then the Jausharans had launched only 2 probing assaults. Nothing serious, just enough to test their defenses. Grebe rested both hands on the cold stone battlements. This makes no sense whatsoever. Below him, the fortress bustled with activity. Masons replaced shattered sections of the wall 1 stone at a time, while carpenters hauled fresh timber toward damaged towers. Blacksmiths worked without pause, their hammers ringing across the fortress as armor, spearheads, and arrowheads were repaired faster than they could cool. The smell of mortar mixed with coal smoke filled the air. Even a week later, everyone moved with the urgency of a city expecting another attack at any moment. His lieutenant stepped beside him. "Sir, our scouts have confirmed there are no other Jausharan armies attempting to breach the wall elsewhere. We've also received reports from the neighboring forts. Everything is quiet." Grebe frowned. "So there isn't even a diversion?" "No, sir." The lieutenant hesitated before continuing. "We've also heard unusual rumors." "The assassin story?" The younger officer nodded awkwardly. "Some soldiers claim a Vermont assassin infiltrated the enemy command tent and killed the Jausharan king." Grebe snorted. "I'd like to meet the idiot who started that tale." He folded his arms. "No one knew this attack was coming. You don't send assassins to a battlefield you don't know exists." The lieutenant nodded in agreement. "I thought as much, sir." Grebe's eyes drifted back toward the sprawling enemy camp. Thousands of tents. Supply wagons moved constantly between them. Smoke from countless cookfires drifted lazily into the sky. It wasn't the camp of an army preparing to retreat, nor was it one preparing for an immediate assault. It was simply waiting. "Diversion?" Grebe muttered. He shook his head. "If this is the diversion..." A faint grin tugged at the corner of his mouth. "I'll eat my hat." The lieutenant chuckled quietly. The humor quickly faded. Neither man could answer the question that truly mattered. If the Jausharans weren't retreating, and they weren't attacking, then what, exactly, were they waiting for? A cold breeze swept across the battlements. Far across the plain, the enemy banners continued to flutter in perfect silence. While the Kingdom of Vermont focused on the war raging along its borders, Archmage Gehatu had buried himself inside his tower. His latest obsession sat on the table before him, an old crystal ball. Most mages considered crystal ball reading a failed branch of divination. Others dismissed it as little more than an unreliable curiosity. It had been decades since anyone had seriously researched the craft. Finding a specific person through one was, by all accounts, practically impossible. But Gehatu wasn't trying to determine an exact location. He only needed a direction. "Come on," he muttered, leaning over the polished sphere. "Work!" The crystal ball had been one of his greatest discoveries, recovered decades ago from the depths of an ancient ruin. Countless mages beside him had experimented with it, yet every record ended the same way. Results inconsistent, direction unreliable, project abandoned. Gehatu refused to believe an artifact crafted with such precision had no purpose. He poured his mana into the sphere. Nothing. Humph. He scratched his beard before his gaze drifted toward the open window. Perched comfortably on the sill, Pidgeotto was meticulously grooming one of his wings. "Pidgeotto." The bird glanced over. "What? Give me a little energy." Pidgeotto shrugged. "Sure, Pops." A small stream of energy flowed through their bond and mixed with Gehatu's mana. This time, the crystal ball shimmered. A faint line of light appeared within the cloudy glass before pointing steadily in a single direction. Gahatu blinked. Direction? Wait, does it work better with combined magic? His excitement grew by the second. Pidgeotto, give me a bit more now. The bird let out an exaggerated sigh. Still, there was not like he used his energy for anything other than sky-gazing. As their energies met in equal measure, the crystal ball blazed with light. The cloudy interior dissolved like morning mist, revealing a perfectly clear image. For several long seconds, Gahatu simply stared. Then the corners of his mouth twitched. A quiet chuckle escaped him, followed by another. Within moments, the entire tower echoed with booming laughter. Ha ha ha, it works. One floor below, his son and chief advisor paused in the middle of reading a report. He slowly lowered the book, stared at the ceiling for a few seconds, and sighed. Yep, father's gone crazy again. After a brief moment of consideration, he quietly reopened the book. Above him, Gahatu had to grab the back of a chair to stop himself from collapsing with laughter. No wonder nobody figured it out, he gasped between breaths. They were missing half the equation. It was never meant to use only human magic. The crystal ball displayed far more than a simple direction. Upon its surface stood a familiar Brazian proudly steering a small ship, an oversized captain's coat billowing dramatically behind her. So there you are, little Fenn. His smile gradually faded as he focused harder on the image. He pulled the view from the ship high above into the sky. After a moment, he crossed the room and pulled an old parchment from a shelf. The map was nearly a century old, its edges yellowed and worn, but it remained one of the most accurate depictions of southern Caneria ever drawn. Slowly tracing the coastline with a finger, he compared every peninsula, island, and bay until he found the matching location. Here. His finger stopped. The southern reaches of Caneria. He gave an impressed whistle. You're farther than I expected. Studying the image again, he frowned. No, you're not heading for Vermont. His finger continued east across the sea until it rested on the southern coastline of Jaushara. A grin spread across his face once more. So you're going after your master? He nodded to himself before reaching for a sheet of paper. Good. Callister's spies can make excellent use of an ally who can pinpoint Ventis. His quill danced across the parchment. The letter finished in only a few minutes. Folding it neatly, he sealed it with wax, shoved it into Pidgeotto's beak, then gave the unsuspecting bird a firm push off the windowsill. Pidgeotto let out an indignant squawk as he frantically caught himself in the air. Screw you, Pops, his thoughts echoed through their bond. Gahatu simply leaned on the windowsill, watching his partner disappear into the sky with a satisfied smile. Bring it to Callister. He chuckled before glancing back at the crystal ball. On the other side of said crystal ball, I was having second thoughts about sailing. It was boring. Not all the time, of course, but at least 90% of it. The sea stretched endlessly in every direction, broken only by the occasional flock of wingle or a pod of mantine gliding through the waves. The wind blew steadily, the sails creaked, and the ship rocked gently from side to side. After the excitement of pirates, a storm and exploring strange islands, sailing turned out to be surprisingly uneventful. Kadabra, Chespin, Letherbow and I had already exhausted every form of entertainment we could find. The captain's quarters had contained a set of dice and several decks of cards, so we played everything we could think of. I even taught them 2 more card games from home. They loved them, for about 3 hours each. After that, we were right back where we started. It had already been 3 days since we passed the northernmost island of Letherbow's archipelago, yet the mainland remained stubbornly out of sight. Our journey consisted of little more than following the battered old compass and the faint thread connecting me to Ventis. Our bond had changed ever so slightly. I still couldn't sense her emotions or thoughts, but if I concentrated, I could feel a vague pull toward her, like an invisible string tugging somewhere beyond the horizon. Letherbow had turned out to be surprisingly easy to travel with. He obviously couldn't understand our words, but he had developed an almost frightening 6th sense for guessing what we meant. Half the time I wasn't sure whether he understood our gestures or simply read our expressions better than most humans. Either way, conversations somehow worked. He also talked a lot. Stories about fishing with his father, getting chased by an angry sea king after falling overboard, climbing coconut trees with friends, and dreams of sailing beyond the islands one day. They weren't grand adventures, but they made the endless ocean feel a little less endless. "Captain!" Chespin suddenly shouted from the Murkrow's nest. I see land! A huge landmass! Finally! The cards scattered across the table as I practically launched myself to my feet. Grabbing my spyglass, I climbed halfway up the rigging before wrapping my tail securely around one of the ropes. From there, I could finally see it. I extended the spyglass and peered through it. A dark line stretched across the horizon. The coastline continued farther than I could see in either direction. My ears perked up. Please, please let this be the mainland. I clasped my paws together for a brief prayer to Arceus. I slid back down a few feet before I remembered something and tossed a bundled cloth toward Chespin. Here, I finally finished fixing the black flag. Hoist it. He caught it effortlessly. Oh, and throw the Zhao Sharan flag overboard while you're at it. Aye aye, Captain. As Chespin unfolded the repaired banner, I couldn't help but grin. The Jolly Roger was gone. Using coloured thread scavenged from the ship, I'd embroidered over the old design a stylized brazen head in the centre, with a curling tail wrapped around it like a crest. The proud flag of the Foxtail Pirates. Chespin beamed from ear to ear as he raised it to the mast. "It looks awesome!" he whispered in excitement. I jumped from the rigging and landed lightly on all fours before straightening up. Instinctively, my paw brushed against the spot where the pirate saber had pierced my side. Only a slight shift in my fur marked the place now. Heel pulse, berries, and a stubborn refusal to stay wounded had done their work. Underneath, I was certain there would have been an ugly scar if not for the thick orange fur hiding it. Since the coastline stretched across nearly the entire horizon, there was no need to adjust our course. I simply dragged the captain's chair out onto the deck and parked it behind the wheel, hooking my left foot against one of the spokes to keep it steady while the ship sailed onward. With absolutely nothing demanding my attention, I leaned back, popped a handful of sweet raisins into my mouth, and watched the land slowly grow larger. Sadly, reality had a wonderful way of knocking someone off their high ponyta. Barely half an hour after spotting the mainland, 2 large warships emerged from around a rocky cape and sailed directly toward us. Their sails bore the same crest, and their movements were so coordinated that it was obvious they belonged to the same fleet. My smile disappeared. Mounted along both decks were rows of enormous ballistae. Every single one was already aimed at our little ship. Well, I slowly stood from the captain's chair. They don't mess around. The distance between us vanished alarmingly fast. Both ships carried full crews, dozens of sailors moving with practiced efficiency. Some loaded bolts taller than me, while others adjusted ropes and sails. Then one of them stepped onto the bow, holding what looked like a brass cone covered in glowing runes. The man raised it to his mouth. "This is the territorial waters of Warlord Utterim." His voice boomed across the sea, amplified by magic, until it echoed over the waves. "You are ordered to follow us into port immediately. Refuse, and we will sink your ship." Lethabo hurried to my side, his face noticeably paler. "What are we going to do?" he whispered. I simply shrugged, before pointing toward the 2 warships. "Brakes," meaning, "follow them." He stared at me for a moment before swallowing nervously. "Couldn't we run? Our ship is faster." I shook my head and pointed at the dozens of loaded ballistae, then at the short distance between us, then back at our own ship. His shoulders slumped. "Right. I heard stories about the warlords." I didn't need him to explain further. Stories usually became stories for a reason. Across the water, the officer voice came through again. "What?" He leaned farther over the railing. "Where's the rest of the crew?" Silence. "Is that?" He squinted. "Is that a Brazian wearing a captain's coat?" Several sailors gathered beside him. One scratched his head while another burst out laughing. "I have no idea what's happening anymore." The officer folded his arms before grinning broadly. "But this is going to be fun." I rolled my eyes. "No, it isn't if you say it like that, you jerk." Unfortunately, I said it in Pokémon. Even if he had heard me from this distance, he wouldn't have understood a word. Following our escorts proved far more nerve-wracking than the pirate battle. I wasn't afraid of fighting, but I was new when we had impossible odds. One glance at the 2 warships was enough to know we wouldn't survive a real battle. Kadabra had only recently begun recovering enough psychic power to move small objects again. Chespin had never faced trained soldiers, and Lethabo wasn't a fighter at all. Running wasn't an option. The coastline steadily grew closer, until towering stone breakwaters came into view, followed by a decently sized dock. Ships of every size crowded the harbour. Merchant vessels, fishing boats, and heavily armed warships shared the same waters, while hundreds of people bustled along the docks. As our little ship entered under military escort, conversations stopped. Heads turned, and within seconds, what felt like the entire harbour was staring. A medium-sized ship flying a black pirate flag with the head of a Brysian, a Brakeson dressed in an oversized captain's coat, standing proudly at the helm, a Kadabra, a Chespin, and a single human making up the entire crew. Even the dockworkers forgot what they were doing. As sailors secured our mooring ropes, I could almost see the rumours spreading from person to person. A pirate captain cursed into a Pokémon. No, it's a noble's magical experiment. Maybe the human is the prisoner. I was willing to bet at least 17 completely different stories had already been invented before I'd even stepped off the ship. None of them were true. Some of them were probably more entertaining than the real story. Warlord Utterim was a mountain of a man. Scars crisscrossed his broad chest and back, each one telling the story of a battle survived. Around his waist hung a skirt fashioned from leopard pelts, decorated with polished feraligator teeth that clacked softly whenever he moved. Thick braces made from overlapping Gyarados scales covered his forearms, while his untamed black hair spread around his head like a lion's mane. Among his own people, one feature always stood out. His skin was noticeably lighter than that of most of his warriors. His father had come from the jungles of the mainland, where the dense canopy shielded people from the relentless southern sun. Utterim had inherited much of that complexion, though decades beneath the blazing skies had darkened it considerably. At the moment, however, appearances mattered little. A roasted leg from some unfortunate beast rested in his massive hands, and each bite could probably have fed an average man. Bones cracked loudly between his teeth before he casually spat the fragments into a growing pile beside his chair. His Granbull happily waited underneath the table, tail wagging whenever another bone landed nearby. The heavy doors burst open. A sailor hurried inside, before dropping to one knee so quickly that his forehead nearly struck the floor. "Warlord," he shouted between heavy breaths. "We've captured a ship that, well, looked like a pirate ship at first." Utterim slowly lowered the half-eaten roast. "What do you mean looked like one?" His booming voice shook the hall. "We do not capture merchant vessels." "It isn't a merchant ship, my lord." The sailor swallowed hard. "It's, well..." He hesitated. "None of us can really figure out what it is." "Huh?" Utterim tore off another mouthful of meat. "Speak clearly before I throw you into the Mytina pens." The sailor visibly shuddered. It was flying a black flag, but instead of a skull, it had the image of a Brakeson. Utterim continued chewing. "The captain," the sailor continued cautiously, "was also a Brakeson. As for the crew..." He took another nervous breath. There was only one human boy, one Kadabra, and one Chespin. Utterim stared at him. His eyebrows climbed so high they nearly disappeared into his wild hair. For several seconds, absolute silence filled the room. Bwahahaha. His laughter exploded through the hall with such force that servants outside instinctively flinched. Even a Loudred would have struggled to match the volume. He slapped one enormous hand against his thigh. "This is ridiculous." Another booming laugh escaped him. "This sounds entertaining enough to make me leave my chair." He tossed the cleaned bone toward Granbull, who caught it mid-air with practiced ease before happily trotting into a corner to enjoy the prize. "So?" Utterim grinned broadly. "Where are they now?" The sailor suddenly looked much less confident. "We escorted them to the arena, my lord." "The arena?" Utterim repeated. "Yes, sir. It's where all pirates are sent." "No good." The roar nearly knocked the poor sailor backward. Utterim stood, his massive frame making the heavy wooden chair creak in relief. He pointed toward the doors. "Bring them to my terrace." Then he rubbed his stomach, "and have the kitchens prepare more food." He flashed a toothy grin. "I'm getting hungry again." The sailor slowly stood before stealing a glance toward the table. It was covered in stripped bones, empty platters, and enough scraps to feed a small family. He wisely chose not to comment. "As you command, warlord." With another deep bow, he hurried from the hall as fast as his legs would carry him. Utterim chuckled to himself. A pirate Brakeson. Thankfully, the people around us weren't idiots who would immediately start a fight. At the same time, they weren't exactly welcoming either. One stern look from an officer silenced the gathering crowd, and a group of guards was ordered to escort us into a holding cell until the warlord decided what to do with us. Since I was the only one carrying a weapon, I surrendered my fancy saber without resistance. Among the guards walked a polyrath, whose sole purpose seemed to be making sure I didn't get any bright ideas. The other 10 men escorting us looked like they had been carved from stone. Every single one of them had shoulders wider than I was tall. Great. I glanced at Kadabra. We somehow sailed into Gymnation. Kadabra merely rolled his eyes. Chespin, however, snickered a bit. At least someone appreciated my jokes. Our temporary home turned out to be a bamboo holding cell. It wasn't particularly uncomfortable, though I doubted that had been the jailer's intention. With nothing better to do, I started humming an old jailhouse tune while dragging one claw across the bamboo bars. Since I didn't have a tin cup, the bars themselves made a surprisingly decent rhythm. Apparently, the guards disagreed. Splash. A water gun hit me square in the face. I blinked the water from my eyes before slowly turning toward the completely expressionless Polyrath. Jerk. The fighting type crossed his arms, looking entirely satisfied with himself. Barely 10 minutes passed before hurried footsteps echoed through the corridor. A sailor rushed over and whispered something into the chief jailer's ear. The man's eyebrows shot upward before he gave a respectful nod. "You're very lucky," he said while unlocking the bamboo gate. "Our warlord wishes to speak with you." Lucky? That remained to be seen. He gestured toward another pair of guards waiting outside. "Follow them." His expression hardened. And no funny business. As if I had anywhere to run. We followed our new escort through the settlement, and despite my situation, I couldn't help looking around. The place was surprisingly pleasant. Most buildings were constructed from polished wood and bamboo with wide, open terraces that let the sea breeze flow freely. Palm trees provided shade over sandy pathways, colourful flowers decorated nearly every courtyard, and the salty scent of the ocean lingered pleasantly in the warm air. The architecture reminded me of Hawaii from my old world, only larger and built with an obvious focus on durability. Right in the centre of the settlement stood a massive arena. Judging by its size, fighting clearly wasn't just entertainment here. It was a way of life. The people only reinforced that impression. The women wore light clothing suited for the tropical climate, colourful fabrics, leaving their arms, shoulders, and much of their legs uncovered. Bright beads, feathers, and polished shells served as jewellery, giving many of them an almost festive appearance. More than a few would have looked perfectly at home on the cover of a travel magazine back on Earth. The men, on the other hand, were intimidating. I hadn't seen a single skinny person since arriving. Every fisherman, sailor, and guard looked like they lifted boulders for exercise and wrestled Sharpedo to relax afterward. Soon our escorts stopped before the largest building in the settlement. Inside, they led us through a spacious hall before stepping onto a broad terrace overlooking both the harbour and the endless sea. A mountain of freshly prepared food occupied one side of the terrace. Whole roasted fish, grilled meat, tropical fruits, and bowls of steaming vegetables covered a table long enough to feed an army. Yet, my eyes barely lingered on the feast. Instead, they settled on the man sitting behind it. He was enormous. Not merely tall, but built like a fortress. Muscles layered over old scars until it looked as though someone had tried and repeatedly failed to carve him apart. He gave the impression that if he punched a steel wall, the wall would apologize. The warlord watched us approach with an amused grin. The moment we stopped a respectful distance from the table, he threw his head back and laughed, his booming voice carrying across the terrace. "So it really is true," he roared, a Bracian wearing a captain's coat. His laughter echoed for several more seconds before he finally settled down enough to take another bite from a roasted leg the size of my torso. He chewed slowly, never taking his eyes off me. "I've seen strange things in my life," he said after swallowing, "but this one is new." His attention shifted to Letherbow. "You boy, tell me." Letherbow straightened instinctively. "Why is a Bracian the captain of a pirate ship?" Letherbow opened his mouth, closed it again, then helplessly shrugged. "Honestly, Warlord, I don't think I could explain it even if I wanted to." Utter embarked another laugh. "Fair answer." I quietly reached into my satchel and pulled out my slate before tapping it with a claw. The Warlord frowned for a moment before understanding dawned on him. "Ah," the Bracian writes. He snapped his fingers toward a nearby servant. "Bring her some chalk." A servant hurried away and returned moments later with a fresh piece. I accepted it with a grateful nod before writing as neatly as I could. "We found pirates and defeated them. Took their ship. We are trying to return home to Vermont." Utterim leaned forward while reading, occasionally nodding between bites of meat. "So," he muttered, "you aren't pirates. You simply took a pirate ship and decided to sail it home." For a while, he simply continued eating, as though considering the matter far less important than his lunch. Only after finishing another mouthful did he wipe his beard with the back of his hand. "I believe you. That wasn't the answer I had expected. But," he continued, pointing a greasy finger toward the harbour, My patrol found a ship sailing under a black flag. He paused just long enough for me to realize where this was going. It does not matter if you redesigned it. Black means pirate. I quickly scribbled another sentence. It was supposed to be a joke. Utterim read it before smiling broadly. It may very well be, he chuckled. Unfortunately, my laws have a terrible sense of humor. A few of the nearby guards snorted quietly. So, he continued, here is my judgment. The terrace fell silent. You are not prisoners. Letherbo looked surprised. You are challengers. The warlord spread his arms toward the enormous arena visible in the center of the settlement. My people respect strength. If someone wishes to earn something here, they prove themselves. He reached for another piece of roasted meat before continuing casually. Win 3 official matches in my arena. He tore off a bite. If you do, your ship will be returned. I'll also provide you with one of our best sea charts. If not, well, you are stuck here to entertain me. He let out a booming laugh. I looked at Kadabra and Chespin before lowering my eyes to the slate again. After thinking for a moment, I wrote another sentence. One condition. If one of my teammates loses, I may fight in their place. Utterim read the message twice before his grin widened. Then the laughter returned. Ha! Now that's how a real captain speaks. He nodded hard. Done. He pointed directly at me. If one of your crew faints or gets knocked out of the ring, you may take their place. I finished writing one final line. Then we accept your challenge. Utterim nodded approvingly before raising another piece of meat toward me as though proposing a toast. Excellent. Then motioned for us to join the table. His grin grew almost boyish, despite his intimidating appearance. I've been bored for months. He drank a whole pitcher of something sweet with obvious satisfaction. Let's see if a pirate Breakson can entertain me. After eating ourselves into what could only be described as a food coma, we were escorted to one of the guest houses and left alone. Apparently, challengers weren't treated like prisoners around here. I practically collapsed onto a large cushion woven especially for Pokémon and let out a long sigh. Finally, I stretched my legs. We've had proper food. Kadabra lowered himself onto the neighboring pillow with equal enthusiasm. Agreed. I was getting tired of dried jerky and fruit. Chespin tilted his head. I didn't really mind the fruit. That's what I've always eaten. He looked at us with curious eyes. The meat, though. That felt strange. Oh, right, I nodded. You're a grass type. Most of you are herbivores. I think I'll stick to berries. Chespin shook his head. Probably for the best. I yawned. Either way, let's get some rest. I think we've earned it. Nobody objected. Letherbo claimed the only proper bed, while the rest of us settled onto the oversized Pokémon cushions scattered around the room. They weren't nearly as soft as the ones back at House Balatoa, but after weeks aboard a ship, they felt like sleeping on clouds. I woke just before sunrise out of habit. The others were still sound asleep, so I quietly slipped outside to look around. Behind the main square, I discovered what was clearly a training yard. Thick logs served as lifting frames, racks held stone weights of every imaginable size, and wooden practice dummies stood lined up beside a sand pit. It looked less like a noble's gymnasium, and more like something medieval gym bro would build. Since I had nothing better to do before breakfast, I decided to loosen up. I loaded the heaviest stone weight onto my back before dropping into push-ups. After that came sit-ups, squats, and a few stretches. Once my muscles finally felt awake, I jogged 6 laps around the arena before cooling down with another round of stretches. By the time I returned to the guest house, breakfast was already waiting. They all stared at me. Then at the sweat dripping from my fur. What was all that? Chespin asked. Warming up. Warming up? Chespin repeated. I grabbed a piece of fruit from the table. Yeah. You call that a warm-up? Kadabra finally chuckled. I forgot to mention this. He pointed at me with a spoon. Fenn's a complete training maniac back home. I am not. I crossed my arms. You absolutely are. I just like staying in shape. You wear enough weights to make Graveler complain. That's unrelated, I huffed. Kadabra simply smiled into his breakfast. Letherbo hadn't said a word during the exchange, but seemingly guessed the topic. He was watching me with an expression I recognized all too well. His eyes burned with determination, one hand slowly curling into a fist. I had seen that exact look before. It was the expression people got right before trying to copy my training. I quickly grabbed my slate and wrote a short message before holding it up for him. Start with small weights. Don't copy my routine. You'll only hurt yourself. Letherbo read it carefully before nodding. I understand. I soon discovered that in Canaria, honor battles were almost a daily occurrence. Any kind of argument could start a fight, and it usually ended with someone knocked out. I was honestly stunned that most people here still had all their teeth after watching 2 matches before we were even called. Thankfully, Warlord Utterim was not only strong but also a man of honor. Chespin was matched against a Pokémon around his own level. His opponent was a shaky little Buniary. The poor female Pokémon looked like a strong gust of wind could send her tumbling. The moment the gong sounded, however, she attacked first. It wasn't out of anger but desperation. She looked like she would do absolutely anything to win. Chespin managed to dodge her tackle and lashed out with Vine Whip. What neither of us expected was for the rabbit Pokémon to run straight through the attack just to land another tackle, sending Chespin rolling across the arena. She took the full force of the Vine Whip without even slowing down. After only 2 more exchanges, where Chespin focused more on dodging than attacking, the poor rabbit simply collapsed. Not because of an attack, but because she had completely exhausted herself. "Chespin is the winner!" Utterim shouted. The crowd answered by slamming their fists against their chests like beating drums. The next fight was Kadabra's. His opponent was a Boldore. I could barely watch as Kadabra was one-sidedly pummeled around the arena before finally being tossed out of the ring. I immediately jumped down beside him and used Heal Pulse as he coughed up blood. "You should have tapped out once you ran out of energy, dummy," I grunted. "What?" he chuckled with a crooked smile. "And looked like a softie?" I just rolled my eyes. "Would you beat him for me, though?" he asked weakly. "Sure." I gently laid him down before breaking a citrus berry into smaller pieces so he could swallow them more easily. The crowd seemed genuinely taken aback by how gently I treated one of my own. Still, I climbed into the ring and cracked my neck. "Nothing personal," I snarled at Boldore, "but I'm going to test out my newest move on you." Used extreme speed, and at the very last moment, I gathered the little bit of fighting type energy I could use into my fist. Mark Punch! Boldore didn't even know what hit him. He flew clean out of the ring and embedded himself halfway into the arena wall. "Sorry!" I shouted after him while shaking my aching paw. Punching an actual rock type hurt like hell. My Muck Punch wasn't nearly as refined as one a real fighting type could use, but I made up for it with sheer speed. Amazing. A man in the front row gasped. "Is that really abrasion?" "I was told they were softies," another whispered. I glanced toward them and casually flexed my arm. There wasn't a single gram of fat on it. While I wasn't bulky like the people of Canaria, months of training had carved lean muscles beneath my fur. That earned another loud cheer from the crowd, along with a booming laugh from Utterim. "Fine," the warlord roared. "Looks like I don't need to hold back." Then he pulled out something I never expected to see. A crystal Pokeball. I had always thought only magic users could activate one. To my complete shock, he did. Mana flowed into the crystal, and a moment later, a massive Gyarados appeared inside the arena with a deafening roar. "Gyarados, use Surf," Utterim commanded. The enormous water dragon opened its jaws and unleashed a raging torrent toward me. I grinned. "Oh, you want to play dirty, eh? Water against a fire type? Well, 2 can play that game." I activated my combo, Extreme Speed, and charged straight through the wave, appearing next to his face with a Thunder Punch ready. Only, he had baited me. "Hyper Beam!" Utterim shouted. The torrent stopped instantly. All I saw was bright white light gathering in front of my face. "You've got to be kidding me!" I was already airborne from my charge as Gyarados tilted his head ever so slightly. The beam struck me square in the chest and launched me high into the air. I felt the full force of the hyper beam hit me like a runaway train. Somehow, my body, which had grown far too accustomed to abuse over the past year, managed to stay conscious. The blast launched me so high that I had plenty of time to think. Hyper Beam had one major drawback. The user couldn't move for a short while afterward. I quickly pulled one of my last few revives from my tail, tossed it into my mouth and crushed it between my teeth like hard candy. Warm energy surged through my body as most of the damage disappeared almost instantly. Since I had nothing beneath me to push off from, I decided to become a rocket instead. I pointed my wand behind me and unleashed Flamethrower. The stream of fire propelled me forward through the air while my free paw gathered every bit of electric-type energy I could muster. My Thunder Punch landed. It slammed straight into Gyarados' forehead. The massive water type let out a deafening roar of pain as the extremely super effective attack connected, electricity dancing across his entire body. I wish I could say I landed gracefully. Instead, I bounced across the arena floor before finally rolling to a stop inside the ring. As I looked up, however, I couldn't help gritting my teeth. Gyarados was still standing. Yeah, big dude needs more than one hit. I focused on him and noticed his movements had slowed. He got paralyzed. Use Iron Tail to ground the current, Utarim ordered calmly. The huge serpent immediately slammed his steel-like tail into the arena floor. The electricity dispersed into the ground, and with it, my biggest advantage disappeared. Utarim nodded approvingly. You are good, little Bracian, but Gyarados is my strongest Pokémon. I dusted myself off, stood tall, and used my paw in a come-at-me move like Neo. It worked perfectly. Gyarados' eyes narrowed, and his expression twisted with irritation. The taunt clearly got under his scales. That was exactly what I wanted. With an angry roar, he charged straight at me. Gyarados, Utarim shouted, just use Water Gun. The massive water type had other ideas. I was honestly glad Pokémon here didn't wear control collars. The order wasn't absolute. His pride made the decision for him. As he rushed in, I poured every bit of normal type energy into my legs. At the very last instant, I used extreme speed. His jaws snapped shut on empty air. I appeared beside his neck and struck. Then, behind him. Another punch. Ribs, side, jaw. Every opening I could find. I no longer had enough fighting or electric type energy left, so every blow came from the countless hours of brutal training I'd endured over the past year. Full, muscle-powered attacks. After 10 hits, I stopped counting. By the end, my paws were bleeding from smashing against Gyarados' razor-sharp scales, and my legs trembled from pushing extreme speed beyond what they wanted to endure. Finally, the giant serpent collapsed with a crash that shook the entire arena. For a heartbeat, everything was silent. Then Utarim's booming voice echoed across the battlefield. The winner, he grinned broadly, is the Bracian captain. The arena exploded into cheers. I tried to smile, but instead, the adrenaline left my body all at once. Everything spun, then went black, and I collapsed face first onto the arena floor. The bed felt surprisingly rough as I slowly woke up. My paws were numb, and every muscle in my body protested as I groaned. How long was I out? The first thing I saw was Kadabra's face. He looked ancient. His normally yellow moustache had turned completely white, his posture was hunched, and he spoke in a raspy old man's voice. 15 years. What? I shot upright in bed, only to hear Chespin burst into uncontrollable laughter. My head snapped back toward Kadabra, who couldn't hold his serious expression any longer. He chuckled as he wiped white flour from his moustache. My first reaction was annoyance. It lasted less than a second. Then I started laughing so hard my sides hurt. Okay. You got me. I reached over to punch his shoulder playfully, but he caught my arm by the elbow. Maybe don't hit anything just yet, he said, his expression turning serious. Your paw got pretty banged up. Heal yourself first. Right? I nodded and used Heal Pulse on myself. After several minutes, I carefully removed the bandages. My fur underneath was caked with dried blood and stuck together in messy clumps. Once I washed it clean, the skin beneath still tingled, raw but thankfully no longer injured. So, I flexed my fingers a few times. I guess we can leave now? Oh yeah, Chespin replied, though we'll have to find Letherbow first. He started learning swordsmanship and exercising yesterday. He couldn't quite hide the smirk on his face. I gave him a flat look. You should have joined him. His smile vanished. Just you wait. I'll train you on the ship. Chespin swore loved hard as he decided he needed to be elsewhere. Kadabra tossed me an oran berry before walking toward the door. You only slept for a day. The warlord wants to speak with you anyway, and they're still loading food onto the ship for our journey. He stopped in the doorway and motioned for me to follow. Outside, it was already early afternoon. Damn, I muttered, shielding my eyes from the bright sunlight. I really did sleep an entire day. As we walked through the settlement, people kept greeting me. Some gave me a thumbs up, while others flexed an arm exactly like I had after my fight with Boldore. It felt strange. Awkward, yet somehow nice. I could sense their admiration was genuine. They weren't mocking me or trying to flatter me. They simply respected strength, and I'd be lying if I said it didn't feel good. When we reached the warlord's residence, I barely had time to react before Utarim strode out to meet me. There she is! Before I knew it, the giant man wrapped me in what he apparently considered a warrior's hug. Several of my ribs strongly disagreed with the iron grip. That fight was amazing! He boomed as he finally put me back down. Not a single Pokémon has ever beaten Gyarados here, except an Electabuzz, and that one belonged to a chieftain. Thankfully, he set me down far more gently than he'd picked me up. "In my eyes," he declared proudly, "you are a true warrior." He reached into a hidden compartment built into the table beside him and pulled out a simple-looking black belt. "There." He held it out toward me. "A little bonus, an expert belt. We found it in an ancient ruin years ago. I was told it strengthens a Pokemon's abilities whenever they have the advantage. I accepted it before taking out my slate. You are far too kind." Utterim waved the compliment away as if it were nothing. "Nonsense," he laughed. "I kept you here for my own entertainment. The least I can do is send you off with a proper gift." For the next 10 minutes, he enthusiastically relived the battle, praising my speed, my stubbornness, and the ridiculous amount of strength packed into a body my size. Every time he reached the part where I punched Gyarados in the face, his laughter echoed through the entire residence. It was becoming increasingly clear that, for all his fearsome appearance, Warlord Utterim simply loved a good fight and nothing else. "Oh, before you go," Utterim's booming voice stopped me just as I was about to leave. "I promised that little fluffball Pokemon that if she fought well enough, she'd be allowed to leave my island." He scratched the back of his head. "I rescued her from some pirates a couple of months ago, and, well, I figured you could take her somewhere nicer. Thankfully, I hadn't put my slate away yet." "You mean that Baneri?" "I suppose I can." Utterim grinned and gave me a thumbs up. With that, the conversation was apparently over. He simply walked over to a rack of enormous stone weights and resumed his training as though we hadn't just finished discussing someone's future. I couldn't help but chuckle as I left. Switching to Pokemon speech, I muttered to myself, "Man, it's so weird seeing it from the outside." My thoughts drifted back to home. To my morning training sessions with Jolteon, Noctowl, and Primarina. I wondered how they were doing. No matter how hard I tried, I simply couldn't imagine they'd been seriously hurt during that fateful night. Call it intuition, a sixth sense, or perhaps the strange connection we all shared after spending so much time together. I just knew they were still alive. As I reached the docks, I spotted Letherbo aboard our ship. He was practicing sword swings under the watchful eye of one of the sailors. His technique was simple and stiff, but every time he made a mistake, the older sailor corrected his stance or adjusted the angle of his grip before letting him try again. Around them, the crew busily prepared the ship for departure. Barrels of food and fresh water rolled up the gangplank one after another, while a pair of workers replaced one of the ropes that had become frayed during our journey. Others checked the sails or hammered loose planks back into place. I found myself smiling. The ship had started as nothing more than stolen pirate loot. Now, it was becoming our ship, which meant it deserved a proper name. After thinking for a moment, one came to mind. Zenko. A benevolent kitsune. It seemed fitting. After a short conversation with the quartermaster, joined by several curious dockworkers who eagerly offered their opinions, I convinced them to scrape away the faded pirate name painted across the stern. By the time they finished, fresh black letters proudly decorated the hull. The ship finally felt like she belonged to us, and wasn't just a random ship we took. As it was already too late to sail out, we stayed for one more night. The feast waiting for us was immense. I really didn't want to know where all the meat had come from, but even with only a handful of spices, everything tasted amazing. Of course, nearly half the table was still covered in berries and tropical fruits, making sure Pokemon and humans alike had plenty to eat. Bunri remained quiet throughout most of the evening. The only thing she said to me was a simple thank you for taking her away from what she called this island of muscle idiots. She couldn't fool me though. Behind that shy demeanor was someone with a serious and incredibly determined personality. I'd seen it firsthand in the arena. The townsfolk, sailors, and even the warlord looked far less intimidating once they were sitting around a table with full stomachs. Laughter echoed through the settlement as everyone shared old stories, argued over who had caught the biggest fish, or exaggerated battles that had probably become twice as impressive with every retelling. Letherbo, naturally, listened with sparkling eyes. Every few minutes he interrupted to ask another question. Seeing him enjoy himself so much, I decided to do the same. Any difficult thoughts about home? Those could wait until tomorrow. Morning brought high tide, and, with it, our departure. The people gathered at the docks to see us off, waving as Zenko slowly left the harbour. We waved back until the island became little more than a green dot on the horizon. With one more crewmate aboard, I couldn't help feeling that this journey was turning out surprisingly wholesome. Naturally, the world decided that was the perfect moment to prove me wrong. Barely 4 hours into our voyage, dark storm clouds rolled across the sky. Before long, we were forced to sail straight through them while carefully avoiding the rocky coastline that still surrounded the island. Even after reaching open water, things hardly improved. The crashing waves grew taller and taller, tossing the ship around like a toy. Poor Bunery lasted barely an hour before she turned a lovely shade of green and collapsed beside the railing, completely defeated by seasickness. I patted her gently on the shoulder. "Don't worry." I looked up at the black clouds overhead. "I'm sure it'll only get worse." Ventis was amazed by just how many unique enchantments were stored within the Royal Magical Library of Jaushara. Storage magic, the kind used to create space rings, was one example. Back in Vermont, even a simple storage ring sold for astronomical prices. Most had either been recovered from ancient battlefields or purchased from shady merchants who somehow acquired them. Owning one usually cost thousands of gold coins. Here, however, the enchantments were simply held in books. She memorized as many as she could while continuing her own research into the ancient script. Her reason for studying the forgotten language was simple. Hidden away on the very last shelf of the library sat 6 stone books. No one in Jaushara could decipher them anymore, so they had been left to gather dust for generations. As far as Ventis knew, Vermont only possessed a few broken fragments of similar books, treasures considered legendary among scholars. Yet here she could casually pull one from the shelf whenever she wished. Each volume contained only 10 pages, but every page had been carved into polished stone. The books were thick, incredibly heavy, and covered in strange symbols unlike any writing she had ever seen. Whenever she wasn't in the library, she spent her free hours in her assigned room. Some of that time was devoted to training her mana, while the rest was spent trying to reach Fenn through their bond. Every evening she hoped to feel something more than the faintest hint that her partner was still alive. Robert and Pelliene survived another 4 days crossing the mountains before finally finding a safe route down into Jaushara. Thankfully, the place where they emerged overlooked an enormous black pine forest stretching as far as the eye could see. Towering evergreens covered the landscape, their dense branches allowing very little sunlight to reach the forest floor. Even during the afternoon, the woods were dim enough to hide an entire army. "Perfect," Pelliene whispered. Robert nodded in agreement. "If we have to sneak through enemy territory, there are worse places." The descent itself took another 6 hours. The mountain path was little more than a series of narrow ledges carved into crumbling stone. More than once they had to lower themselves down with ropes, while Bishop and Skiddo carefully carried the heavier supplies. By the time everyone finally reached level ground, the sun was already beginning to disappear behind the mountains. "We camp here," Pelliene decided. Swellow and Noctowl were sent to circle overhead before darkness fully settled in, making sure there were no roads, villages, or patrols nearby. Once they returned with nothing to report, Robert and the others quickly set up a small camp beneath the thick pine canopy. They kept the fire deliberately small, using only enough dry wood to boil water and warm their evening meal. The darkness inside the forest was almost unsettling. Even after sunset, only the occasional gust of wind moving the trees or the distant cry of an unfamiliar Pokémon disturbed the silence. With no map, only their own, only their observations from up the mountaintop, they had to plan blindly. They knew that the 3 volcanic mountains surrounded the capital, which was said to be on a plateau. "First things first, we will need disguises." Robert pulled out 2 military outfits from his ring. These were clothes from 6 years ago, when last time we captured nobles of Jaushara. He gave Pelliene 1 female set while he rolled out the male one. "Don't you think this will be a bit loose on me?" asked Pelliene, raised the clearly 1 size bigger set. "Just be happy we even have something," shook his head Robert. "Or you want to walk in Vermont blue?" "Point taken," frowned Pelliene. She examined the robe. Such gaudy design. He shook her head at the bright red and gold, but walked into her tent to change. At least for Robert, it seemed to be a close enough match for his size. The command tent was pleasantly cool despite the late summer heat outside. A pale blue mana gem rested inside an ornate metal stand in one corner, constantly radiating a gentle chill that made the air refreshingly crisp. Expensive wine, liberated from some Vermund noble's cellar, rested on the polished table between the 3 men. Former Viscount Ormond Trevai leaned comfortably into his chair, swirling the deep red wine before taking another satisfied sip. Across from him, former Baron Eldric Malvor had already emptied 2 cups and looked far more relaxed than he had in months. "I must admit, Your Majesty," Ormond said with a broad smile, "Jaushara hospitality far exceeds that of Vermont." "It certainly does," Eldric agreed. "Once the kingdom falls, the border will finally be ruled by capable men." Kylith Dravosh listened without interrupting. He simply rested one elbow against the armrest of his chair. his fingers supporting his chin as his golden eyes calmly observed the two traitors. Ormond eventually placed his cup onto the table and leaned forward. There is, however, one final matter. Calith simply gave a small nod. When your majesty approached us, certain promises were made. I ensured the messengers never reached Vermont's capital, and my lands offered no resistance to your army. I believe such loyalty deserves proper recognition. And what recognition would satisfy you? Calith asked. A county would seem appropriate. Ormond immediately spoke before the silence could linger. I would ask to be elevated to Viscount. After all, I too have served your majesty faithfully. Eldric raised his cup as a toast. For several moments, Calith simply nodded, as though carefully considering the requests. The only sound inside the tent was the hiss of the ice crystal and the occasional clink of silver against wood. I understand. The new Zhao Sharon king smiled. The two former Vermont nobles exchanged pleased glances. There is merely one question that troubles me. Ormond smiled politely. And what might that be, your majesty? Calith looked directly into his eyes. Why would I entrust my borders to men who betrayed their own king? The smile disappeared from Ormond's face. You, pardon? You sold your homeland for titles. His voice remained perfectly calm. You abandoned your oaths, your country, and the king who raised your families into nobility. Calith slowly lifted his wine and took a measured sip before continuing. If another kingdom one day marched against Jaushara and offered you even greater rewards. He gently placed the cup back onto the table. What reason would I have to believe you would not betray me just as easily? Realization finally dawned on the two men. Ormond half rose from his chair. Your majesty, surely there has been some misunder. He never finished. The two guards standing silently behind them drew their swords in the same instant. Two flashes of steel, two dull thuds. Both heads rolled across the carpet while their bodies collapsed beside the overturned chairs. Wine spilled across the table, dripping onto the growing pools of blood below. Calith watched the scene without so much as blinking. A faint smile tugged at the corner of his mouth. Worms. He reached for his wine again, but as he raised the cup, his nose wrinkled in annoyance. They served their purpose. His gaze drifted toward the lifeless corpses. I have no need for nobles who mistake greed for loyalty. Their lands will be entrusted to young Zhao Sharan nobles who have actually earned my trust. Taking another sip, he frowned slightly. Remove this filth. The guards immediately bowed. At once, your majesty. Calith waved them away without another glance. The sight of that greedy pig and that scheming twig is making my wine taste unpleasant. As servants hurried inside to drag away the bodies, Calith calmly returned to the table set up for him. His plan was working perfectly, as Vermont was still on the defensive. Inside the tent, it was as though Ormond Travail and Eldric Malvor had never existed at all. Me and my crew passed several small and large islands over the following days, restocking whenever they needed supplies. Thankfully, nature was generous this time of year. Berry trees and bushes sagged under the weight of ripe fruit, making gathering food surprisingly easy. Most wild territorial Pokémon wisely decided not to challenge Abrasion and Kadabra working together. Chespin and Baneri, however, had a few close encounters whenever they wandered off on their own. Captain, Baneri said, lying flat on her back and breathing heavily after scrambling back to camp. How about we just stay on the ship next time? What happened? I asked. I was nearly eaten by a lichen rock. Why didn't you fight back? I tilted my head. I watched you from the bushes. You bolted the moment you saw trouble. What? Baneri shot upright. You expected me to fight that thing? She looked genuinely offended. I blinked. You were quite the fighter in the arena. Where did all that fighting spirit go? I only fought so I could leave that island. Buneri crossed her arms with a huff. Uh-huh, I smiled knowingly before turning around. Double training for everyone who doesn't help gather food. I walked past Chespin just as his ears twitched. Wait, what? Both Chespin and Buneri groaned at exactly the same time, while Kadabra quietly covered his mouth, trying not to laugh. The sea chart Utterim had given to me was remarkably accurate. Every island, reef, and dangerous shoal had been carefully marked, making navigation far easier than I had expected. While I knew Vermont lay almost directly north of their current position, the bond with Ventis guided me even more to northeast. With each passing day, I could sense the direction to my partner more clearly. I still couldn't send words through the bond, but emotions were another matter. Excitement, longing, hope. Those were the feelings I sent whenever I thought of Ventis. In return, I received trust, and an overwhelming amount of trepidation. Whatever Ventis was enduring, it wasn't good. With only 2 more islands remaining before the narrow channel separating Kanaria from Jaushara, I made sure they avoided unnecessary stops. Every hour mattered now. There was only one place left on our route, a tribal kingdom standing at the northern edge of Kanaria. Utarim had even marked it on the chart, specifically recommending they make a stop there. Why, I had no idea, but I trusted the old warlord enough to follow his advice. A steady wind filled Zenko's sails as the crew worked up a sweat trimming ropes and adjusting the rigging. Satisfied that everything was in order, I returned to the wheel and fixed her eyes on the distant horizon. One paw rested against the wooden helm, the other briefly touched my chest and felt the soul that connected me to Ventis. I'm coming! As soon as we entered the narrow channel leading into the trapped sea, the ship slowed considerably. Towering jungle trees lined both shores, their thick canopies blocking most of the wind. Even with every sail fully unfurled, the ship barely moved faster than walking speed. That, however, was the last thing on my mind. Fenn? The voice slammed into my mind so suddenly that I nearly dropped the wheel. Ventis! I shouted back mentally. For the first time since we had been separated, we could finally speak. Are you okay? We both asked, at exactly the same time, before falling silent and chuckling. You first, I insisted. I've been feeling that something is wrong. Really wrong. There was a brief pause. Yeah, Ventis admitted quietly. I've kind of been captured. My grip tightened around the wheel. But don't worry, she hurried to add. I'm handling things surprisingly well. I even managed to cheat the contract magic. That's only a little reassuring. I frowned. A nervous laugh escaped her. I figured. Where are you? Inside the Jausharan capital, the castle's mage wing. Another pause followed. The Jausharan king wants to make me his concubine. Fucking Ragus, I growled. Oh, about that. Her voice became even quieter. Ragus is dead. The king is Calith Dravosh now. Even through our bond, I could feel the unease in her heart. He's a truly venomous man. Has he done anything to you? The question came out colder than I intended. Without realizing it, flames burst to life around my paw, forcing me to quickly step away from the wheel. Nothing, Ventis answered. Yet, the single word made my stomach sink. I overheard that he'll return to the capital once whatever he's planning on the battlefield succeeds. Not if I have anything to say about it, I replied, a determined smile spreading across my face despite everything. What about the others? I don't know. Sadness seeped through our connection. We got separated. Fenn? Kadabra approached cautiously, no doubt sensing the storm of emotions pouring out of me. Everything all right? I looked over at him and couldn't help smiling. I finally managed to talk to Ventis. Relief washed over his face. Really? I nodded. How's your power? Can you sense your teleportation markers yet? We're getting close. Kadabra closed his eyes for a moment before shaking his head. Kind of. My psychic power still isn't strong enough. I can feel them, but only vaguely. We'll need to get much closer before I can teleport to one. Okay. I turned my attention inward once more. Ventis, I'm aboard a ship coming from Kanaria. I was accidentally teleported to the southernmost island, but we're less than a week from the border now. For the first time since our conversation began, I felt genuine warmth through the bond. A hug, mental, yet unmistakable. Be safe, Fenn. I smiled and embraced her in return. You too. The connection slowly quieted, leaving behind a comforting warmth instead of the empty silence that had haunted me for weeks. I rested both paws on the wheel and looked toward the distant horizon. For the first time since we had been separated, I wasn't alone inside my own head anymore. It was a strange thought, really. Most people would probably find sharing their mind with someone else unsettling. But after years of always feeling Ventis's presence somewhere in the back of my thoughts, the silence had been far worse. Now, I finally had my partner back. Hidden beneath the endless emerald canopy, where passing ships could sail through the channel without ever noticing, stood one of the largest tribal settlements in northern Kanaria. Hundreds of wooden huts with woven palm roofs spread between colossal saber trees whose roots were thicker than houses. Rope bridges connected platforms high among the branches, while carved totems watched over every path leading into the village. Bright feathers, polished shells, and woven cloth decorated homes and meeting halls alike, their colors standing out against the deep green jungle. The smell of roasted fish and unfamiliar spices drifted through the humid air as children played with small Pokémon between the huts, and hunters returned carrying jungle fruits over their shoulders. Near the heart of the village, beneath the oldest trees, stood a solitary hut wrapped in flowering vines. Unlike the others, no laughter ever came from within its walls. The doorway remained closed year after year, becoming little more than another part of the landscape. Today, it opened. Conversation throughout the village faded into silence. An elderly woman slowly stepped into the sunlight. Her back was bent with age, every movement careful and deliberate, yet no one mistook her for weak. Long silver hair, braided together with colourful feathers and carved beads, nearly reached the ground, while faded green tattoos wound across the wrinkled skin of her arms and face. In one hand she carried a gnarled wooden staff wrapped in living vines. Her eyes were completely white, touched by magic. Whispers spread through the village. The shamaness. She left her hut. It has been 10 years. No one dared approach. Even the village chief remained where he was and respectfully lowered his head. Without acknowledging anyone, the old woman walked into the center of the clearing and pressed the tip of her staff into the packed earth. Slowly, she traced circles, lines, and spirals into the dirt until an intricate pattern spread around her feet. From a small leather pouch at her waist, she withdrew several polished Pokémon bones and scattered them across the drawing. They bounced, rolled, and finally settled into impossible positions. Her lips began moving as she whispered words in a language forgotten by everyone else alive. The jungle itself seemed to grow quiet. Even the chateau stopped singing. Minutes passed before the chanting ceased. The old woman lowered herself onto the ground with surprising ease and silently studied the pattern before her. The gathered villagers leaned forward just enough to glimpse it. The circles and spirals had become something else. Abrasion. A faint smile appeared on the shamaness's weathered face, the first many of the younger villagers had ever seen. "The fire has arrived," she murmured. Though softly spoken, every person in the clearing heard her words. She slowly lifted her staff and pointed toward the narrow channel leading into the trapped sea. "Prepare our welcome." The village chief hesitated before stepping forward. "For whom?" "Great shamaness." She never looked away from the image in the dirt. "For the friendly fire, the one who carries 2 souls." Several elders inhaled sharply. "The winds have changed," the old woman continued. "I have searched countless futures, and in nearly every one of them this jungle burns. Blood follows the rivers, and our people disappear beneath foreign banners." Her grip tightened around the staff. "There is only one path where that future does not come to pass." For the first time she raised her head and looked toward the distant sea, though her white eyes could not truly see it. "When the fire type arrives, bring her to me immediately." She gently tapped the drawing of the Bratian with the end of her staff before closing her eyes once more. "Before fate arrives ahead of her." As our ship Zenko rounded the last bend of the narrow channel, I noticed movement along the shoreline. 6 tribal warriors emerged from the jungle, waving both arms over their heads. My first instinct was to grip my wand, but none of them carried weapons. Instead, they excitedly pointed farther ahead toward what looked like an impenetrable wall of tangled roots. Only as we drew closer did I realize it wasn't a wall at all. Hidden behind the enormous roots of several ancient trees lay a sheltered bay large enough for Zenko to anchor safely. From the sea, it was almost impossible to notice, the dense jungle concealing it so completely that no one unfamiliar with the area would ever think to look there. "Careful," I called to the crew. "Let's not assume they're friendly just because they're smiling." The team nodded and carefully guided the ship into the hidden harbor. Once the anchor splashed into the water, the waiting tribesmen immediately gathered along the dock, grinning as though they had been expecting us all along. "You," one of them called while pointing directly at me. "The elder called." I blinked in confusion. "Called?" "The elder called," another repeated enthusiastically, nodding as though that answered every possible question. Kadabra looked at me and shrugged. "I have absolutely no idea." "Letharbo," I said, turning toward the young man. "You're coming with us." He immediately slung his sword over his shoulder. "What about the ship?" "Chespin, Beniri, you two stay aboard and keep watch." Both let out synchronized groans, though neither argued. Climbing onto the dock, we fell in behind our enthusiastic guides. As we walked deeper into the settlement, my attention slowly shifted away from the mysterious elder and toward the village itself. It was unlike anything I had ever seen. Pokémon weren't partners here, nor servants, nor even companions in the way they were back in Vermont. They simply lived alongside the humans as equals. Children laughed as they chased an Ipom that had stolen fruit from one of the market stalls. Nearby, several Machoke effortlessly raised the frame of a new hut, while human craftsmen tied vines and fitted together wooden beams. A Venusaur rested beneath the shade of an enormous tree, smaller grass types happily picking berries near him. Down by the river, fishermen worked side by side with floatcell and polyrath to haul in heavy nets bursting with seaweed, each helping the other without needing commands or rewards. It didn't feel like humans owned Pokémon here. It felt like one enormous family. "I've never seen anything like this," Letherbo whispered, looking around with wide, fascinated eyes. "Neither have I," Kadabra admitted quietly. The villagers eventually led us into the oldest part of the settlement, where the jungle canopy grew so thick that only scattered rays of sunlight reached the ground. Massive carved totems stood between ancient saber trees whose roots twisted across the earth like giant serpents. Nestled among them was a modest hut wrapped almost entirely in flowering vines. An old woman sat patiently outside its entrance. Calling her old hardly seemed enough. Her silver hair reached almost to the ground. Intricate green tattoos covered every wrinkle on her weathered skin, and both hands rested atop a gnarled wooden staff entwined with living vines. I had never seen a human this ancient before. If I had to guess, she had lived for well over 100 years. Then she slowly raised her head. Her eyes were cloudy and grey, like she was nearly blind, yet her gaze followed us as if she had perfect eyesight. A gentle smile spread across her face, as though she had known this moment would come long before any of us were born. "So," she said in clear Pokémon speech, her voice surprisingly steady for someone so old, "the one carrying 2 souls has finally arrived." I almost didn't catch that, as I was used to understanding all kinds of Pokémon speech, but she spoke like a Venusaur. "Say what now?" I jumped up in shock. I simply stared at her. The old woman had not merely copied the sounds a Venusaur made. She had spoken Pokémon. Not the growls, chirps, and cries that humans tried to imitate, but the language itself, every word carrying meaning as naturally as if she had been born with it. You speak Pokémon?" Letherbo asked, his jaw nearly hitting the floor. The shamaness smiled kindly at him. "Forgive me, my child, but everything has its proper time. I must speak with this one." There was no authority in her voice, only gentle certainty. Letherbo looked disappointed but nodded obediently before sitting cross-legged near the entrance. She then turned her white eyes back toward me. "I have seen you countless times in my visions, young Brazian. Though," she chuckled softly, "perhaps not so young if I count the years you lived in your previous world." Kadabra's head immediately snapped toward me. His eyes searched my face for an explanation, but I merely rubbed the back of my neck. "I'll explain later." He didn't seem satisfied, yet after a moment he gave a reluctant nod. Taking a slow breath, I returned my attention to the old woman. Every instinct told me she knew more than anyone I had met in this world. Perhaps even more than Ventis herself. She rested both hands upon her staff before speaking again. This world was always meant to burn beneath the red banner of Jaushara. Vermont would fall first, then Canaria. Kingdom after kingdom would kneel until the continent answered to a single ruler. Hundreds of thousands would perish, while countless others would envy the dead. Her expression remained calm, yet the weight behind those words settled heavily upon the room. Then Arceus chose to create a ripple. "A ripple?" I repeated. "A single soul placed where it did not belong." My heart skipped a beat. Wait. I shot to my feet before I even realized I had moved. "You mean Arceus sent me here?" Before she could answer, panic crashed through my bond. "Fenn? What happened?" Ventis's fear hit me like a wave. "I'm all right," I assured her as quickly as I could. "I'm speaking with a shaman. I'll explain everything afterward." I felt her hesitation before she reluctantly quieted our connection. The old woman smiled. "Yes, my dear. You and your partner were both chosen. Even your encounter with the Arbok was no coincidence." I let out an incredulous laugh. "That arrogant white and gold. I almost died there." "It was never a test of strength," she replied gently. "It was a test of character. Strength can be learned. Character cannot." "Had you failed?" She shrugged ever so slightly. "Our god would simply have searched for another." "Oh, great." I rubbed my forehead with one paw. "So I'm some sort of chosen champion now? Does that title at least come with free dental?" Honestly, if Arceus was going to throw me into another world, the least he could have done was explain himself first. The shamaness waited patiently until my grumbling subsided. "I cannot tell you what path to walk," she said at last. "Heroes who are ordered to become heroes rarely remain one. I only know why I have remained alive for so long." She slowly reached forward and gently poked the center of my chest. "My purpose was to prepare you." Warmth surged through me. The bond connecting Ventis and me deepened in an instant. It was as though another door had opened inside my soul. Without anyone explaining it, I simply knew. We could now see through one another's eyes whenever we wished. More astonishing still, our very life essence could flow across the bond. One of us could heal the other by sacrificing a portion of our own vitality. I stumbled backward, my legs giving out beneath me until I landed squarely on my tail. Wow! The flood of knowledge spinning through my head made me dizzy. Possibilities, instincts, and warnings settled into place all at once. That is, a lot. "It is enough," the old woman replied with a peaceful smile. Only then did I notice how frail she had become. The faint magical glow within her white eyes had almost vanished, and she leaned heavily upon her staff as she slowly rose to her feet. Every movement looked as though it cost her tremendous effort. "I believe," she whispered. "My purpose has finally been fulfilled," she said, in normal human words. She walked outside without another word. The three of us quietly followed her into the warm afternoon sunlight. Waiting beside the hut lay an ancient Venusaur whose once powerful body had long since been claimed by age. The old Pokémon opened one tired eye as the shamaness approached, then gently rested its great head against her shoulder as she lowered herself beside it. Neither of them spoke. They simply closed their eyes together. A gentle breeze stirred the jungle canopy above us. Leaves drifted lazily to the ground, and somewhere in the distance, bird Pokémon resumed their song. The Venusaur exhaled one final contented breath. A heartbeat later, the shamaness smiled. Then, together, they quietly passed beyond this world. Instead of cries or mourning, the entire settlement knelt as one. Heads bowed, humans and Pokémon alike thanked the departing pair for everything they had done during their long lives and wished them peace in the next turn of the great cycle. Their voices rose together into a quiet chant that echoed through the jungle. It wasn't sorrowful, it was grateful. Only when the prayer ended did silence settle over the village once more. The chieftain stepped forward and raised his staff. "Tonight," he declared, "we celebrate the life of Nanahula one final time." A chorus of agreement answered him. Before long, a massive bonfire had been built in the center of the settlement. Nanahula and her lifelong Venusaur companion were gently placed upon it, side by side exactly as they had passed. The chieftain then walked over to me. "As the one who inherited her final blessing, we ask you to light the fire." My ears drooped. That doesn't feel right. It felt like a burden, as though I was the one sending her away. Letherbo quietly stepped beside me and rested a reassuring hand on my shoulder. Kadabra did the same from my other side. "You aren't taking anything from her," Kadabra said softly. "You're fulfilling her final wish." Walking toward the pyre, I knelt before it and lowered my head. I wasn't particularly religious back on Earth. Even after learning there was indeed a real God here, I still wasn't sure what I believed. "Even so, wherever you are now," I whispered. "Thank you." I breathed fire to the dry wood. The flames spread quickly. Nobody cheered, nor did they cry. Everyone simply watched as the fire climbed higher, carrying the pair toward the heavens. As the night deepened, the mood gradually changed. Music filled the settlement using wooden drums and whistles. Children laughed once again, and stories began flowing as freely as the drinks. Chespin and Bunary joined us, both quickly becoming wrapped up in the festivities. The celebration lasted until sunrise. Every single person seemed to have a story about Nanahula. Some were funny, like the time she had tricked an overconfident primeape into carrying water for 3 days because it refused to admit it had lost a riddle contest. Others were touching, speaking of illnesses she had cured, disputes she had settled, and children she had delivered into the world. Listening to them all, I slowly began to feel as though I had known her for years instead of barely an hour. Considering she had lived for almost 2 centuries, well, that was a lot of stories. Apparently, soul bonds came with one more absurd benefit nobody outside this tribe seemed to know. The lifespans of both partners were added together, allowing each to live roughly as long as their combined years permitted. Nanahula and her Venusaur would have lived each naturally a little under 100 years, yet together they had reached nearly 200. Just trying to imagine living that long made my head hurt. Of course, I filled Ventis in on everything. "What?" she practically shouted through the bond. "Holy Arceus! Fenn, I can actually see what you're seeing." She burst into delighted laughter. "So can I," replied while suddenly finding myself staring at rows upon rows of books. "Gee, enchanting studies? Really? That's what you're reading?" She awkwardly shook her head, which felt incredibly strange while I was seeing the movement through her own eyes. The sudden shift in perspective nearly gave me vertigo. Sorry, she closed her eyes. Oh, and apparently we'll live longer too. That made her blink. Longer? Our lifespans get added together. She fell silent for a moment before slowly nodding. No wonder Archmage Gahatu is still walking around at 110. I was thinking exactly the same thing. By the time the celebration finally ended, I was exhausted. Between the music, laughter, and endless storytelling, sleeping had been completely impossible. The moment I found a quiet place to lie down, I was out cold until late afternoon. When I finally woke, the crew had already finished loading enough gifts and food to fill every spare barrel aboard Zenko. The villagers insisted we take far more than we could ever repay them for, and shortly before sundown we cast off once more. I wasn't planning to waste any more time. Apparently whatever I was doing now was changing some grand destiny that had once been set in stone. Honestly, I wasn't thrilled about being somebody's chosen champion. Still, as I stood at the bow of our ship, watching the hidden village slowly disappear behind the curtain of tangled roots, I couldn't deny that it explained a lot. Why I had awakened as a Fennekin. Why I had met Ventis. Why everything had unfolded exactly as it had. Hell, if I really followed that line of thinking, maybe even Terence joining us had been part of Arceus's plan, though that one might have been a bit of a stretch. The journey across the trapped sea took us another 2 uneventful days. Despite its ominous name, the sea remained unusually calm. By the afternoon of the second day, the black coastline of Jiaoshara stretched across the horizon, and before long we dropped anchor beside a modest fishing village, tucked between steep cliffs. It wasn't much compared to the ports I'd seen before. A handful of weathered docks reached into the sea, dozens of fishing boats bobbed lazily on the waves, and the smell of salted Magikarp seemed permanently woven into the air. More importantly, there wasn't a single soldier in sight. The villagers barely gave us a second glance. If anything, they welcomed us. I eventually realized why. To them, I wasn't an invading foreign Pokémon. I was a Bracian dressed in a pristine red captain's coat, arriving aboard a respectable vessel, flying no hostile colors. It still felt wrong. Kadabra didn't seem to care much about that. The moment he stepped onto the dock, he closed his eyes and stood perfectly still. After nearly a minute, he opened them again, a relieved smile spreading across his face. I found it. The anchor? I asked. He nodded. It's faint, but it's there. We stayed here long enough last time for me to remember it. I can teleport back. I wasted no time. Renting a quiet room in the local inn, I spent the better part of an hour writing everything that had happened since leaving Vermont. I described the pirates, the Southern Archipelago, Utterim's arena, the hidden tribe, Nanahula's prophecy, Ventis's imprisonment, the strengthened soul bond, and every clue we had gathered about Jiaoshara. By the time I reached the final page, my paw ached from writing. The last paragraph was short. Count Evelna. Please send every report concerning Ventis, whatever you have. Time is critical. After sealing the thick bundle, I handed it to Kadabra. Straight to Count Evelna. He tucked the packet beneath one arm and smiled. I'll be back tonight. With a familiar flash of blue light, he vanished. The rest of the day passed surprisingly peacefully. Letherbo wandered through the market looking for supplies, while Chespin somehow managed to convince half the fishermen to let him help mend their nets. Buniri spent most of her time glaring at Wingle that seemed determined to steal our food. By evening we had settled into the village tavern, waiting. Hours crawled by before a brilliant blue flash suddenly illuminated the corner of the room. Kadabra stumbled out of it, breathing heavily. I really don't recommend teleporting that far. Before I could even ask how he was, he placed a thick leather folder on the table. Evelna works fast. I immediately opened it. There were military reports, copied messenger logs, scouting summaries, and even handwritten notes. The Count had apparently gathered every scrap of information she thought might help us. The first few pages brought a smile to my face. Jolteon, Primarina, Noctowl, and even Feraligatr had all safely returned from the second-line training camp. I hadn't realized how worried I truly was until I saw every one of their names listed among the survivors. The relief didn't last long. Further down the reports, I found a notice stating that Master Mage Peliene had took Ventis's Pokémon and went to the capital where she met with Robert Balatoa. Then, no report came where they might have gone, but I easily figured out that they would not sit idly by, but try to rescue Ventis. I slowly closed the folder. Letharbo looked up from his dinner. Bad news? Not exactly. I leaned back in my chair and thought for a moment. They're alive, but they're gone. Kadabra leaned closer. You think they're searching for Ventis? It has to be that. There really wasn't another explanation. Peliani would personally lead an elite force into enemy territory if it was for her student, and Robert certainly wouldn't abandon Vermont while a war was looming unless the mission mattered even more. I couldn't help but smile. For the first time in weeks, I didn't feel like I was alone in this impossible task. Somewhere, likely inside Jiaoshara, another group was searching for Ventis. The problem was, Jiaoshara was enormous. I had no idea where they were, which meant there was only one thing left to do: trust them to play their part while I played mine. I closed the folder, finished the last bite of my meal, and looked toward the dark window overlooking the sea. Let's hope we're all heading toward the same destination. After reading through every report a second time, I quietly closed the folder. This wasn't an expedition anymore. It was an infiltration. There was a very real chance Kadabra and I wouldn't return. I looked across the table at Letherbow. During our journey, he had improved with a sword. But improved still wasn't enough. Against ordinary bandits or pirates, I'd happily trust him to watch my back. Against Jiaoshara's elite, he wouldn't last a minute. I reached into my bag and carefully placed the only valuable possession I still carried onto the table. The silver medallion, bearing the crest of House Balatoa. Letherbow stared at it in confusion. I then pulled out my little slate. There was only enough chalk left for a few more sentences, so I wrote carefully, "Take Zenko back across the trapped sea, enter the Gonola River, and sail upstream until you reach the first major town. Use this to secure funds. Tell them you are acting on behalf of House Balatoa, and they'll cover the docking fees. Buy a Rapidash the same way, and ride straight to County Vielna. Stay there until we return." He read the message before slowly looking up. "You want me to leave?" "No." His answer came immediately. "I came here to help you rescue Lady Ventis." I erased the slate and wrote again. "This is an elite mission." A few more strokes. "Taking you would be suicide." His jaw tightened. "Don't make me regret trusting you." Silence settled over the table. Letherbow lowered his eyes to the Balatoa crest resting in his palm. After a long moment, he carefully closed his fingers around it. "Understood." He stood from his chair and drew himself up as straight as a soldier on parade. "Captain," he said solemnly, "I shall protect your ship with my life." Then he saluted. Chespin immediately copied him with complete seriousness. "So will I." Bunieri rolled her eyes before raising her paw in exactly the same way. "Guess I don't have much choice now." Chespin suddenly threw his arms around me. "Capin, be careful." I returned the hug with one arm. Bunieri walked over next, stuffing both paws into her fluff to hide how awkward she felt. "Yeah," she muttered with a crooked grin. "Come back alive." She poked my shoulder. "I still owe you a beating for putting me through all that training." I laughed. "I'll be looking forward to it." The following morning, the crew made their final preparations. Supplies were divided, fresh water replenished, and every rope checked one last time. Standing at the end of the dock, Kadabra and I watched as Zenko slowly pulled away from the pier. Letharbo stood proudly at the helm while Chespin enthusiastically waved both arms over his head. Buneri tried to look cool by simply lifting one paw, though I caught the small smile she failed to hide. The ship gradually became smaller and smaller until it was little more than a dark silhouette against the morning sea. Eventually, it disappeared beyond the horizon. I remained silent for another minute before letting out a slow breath. "Well." Kadabra adjusted the strap of his pirate satchel. "It's just the two of us again." I tightened the red captain's coat around my shoulders and looked toward the inland road leading deeper into Jiaoshara. "Come on." A grin slowly spread across my muzzle. "Let's go steal a prisoner from an empire." King Calith watched the latest assault unfold from atop a low ridge overlooking the battlefield. Arrows darkened the sky while spells flashed against Vermont's walls, yet there was no real conviction behind the attack. His soldiers advanced only far enough to force the defenders into action before withdrawing in good order. Another probing assault. Another day spent convincing the enemy that Jiaoshara still sought to break through the second defensive line. Exactly as planned, he shifted his attention away from the front and towards 17 small obsidian figurines placed across the two newly conquered provinces. Each one represented a completed runic construct. "They've all reached their assigned positions?" he asked. His general bowed respectfully. "Yes, Your Majesty. Every construct has been installed within its designated city or village." Kylith allowed himself the faintest smile. Most would believe the constructs were siege weapons, but they were quite the contrary. Each was an autonomous defensive tower capable of unleashing devastating magical attacks hundreds of times before exhausting its stored mana. They required no soldiers to operate, no mages to command them, and no supply lines beyond occasional maintenance. Any army attempting to storm a town protected by even a single construct would be forced to march directly into a relentless barrage of magic. Retaking those settlements would border on suicide. While Vermont focused its entire attention upon the front lines, Zhao Sharan citizens and farmers arrived by the thousands, carrying their lives and hopes with them, taking over perfect houses, shops, and more. Every passing day tightened Zhao Shara's grip upon the land. And all the while, his army merely pretended to prepare another invasion. "Has the population transfer been completed?" he asked. "It is nearly finished, Your Majesty. Our settlers have occupied the farms, workshops, and homes. The remaining Vermont civilians have been gathered." "How many?" "Just under 100,000. The general nodded. Many of his advisors had argued for executing them. Others had suggested imprisoning them. Caliph had chosen neither. Dead civilians were worthless. Living civilians could become a weapon. "They're ready?" he asked. "They await your command." Caliph folded his hands behind his back as he studied the map one last time. The second defensive line was still firmly in Vermont's hands, exactly where he intended it to remain. He had no desire to conquer another inch. The land he had already taken was fertile, prosperous, and now nearly impossible to reclaim. Advancing farther would only stretch his supply lines and invite unnecessary losses. His brother would have continued attacking until either the walls broke or his army did. Caliph preferred mathematics over glory. "Then send them." A slow smile formed upon Caliph's face. "I am not murdering their countrymen." He looked toward the marker representing the second defensive line. "I am returning them." The general's own smile widened as understanding dawned. Nearly 100,000 exhausted civilians would soon stand before Vermont's gates. They would require food, shelter, healers, clothing, and protection before winter arrived. Accepting them would strain the kingdom's treasury and consume supplies meant for its army. Rejecting them would be unthinkable. A flag was raised outside the command tent. Far below, the enormous column of weary civilians began slowly marching toward the Vermont lines under Zhao Sharan escort. "Send a herald." Caliph leaned back. "What shall he say?" Caliph's eyes lingered on the 17 obsidian figurines resting upon the map. "Tell Vermont that Zhao Shara has achieved its objectives." His smile never reached his eyes. "We desire peace." He lightly tapped one finger against the conquered provinces. "We shall keep the land we have gained." His hand came to rest upon one of the obsidian markers. "And if they choose war instead," he left the sentence unfinished. Soon enough, the runic constructs would answer for him. The oppressive darkness of the pine forest finally gave way to open countryside as Robert stepped over the tree line and breathed in the warm afternoon air. Rolling fields stretched toward the horizon, broken only by the occasional dry tree and small groves of tall bushes. Beyond them, a well-maintained stone road wound lazily through the landscape, connecting the scattered settlements of northern Zhao Shara. Pelienne emerged moments later, brushing a pine needle from her borrowed crimson noble's cloak. "I was beginning to forget what sunlight looked like," she muttered. Robert smiled faintly before adjusting the ornate red coat he had reluctantly agreed to wear. The embroidery, polished boots, and golden buttons all screamed Zhao Sharan nobility. He hated every piece of it. "It still feels wrong." "It should," Pelienne replied, "which means you'll remember to act the part." After 2 long hours of waiting, they were lucky. Above them, Swellow circled once, before gliding lower. There, Ninetails translated after listening to the bird's report. A carriage, 2 passengers, 1 coachman, no escort. Pelienne nodded. "Perfect." The 2 concealed themselves behind the roadside brush, while their Pokémon silently spread into position. Bisharp crouched behind the trunk of a massive oak overlooking the road. Primarina disappeared into a shallow ditch, and Jolteon slipped into the tall grass, almost without disturbing it. Go-Goat disguised himself as part of a bush while high above, Swellow and Noctowl landed among the branches, patiently waiting. The sound of wheels soon echoed down the road. A finely crafted carriage rolled into view, pulled by a pair of sturdy Mudsdale. 2 well-dressed nobles chatted lazily inside while the coachman hummed to himself, completely unaware that half a dozen Pokémon were tracking every movement. Pelienne calmly raised 1 finger, then lowered it. Jolteon exploded from the grass in a blur of yellow light. A precise thunder wave arced through the air, striking both Mudsdale before they could react. The startled Pokémon froze in place, their muscles locking just long enough for Primarina to leap from the ditch. A shimmering ribbon of water wrapped around the carriage wheels, bringing the vehicle to an abrupt halt without overturning it. Gogoat blocked the way for the Mudsdales, using his body and his vine whips. Before the coachman could even reach for the reins, Robert was already beside him. One clean strike to the side of the neck. The man slumped forward unconscious. The carriage door burst open as one of the fancy-dressed men stumbled out with an indignant shout, only to freeze at the sight of Bisharp's gleaming blades resting inches from his throat. "Please don't," Robert sighed. "I wasn't planning to." A quick tap to a pressure point behind the ear sent the frightened noble collapsing beside his companion, who had already been lulled to sleep by Noctowl's silent hypnosis from the trees above. Peliane walked over, checking each pulse before giving a satisfied nod. "Good. No unnecessary injuries." She looked toward Robert with a faint smile. "I do appreciate working with professionals." Within minutes, the unconscious trio had been moved well off the road beneath the shade of the trees. Peliane even left a full water skin beside them. "They'll live," she said. "They'll also have a very confusing afternoon," Robert chuckled. Their disguises were adjusted one final time before the group climbed aboard their newly acquired transportation. Bisharp settled onto the driver's bench with surprising confidence, taking hold of the reins as though he had spent years driving carriages instead of fighting battles. The Mudsdales snorted uncertainly but obeyed after Robert quietly reassured them that they will be released into the wild after helping them. Swellow and Noctowl took up positions atop the carriage roof, their sharp eyes constantly scanning the road ahead for trouble. Inside, Jolteon curled up beside the opposite window, while Primarina gracefully settled across the rear bench. Gogoat immediately claimed the remaining seat, his big body now taking more space than a human and earning an exasperated look from Ninetails before the fox squeezed in beside Peliane. Robert climbed into the carriage last, closing the door behind him. With a flick of the reins, Bisharp guided the carriage back onto the road. To anyone passing by, it appeared to be nothing more than another minor Jiaosharan noble traveling deeper into the kingdom. Act 5. Against all odds. Kadabra and I had barely run 2 miles when a strange feeling washed over me. I skidded to a halt, dirt scattering beneath my paws. Kadabra initially assumed I had stopped because he was beginning to breathe harder, but the moment he noticed my ears standing straight up, he wisely remained silent. A moment later, 2 men stepped out from a small thicket of trees. Beside them walked a Hypno and a Talonflame, both Pokémon calm, yet clearly alert. The men wore Jiaosharan military uniforms, though they kept a respectful distance of roughly 50 meters. One of them raised an open hand before speaking. "Are you Lady Fenn?" My eyes widened for the briefest moment before I gave a cautious nod. The 2 soldiers immediately bowed deeply. "King Callister sent us," the older man said. "His Majesty instructed us to watch for a ship arriving from the trapped sea. We only reached this coast 2 days ago, so we're grateful you arrived so quickly. We are agents serving directly under the king." The younger man smiled. "Do you remember me? I joined your escort after the Archmage rescued you from the kidnappers." This time I truly studied his face. Beneath the travel-worn appearance and military uniform, I recognized him. He had been the youngest member of the squad that met us outside the capital after my rescue. I answered with a firm nod and a thumbs up. The older spy reached into his coat and carefully produced a simple silver ring. "Lady, your appearance is far too suspicious. A member of the Fennekin line can only belong near the royal family. His Majesty commissioned this illusion ring specifically for you. It should make traveling considerably safer." He offered it to me. The ring slid easily onto one of my fingers. The instant it settled into place, a cool sensation flowed across my body like a veil of mist. I instinctively turned toward Kadabra. "How do I look?" Kadabra tilted his head, examining me from every angle. "You look like a Charmeleon," he said before grinning, "though you still sound like a Bracian." "Right," I nodded. "Less talking then." "It's perfect," the senior agent agreed with satisfaction. "Now then, which direction should we head?" I closed my eyes. The world faded into silence as I reached for the invisible thread that had never broken between Ventis and me. It was faint over such an immense distance, but unmistakable. I could still feel him. I lifted one arm and pointed toward the southwest. "Brakes." The 2 agents exchanged a glance before giving firm nods. Without another wasted moment, our small group set off together. The addition of 2 trained operatives and their Pokémon eased some of the anxiety weighing on my heart. Hypno's psychic abilities and Talonflame's speed would prove valuable if we were discovered. Still, our pace slowed considerably. Kadabra and I had been able to sprint across the countryside almost without pause, but now we had to move as a coordinated group. Every minute lost gnawed at me. Somewhere beyond the horizon, Ventis was waiting, and every instinct I possessed told me that time was quickly running out. The following morning, with little else to occupy her thoughts, Ventis decided to wander through the royal quarter once more. It was one of the few places she was allowed to visit freely. As the king's future concubine, the guards no longer questioned her presence. The royal quarter was strangely peaceful. Wide marble corridors stretched between the private wings of the royal family, their walls adorned with paintings, tapestries, and polished suits of armor standing like silent guardians. Large windows overlooked carefully maintained inner courtyards and gardens. As she rounded the corner of one of the larger corridors, she slowed. A large woman in an expensive crimson dress leaned heavily against the wall. Sweat dripped from her forehead despite the cool morning air, and every breath came out ragged. One hand clutched her side while the other pressed against the stone for support. Ventis immediately walked over. "Ma'am, are you all right? Do you need help?" The woman slowly looked up. The moment their eyes met, her exhausted expression twisted into disgust. "I don't need help from vermint scum," she hissed between shallow breaths. "Stay away from me." She stubbornly pushed herself off the wall and staggered down the corridor, refusing to even look back. Ventis watched her disappear around the corner before quietly sighing. There wasn't much else she could do. The encounter lingered in her thoughts throughout the day, but eventually she pushed it aside. The following morning, while taking another walk through the same halls, Ventis found herself passing the very same corridor. She nearly walked by before spotting the familiar woman collapsed against the same wall. Her condition had worsened dramatically. Face was pale as paper, sweat soaked through her dress, and her entire body trembled uncontrollably. One hand desperately clutched her stomach while the other on the wall as another wave of pain overtook her. Ventis hurried over. "You're still here? Leave," the woman barely whispered. Ventis crouched down, intending to help her sit upright, but then her eyes fell to the ground. A small puddle of clear liquid had formed beneath the woman's dress. Her gaze slowly traveled upward to the woman's stomach. "You're pregnant." Another cry escaped the noblewoman as she doubled over. The realization struck Ventis immediately. Without another thought, she thrust out both hands. Levitation. Soft blue manna wrapped around the woman before gently lifting her into the air. "What are you doing?" "I don't care what you call me," Ventis replied as she hurried toward her own concubine room. "You're not giving birth on a corridor." The woman tried to protest, but another contraction robbed her of both her voice and strength. By the time they reached Ventis's room, she could do little more than grit her teeth. Ventis pushed the door open with a pulse of mana before carefully lowering the woman onto the bed. Only then did reality finally catch up with her. She stared at the woman. I've never helped deliver a baby before." There wasn't a single maid in sight. No healer, no servants. Somehow, the entire walk back had been completely deserted. "I need help!" She hurried toward the door and reached for the handle. "No!" The desperate scream made Ventis freeze. She turned around. The woman had somehow forced herself halfway upright despite the pain, terror filling her pale face. "No one," she gasped between breaths. "No one can know about this." I felt panic emanating from Ventis and immediately opened my mind to her. "Ventis, what is going on?" I asked hurriedly. I have an issue," Ventis replied, her thoughts trembling. "There is a woman giving birth next to me, and I don't think I can ask anyone for help. I nearly tripped in the middle of our run. I'm not a doctor," I admitted. "I can only tell you what I remember from movies and what little I learned in school. Better than nothing." I could almost feel her nod. I raised a hand, signaling everyone to stop. The others immediately came to a halt while I sat down on the grass and focused, opening one eye to see through Ventis's vision. "Whoa, that's one fat woman. Fenn!" "Sorry." I shook my head, refocusing. "Get some water boiling and wash a towel or two in it to sterilize them. Then help her into a less painful position." I wasn't remotely qualified for this, but in a situation like this, even scraps of modern knowledge could make a difference. We didn't need to perform miracles. We just had to keep both the mother and the baby alive. Ventis carefully helped the exhausted woman into a position I vaguely remembered seeing on television before encouraging her to take slow, deep breaths between contractions. "Keep breathing. Nice, deep breaths." I continued giving whatever advice I could remember. "Support the baby as it comes out. Watch for the umbilical cord around its neck. If it's wrapped around, gently loosen it. and make sure one of those clean towels is ready." To my surprise, the birth progressed quickly. Barely 5 minutes later, the baby's head emerged. One final push, followed by a cry of pain from the mother, and the rest of the tiny body slipped free into Ventis's waiting hands. Without hesitation, Ventis cast the pain reduction spell she had learned from one of the books in the royal library. It had originally been designed to dull the agony of wounded soldiers on the battlefield, but at that moment, its purpose hardly mattered. "Quickly!" I shouted. "Hold the baby securely and give it a gentle pat on the back. It needs to start breathing." Ventis did exactly that. After carefully cutting the umbilical cord with a pair of scissors she had sterilized over a flame, she lifted the newborn and gently patted its back. For a single terrifying second, nothing happened. Then the baby inhaled sharply before letting out a loud, healthy cry that echoed through the room. The sound washed over both of us like a wave. I slowly slumped sideways where I sat on the roadside, only now realizing just how tense I had been. It took nearly half an hour before the room finally settled into silence. Ventis cleaned what she could, carrying away the bloodied cloths and replacing them with fresh ones. The boiled towels had proven invaluable, and once everything was finished, she carefully washed the newborn with warm water before wrapping him snugly in a clean towel. Only then did she place him into his mother's waiting arms. The woman held him with trembling hands, tears quietly streaming down her cheeks as she looked upon the tiny face nestled against her chest. "A boy," she whispered. The infant let out a tiny yawn before settling comfortably against her warmth, blissfully unaware of the danger surrounding his very existence. "He looks healthy," Ventis said with a relieved smile. "That's good." The woman gave a weak nod before her expression slowly darkened. "Lady Ventis," she hesitated, glancing toward the closed door. "What I'm about to tell you must never leave this room." Ventis's smile faded. "I promise." The woman looked back down at her son, gently stroking his tiny cheek. "This child must be kept secret from the current king." Ventis blinked. "Why?" "Because he may decide to kill him." The words were spoken so quietly they almost disappeared into the room. "My son!" Her voice trembled. "He is the only son of King Rhaegus Dravosh." Ventis's eyes widened. The woman slowly closed hers. "I was one of Rhaegus's concubines. I only realized I was carrying his child as the war started. I thought I was only sick." Her arms instinctively tightened around the infant. "If Calith learns that Rhaegus left behind a legitimate son, one with royal blood," she swallowed, "he will never allow him to grow up. Even as a baby, he would be seen as a threat." Silence filled the room. Ventis stared at the sleeping child. He had entered the world only minutes ago, yet a death sentence already hung over his head. The woman looked down at him once more, a gentle smile finally returning to her weary face. "His name," she softly brushed a finger across the baby's forehead, "will be Roaran." The newborn stirred slightly at the sound before drifting back to sleep. "I won't tell anyone." Ventis smiled. The exhausted woman smiled gratefully, before her eyelids grew heavy. The birth had drained what little strength she had left. Fortunately, very few people ever came near Ventis's assigned quarters. The room, isolated from the other concubines due to her unusual status, had become the safest hiding place either of them could have hoped for. For the following days, the former concubine remained there in secret, resting and slowly recovering from the birth, while Ventis quietly brought meals, fresh water, and clean linens whenever she could. Every trip through the royal quarter was made with careful timing, ensuring no curious servants or guards would question why she carried enough food for two. As for little Roaran, he spent most of his days sleeping peacefully, completely unaware that the room sheltering him had become the only thing standing between him and the ambitions of a king. The gates of Ragefire stood wide open as the victorious army approached. Long before the first soldiers entered the capital, the streets had filled with cheering citizens. Crimson and gold banners bearing the Dravosh crest fluttered from windows and balconies, while merchants abandoned their stalls to watch the procession. Children squeezed through the crowd for a better view, and flower petals rained from above as nobles and commoners alike celebrated what they believed to be the dawn of a new era. At the head of the procession rode King Calith Dravosh atop a magnificent pale rapidash. Its flames burned a light blue rather than the usual orange, giving the Pokémon an almost regal appearance. Calith wore polished black armor beneath a royal crimson cloak, the newly forged crown resting comfortably upon his head. Long live King Calith! Glory to Jau Shara! Victory to the Dragon King! The cheers rolled through the streets like thunder. Calith acknowledged the people with the occasional wave, though his expression remained composed. He had expected this reception. Victories were celebrated, and the conquest of the Riverlands had been the greatest military success Jau Shara had achieved in generations. Riding just behind him was General Varenus Ashkar, mounted upon a Mudsdale. Unlike the celebrating citizens, the veteran general's attention remained on the soldiers lining the streets and the disciplined formation of the returning army. "It seems the people truly believe the war is already won," Varenus remarked quietly. "They should," Calith replied without looking back. "As far as they can see, it is." The general allowed himself a small smile. "The Riverlands are ours. The supply roads are secured, and reports from the governors indicate that resistance has been minimal. It will remain that way." Calith's gaze drifted toward the distant castle rising above the city. "The 17 defense constructs should all be operational." Varenus nodded. "As every occupied settlement is protected by one, Vermont would need to commit overwhelming force just to reclaim a single town. And by doing so," Calith continued, "they expose themselves elsewhere. It was a brilliant and elegant strategy," praised the general. Calith smiled faintly and gently patted Rapidash's neck as the Pokémon continued its measured pace through the cheering streets. "The Riverlands will become a wall they cannot climb." Varenus glanced toward the endless columns of soldiers marching behind them. "We left just over 30,000 troops to garrison the occupied territory." "More than enough," Calith answered. "With the constructs supporting them, those men are worth several times their number. Vermont cannot retake the Riverlands without first destroying the towers, and destroying even one will cost them dearly." The procession slowly climbed the final avenue leading toward the royal castle. More flower petals drifted through the air as musicians played triumphant marches from balconies overlooking the road. The great gates of the palace opened, revealing rows of servants and royal guards standing at perfect attention. Calith looked upon the castle that now belonged solely to him. "The first move is complete." His eyes lingered on the towering keep ahead. "Now we make sure the board remains exactly as I've arranged it." The celebrations continued behind them, their cheers echoing across the capital as the victorious king disappeared into the royal castle, already thinking several moves ahead. Unlike the celebrations filling Ragefire, the atmosphere within Vermont's royal war chamber was heavy and subdued. King Callister stood silently before the great map covering the center of the room. New reports arrived almost hourly, each one marked with another colored pin. Red for occupied settlements, blue for Vermont's remaining strongholds, and white for the countless refugee columns slowly making their way deeper into the kingdom. The war had entered a new stage. Ironically, food itself was not the problem. Vermont's fertile heartlands had produced abundant harvests for decades, and the royal granaries remained well stocked. Even with hundreds of thousands of displaced civilians, there was enough grain to keep everyone fed. The true enemy was distance. Entire villages had fled with little more than the clothes on their backs. Some had walked for weeks before reaching safety, while supply wagons struggled to reach the ever-changing refugee camps. One settlement would suddenly house thousands of exhausted civilians, while another remained nearly empty, forcing quartermasters to constantly redirect food, blankets, healers, and livestock across the kingdom. It was a logistical nightmare. Callister quietly studied the reports before making his decision. A royal distress order would be issued before sunset. Every governor, mayor, village, elder, guild, temple, monastery, and noble estate throughout Vermont would receive the same command. Wagons, Pokémon livestock, grain, medicine, craftsmen, and volunteers would all be redirected toward the eastern provinces until the crisis had passed. The order alone would cost the treasury a fortune. Callister accepted that without hesitation. Gold locked inside vaults served no purpose while his own people slept beneath open skies. His attention shifted farther west, stopping near the second bastion. Behind the massive fortress stretched an enormous expanse of fertile plains. The region possessed rich farmland, access to fresh water, and, most importantly, lay safely behind one of Vermont's strongest defensive positions. It was the perfect location. Builders from every major city were to gather near the second bastion. Architects, engineers, stonemasons, carpenters, blacksmiths, laborers, anyone capable of raising homes, workshops, roads, mills, and defensive walls would be summoned under royal authority. A new city would rise there. It would become a refuge for those who had lost everything in the Riverlands, giving them land to cultivate and homes to rebuild instead of leaving them dependent on royal aid. The surrounding fields could be planted before winter's end, and if fortune favored them, the first harvest the following year would already begin feeding the growing settlement. The undertaking was staggering. Thousands of workers, millions of bricks, a small forest worth of timber. The project would drain a third of the royal treasury before its foundations were even complete. Even so, Callister never considered abandoning the idea. If Jaushara had taken part of Vermont, then the answer was not merely to mourn what had been lost. Vermont would grow stronger with what remained. His gaze eventually returned to the occupied riverlands. Every instinct urged him to retaliate immediately. Every report of another captured village fueled the desire to march east and reclaim what had been stolen before Jaushara could entrench itself. But instinct was precisely what concerned him. Kylith had not behaved like an overconfident conqueror. His campaign had been deliberate, methodical, and strangely restrained. He had advanced only as far as his preparations allowed, before abruptly stopping. That alone made Callister uneasy. There was another move waiting beyond the horizon. He simply had yet to see it. The temptation to attack was strong, but rushing forward without understanding his opponent's intentions would be exactly the mistake Calith hoped for. Callister slowly folded his hands behind his back. The Riverlands would be reclaimed. He believed that, without the slightest doubt, but wars between patient rulers were not decided by the first victory. Callister sat alone on the palace balcony, a weary look upon his face as he gazed over the sprawling hedge maze below. For weeks, every waking hour had been spent dealing with the kingdom's internal struggles. Nobles, leaking funds, possible plots against Ventis and Fenn. In doing so, he had truly underestimated Jaushara. A glass of water rested in his hand. The bottle of wine sitting nearby remained untouched. Behind him, an unfinished chess match waited on a small table. The black and white pieces stood frozen mid-game, abandoned several weeks ago when the first reports from the Riverlands had arrived. "Sire?" A man dressed in dark clothing emerged from the shadows as though he had always been there. Neither Callister nor the Empoleon standing faithfully beside him showed the slightest surprise. "I have good news," the agent reported with a respectful bow. "Our operatives have successfully met Lady Fenn. They are now travelling together. At last, some welcome news." "Good," Callister replied quietly. "We've suffered a heavy blow. It's time we returned the favour." He took a slow sip of water before asking, "How many scrolls did they bring?" "7, Your Majesty." Callister gave a thoughtful nod. "That should be enough." The agent bowed once more before stepping backward into the shade. Within moments, he had vanished completely, leaving only the rustling leaves behind. Not long afterward, another set of footsteps approached. Unlike the silent spy, Archmage Gehatu made no effort to conceal his presence. The elderly mage strolled across the balcony with his usual relaxed pace before taking a seat opposite the king. "I've completed my preparations as well," he said. "The teleportation array has been attuned to the ring given to Lady Fenn. The moment the signal is sent, everyone within the spell's radius around the ring will be transported here." Callister nodded, his eyes remaining fixed on the gardens below. "Have several Aura Knights standing by." Gehatu raised an eyebrow. "In case I accidentally summon Jausharan forces too?" The Archmage chuckled. "A reasonable precaution." For a few moments, neither man spoke. The breeze drifted across the balcony, carrying with it the scent of the palace gardens. Finally, Callister broke the silence. The future Archmage of Vermont must be brought home. There was no hesitation in his voice. Gehatu inclined his head. "She will be..." The late summer wind stirred the leaves of the hedge maze below, carrying with it the first unmistakable chill of the coming autumn. Before long, the seasons would change. The summons came shortly after midday. A royal attendant knocked politely on Ventis's door before escorting her through the familiar halls of the castle. The route ended at one of the king's private chambers, where 2 royal guards silently stepped aside to allow her entry. Calith stood beside an open window, his back turned as he overlooked the palace gardens. He remained silent for several moments after she entered, only acknowledging her presence once the heavy doors closed behind her. "You've settled in well." "I have, Your Majesty," Ventis said with a bow. He slowly turned to face her. "You even made a new friend in the librarian. Cute girl, but not my type. Still a valuable piece in my collection." He chuckled, then faced her with greed in his eyes. "I've decided there is no reason to delay any longer." Ventis met his eyes, but said nothing. "Our wedding will take place 4 days from now." He leaned in, and playfully ran his finger on her shoulder and back. "The preparations have already begun. Tailors will visit tomorrow, and the court has been informed." He walked behind her to the glass cabinet and poured something sweet-smelling. "Don't be sad that you are only my 3rd wife. Here in Jaushara, a king can have as many concubines as he wants," he said, and gave Ventis 1 glass. "Drink," he raised his own. "Let us celebrate my victory and our future." His smile was all teeth, his usual mask nowhere to be seen. Without asking, he reached out and gently lifted a strand of her lavender hair with his fingers, studying it with quiet fascination. I made sure that no one would lift a finger if they say abrasion in my country. In fact, everyone is ordered to help her get to you. Make sure she is act the part. He petted Ventis's face lightly. Ventis resisted every instinct, telling her to recoil. Calith smiled faintly. You'll grow accustomed to this castle. It is your home now. The words carried no warmth, only certainty. You belong here, to me. Ventis lowered her gaze, hiding the disgust threatening to surface. Yes, Your Majesty. Good. He stepped back as though the matter had already been settled. In 4 days, you'll stand beside me before the kingdom. After that. His usual smile returned, a fake and noble facade. There will be no further need for separate chambers. Calith turned away, dismissing her with a casual wave of his hand. You may go. Rest while you can. Only after leaving the room and hearing the doors close behind her did she finally allow herself to breathe again. Her fists were clenched so hard they shook. She was really close to blast that filth in the face with a windblade, but she also felt that his enchanted rings would defend him. She walked the corridor and gritted her teeth. Soon. I was alarmed by the emotions suddenly flooding through my bond with Ventis just as we were setting up camp for the night. No matter how fast we traveled, there was a limit. If we ran day and night without rest, we'd arrive too exhausted to fight, and that would help no one. I immediately opened my mind to her. Ventis? She answered almost at once. He? She hesitated. He acted like I was already his. He said after the wedding there would be no need for separate chambers anymore. My claws dug into the ground. I'm here. 3 days. I looked toward the dark horizon. We'll be there in 3 days. I'll make sure of it. The fear within our bond eased slightly. Okay. The connection faded, leaving me staring silently into the campfire. Thankfully, we managed to get some important information out of a few soldiers. Minerna, the older royal agent, walked over and tossed me a leather Pokémon collar. I caught it before it hit the ground. The Jiao Sharan Magic Institute made a number of changes over the last 6 years, he explained while pulling a bronze identification tag from his pocket. Apparently, every Pokémon collar and military insignia issued within the kingdom is linked to a specific enchantment. He handed me the metal tag. If we enter a city, or worse, the capital, without one of these, the defensive towers will identify us as intruders and attack the moment we come within range. Doesn't matter whether you're human or Pokémon. The new magic slate he have me was amazing. It did not require chalk, only me using my claw to gently write. Wait. I examined the collar carefully, searching for traces of restriction magic, finding that part being damaged beyond recovery. So, I nodded. Wouldn't that kill every random wild Pokémon wandering nearby? Oh no, Minerna shook his head. Only collared Pokémon are checked. Wild Pokémon aren't considered part of the system. Because every owned Pokémon wears a collar, I finished. He nodded. Exactly. I turned the collar over in my hands, studying the intricate runes carved into the metal clasp. That actually makes sense. The realization was unsettling. You could make an incredibly detailed enchantment if you only needed to distinguish people and collared Pokémon. A thought suddenly occurred to me. Hold on, I wrote, and looked up. What towers? Both agents blinked. This is the first time I've heard about them. I tapped the slate with a frown. Janassa, the younger of the two, exchanged a glance with Minerna before speaking. The Jiao Sharan army has been erecting magical defense towers throughout the territory they occupied. His voice got cold. There was an attempt to retake one of the occupied towns. He stopped there. I studied his face for a moment before quietly sitting down beside the fire. I take it didn't go well. Janassa didn't answer. He merely lowered his eyes and gave a single, silent shake of his head. No one spoke after that. The crackling of the campfire became the only sound beneath the night sky, as each of us quietly contemplated the road ahead. 3 days remained, and somehow they suddenly felt far too few. Robert and Pellienne kept to the main road, avoiding every smaller town and even the larger cities whenever possible. There was no reason to take unnecessary risks. The carriage had proven to be a blessing, as the previous owners had packed enough supplies for a long journey. There was plenty of food, fresh water, and even a few bottles of expensive wine, though neither of them had any intention of touching those. Finding the capital wasn't difficult either. Every major crossroads was marked with sturdy wooden signs pointing toward Ragefire. We'll arrive in Ragefire by tomorrow evening, Pelien said with a small smile. Yeah? But then what? Robert sighed. We have a whole herd of Pokémon with us. Someone is bound to ask questions. We can send Noctowl and Swellow into the sky, but Primarina will definitely cause a scene if she's seen. There has to be a waterway running through the capital, Pelien replied, gently petting Ninetales. A city that large can't rely only on wells or people carrying water. Before we enter, we should circle around and see if there's a canal or river we can use. Agreed. Robert nodded. This is one of those moments when I envy people who own crystal Pokeballs. Peliena's eyes suddenly lit up. I am an idiot. She quickly pulled her backpack onto her lap and rummaged through it until she found the small pouch Ventis had left behind at the second front. After Ventis's disappearance, it had been delivered to Peliene as the acting master mage. Opening it, she smiled, triumphantly. I knew she still had them. She pulled out 2 crystal Pokeballs, their carved symbols glimmering in the afternoon sunlight. Primarina, we can sneak you into the capital with this. Then I'll take the other one for Go-Goat, Robert said with a grin. He's the other Pokémon that's a bit too large to casually walk through a city. Primarina looked at the grass type with an encouraging smile. Don't be afraid. It's a strange feeling, but it doesn't hurt, is it? Go-Goat eyed the crystal sphere suspiciously before letting out a slow breath. Very well, I trust you. He gave a slow nod. Robert, Pelien, and their team reached the outskirts of Ragefire well after sunset. Even beneath the moonlight, the capital was an imposing sight. Thousands of lights illuminated the massive walls, while watchtowers stood like silent guardians, overlooking every road leading into the city. Rather than approaching immediately, they guided the carriage into a nearby forest, carefully hiding it beneath thick branches and overgrown bushes. There was no point in drawing attention before they knew what they were walking into. Swellow and Noctowl took to the skies first, climbing until they became little more than dark specks against the stars. Their task was simple: survey the capital and return if they noticed anything unusual. Meanwhile, Peliene recalled Primarina and Go-Goat into the crystal balls and gave one to Robert. I primed it already, you just need to call his name. She nodded to Robert. The remaining Pokémon, Bisharp, Jolteon, and Ninetales, stayed close to their trainers as they waited in silence. Nearly an hour passed before the 2 flying types descended from the night sky. They immediately began chirping back and forth, prompting Pelien to glance toward Ninetales. Could you translate? The elegant fox listened patiently before relaying what they had discovered. The capital has several large reservoirs, no channels for a water type, Ninetales explained. They're filled using enslaved water Pokémon. Pelien frowned. I do hope they clean that water before it reaches the common folk. She slowly shook her head. I heard that water created purely through Pokémon can cause health issues if people rely on it for too long. They probably transport the water Pokémon back to the sea so they can recover before bringing them back again. I honestly can't imagine an entire capital relying on that alone. Would you rather die of thirst? Robert asked, raising an eyebrow. Point. There wasn't much else to discuss. Normal amount of guards, and only a watchtower-looking thing placed in the middle of the city. If the scouts hadn't noticed anything suspicious from above, then there was little they could learn by remaining outside any longer. 2 hours later, they returned to the hidden carriage and calmly joined the sparse nighttime traffic, entering Ragefire. The guards at the gate barely spared them a glance, waving them through without so much as checking the wagon. Everything appeared normal. The carriage rolled perhaps 100 meters beyond the gate. Then the night exploded. A blinding bolt of lightning crashed down from the weird-looking metal watchtower, striking Swellow and Noctowl before either Pokémon had time to react. The 2 flying types were hurled from the roof of the carriage, tumbling across the cobblestones as smoke rose from their scorched feathers. Before anyone could even process what had happened, a massive fireball streaked toward them. Peliene reacted on instinct. A wall of water surged upward to intercept the spell, but the 2 magics collided with such force that the resulting steam explosion engulfed the carriage. The blast shattered the wooden wagon into countless splinters and threw everyone violently backward toward the city gate. Robert rolled across the stone street, bruised but otherwise unharmed. Peliene wasn't nearly as fortunate. A small wooden shard had buried itself deep into her shin, forcing a cry of pain from her lips as blood quickly stained her trousers. Neither of them had time to recover. Heavy footsteps echoed from every direction as Aura Knights poured into the street. Within seconds, nearly 50 knights and over 24 Pokémon had completely surrounded them, every weapon already drawn and every spell prepared. There wasn't even an opening to escape through. Chain the spies! The captain barked with obvious satisfaction. The knights moved as one. Robert barely managed to rise before several soldiers forced him back to the ground. Peliene tried to gather mana, only for anti-magic shackles to snap around her wrists before she could complete even the simplest spell. Bishop fought back immediately, but even he couldn't overcome such overwhelming numbers. Jolteon and Ninetales were restrained moments later. Nearby, Noctowl and Swallow lay motionless where they had fallen, their feathers still smoking from the lightning strike. To Peliene's surprise, one of the Jiaosharan soldiers uncorked a weak healing potion and carefully poured it into each bird's beak before fitting heavy military collars around their necks. The rest of their Pokémon soon received identical collars. Every bag was searched, every weapon confiscated. Even the crystal balls were taken into the big bag of a knight. Robert sat silently as iron chains were fastened around his wrists. It didn't make sense. They had avoided every town, hidden the carriage, scouted the city from above, entered with perfect disguises. Yet they had been discovered the instant they crossed the gate, as if someone had been waiting for them. The pot-bellied captain strolled over, grinning from ear to ear as he looked over to them. The king was expecting a rescue party. He chuckled to himself before gesturing for the prisoners to be hauled to their feet. "Be grateful His Majesty wishes to see you before your execution, Vermont scum. Otherwise, me and the boys would have had our fun with you first." With a lazy wave of his hand, the column of prisoners was marched deeper into the capital, leaving the shattered remains of the carriage scattered across the street. Ventis heard the hard footsteps on the corridor and thanked her preparedness that she sent Roran and his mother to their own room last night. King Calith stepped inside with a satisfied smile on his face. In one hand, he casually toyed with a crystal ball, rolling it across his fingers as though it were nothing more than a trinket. "I have good news," he said, his smile widening. "We captured your master, your ex-husband, and most of your Pokémon." Ventis froze and her heart sank. Calith chuckled at the look on her face. "They'll be attending our wedding as honored witnesses." His smile slowly twisted into something far darker. "Afterward, I'll have them executed." He took another slow step into the room. "Perhaps I'll even grant you the privilege of twisting the knife yourself." He laughed quietly. "Wouldn't that be just ironic? Imagine their faces as they are killed by the very person they tried to rescue." Without another word, he casually tossed the crystal ball toward the bed. It landed softly on the blankets. "Enjoy your Pokémon while you can," Calith said as he turned toward the door. "After we're married, you won't be seeing her again." The door closed behind him. For several seconds, the room remained completely silent. Then, slam! Her fist met the stone wall with all the strength she could muster. Pain shot through her hand as the skin across her knuckles split open, crimson blood slowly running down her fingers. She didn't even notice. Her entire body trembled with barely restrained rage. After taking several deep breaths, she slowly picked up the crystal ball with shaking hands. A flash of light filled the room. Primarina practically launched herself across the room, wrapping both arms around Ventis in a desperate hug. "I missed you too," Ventis whispered, immediately hugging her back. The water type buried her face into Ventis's shoulder, sobbing uncontrollably until her tears soaked through both of their clothes and the edge of the bed beneath them. "Don't worry," Ventis said softly as she gently stroked her partner's hair. "It's going to be okay." Only then did she notice the collar. Heavy iron wrapped tightly around Primarina's neck, engraved with countless tiny runes. Ventis's expression darkened. She examined the design slowly. It wasn't an ordinary restraint. The collar could only be unlocked with its matching key. Any attempt to force it open, or even tamper with it using magic, would immediately kill the Pokémon wearing it. The sheer cruelty required to create such a device only fueled the anger burning inside her. Several long minutes passed before Primarina's sobs finally began to quiet. Ventis gently wiped away the water-type's tears before leaning closer. "I'm not really under the king's control," she whispered. "Fenn is coming. She's with King Callister's agents. They'll get us out of here." Primarina looked up, hope slowly returning to her eyes. Ventis closed her own. "Fenn?" The response came almost instantly. "Yes, Robert and Peliene have been captured, along with the others. Calith plans to have them watch the wedding." There was a brief pause. "Then that's when we strike," Fenn answered without hesitation. "My thoughts exactly." Ventis glanced down at Primarina's collar. "I bet they didn't know about the identification plates," Fenn muttered. "Possibly." Ventis agreed. "The collars can only be removed with a specific key. Any tampering or magic will kill the Pokémon wearing them. I also suspect Robert and Peliene are wearing anti-magic cuffs." There was a brief silence as Fenn relayed everything to the agents traveling with her. "Got it," she finally replied. We're almost there. We managed to steal a few rapidashes, so we'll reach Ragefire by nightfall. A small smile appeared on Ventis's face despite everything. Be careful, she warned. I imagine the capital is crawling with guards after capturing Robert's team. We will. Ventis opened her eyes once more before gently returning her attention to Primarina, quietly stroking the water type's hair as the two of them waited for night to fall. Getting into the capital was a breeze. We passed several guard posts without even being looked at. Talonflame landed atop a manor in the Noble District, his task being to casually switch positions every so often so no one would suspect a Pokémon lingering in one place for too long. Kadabra and Hypno were given enchanted cloaks before being teleported into the Royal Gardens. Meanwhile, the two royal agents, Minerna and Janasa, put on illusion rings, much like mine. That being said, theirs were far more advanced. Both rings were prototypes originally intended for future use, but the current situation had forced the Magic Research Institute to hand them over. Archmage Gahatu himself had charged them with mana before they left. Besides changing the wearer's appearance, they could perfectly copy the appearance, voice, and even mannerisms of a scanned person. Hypno's role was just as important. He would use his psychic abilities to transfer the memories of the captured Zhao Sharon soldiers into the minds of our two agents. Routes through the palace, passwords, guard rotations, habits, everything those soldiers knew would now available to Minerna and Janasa. As we approached the palace gates, two palace guards stepped forward and motioned for us to follow them. The gate guards looked at us with raised eyebrows, but seeing the palace guards acting completely normally, they simply waved us through without another question. 10 minutes later, inside a small guardhouse, those same two palace guards collapsed unconscious onto the wooden floor beside Hypno. Good job, buddy. Janasa laughed, giving the psychic type a high five. Hypno accepted it with an amused smile before casually waving him off. Dude, Kadabra looked at the sleeping guards before turning to me. This guy is 10 times better at messing with minds than I am. I honestly thought we were screwed, but he got both of them with a single skill. Good. I nodded. Did anyone see you? Kadabra simply shook his head. I remained outside in the corridor, keeping watch in case anyone approached, while the others got to work. Just as planned, Hypno reached into the unconscious guards' minds, allowing Minerna and Janasa to absorb their memories. When they finished, Kadabra teleported the two unconscious men to an abandoned hunting lodge near a small village close to the border. Gagged and securely tied up, they wouldn't be found anytime soon. A few minutes later, Kadabra returned, grinning. How do I look? Minerna asked. I turned around. Standing before me was no longer the border soldier, but one of the palace guards. He adjusted his helmet while speaking with a completely different voice. I couldn't help but smirk. Minerna sighed. I also learned that the keys for the rescue team and their Pokémon are held by only 2 high-ranking officers. Getting those will be tricky. Janasa also frowned as he finished fastening his own armor. There's another problem. Every palace Pokémon is well known by the guards and carries special identification markers. It's not like we can simply walk you inside. Talonflame and you guys would stand out immediately. I quietly pulled my slate from my pack. Shouldn't I just remove the illusion ring and wear a palace sigil instead? I asked. A Braixen wandering around the palace wouldn't look that strange. Both agents immediately shook their heads. No, Janasa answered. The Fennekin line is restricted. They're either kept inside the royal breeding facilities or wandering the northern palace corridors. A random Braixen appearing elsewhere would attract attention almost immediately. Right. I turned toward Kadabra. How accurately can you teleport if you have the guard's memories? Before Kadabra could answer, Hypno clapped his hands together. Smart. Kadabra grinned. With memories? Easy as pie. If I know exactly where I'm going, I can get us there without a problem. He paused. But if anyone sees us appear out of thin air, we're royally screwed, I finished. Kadabra nodded. Exactly. I gritted my teeth. He was right. Still, every minute we spent planning was another minute closer to the wedding and death of our friends. The next 2 hours we spent planning, while sadly both Janisa and Minerna had to hurry back to the garden posts so no one would find it awkward that Duo had left. Thanks to Hypno, Kadabra now carried a complete map of the royal castle in his mind. Every corridor, staircase, servant passage, and hidden doorway had been transferred from the memories of the captured guards. While Kadabra sorted through the flood of information, Hypno rummaged through one of the agent's backpacks before pulling out a small jar of enchanted paint and a thin brush. Hold still? I frowned but obeyed. With careful strokes, Hypno painted the royal crest of Zhao Shara onto the fur on my shoulder. Honestly, I would have rather been spat on than have that symbol on me. Still, if wearing it helped rescue Ventis, I could stomach the humiliation. In the memories of those 2 guards, I found something useful. Hypno said with a satisfied nod as he packed the paint away. There's one place inside the royal family's section that the Fennekin line rarely visits, despite technically being part of their territory. Kadabra immediately grinned. The Pokémon bathhouse. I snickered and shook my head. Gee, I wonder why. Even Hypno couldn't suppress a chuckle. Are you ready? Kadabra asked. No, but I have to go anyway. I cracked my neck before pushing my wand deep into my tail. In its place, I slid an ordinary stick, letting it protrude just enough to resemble what any normal Bracian carried. A heartbeat later, the world blurred around me. The next moment, we stood inside a small bathhouse tucked away in one of the palace wings. Warm steam drifted lazily through the room as several stone pools quietly bubbled beneath enchanted pipes carrying heated water. Towels were stacked neatly on wooden shelves, and the faint scent of herbs lingered in the air. Before I could take in much more, Kadabra vanished just as quickly as he had arrived with me. It was late into the night, exactly when we had expected the bathhouse to be empty. Thankfully, I was alone, for about 4 seconds. The wooden door slid open. A Delphox stepped inside with a towel draped over one shoulder. He took one look at me and froze, and so did I. Several floors beneath the palace, Robert and Pellienne sat in opposite prison cells. Neither had even been given the chance to dust themselves off after the explosion. Soot still covered their clothes. Dried blood stained Pellienne's trouser leg around the place where she had the splinter lodged in her shin, and both of them were chained to heavy iron rings fixed into the stone floor. At least their hands had been bound in front of them instead of behind, giving them a little freedom of movement. Their meal consisted of half a loaf of stale bread and a cup of water that tasted exactly as Pellienne had feared. It tastes like someone soaked paper in it for half a day, she muttered after taking a sip. Robert couldn't argue. Silence settled over the dungeon until Pellienne quietly spoke again. This feels awful. I know, Robert sighed. Not exactly how we planned this. Not that. She slowly turned her attention toward the adjoining cell. I can still feel Ninetails. Her mind is being suppressed so heavily that I can barely even speak to her anymore. Because of the bond they shared, Pellienne could still sense the fox's thoughts, or rather, the lack of them. Robert followed her gaze. Bisharp sat perfectly still. Jolteon lay motionless beside him. Even Swallow and Noctowl, despite receiving treatment for their injuries, stared blankly ahead. It reminded Robert far too much of the Tauros and Miltank they had seen in Vermont. Alive, obedient, but with almost no free will remaining. He quietly tested the heavy chains binding his wrists before giving up. Even an accomplished Aura Knight would struggle to break restraints like these. Any ideas? He whispered. Pellienne glanced toward the guards farther down the corridor before leaning forward, letting her long hair completely cover her hands. She pulled one lock into her mouth and carefully worked something free with her tongue. A tiny metal object dropped into her palm. At first glance, it looked like nothing more than an ordinary hairpin. Using her thumbnail, she carefully scratched away a painted rune. The moment it disappeared, the hairpin unfolded into a compact, enchanted multi-tool filled with delicate lockpicks and rune probes. Robert stared at it in disbelief. Since when do you have something like that? Pellienne smiled. I wasn't always a master mage. Back when I was only an adept, I occasionally found myself sneaking into places my rank didn't exactly allow. Keeping her hair draped over her arms to hide every movement, she guided one of the tiny enchanted picks toward the lock on her anti-magic cuffs. Ventis was not simply reading books. Since the prince had used the magic contract on her, there was no reason for anyone to suspect that she was acting against him. As far as everyone knew, she was completely bound to the king's will. She, on the other hand, was quietly working on a magic scroll. There was a faint pain in the back of her head was a constant, as this was indeed planned to be used against the king. Scroll making was one of the higher studies of enchanting, and exactly what she had been burning the midnight oil to learn in the Jiao Sharan library. First, she needed to create the spell itself, then combine it with our otherworldly knowledge, and finally, inscribe the spell onto specially treated parchment. Thanks to the combination of our magic, she could place a spell on the scroll that was nearly 15 times stronger than what she could have created alone. Now that I was nearby, and their magic could properly combine, Ventis had been working harder than ever. The biggest issue was size. She needed the scroll to be small enough to hide beneath her wedding gown without anyone noticing it. Miss Ventis? Ventis nearly jumped at the voice. Rayla was walking down the library corridor, already looking exhausted after the long day. She stopped beside the table and glanced at the mountain of books surrounding Ventis. I'm going to sleep. Don't worry about putting all those books away tonight. She stretched before continuing down the corridor. Good night, Ventis whispered. Good night, Miss Ventis. Rayla disappeared around the corner. Ventis waited several seconds before finally relaxing. Her stiff hand slowly loosened as she pulled the parchment from underneath the book she had hastily placed over it. She carefully inspected the half-finished spell, making sure none of the ink had smeared before continuing. Her fingers moved across the parchment as she completed the final parts of the spell circle. It took several more minutes before the last line was finally connected. Ventis leaned back and let out a quiet sigh. This should give us a little time. She looked down at the finished scroll. Hopefully. She carefully rolled it up and pushed it beneath her clothes, making sure it was hidden before gathering the books around her. Elsewhere in the castle, Delphox 7 was having a terrible day. He had once belonged to the late King Rhaegus, and now that eternal twink of a bastard, Calith, sat upon the throne. As a Pokémon belonging to the royal family, 7 had enjoyed many privileges that ordinary Pokémon could never dream of. His relationship with Rhaegus had never been one of friendship. It was something deeper in its own way. Respect, loyalty, and the bond that came from serving the same king for many decades. 7 still couldn't accept Rhaegus's death. No matter how many times he thought about that night, something didn't add up. He hadn't smelled any unfamiliar scent around the late king's tent, even after his death. He was almost certain the killer had been from Jaushara itself, and he expected Calith for it. The human could fool other humans with his smiles and carefully chosen words, but Pokémon possessed senses that went beyond simple appearances. 7 could smell lies in the way a person moved, in the tension of their body, in the faint changes of their scent. Calith faked most of the time all his emotions, yet 7 had been placed under his command anyway. That alone was enough to infuriate him. He needed some time alone to cool his head, so he decided to spend some time in one of the Pokémon bathhouses. He made sure to go when he would be alone to be sure. The moment he stepped inside, he noticed Abrasion standing beside the towel rack. 7 stopped out of surprise, then sniffed the air as a scent hit his nose. The herbal scent of the bath was strong, but beneath it he could clearly smell the abrasion. She was new, which was impossible. 7 stared at her for another moment before taking another breath. Her scent was different, wild almost, strong and healthy, with a natural scent that didn't belong to any Pokémon he had encountered inside the palace. She wasn't even in heat, yet something about her scent was strangely intoxicating. 7 quickly shook his head, forcing himself to focus. Something was wrong. Who are you? He asked, with a frown. I cursed my bad luck. It was very late afternoon, almost nighttime, and there just had to be one dumb Pokémon coming here right when I popped in. It was fine. I could play this. Sorry, I didn't expect you to come. I'll just leave you to your bath. I smiled and walked toward the door, but the Delphox stepped in front of me. Shit! I cursed in my head. If we fought, I would likely win, but the moment we started throwing moves around, every soul in the castle would know something was wrong. You are not from our breed, the male Delphox smirked. But I might not alert anyone if you introduce yourself. I screamed mentally but made sure none of it showed on my face. Let's play it cool. How can you tell? I asked innocently. Your scent. If there was a Braixen like you here, I would have known. He chuckled before taking another breath. Also, he swallowed hard. Your body looks tense, like you were ready to fight, and those muscles, and healthy fur. He stopped himself and licked his muzzle. Damn, girl! What did your master make you do to get so lean and strong? His tail shuddered slightly. Is this male coming onto me? I realized my heart dropping even more than it would have if he had simply alerted the guards. Please don't say such things. I finally spoke, my own heart beating like a drum solo. He was good-looking and tall, with a voice that sounded like some Hollywood actor. Fuck! I yelled inside my head, as I realized my Pokémon hormones were making my mind wander. Seemingly realizing it too, he shook his head and forced himself back onto the actual problem. Right, returning to the problem. Who are you? And don't lie, or else I alert the castle. Doesn't your collar make you do that? I asked. Huh? Oh no! His hand stopped near the collar around his neck. This simply makes it impossible for me to hurt anyone unless ordered to, and forces me to follow the orders of the king, no matter how much I despise that arrogant asshole. Even he seemed shocked by what he had just said. Oh? I purred with a grin. Tell me more about just how much you don't like him. If acting like an interested female could help me get an insider ally, then so be it. Well, his ears flicked backward before he suddenly frowned. Hey, you are stalling. Oh, sorry. I gave him an innocent smile. Call me Fenn. I am the Pokémon of the soon-to-be third wife of that arrogant asshole. I winked. No way. You are that one? He took a step closer, looking at me with renewed interest. You. Oh. but you are definitely not from our close breed. I thought there were no Fennekin-line Pokémon outside this castle." "It's a long story, and I'm not sharing on that front," I chuckled. "So what would happen if, say, someone—" I disappeared from his view with extreme speed and appeared behind him, holding his fancy ruby-crested collar in my paw. "Were to remove this?" I played with the collar, examining the excellent enchantment work that had been placed into it. "You? How?" he gasped. "Your collar should stop you from removing the collar of others' Pokémon." "Oh, this thing?" I gently unclasped mine and held it up. "It's only for show." I casually put it back on again. He reached for his neck, gently smoothing the fur where the collar had been. A mark remained around his neck, showing exactly where it had rested for who knew how long. His eyes almost glistened as he looked at me. "Don't go crying on me." I rolled my eyes, even though I understood what it might feel like. Hell, Kadabra had broken down crying when I removed his collar back then. "Could you do this for the others too?" he asked, a shine appearing in his eyes. "I could." I nodded. "But wouldn't that cause a massive problem? Also, now you can too." I almost laughed when I realized he was still thinking like a servant, despite no longer being completely bound by the collar. "Although I have a better idea." I smirked and raised one claw toward his collar. Thanks to everything I had learned beside Ventis, I knew exactly which lines of the enchantment served which purpose. Completely removing the collar would be risky, but disabling the restrictions was simple. I carefully scratched away several of the runic lines, breaking the enchantments that forced obedience while leaving the rest intact. I looked at him and smiled. This meeting might have just become a massive boon to our prison break. As the day before the wedding came, I was in the Pokémon breeding grounds, doing my best to act like I belonged there. I made sure to avoid the human workers as much as possible, only giving them a polite nod whenever I had no choice but to pass near them. I even joined the other Pokémon during feeding time. The Pokechow was reasonably good. Nothing worth writing home about, but at least I wasn't going hungry. While I pretended to simply be another royal Pokémon enjoying the day, Seven and I had slowly been working on the collars. We couldn't risk touching the dozens of Fennekins, as any unusual behavior from that many Pokémon would be noticed immediately. Instead, we focused on the 2 other Delphoxes and several of the Braixen. The one Braixen who had grown up alongside Calith was carefully left out of our little secret. There was no telling where his loyalty truly lay, and neither Seven nor I wanted to take that risk. It was slow work, but every collar we changed meant another Pokémon capable of thinking for itself when the time came. Calith sat comfortably inside his private chambers, looking over the final preparations for the wedding with a satisfied smile. His plan was working. Over the past several days, he had deliberately provoked Ventis with his words, slowly pushing her toward desperation. Telling her that he would order the young woman to kill her master and former husband had been especially effective. He wanted her frightened. He wanted her to believe that the only way to save the people she cared about was to call for Fenn and the rescue party. Of course, Calith was not foolish enough to believe that only one group would come for her. The Archmage of Zhao Shara had already been ordered to secretly weave devastating spells into the stones around the Western Wedding Hall. Anyone entering the area would be stepping into a carefully prepared magical trap without even realizing it. 17 of Calith's finest Aura Knights would be present, each accompanied by their strongest Pokémon. They had been instructed to crush any attempt at rescuing Ventis before it could properly begin. Calith himself had prepared 4 enchanted rings, each containing a powerful defensive barrier that could be activated instantly. The Archmage would remain at his side throughout the ceremony, serving as his personal guard, while the 3 Delphoxes who had belonged to his late brother would also be present. Everything had been accounted for. The wedding hall would be surrounded by some of the strongest fighters in Zhao Shara, while the magical defenses would ensure that even a surprise attack would have nowhere to go. Calith leaned back in his chair with a satisfied smile. It was a perfect trap. Not even a Rattata should have been able to slip away. The western hall of the palace had been richly decorated for the wedding, with expensive fabrics hanging from the walls and flowers arranged along the long corridors leading toward the ceremony. Calith, of course, was enjoying the morning with his main wife in the gardens, as if the marriage was some lax secondary matter that barely deserved his attention. Minerna and Janasa had been slotted into the same garden patrol, their eyes carefully taking glances at the prince whenever they could. They still had not managed to steal the keys for the collars and cuffs. There had simply been no opportunity, and risking the entire plan for a single attempt would have been foolish. Ventis was being handled by 6 maids, all of them working together to fit her into the massive wedding gown. It was absolutely overkill, both in how long the dress was and in how many gemstones had been sewn into it. Slipping the scroll into her sleeve was almost too risky, but she managed to find a moment when her hands could reach her other clothes. Hundreds of attempts in her room in front of the mirror had trained her fingers to move with surprising speed, and the scroll disappeared beneath the fabric before any of the maids noticed. At the same time, I made sure that the 3 male Delphoxes would not suddenly decide to jump in and help the current king. If anything, I even told them about Regus's child. The information had certainly gotten their attention, and I could only hope that knowing the former king had left behind a son would be enough to make them question where their loyalty truly belonged. I even saw Talonflame give his mark. He was our coordinator, circling high above the noble district where he could watch the surrounding area without attracting too much attention. 4, 6, 4. The bird's cry came through the air, harsh and loud, before he quickly flew off again. My sharp ears picked up the muted sound from the noble district. 464, meaning. I paused as I tried to remember our code. Ah, shit, what was that? Oh, right. Aura Knights incoming. Well, that was expected. I listened to his Morse-like cries as they continued, but the number he gave us made me bite my lips. That is a few too many. 17 cries, Minona muttered. That's likely all the highest-ranking Aura Knights. He shook his head before pulling out a tiny whistle. It had been specially tuned to produce a sound wave that only a hypno could hear, and he blew a short sequence into it. Far above us, inside the castle's bell tower, Hypno's ears suddenly shot up. He listened carefully to the code before immediately pulling Kadabra closer. I need you to send us to the corridor of the Western Hall. Remember that tiny alcove from the guard's memory. Use that. Kadabra nodded, and a moment later they appeared behind a thick curtain hidden inside the corridor. Kadabra carefully peeked out. The last of the Aura Knights was walking past. Together, Hypno and Kadabra focused their psychic power on him. Hypno's gaze hardened as he used his own hypnosis, while Kadabra reinforced it with his psychic abilities. The knight seemed to fight against the influence for a moment, his trained mind refusing to simply give in. But 2 powerful psychic Pokémon against a single human mind was simply too much. Even with his training, he barely managed to maintain his stride as the hypnosis took hold. He continued walking after the others as if nothing had happened. Hypno watched him disappear around the corner before quietly shaking his head. I'm afraid that's all we can do. He nudged Kadabra, who immediately teleported them back into hiding before anyone else could notice they had been there. As noon arrived, the prisoners were dragged into the ceremonial hall with all their Pokémon in chains and collars. They were given the left side at the front, while all the Aura Knights took their places behind them. On the right were the primary and secondary wives, seemingly not even caring about the event. Behind them stood the invited nobles and a few high-ranking military officials. Around the whole ceremony hall stood the 17 Pokémon of the Knights like sentinels. 2 Magmars, several Charmeleons and Charizards, 2 Houndooms, a Blaziken, and even an Emboar. The air shimmered from the heat, which was one of the reasons the ceremony was being held in the open. Even so, the temperature in the Western Marriage Hall was already becoming unbearable. The 3 Delphoxes and Calith's favourite Brygson were all standing near the elevated podium where the king and priest waited. Everything had been prepared perfectly, at least from Calith's perspective. Then Ventis arrived. She walked into the hall wearing a blood-red wedding dress that made her look as if she had been wrapped in flowing magma studded with rubies. The fabric moved almost like liquid with every step, while the intricate patterns woven into it made the entire dress seem alive. Hundreds of eyes turned toward her, but Ventis barely noticed them. Fenn, tell me when. I am ready. Her voice reached me through our link. I am only a pathway away from you. Use the scroll as soon as you reach Peliene. I replied. I pulled Talonflame's whistle from my tail and gave him the agreed code. A massive Pokémon cry suddenly echoed from the sky. Every head turned upward. A burning rock came hurtling down toward the podium. Then all hell broke loose. The Archmage of Jaushara immediately jumped up from behind the nobles and activated several prepared spells. One barrier appeared above the podium and smashed into the falling boulder, breaking it apart before it could hit anyone, while 2 other spells streaked toward Talonflame. The flying type made sure to remain just outside their range, constantly screaming from the sky to keep their attention focused on him. At the same time, all the Aura Knights jumped into motion, only for 3 of them to be blasted out of the open hall by a powerful wind burst. Pelienne's anti-magic cuffs clattered onto the ground. She looked toward Ventis with a grin. Nice to see you, Ventis. Ventis didn't answer. She was already activating the scroll. Of course, Calith was still smiling. He pointed toward the prisoners, as if nothing could possibly have gone wrong. Delphox 6, 7, and 8. Kill the prisoners. What happened next erased his smile completely. The 3 fire types leaped forward as expected, but instead of attacking the prisoners, they suddenly turned around with smirks on their faces and aimed directly at Caliph. 3 fire blasts erupted. The first of the 4 enchanted rings on Calith's finger shuddered violently as it absorbed the attacks, its barrier flickering from the force. "How dare you!" he shouted, his face twisting with absolute indignation. His outrage only grew when 2 guards from the garden suddenly rushed into the hall and used enchanted magic scrolls against the archmage. The carefully prepared defenses were being attacked from every direction, and Calith's perfect plan was falling apart right in front of him. The Knight Commander, Black Knight Agon Servunis, watched the chaos unfold. He already knew about Rhaegus's son, even if Ventis and the former concubine had done everything possible to keep the child's existence hidden. He had also seen enough of Calith's rule to understand exactly what kind of king he had become. Helping the man on the throne might preserve his knighthood, but if Calith won, innocent lives would be ruined, simply because they stood in his way. Agon Servunis made the only decision he could, one that would likely tarnish his name as a knight forever. He turned away from his king and toward the opposing side. "Ventis, catch!" He pulled a keyring from his belt and threw it toward the young woman. Ventis's eyes widened as the keys spun through the air toward her. I rushed toward the massive double doors leading into the marriage hall, only to be stopped by a Mian Shao who stepped directly into my path. "Got you. You were the one I was suspicious of." She took a fighting stance. I had neither the time nor the care to fight an arrogant Pokémon. I gently borrowed a tiny amount of Ventis's mana to boost my attack, and looked at her with a grin. "Idiot about to get burned says what?" She looked confused, clearly not expecting the sentence, and out of pure reaction answered, "What?" The very next moment, the fighting type and the poor doors behind her were blown away, crashing into several other enemy Pokémon and accidentally helping our side in the process. For a brief second, I almost imagined a certain dark-skinned elf and his flame bird nodding approvingly at me from across worlds. But I had no time for daydreaming. I burst into the marriage hall and found absolute chaos. Ventis and our team were gathered beneath a magical barrier, attacking outward, while the shield took serious amounts of damage from the attacks raining down on it. Our 2 agents were dodging spell after spell from an infuriated female archmage, while the Aura Knights were fighting each other, or rather, their commander, alongside another knight who seemed to have a completely blank expression and attacked his teammates along with his Pokémon. I barely had time to take in the scene before a Houndoom tackled me from the side. "You are the traitor's Braixen. I will end you," he shouted. His attack actually landed because I really hadn't been expecting something to come at me from the side. That was rude. I coughed as I pushed myself back up, but at the same time I felt something inside me begin to burn. It was like a tiny sun had suddenly ignited within my chest, the pressure building as though a bottleneck was slowly being loosened. "I'm going to make you regret ever being born." The Houndoom jumped at me. I decided to play baseball with my tail. I activated Iron Tail and spun as aggressively as I had ever spun in my life, putting every bit of strength behind the attack. My tail slammed into the Houndoom with such force that he barely managed to brace himself before his horns cracked from the impact. The dark type was sent flying across the hall and crashed directly into one of the knights. My chest felt like it was going to burst, so I let it. A blinding light suddenly enveloped me, swallowing my entire body. For several seconds I could see nothing, and when the light finally faded, I was standing just as tall as the other 3 Delphoxes. I barely had time to enjoy my new height, or the impossible amount of power surging through my body, before an Embor came charging toward me. I simply raised my wand from my tail and pointed it at him. "No!" My psychic hit him head-on. The Embor's eyes rolled back almost instantly as the attack slammed into him, and the massive Pokémon collapsed. That had to have been a critical hit. Or maybe I was simply that overpowered now. "7! Get your brothers away from there!" I shouted. The newly freed Delphox immediately moved away with his brothers. "Ventis, now!" I poured half of my newly awakened power into her. The young woman suddenly burst into white-hot flames. Her wedding gown was consumed instantly, but instead of burning her, the flames hardened around her body and transformed into solid mana. She understood what was happening almost immediately, and as the trio of Delphoxes dodged away, Ventis unleashed the spell. "Shieldbreaker!" The shout echoed across the marriage hall. Both Calith and the Archmage turned toward her in shock. The lightning spell narrowed into an impossibly small point before striking the king directly. 3 of the 4 enchanted rings on Calith's fingers shattered at once. The remaining barrier cracked apart under the force, and the king was thrown backward into the stone railing hard enough that I was almost certain he had broken several ribs. "You cannot kill me," he croaked. "Archmage, help me!" 7 defensive spells were already preparing to burst into existence around him, hidden magic circles, activating one after another. But Peliane immediately countered them. She gritted her teeth as she struggled to hold back the higher-tier spells with everything she had. "Ventis, use it! One more shot is all I have." Her voice entered my mind. I looked at her and saw blood beginning to run from her nose. She was using her own life force. Calith barely had time to push himself upright. The final lightning spell pierced directly through his chest. For a moment, the king simply stood there, staring down at the smoking hole where his heart had been. Then his body fell backward into the garden. At the exact same moment, Ventis collapsed. I felt most of my own remaining strength disappear with her, leaving my legs trembling beneath me. "Fenn, come!" Minerna was already running toward us. I barely managed to move before another spell activated. A blinding light enveloped all of us. When my vision returned, I looked around and almost couldn't believe what I was seeing. Everyone was there. Noctowl, Swellow, Jolteon, Primarina, and Gogoat were gathered together, their collars already removed. Peliane stood beside them with the discarded restraints scattered around her. Robert was hugging Ventis, apparently for multiple reasons, though I noticed he had ripped off his own cape to cover her, now that her wedding gown was gone. Kadabra and Hypno were standing to my right, apparently having been teleported in when Minerna gave the signal. Talonflame lay nearby, bruised and exhausted, but thankfully still alive. I was still trying to understand what had just happened when a voice came from my left. "So, is it okay if I jumped into your group spell?" I turned. 7! I jumped in surprise. The former Royal Delphox gave me an awkward smile. The Vermont Knights were already rushing toward us the moment the teleportation spell faded, several of them carrying potions, bandages, and medical supplies, while others immediately spread out to secure the area. 6 swords were drawn at once, all of them pointing directly at me and 7. "Don't move," one of the knights ordered. 7 raised both paws slowly, looking more confused than threatening. I'm not going anywhere," he spoke in Pokémon. "Lower your weapons," Minerna shouted as he stepped between us and the knights. "That Delphox is with us." The knights hesitated, but their swords remained raised. "Which one?" Minerna pointed toward me. "That one is Fenn, the Bracian we've been searching for. The other." He glanced toward 7. The other simply jumped into the teleportation spell when we activated it. 7 raised a paw slightly. The knights exchanged suspicious looks before finally lowering their blades. "We'll separate him from the others," one of them said. 7 was carefully escorted away, though thankfully no one treated him like a prisoner. Instead, after a short discussion between the knights and Minerna, it was decided that he would be placed under house arrest until they could determine exactly where he stood. I barely had time to think about that before someone approached me. "Let me see you." The voice belonged to an old man wearing the robes of a high-ranking mage. He looked remarkably similar to Archmage Gahatu, though slightly younger. "Samil Cavellis," Minerna explained quickly. "He's one of our best battlefield healers." I held still as he examined me, checking my eyes, fur, limbs, and the strange surge of power that had recently changed my body. "I'm mostly fine," I told him using my magic slate. "Mostly isn't good enough," he replied as he continued his examination. Nearby, the old Archmage Gahatu had already reached Ventis. He immediately pulled out one of the most powerful healing potions he carried. The glass container was filled with a thick, blood-red liquid that almost seemed to glow in his hand. Ventis remained completely unconscious as Gahatu carefully poured the potion into her mouth. "Come on, girl," he muttered quietly. "You are in good hands now." The potion disappeared down her throat, and Gahatu watched her carefully before finally allowing himself to relax. "We'll need to keep her under observation." The following hours became a blur of movement. The wounded were treated, the captured Zhao Sharon soldiers were secured, and the surviving Pokémon were checked one after another. The teleportation had brought us directly into a secure section of the Vermont-controlled forces, where we could finally breathe without expecting another attack. Eventually, I was brought into a massive royal chamber that had been prepared for us. Kadabra, Hypno, Primarina, Ninetails, Jolteon, Noctowl, Swellow, and the others were gathered there with me, all of us finally free from the immediate danger. Robert remained in another room with Ventis so that she could be watched by the healers without having too many people crowding around her. For the first time since entering Ragefire, I finally had a moment to sit down. I looked around at my team. Everyone looked exhausted. Some were bruised, some had torn fur or feathers, and several still had the marks left behind by the Jiaosharan collars. But we were alive. We had made it out, and now I had a lot of explaining to do. It was pretty awkward, to be honest. Noctowl and Swallow still looked like shit, their whole bodies covered in bandages like mummies. From what I learned, they had nearly died from a lightning spell. Jolteon had a massive scar along his back, one that I also didn't remember him getting. The only one in the group who didn't have some painful reminder was Primarina. Hell, even I had a stab mark on my hip, though it had become much less visible after evolving, barely more than a shift in my fur pattern. So, nice to see you guys again, I said, sitting down. Yeah. Jolteon nodded as he slowly walked toward me. It's good to have you back, even if you've changed a bit. A bit, he says. I chuckled and gave him a nuggie. I see you envied Umbreon's 6th scar and got one for yourself. Oh, you noticed? He grinned. Pretty slick, is it? Noctowl? Swallow? How are you guys holding up? I asked as I took hesitant steps toward the 2 birds. I think after this I should retire. Swallow shook his head. I will survive. Noctowl pushed out his chest, only to wince immediately. I am an alpha. This is nothing. He forced a smile. Well, in any case, I pulled out my wand and used Heal Pulse with maximum power. Both birds visibly relaxed as the healing energy washed over them, their tense bodies finally loosening. Then, completely out of the blue, quite literally, Primarina slammed into me with a hug. I was so worried about you, she cried over my shoulder. I am fine. In all honesty, I never once questioned that you guys would be all right, and I was right-ish. I smirked as I petted the water type's back. After that came my turn to tell them everything that had happened. I explained how Kadabra and I had found ourselves at the bottom of the Canarian Islands, how we had ended up forming the Foxtail Pirates, getting dragged into an arena, being blessed by a shamaness, and eventually making our way to the Jiaosharan Palace with my team of agents. In turn, they told me how they hadn't hesitated for a moment in forming a rescue party, how they had reached the north, saved a Dragonite mother, fought an Abomasnow and its gang, and then sneaked into Jiaoshara from the north, only to end up being ambushed by one of the magical towers. It's crazy to think that all of that happened in less than 2 months. I leaned back, still having trouble getting used to my new height and perspective. With night approaching, I opened my connection to Ventis and felt her presence through our bond. I sent some of my energy through it as well before visiting her in person and using my healing on her. Sadly, this wasn't really a wound that could be healed. She had simply burned a year or 2 of her own life energy, and being knocked unconscious after using 2 of her absolute strongest spells was hardly surprising. I stayed beside her for a while, making sure she was sleeping peacefully. Sleep well. I gently kissed her forehead before leaving the room. The next day, I saw Pelien limping toward me, with Kadabra helping her along. She still had a noticeable limp from the injury she had received during the wedding, but her expression was already much better than I expected. Hanging from her hip was the crystal Pokeball Ventis had made, and the moment I saw it, a crazy idea entered my mind. I pulled out my slate and started writing. Hey, Pelien, I had a lot of time to think on the way home, and I have a theory. Could you help me with a Pokemon-related test? You are barely back for a day and already planning to blow my mind, huh? She grinned. All right, I am all ears. As the resident Pokemon researcher of Velna County, I will gladly help with your test. So professional, I wrote with a chuckle before turning toward Kadabra. It involves you too, mate. Want to become stronger? Stronger? How? He asked, clearly confused. By evolving. I shrugged. Evolving? But there is no evolution from a Kadabra. He shook his head. Wanna bet? I smirked, then added, just roll with it. I turned back toward Pelien and quickly wrote down my theory. So, I think there is another evolution for the Abra line. All you need to do is use the crystal Pokeball on him, then give the ball to another person and have that person release him. You are kidding! Her eyes widened before she suddenly turned around and yelled, Archmage! Gehatu almost had a heart attack in his temporary room when the shout echoed through the corridor. He hurried toward the noise, clearly expecting some sort of emergency, only to find a smug-looking woman standing beside me. What happened? He asked, looking around for a threat. Oh, nothing yet, but I didn't want to look for you. Pelien grinned. Oh, Miss Foamcrest, Gehatu frowned. You haven't changed a bit since the time I was your headmaster. Here. She handed him the crystal Pokeball. Use it to release Kadabra. She offered no further explanation. If this is one of your tricks. Gehatu sighed, but did as she asked. The moment Kadabra emerged from the crystal ball, his entire body was engulfed in brilliant light. Both humans stared as his form began to change. His body grew larger, his ears became more pronounced, and when the light finally faded, a completely different Pokémon stood before them. Alakazam looked down at himself for several seconds before a massive grin spread across his face. Oh, yeah. He raised both hands and his 2 spoons immediately floated beside him. How? How did? Oh, yeah. Another world. He suddenly pointed 1 spoon at me. You still owe me that explanation. I simply grinned at him. Behind me, Peliene and Gehatu looked as though someone had just punched them both in the stomach. Then, their expressions changed. The shock was replaced by pure fascination. Within seconds, the 2 mages were already examining Alakazam from every possible angle, nerding out about Pokémon evolutions. When Ventis finally woke, I was the first one to hug her, and for a long time neither of us said anything. We simply stayed there, holding onto each other as if letting go would somehow make everything that had happened come back. I never want to be this far from you ever again. She buried her face in my fluff. What is a Pokémon without her trainer? I smiled as I let the moment last. After me, Robert came in, and the 2 of them had a long talk. Then Peliene and Gehatu came together, followed by the king himself. Poor girl had barely woken up and was already being bombarded by visitors, questions and reports, yet she took it all with a smile. A letter also arrived in the capital from Evelna, mentioning a certain ship, a young man, and 2 Pokémon traveling with him. Good, they made it too. I showed the letter to Alakazam, who immediately smiled. They're going to freak out when they see that we both evolved. He laughed. True. I nodded. Jaushara took a heavy hit from losing yet another ruler. With Kalith dead and the kingdom suddenly without an adult heir, the country could no longer maintain the same aggressive stance it had taken during the war. From what we could gather from the reports reaching Vermont, the Knight Commander, Agon Servunis, had taken temporary control of the kingdom and become regent until the baby prince was old enough to rule. It was an unusual arrangement, but at least it kept Jaushara from falling into complete chaos. More importantly, it removed any immediate possibility of Jaushara being the aggressor. King Callister took advantage of the situation and managed to work out a deal with Regent Aegon. The magical towers were to be removed from the territory that had previously belonged to Vermont, and the entire region would instead become a buffer zone between the 2 kingdoms. A massive number of people who had lost their homes during the war would be given land there, allowing them to rebuild their lives while slowly turning the frontier to a mixed nationality zone. Trade routes would also be established through the buffer zone, giving Jaushara reliable access to food and other necessities. With the Riverlands and Vermont's fertile regions once again connected to their markets, there would be little reason for Zhao Sharan towns to ever face serious shortages again. In return, Vermont would receive high-quality silver and gold, along with several other valuable minerals that Jaushara possessed in abundance. It was a deal that benefited both sides, especially after so much blood had already been spilled. Of course, none of it would happen overnight. The new border city was still under construction, with foundations being laid and entire caravans of building materials arriving every day. Roads needed to be built, farms planted, and thousands of displaced families still needed somewhere to call home. If both kingdoms managed to keep their promises, there was finally the possibility of a peace that could last for generations. It was almost shocking how easily we managed to slip back into a relatively normal life after everything that had happened. The class was still going strong, which meant we had a lot of catching up to do with the others, but thankfully we were given 2 weeks of rest in Evelna before we had to return. There, we finally met up with the rest of the gang. Terence was working out with Magmar and Graveler, while his Mudbray happily watched from the side. Letherbo was also on the training field, with Chespin and Beniri, all 3 of them busy with their own training. While Ventis walked around with Peliane and Robert, I decided to visit the training field. Hey guys, it's been a while. I waved toward them. I barely had time to take another step before I was quite literally tackled by the team. I couldn't help but laugh as everyone crowded around me, asking questions and telling their own stories. Before long, we were all sitting around together, comparing what had happened during our time apart, laughing at the ridiculous moments, and occasionally going quiet when one of the more dangerous memories came up. We kept talking until late into the night. Eventually, I slipped away and found myself sitting alone on the balcony railing beside Ventis's window, quietly watching the stars. The sight brought back memories of the very first night I had spent in this world. Back then, I had been weak, injured, and shivering beneath a cluster of roots, with absolutely no idea where I was or what had happened to me. Those same stars had watched me then. Now, somehow, they looked completely different. Instead of fear and loneliness, they filled me with a strange warmth as my mind wandered back through everything that had happened since that first night. "Are you missing your old world?" Ventis asked, through our connection. She casually leaned against the stone railing beside me, though she immediately shivered as the cold autumn air brushed against her skin. "Not really," I smiled. "I was just thinking about how lucky I was to meet you that day." I gently wrapped my tail around her, letting my warm fur shield her from the cold. Ventis leaned into me with a quiet smile and looked up at the stars. Me too. "All right, kids. I think it's way past time for you all to go to sleep." I leaned back in my chair, looking over the small group of Pokémon surrounding me. They immediately let out a collective groan. "Come on, just a bit more, Miss Fenn." Deden leaned forward, his little paws gripping the edge of the bed. "You didn't even tell us how my mother evolved," Buniri complained, giving me the biggest puppy eyes she could manage. "I'm okay with sleep," Little Kubchu snorted as he pulled his pillow toward his bed. A few of the others nodded, along with him. "When will you tell us about the Starfall and the legendaries?" Deden asked, as I tucked him into his bed. "Ooh, what about your epic megaform?" Buniri suddenly jumped happily beside me. I simply shook my head and gently petted her head. "There will be another time, don't worry." I smiled as I walked toward the door. "Sleep well, kiddos."